Oh, the sweet sounds of a Friday. The sweet, sweet sounds of a Friday. Oh, by the way, happy 1 week anniversary. Daly City style. How about that, Marcus? 1 week that changed your life. When we opened at Daly City 1 week ago, Daniel the Jet Johnson was not in our lives, nor was Dom the Dominator Smith.
No, not at all.
My goodness. So happy 1 week. It's funny, last week when we opened our show, I was like so fixated on us openings. One of our hardcore listeners said, Murph, that's the first Friday you've opened in years without saying, it's Friday, because we were so overwhelmed by our surroundings. But here we are 1 week later. It's Friday. Happy Reggae Friday. Marcus Boucher, good morning.
Happy Reggae Friday. Happy 1 week anniversary. Sorry, I didn't buy you any gifts, Murph. I did not come with pleasantries this morning.
What is the 1 week gift? You know they have those like for $25, it's like silver or whatever, 50s gold. I don't know. What's the 1 week? Is it one of those, is it a Kit Kat from that cup of candy bars out in the kitchen?
Here's the thing, Murph. To celebrate 1 week, I'll get you a cup of coffee this morning.
How about multiple? I usually need a few, but I'll take more than one and I'll appreciate you.
I'm with you.
Speaking of candy bars, I owe Rory the Greek a candy bar just to open you guys with not Giants baseball. But last night, there was some discussion in the Murphy household about the NBA Finals and whether or not it held any intrigue. Of course, if you're a pop culture showdown head, it of course always has intrigue. But I was, and the big deck was like, it's useless, it's lame, I'm not into it, blah, blah, blah. But I had it on. And then Rory came down and he said, Dad, it's only an 8-point game. Now, let me back you up a little bit. Now, you being a gambler, I was driving in yesterday and cruising around the dial, and former Bay Area radio jock Joe Fortenbaugh was on ESPN with Greeny, and he was going over his best bets for Game 1. And he was saying that Game 1's at home teams are 17-3 against the spread. He said smash the Pacers minus 9.5. That's what he said.
OKC.
Pardon me, OKC. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for correcting me. Smash OKC minus 9.5. So I'm driving in. I'm like, well, this guy knows what he's talking about. So I walked around all swagging. I'm like, yeah, Pacers OKC's going to blow them out. So then Rory says to me, Rory the Greek says, Dad, it's an 8-point game. He said, doesn't matter. I said, the Pacers are going to cover the spread. He said, no, they're not. And then I went somewhere. I left the room. And then he yells from the other room, it's a 6-point game. And I said, and Thunder are going to cover the spread. And then he goes, you want to bet? I said, yeah, let's bet. Rory the Greek. I said, let's bet a candy bar. He said, okay. Well, I owe my kid a candy bar.
Yeah, this is why you don't bet against the Greek.
He actually said, as the final seconds were ticking down, said on the 13 on the count, said, Tyrese Halliburton game winner incoming. He said that as they crossed half court.
This kid knows everything.
Then you know what he did? And then he stood up as the Pacers were celebrating, stood up, looked at me and said, because he had asked me earlier, who's going to win this series? And I said, the Thunder in a sweep. That's what I said, the Thunder in a sweep. He stood up, he said, how's that Thunder in a sweep looking?
Wow.
And walked out of the room.
Dude.
Yeah.
He's becoming a man. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he also hit you with a...
Who's your daddy? Yeah. That's what Daddy does to pay the bills. That's what Daddy does to pay the bills.
He
gets things wrong.
He takes the Pacers plus 9.5.
Yeah, well, Joe Fortenbaugh got one wrong. I got one wrong. And shout out the Indiana Pacers, who led for 0.3 seconds last night.
The Greek doesn't miss.
How about that, man? So that was a fun way to start the NBA Finals.
It definitely was.
Yeah.
Another comeback victory.
But obviously, we're focused on the day baseball out there yesterday. And, dude, since when I was calling in my jock blog, which, by the way, they didn't publish. What do you do when you write a jock blog, you send it to them, and they don't publish?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
I'm not a writer, so I don't have an answer for you. I'd probably just get mad at Loader, probably.
Well, what if you turned in your homework and your teacher said you didn't turn in your homework?
Well, see, that's the issue. I probably didn't turn in the homework. So, yes, but I would
That's
be
when you
upset.
start lying to the teacher. You're like, I put it over there.
Yeah,
I put it right there.
I swear, your dog must have ate it.
You were out of the room, but I put it on that pile right there. Yeah.
It was there before you walked in, I swear.
But in I was calling it the Wednesday wake-up call, because it was Wednesday morning at 9:30 when we got the Fox chime. Do-do-do, that Buster had made his first move of the season. And by the way, I heard it again last night, and I love Dieter. I do, because Dieter's great at his job because he triggers people on the radio. If your job is to trigger, he's great at his job because he triggered me. Because I was driving back from yet another youth sports pickup practice, and he was saying, ironic and hilarious that after slagging Farhan Zaidi all the while, what it took to turn the Giants around was a Farhan move. And I was like, bro, what? No.
Stop.
No. Let's go over this again. No.
It's just every move someone's going to make now is going to be a Farhan move. If you sign a guy, it's a Farhan move. If you make a trade, it's a Farhan move.
So
guess what? It was his job to make moves.
So, in other words, all Brian Sabian was doing when he picked up Cody Ross was doing a Farhan move.
Yeah, that's it.
Brian Sabian was looking into the future when he picked up Melky Cabrera and said, this is a Farhan move.
Yeah, what are we doing?
I know, exactly. It's the exact opposite. He waited 70 games before he made a move. Yeah. It's the exact opposite. It's a Narhoff move. Is that Farhan backwards?
Yeah.
Narhoff? Narhoff? Anyway.
Close enough.
Anyway. It's good radio if you're triggered, though.
All it took for Farhan Zaidi to win 107 games with Gabe Kapler was the Bobby Evan move of getting Logan Webb in your rotation.
Or playing Buster Posey, Brandon Crawford, and Brandon Bell.
Yeah, exactly.
So, anyway, the point is that the Wednesday morning wake-up call was the topic of the Jock Blog, and Buster's saying it's time to go. Tell me when to go.
Ooh.
Said Buster. And they're 2-0 now since. And ironically, each guy, and listen, to be realistic here, Daniel the Jet Johnson was not picked up to be frickin' Juan Soto. He was picked up to be a little piece they can use, and he happened to win them a game on Wednesday, so just enjoy the hell out of it. I've already heard haters say, he's not going to do that all year. No, of course not. No, he's not meant to do all that all year, but he helped you win a damn game, right? Meanwhile, the Dom Smith situation is straight up just they dropped one non-productive left-handed hitting first baseman and tried to pick up a guy who could be better at being a left-handed hitting first baseman. And yesterday, that guy was better.
Absolutely. And look, Murph, we've spent the last 2 weeks doing about 10 shows just complaining about this offense. And they finally have some life of offense. Can we just enjoy it? Can we just enjoy the victory? It's a Friday morning.
You know what? We can.
That's it. That's all I want to do today.
Why don't we call the damn thing in? Pat Burrell calling Rob Manfred for the second straight day. Manfred said, hang on, I'm on the other line with the ABS system. How about that? See that? Manfred said he's going to officially submit it for 2026.
Oh, yeah. Overall? Just the challenge system?
The double tap on the head. The 2 challenge.
Yeah, you got to be careful tapping that helmet.
Yeah.
Umpires don't like it. They'll toss you from a game.
Rob Manfred's phone buzzes. Pat Burrell, he goes, you're calling me 2 days in a row? You haven't done this in weeks. He said, I love talking to you, you empty suit. Put it in the books. San Francisco Giants 3, San Diego Padres 2.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball.
It's a marvelous day in the BAY.
I like America.
Healthy flow.
Winning's fun.
Yeah. Buster was a winner, bro.
We want to be a gritty, grindy bunch.
Let's go, Wilbur! Yes, sir! Hey, you don't go.
Yeah, there it goes, man. We may have to add some Jet Johnson or Dom Smith to this thing. After Dom Smith pledges allegiance to the Bay.
I saw that.
An L.A. kid talking how he uses Mac Dre and how much he. It's always fun to hear. I'll be honest. Flattery will get you everywhere. When new players come and talk about how much they love playing in this park because the fans are so great and it's such a beautiful park, I'm like, yeah, tell me more. Yeah. Keep going. Keep going.
And it sounds so much better after a win.
Yes, it does.
Nobody's talking about how much they love the ballpark when they're on a losing streak.
2-0 since the Wednesday wake-up call. 35-28 now after 63 games. 3 back in the West. They do have the third wild card by a smidge over the St. Louis Cardinals. Just everything much, much, much better. And, oh, by the way, talking to my former college pitcher here on my right, how about your boy Rob Ray?
Another one.
Bro. I mean, this guy is – the ball's coming out of his hand nicely, Marcus, as we've been saying for weeks.
It's been coming out nicely the entire season, Marcus.
I was listening to the first 2 innings on the radio. Shout out Sarge. Had a little nice lunch with Sarge yesterday. I was listening, and so the first 2 innings on the radio, John Miller was calling strikeout after strikeout after strikeout. I was like, sounds like the ball's coming out of his hand nicely today. And then Machado gets the curveball up, and he leaves. Dude, Machado, you know what? What are you going to do with Manny Machado, bro?
Bro, I think that was his 350th home run of his career.
Yeah.
He's like, 32, 33 years old?
Yeah. People have said there's no more guys that are going to hit milestones. He might be the guy. He's damn near at 2,000 hits. I think he's like 1971 or something like that.
Right around the corner.
He might have a chance to get to the elusive 3,000 hits that people say is impossible anymore.
Possibly, yeah.
500 bombs, 3,000 hits.
Yeah, and I think now he's actually played more games as a Padre than he did as a Baltimore Oriole. Which kind of messes with my brain a little bit.
He's too freaking good, man.
Yeah,
he's unbelievable. He got the hit the other night that who was it off? Was it off Doval? Yeah, they hit off
Yes.
Doval. And by the way, what did you think of Doval giving up a couple of knocks last year? Were you a little concerned that there were some barrels?
I don't know. Not over the concern. Again, they won. I just want to enjoy the victory.
I guess torture saves. And by the way, speaking of milestones, you mentioned Machado hitting 350. This one tickled me to no end. That Camilo Doval got his 100th save, joining a list. Can you name let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 other Giants with 100 saves? I know you can't because you're too young.
I'm too young.
And there's definitely no way Tony can name. Tony might be able to name one.
Yeah, Tony's too old. There's no way he could do that.
But for the old head, for the This Date in Giants history crowd, so there's some low-hanging fruit out there, right? Like
B-Dub.
Brian Wilson. There's one.
I would assume that Sergio Romo.
No.
He did not accumulate
No.
100 saves.
He was only the primary closer for like 1 year.
Yeah, I know, but I just thought like mixing and matching because of his longevity that he might be on the list.
No. There's some great names. There's gigantic names you've left off. Rob Nen.
I was going to say Smoke on the Water.
Smoke on the Water. And, of course, my guy, Rod Beck. Rest in peace. One of my all-time favorites. The next three are really fun. That's for me and the Brad Mansion crowd. Gary Lavelle, stand up, everybody. Greg Minton, everybody stand up and wave. But this is the one we could have been here all night, and I wouldn't have gotten it. Santiago Casilla.
Wow. He got 100?
He was the primary closer for like a minute. He got 100 saves.
I would have bet money against Rory the Greek that Sergio Romo would have had more saves.
I would have been with you.
Yeah.
And we owe him another candy bar.
Another candy bar gone.
That's how it goes.
Don't bet against the Greek.
So I thought that was quite a fun little list there. And shout out Camilo for joining that list.
That's it.
With number 100. All right, so it should be a fun Friday. It's a Reggae Friday. We got Ty Halliburton out of here in game winners. We got the Giants splitting the series like I asked. I wanted 2-2. They gave me 2-2. Now I'm going to need 2 out of 3 from the Braves, who come into town last night after one of the worst losses a Major League Baseball team can have this year. They had a 10-4 lead on the Diamondbacks in the 9th inning and coughed up 7 in the top of the 9th. And the guy who coughed it, no joke, his last name is Blewett. I'm not kidding.
You can't script that.
No, you can't. And we'll hear our guest list. You'll do that. So the Braves are coming in 7 games under 500, 2-8 in their last 10. They've lost 4 in a row. They've scored fewer runs than the Giants. It's time to go to work on these guys. Time to go get them. And it's Hayden Birdsong getting after showing grips to Greg Silver and Greg Papa on the patio yesterday.
I saw that yesterday.
Yeah. Against a guy, this guy's a mouthful, Spencer Schwellenbach.
Schwellenbach.
How about that?
Schwellenbach.
Shout out your high school German class there.
Bring on Schwellenbach.
All right, guys. We'll say good morning to young Tony. Celebrate a Reggae Friday and our 1-week anniversary. What do we get each other for a gift in Daly City on The Sports Leader?
Fairfield, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfield Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. Happy Friday. We are still giving away one $100 Amici's gift card, and we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour today for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, it's your lucky day because you win. This is all brought to you by our friends over at Amici's. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Greg Papa here. Life, like the game, doesn't always go as planned. Injuries and challenges can knock you down hard on the field or off. That's when you need a powerhouse team. Habas Law. For over 35 years, Omar and Tarek Habas and the Habas Law team have delivered life-changing wins, taking on big insurance companies with relentless grip, like it's the final 2-minute drill. Habas Law doesn't just settle cases, they create comebacks. Visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they will fight to make it right. There are 3 letters that can literally change the way you see life. CLR. Hey, it's Greg Papa here. And if you struggle with glasses and contacts, but now need readers or bifocals, you may be the perfect candidate for custom lens replacement from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Dr. Craig Bindi on considering CLR over LASIK as we get older.
The older we get, we start experiencing the dysfunction of our natural lens, meaning the need for reading glasses. LASIK won't solve the problems of reading glasses or cataracts, but CLR does. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, we have the experience to tell you if it's your right time for CLR.
CLR is a quick, painless procedure to restore both distance vision and near vision.
Plus, you'll never develop a cataract.
CLR may be your perfect permanent vision solution. Schedule your free consult today at lasereyeclr.com. No readers, no glasses, no contacts, and no cataracts. lasereyeclr.com.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4-day super sale and get 40% off paints and stains June 6th through the 9th. With prices starting at $29.39, it's the perfect time to transform your space with color. Whether you're looking to revamp your interior or exterior, we have you covered with bold hues, soothing neutrals, and everything in between. Shop the sale online or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only, some exclusions apply. See store for details.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters and auto and save with Progressive and protect.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. Will you have enough money in the bank when it's time to retire? That's the big question that's keeping you up at night. Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KNBR for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
0-2, fastball got him this time. Another strikeout for Robbie Ray. Swing and a miss, strike 3, got him with a fastball. So another strikeout for Robbie Ray. 7 strikeouts for Ray, 1 out in the 4th inning. It's a lot of strikeouts.
Ray pitches, swing and a miss. He struck him out with a fastball. And that is 8 strikeouts for Robbie Ray in 4 and a 3rd inning. Now here is strike 3 called, a high fastball. Got him looking. And that's strikeout number 9. Again, Doval throws. He struck him out swinging. Another slider, and this time he did go for it, and he could not get it. And the Giants have won this one back at Robbie Ray.
There it is, man. Day baseball, Giants, Padres, splitting the series, the Wednesday wake-up call, and a Reggae Friday. Sounding good. I told Young Tone. So what I do sometimes, Marcus, before Reggae Fridays is I just go over to Sirius XM just to hear if something hits my ears. And Walk the Proud Land by Bob Marley and the Wailers hit my ears. And I was like, you know what? Play it, kid. Oh. He's playing it right out of the gate. I didn't expect him to play it right out of the gate, but it sounds great.
Oh, well, Murph, we start every Friday off with Bob Marley, the legend, the GOAT, the man who kicks off every Friday, letting you know how long he's been a Rasta.
How long have you been a Rasta?
Well, I've been a Rasta from ever since.
Should we ask Dan, the Jet Johnson, how long have you been a Giant?
I've been a Giant. Been a Rasta?
Oh. Well, I've been a Rasta from ever since. You know?
I stepped on it. I've been a Giant ever since.
Ever since.
You know?
Yeah, no.
Dom Smith and Dan Johnson can say that. Good stuff, Young Tony. Enjoy it on a Reggae Friday here. Walk the Proud Land. That's Dom Smith talking about how much he likes playing in San Francisco. Walking the Proud Land, right?
2-0 in that jersey.
How was the vibe out there yesterday? Good vibe? Because
vibes were good.
Yeah.
Vibes were high. Vibes were, I don't know if I'd say immaculate, but sure, why the hell not? It was a day game. Giants got the win. Out there with the boys, hanging out with Young Tony, hanging out with Walter. Saw Greg Silver, saw Copes, hung out, got some beers after. Watched the NBA Finals, saw Tyrese Halliburton hit that shot. So overall, it was a great day down at the ballpark.
37,436. The Padres brought him out. School's not out for our kids yet, but for a lot of schools, some of them are out. You're getting to that point in the season. Turns out I'm not going tonight. I thought I was going to go tonight, but now we have an unexpected youth sports conflict. One day, Marcus, one day, I will wake up and there will be no youth sports event to go to. And they all say, you know what all the parents say? You'll miss it.
Yeah,
that's what they say. You'll miss
will.
it. Will I?
Enjoy it while you can.
Will I?
I mean, you've gone through the ringer.
I wasn't offsides. Was I?
Yeah.
D Ford?
Yeah, but I think most people are right. I mean, once you eventually become an empty nester, and I know that's still a long ways away, I think you will start to miss it.
The positives and negatives of being a dad late. The negatives are when you show up to pick up your kid, they're like, hey, man, your grandpa's here to get you.
Oh,
that
hurts.
The positives are it does keep you young. It does. And I'm watching I'm watching my empty nest friends. They're kind of looking at each other. The husband and wife, they're looking at each other like, well, what do we do now?
You know what they're doing? They're hitting each other with a what else? Kids are gone.
Very good.
What else are we going to do now?
What else? Oh, man. All right. Guest list on a Friday, June 6th. The date is up there.
Look at that.
That is awesome. Friday, June 6th, 2025. Tony, you can give me some horns here, kid, on the Z Drive, which I thought you fixed. Look at that. I thought Barista came in and fixed everything.
At least he got the date on the clock.
Which I really do appreciate. But he did tell me that Barista said, I give you 3 wishes.
Yes.
And he made those one of the wishes, which I do appreciate. But truthfully, I said a couple of things, like, for example, me asking for the horns and him struggling to find them.
See,
would be a higher priority than the date. It would be a higher priority than the date.
Yeah,
what's going on?
Maybe a higher priority.
What's he doing?
Can't find the horns,
Welcome to KCSU Chico State Radio.
I got him, Tony.
Jeez. What's going on there, buddy?
Well, it's all backwards, so we got a few things added. I'm starting to do stuff over here now. The
You
folders weren't open yet.
gotta go right instead of left, is what you're saying?
So we're doing music here. We're recording the show for the first time.
Wow.
So we're rolling on the show. So if you guys say something funny, I can clip it and we can replay it.
You're gonna be waiting a long time for that.
Well,
something funny. This is a very serious show.
Does that mean we can put the podcast up now on?
We can, yes, indeed.
The podcasts are back.
So Barista gave you 3 wishes. The genie gave you 3
I'm gonna
wishes.
pay this off. I got it for everybody, just in case you didn't hear it.
I think my horn sounded better.
You have them?
Oh, yeah, I got him just in case.
Maybe you should hit them every time.
Oh, I can, yeah. I got like the show opens. I got the cooler of content open. Like
you got everything.
I got everything.
You're our backup plan.
I got some Polymax songs hidden on this board down here.
What are you gonna do? You should keep those things for eternity.
I just keep them around just to look at them.
Send them to the Smithsonian.
I don't even play them. I just like looking at them.
Right.
It's like that pepperoni stick. I just want to hold it.
There you go. Stay hot, buddy. Stay hot on a Reggae Friday. How was your Thursday, bud?
It was solid, dude. Day of baseball. I got to see Oppo again for the first time in like a week.
That was the key.
Now, how was that?
It was phenomenal.
Amazing, yeah.
It was like a family reunion.
Were there hugs?
There were.
Yeah.
A lot of hugs.
He texted me about the UEFA Nations League between Spain and France. We exchanged some thoughts on Lamine Yamal. Who's he says is going to be better than Messi.
Bro, he had some hot takes. He was hitting with us with those stats yesterday. He's like, this kid's 16. He's going to win the Ballon d'Or. This guy's already better than Messi.
Very good. I'm down with seeing Oppo again. And by the way, there was a spot for you?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Plenty, actually.
Well, that's good to know. That's good to know. Shh, don't tell anybody.
Yeah.
Don't tell anybody.
Oppo's Garage is kind of like the bar from Cheers.
It's
where
Cheers.
everybody knows your name. And you walk in, you park, and Oppo says hi.
Well,
That's a great call.
I would always walk in and do kind of a Norm thing with him because whenever I turned the corner in, when I got about 5 paces in, he was in his little booth. I would yell, Oppo!
Oppo!
He was Norm in a way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And he'd just stick his head out and,
And then he
smile
said,
at you.
and then they said, what's up, Oppo? And he said, my nipples. It's freezing out there. All right, kid, what do we got today?
All right, well, if you missed any of the series yesterday with the Braves had a crazy game yesterday. Scott blew it for the Braves. Tom Glavin going to join us at 6:50 to talk a little Braves-Giants. They are coming into town off a bad game yesterday, so hopefully the Giants can keep it rolling, get a nice win over the Braves who are struggling. Mike Krukow is going to join us at 7:30. Big Hit is going to be at 7:50. Susan Slusser at 8:15. Cooler Content 8:30. We're going to replay Buster Posey. If anybody missed it from yesterday, he joined us. And then Daniel Jet Johnson at 9:30 this morning.
Awesome.
The Jet.
Jet's making his debut.
Jet Live.
Can you find a reggae version of Paul McCartney and Wings' Jet? Probably not. Although there's a reggae version of everything.
Yeah.
Didn't we establish that?
Definitely.
Yeah.
You can find a reggae version of Jet Airliner or one of those Jet songs.
That Marley sounded fantastic, by the way. And by the way, 831 says, Waterboy just said it. Vibes Alive, stick figure. Please play it.
I'll take some stick figure.
Because I guess you said Vibes Alive.
That's it. The vibes are alive down at Oracle Park.
All right. Well, listen, let's get into a little bit about Dom Smith, our new first baseman, the Dominator. He wants to be loved here in the Bay. We'll get into it next on The Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
He throws. Smith hits a drive out towards right center field. Going back on it, Merrill. Still going back, and he will not catch it. It bounces on the track, up over the wall. Lee scores. Chapman right behind him. He'll score. And Dominic Smith, man, what a great at-bat that was. An automatic double to put the Giants ahead 3-2 on the 10th pitch of the at-bat. He went back down with that slider, and this time Smith went down and got it. That is a great at-bat from a brand-new Giant. He's been here 2 days.
Ooh, the White Boy Reggae sounded pretty good. Sounded real good. Shout out 831 for hearing Marcus say Vibes Alive stick figure. Play it. So there it is. Vibes Alive stick figure. We're off to a good start on Reggae Friday, our 1 week anniversary here at Daly City. We're making progress. I have the date up. I'm a big date guy. Friday, June 6, 2025. Young Tony can now record on the show, put up a podcast. Everything's starting to come together. We're like it's like Buster putting together the roster. You know, we got to DFA Wade. We got to bring up Smith. You know what I mean? We got to tell Costa to go back to AAA. We got to bring up Jet Johnson. Little things, just little moves.
Yeah, we're making small moves. We're getting the date on the clock now, Murph. I think we need a few more colors. That was the best part about the old clock. We had green, we had red, we had blue. This one's just white and red. So we'll work on bedazzling it a little bit for you.
That old clock we had back at Battery was one of the best items we had in that building. It was the time was in blue. I think the day was in green and the date was in red or something. But anyway, it was just brilliant. It was like the old Technicolor ads. You know, my jacket is blue, my hat is white. If these colors aren't right, you need a new TV.
It was such a good-looking clock that none of the hosts ever looked at it.
Stay hot, buddy. Amici's $100 gift card. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. All right, guys, here's the deal. It was fun yesterday. The Giants, ever since Buster Posey said it's time to go, getting his E40 on, Giants are 2-0. And each game was won by the new pickup. Now, do we expect Dan the Jet Johnson and Dom Smith to carry the Giants? No, we do not. Let's get very clear here. Because already I can hear the haters. And the haters are everywhere. They're everywhere. Just like me. By the way, I'm an Aaron Rodgers hater.
Yes, you are.
So like him, he just signed with the Steelers yesterday. And my immediate reaction was, go Browns. That was my immediate reaction.
Go Browns.
I'm going to go get a Shedeur Sanders jersey. Go Ravens.
I always thought you were more
I'm a Lamar guy.
I thought you were more of a Raven guy, but then I didn't know if it was a football team or Raven Law.
That's a funny thing you say that. I've got a little feedback on that. They want me to pick up the pace.
Pick it up a little bit.
Yeah, how about that?
Keep it moving, Murph. Keep it moving.
My one-word response to Nima's constructive criticism was, bro.
Yeah.
That was my reply.
Pick up the energy, too.
Yeah. Bro.
So not bad for a 20-year host.
Not bad for a running back.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, well, let's not say. I'm proud to represent Ted, the Giant lawyer.
Yeah, keep it moving, Murph. Keep it moving.
Keep it moving, baby. Keep it moving. But no, we're not expecting Dom Smith and Dan the Jet Johnson to carry the team, but it is kind of nice that the shakeup woke him up, and, you know, whether it was luck or fortuitousness or the fact that Fernando Tatis thought he hit a home run off of Randy Rodriguez and bat flipped a warning track fly ball. Now, I knew you guys were at the game. I don't know if you guys saw that.
Welcome to
because it's hard to see when you're at the game, focus on everything because you're getting so much sensory overload. But when you're on the center field camera, you have a view. And generally, my rule in watching baseball games on TV is how does the hitter react out of the box? Generally, if a guy hits a ball and it looks like a bomb, but you see him put his head down and try it out of the box, that's a can of corn. But if you see a guy hit a bomb and he gets that jolt in his body, you're like, oh, that guy just left the yard, right? Well, Tatis had that jolt, and he flipped his bat. And so for 2.3 seconds until Jung-Hoo Lee camped under that thing, I was like, you got to be blanking me. You got to be. But then I saw Jung-Hoo Lee camp under it, and then I turned my emotions to, hey, Tatis, you just bat flipped a freaking warning track fly ball. It wasn't even, Jung-Hoo Lee did not have to go over the fence and pull it back like Tyler Fitzgerald happened in Miami. It was just a fly out. And if he wants to cry and moan and bitch and moan, it was only a home run in like 10 or 12 parks. Let's talk about Jung-Hoo Lee in the first inning, hit a ball out to the frickin' triples out the farthest part of the park that you can hit without hitting a home run, and it would have been a home run in 29 out of 30 parks. Made worse is it was a ground rule double. Made worse was that second and third one out. Chapman went down looking. They didn't score.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear about Tatis's bat flip, except for it was fun to kind of point and laugh at him.
Damn. Sounds like you want to put one in his ribs, Murph.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, that's always been my thing with bat flips. Like, if you're going to bat flip, it has to be a no-doubter. And it seemed like Tatis thought that he got a hold of it, like being at the ballpark. It sounded like a home run, to be honest with you. Like, that's big to me. Like, the crack of the bat, how does it sound coming off the bat? And I was like, uh-oh, that ball's getting deep. But no, not in San Francisco. That ball was not going out.
And them's the breaks, kid.
Yeah, exactly.
Them's
Sometimes in life, you're going to get boned.
Exactly.
Sometimes in life, you're going to get oracle.
And that was off of Randy Rodriguez, who did give up a couple of barrels. I think the kid Lockridge smoked a ball into right field off him, too. Camilo gave up a couple barrels, too. But what are you going to do? I mean, he got out of it. Like we said, Brian Wilson made his entire career. We mentioned the 100 saves. Brian Wilson, he made his entire career getting out of situations like that.
A little bit of torture.
But Dom Smith was the hero, and the at-bat in the fifth inning, he's down 0-2 to Dylan Cease, and Dylan Cease is nasty. Even though his numbers weren't good, he's a nasty dude. And Dom Smith falls down 0-2 and fouls off, I don't know how many pitches, gets to a ninth pitch, and then doubles, gets the ground rule double that drives in the 2 runs that take the lead, 3-2. It's exactly the hit the Giants have been looking for. And man, oh man, could it have been any better? So Dom Smith, shout him out a little bit. In fact, Bob Melvin on that at bat here, Tony, cuts AC. Bob Melvin talking about that. He called the ultimate compliment. He said it was like a Wilmer Flores at bat.
Yeah. Look, and first time we're down in a game of his, which doesn't happen very often. And then the offense responds with 3 right in the next inning, and then it's just like he got his second wind and pitched better as the game went along. Decision was going and sending him out for the 7th, but it was going to be for just the 2 out of 3 lefties, and then do something different. He wanted it. Would he end up throwing 101, which was pretty efficient for going out in the last inning with 95. So just another fantastic game from him that we needed big time. It was good. I mean, it was just with the Yankees, and it was good. You look at the numbers, and he had some power, too. We weren't really looking for power element. We got some guys who can hit the ball at the ballpark. We're looking for more of that professional at-bat, not strike out, put a ball in play, a tough at-bat like that, and that's exactly what we got in a big situation, and actually drove it, too, to drive in, too. So, you're always looking potentially to try to get guys here when they're playing well. And really, all 3 of these guys were when they came here.
All right, sorry, but there's a little 2 cuts in one. The first part was about Robbie Ray, which we can discuss at another time. But yeah, his numbers with the AAA Scranton Wilkes-Barre team was good, and he stayed hot. He said not strike out in a situation like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key. Even getting into his performance and Daniel Johnson's performance the other day, to your point earlier, nobody's expecting these guys to save the season. But it's nice to just have guys at the plate that are confident right now, because the Jet was swinging the ball, or should I say swinging the bat well in AAA. Dom was tearing it up in AAA with the Yankees, just had no path to the big league roster as for his free agency, and now he's signed with the San Francisco Giants. But, you're seeing guys go up to the plate with some confidence, with some momentum, guys who have been hitting the last month versus the Giants offense that hasn't been hitting at all the last month.
Exactly. In fact, here's the quote from Melvin that was not in that. He said, that was a professional at-bat. It really was a Wilmer Flores type of at-bat. Fouled some pitches off a really good pitcher. These guys we have brought in have been impactful, said Bob Melvin. But I teased you guys on the break. I said, he wants to be loved. He wants to walk the proud land of San Francisco, Dom Smith. So he's an L.A. kid from Gardena, Sarah, J. Sarah Gardena, which is always meaningful to me personally. My nephew Connor, who was a great athlete at Marin Catholic High School, played in the state football championship game against J. Sarah Gardena. And you know who the receivers on that team were? Robert Woods, who you now know, the Rams forever, and Marquise Lee, who was with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Damn.
They were the 2 receivers on, and my nephew was a corner safety. He had to guard those guys. And in fact, my nephew was a really good high school baseball player who wound up going to Wake Forest to play. He tackled Robert Woods and broke his collarbone. Robert Woods on a tackle.
Robert Woods broke his collarbone?
No, Connor Murphy broke his collarbone because of a tackle on bringing down Robert Woods. Tough deal.
I'm sure his baseball coaches did not like that.
No, derailed the junior season a little bit. But point is that this kid is from L.A., Dom Smith. He's from that school, from J. Sarah Gardena. And so he's an LA kid, but he wanted to be. Do you have the one that Marcus sent in?
Yes.
Yeah. So he talked about he's using Feeling Myself.
Mac Dre.
I'm
in the building and I'm feeling
an LA
myself.
kid.
The Giants were looking bad, but Dom was willing to help.
Using a Bay Area rapper.
You know, I'm an LA kid, but ton of respect for the Bay, for the culture out here. Like I said, I've been a fan from afar, so it's been the surreal last few days being here, and I just want to, be a part of this organization, not just for now, for a while. So I got to do a job, and I know the job, man. This team is helping me do that. So, I just look forward to taking it one day at a time, and we got the Braves coming in. Can't wait to play against them.
All right. So he said, LA kid tipping his cap a little bit to the Bay culture using Mac Dre.
Yeah, it's all West Coast love, Murph.
Did you see Jet Johnson's Insta? He posted some more Mac Dre and it wasn't. Maybe it was his walk-up, but go check his Insta story.
Okay, I'll check it out.
He posted more stuff. Now, here's my take on Dom Smith. It's like he doesn't need to, and again, I'm just sort of getting out in front of the haters. Oh, you guys think Dom Smith and Jet Johnson? No, we do not think these guys are going to save your season, but what we are going to say is they're going to give you something better than what you had. So here was Lamont Wade. I had these. This is all in the Jock Bug that never got published. Since the All-Star break of last year, Late Night Lamont was no more. He posted an OPS of 657 second half last year and 546 this year. And I think you mentioned this yesterday, Marcus. Combined since last year's All-Star break, he's hitting 188 in 308 at-bats.
Yep.
That's not a small sample size.
That's not good.
Now, here's the deal on Dom Smith. Career. He's been 2,270 plate appearances. The guy is a big-time veteran, right? Career 246 hitter. You're like, yeah, that's no good. Well, guess what? That's 60 points higher than what Lamont Wade was doing. And a career OPS of 715, guess what? That's 200 points higher than what Lamont Wade was giving you. So that's all you're looking for is something better.
Yes, and we've been talking about it all year long, Murph. The plan is to build the bridge to Bryce Eldridge, who, oh, by the way, hit a grand slam last night up in Sacramento. So again, pump the brakes a little bit about the calls for him to come up this week immediately to save the offense. But because you have Dom Smith now, regardless if this lasts for a week, a month, 2 months, it does buy you some extra time to keep developing Bryce Eldridge at the AAA level because he's the future at first base, not Dom Smith.
Dom the Bridge Smith. I like it. And here he is lavishing praise on our beautiful ballpark. Dom Smith, Tony Cut T.
It's a lot of different things. One, it's a beautiful park. You have the Bay right there. And obviously the history, I'm a big fan of Barry. So, watching him, do amazing things here. You just kind of look at all that grass out there. You see Triples Alley, and I think not doing too much has, helped my approach here because it is so much grass. And then when they make mistakes, I think not doing too much also helps. So, I think the fans play a part into it. So it's a ton of different factors. Makes it the reason why I love this ballpark.
I love it. Tell me more. Tell me more. Just tell me how pretty our park is and how much you love it here.
Yeah.
I was like that, too.
Seduce us, dog.
Oh, man. Fun times. Hey, wins are good. Losses stink. All right? We come in after losses. We're pissed. We come in after wins.
Yes.
We're happy.
And Murph, I'm just glad to report that the last 2 days I've been able to walk out the ballpark without the game being decided by the Manfred man. The Giants won both games that did not involve a magical runner that appears in extra innings. I'll take that as a slice of victory for myself personally.
Exactly. And by the way, you look at that series, man, 4 games. The Giants literally could have swept all 4, and also the Padres almost could have swept all 4 too. So, did somebody send in that Kipe said on the postgame show since 2000 the Giants and Padres have played 151 run games? I don't know if it's true, but it's a hell of a stat.
That's a hell of a stat.
I know. I'll throw it out there. So the Giants now get 2 against the Padres, so they're now 2-4 against the Padres this year. It needs to get better before the end of the seasons. But again, 3 back in the West and holding that third wild card by a smidge. And here come the Braves. And speaking of the Braves, John Joe Curley said, well, why don't we call up one of the greatest Braves of all time, Tom Glavin, who does work, I think, on their post and pre. I can't see that type.
TV.
Here it is. I have it right here, buddy. Well, it's not on his bio here. Okay, so
he's on the TV network for the Braves.
Lift that out of his bio.
I did. We didn't communicate on that.
All right, buddy. But I do know it's Friday, June 6th. 2025.
This is true.
All right.
You're trying, Tony.
I'm doing that. That indeed, bro. Especially today, man. I'm having a great day.
Oh, yeah? Is the new stuff like...
No, it's just backwards. I'm just trying to figure out.
Right, left,
it's
right.
It's like literally we just moved in again because like everything's kind of still backwards for me.
Yeah, you're doing a good job.
I am trying. I'm
doing
trying,
a good
Murph.
job.
You're trying.
You know what? We can buy you a candy bar. Just like Tyrese Halliburton won a candy bar for my kid yesterday.
Happy 1 week anniversary,
Happy
Tony.
1 week anniversary, Tony. Tom Glavin, Hall of Famer, next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. To the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we love talking baseball with the greats, and it doesn't get much greater than Tom Glavin, Hall of Famer. We talked to Tom last year on the Murph and Marcus show, and any chance we get to talk to Tom about Giants and Braves or just baseball in general, we hop at the opportunity. So, Tom, on the UMA guest line, welcome back to the San Francisco radio airwaves here. Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher. How you doing this morning, Tom?
Hey, morning, Tom.
I'm doing all right. How are you guys?
We're good, man. I don't mean to start with like the below the belt shot right away, but wow, that was a tough one for you yesterday, Tom. Huh?
Yeah, listen, it's so amazing how many times you see that happen in baseball where, for the Braves, the pitching's been phenomenal, night in and night out, and they just have struggled to score runs and, have lost a lot of close games. And then you finally have a game where the offense goes out there and explodes a little bit and the pitching goes away. So it's amazing how many times you see that happen. But listen, I hope for their sake that the Giants are going to get an angry team this weekend and there'll be some better results.
Yeah, I mean, for people who don't know, the last night the Diamondbacks scored, or yesterday afternoon, Diamondbacks scored 7 runs in the top of the 9th inning in a 10-4 lead. That is one you don't see too often, right? I mean, that one's that's out there, isn't it, Tom? I think one of my friends, I think, texted me that was the last time that happened to Atlanta was like 700 and something games ago. So that's a little while ago. So you don't see 7-run leads blown very often. And I hope I don't see too many more. No. And like you said, they might be angry as they come out here to San Francisco for tonight's game at 7:15. Schwellenbach against Hayden Birdsong, young pitcher for the Giants. But Tom, let's talk a little bit about this Braves team because, listen, the talent that this team has accumulated through the last several years is the envy of baseball. They, really just a well-run organization. And then the season starts like that. Like, they just started so terribly, historically bad. As you reflect on that 2 months later, can you even put your finger on why the Braves got off to such a tough start, which they're still fighting to recover from?
Yeah, no, it's hard to say, I mean, and truth be told, yeah, they got off to the bad start, but they did recover. They got themselves back to the point where they were 500. And then when they get to 500, they seem to kind of have that, lose 3 out of 4 again, or lose 4 out of 6. And, I think now they're in a stretch of losing 10 or 11 out of 14 or something like that. So, it's just been a little bit of that roller coaster. They haven't been able to get on any kind of a sustained role. And look I hate saying, well, if they did this or they did that, but look, statistically, if you look at it, the offense just hasn't done anywhere near what I think everybody has expected this team to do. And when you look at it, you figure it's going to be like past offenses where it's deep. They score a lot of runs, but that hasn't been the case. And, granted, for a good chunk of that, Ronald wasn't in the lineup. He just came back recently, and he's been swinging the bat well, and picked up kind of where he left off. But it just hasn't been that consistent. Everybody firing at the same time. You'll get, like I said, Acuna will be swinging it good. Austin Riley will be swinging it good, but then Matt Olson maybe is struggling, and Ozzie Albies is struggling, or so. It just hasn't been that consistency up and down the lineup that just makes them a really hard team to pitch to. And I think we're all hoping that that's going to happen. But to this point, it just hasn't. It's just been a struggle for them to score runs on a consistent basis.
Yeah, and Tom, I was actually going to ask you about Ronald Acuna. As you mentioned, started the season on the IL. He's back healthy in the middle of that lineup. What has his return meant to the club, and do you think he's kind of returned to that form that we previously saw with Ronald Acuna?
Yeah, listen, obviously his return is huge. I mean, he's just such a dynamic leadoff hitter, right? I mean, he's that guy that can give you a 1-0 lead right away. So, like I say all the time, I tend to look at the game obviously through a pitcher's perspective, and I say it all the time. As a starting pitcher, when you're going out there and you're trying to get your feet under you a little bit, figure out what's working, what's not, and oh, by the way, here's Ronald to start it all off. You're not really feeling your way around that at bat to start a game. You're in it. So, he creates a really unique circumstance for opposing pitchers, but. He's done his thing. I mean, he's hitting the ball well. He's, a couple home runs right away when he came back. I think the only thing I haven't seen out of him, and I'm not sure you will, is the running game. No stolen bases yet. I think that's probably going to be the last part of his game to come back. I think he's clearly being a little bit cautious with that, and the organization probably wants him to be cautious. So that part of it hasn't been there yet. But, he just look at when he's leading off, like I said, it's a different dynamic. But then if he's doing his thing and everybody else is doing his thing, it just makes the lineup so deep, right? And like I said, you go out there as a starting pitcher in the first inning, and it's Acuna, Riley, Ozuna, Olsen, Ozzy Albies. I mean, that's a tough gauntlet to go through at any stretch, let alone when you're trying to find your way in the first inning. So, but that dynamic, like I said, just hasn't been there. The bottom of the order has been a struggle. Allen done a nice job at shortstop, hasn't hit much. Michael Harris has really struggled offensively. So it's, whereas in the past, it was a really hard lineup to navigate through 1 through 9. Now I feel like that bottom portion of the lineup has been a little bit easier for pitchers to navigate through and find some outs, but hopefully that's going to change.
Yeah, it's so scary. I mean, even the Braves here coming in 27 and 34, and I don't want to see this lineup. It just remains terrifying. I do want to spaz on Acuna. I'm in love with Acuna. I think he's an I just, like everyone, I've been obsessed with him for a while. And then these two injuries, 2021 ACL, 2024 ACL. I can't remember. I mean, this hasn't happened to a superstar like this that I can remember. I don't know if there's a way to describe the frustration or the sort of opportunity lost of the things he could have done on the baseball field for 2 full seasons. He's still only 27. How much is that hung over, Tom?
No, look at it. You're right. I mean, he's, after that, 40-70 season, you're thinking, okay, wow, this guy, the sky's the limit, right? And then, unfortunately, injuries have kind of taken their toll a little bit, and that has been stalled. But listen, he's still, one of the elite talents in the game. Like I've said, he promotes a challenge that not many players can do. And, listen, everybody talks about 5-tool players, right? And sometimes I think that term gets used a little bit too much. But, Ronald was definitely that guy before this second knee injury, right? I mean, he could beat you with his bat. He could beat you with his glove. He could beat you with his arm. He could beat you with his legs. And he was just that kind of player. So night in and night out, he was fun to watch. And he still is. Like I said, everything else is still there, except for the running game. I mean, he still runs the bases really well and does all that stuff, but the stolen base part of it hasn't been there yet. And like I said, I'm not sure if it will, but, I think in any sport that you watch, when you have a guy that is kind of that talent, that generational kind of talent, you hate to see injuries slow that down because let's face it, we selfishly all want to watch it. We all want to see it. And you feel like the sport and you, to some extent, as a fan, are being robbed because you're not able to see that player at his highest level.
Yeah, and Tom, Spencer Strider is another guy that's been dealing with injuries. I know he had elbow surgery that ended his season last year. And in my opinion, when he's on, he's one of the best pitchers in the game. And you'll see him this Sunday squaring off against Landon Roop. But so far this season, he's 0-4 with an ERA over 5. What are you seeing in the return of Spencer Strider this year?
Well, I think the big thing for Spencer has been his velocity just is not where it was, right? And listen, I've talked about this a lot recently, and I'll say the same thing I said to you that I've said to everybody else. I scoff a little bit when I hear somebody say, well, I'm only throwing 95 now, and that's making it tough for me. Yeah. But I get it, because in his case, he's lost something, right? He's used to pitching at 99 to 100 miles an hour. And he doesn't have that right now. I don't know if he's going to get it back. I think he'll get some more back. It's going to take some time. So I think the biggest thing for him right now has been location. He got hit pretty hard the other night against Arizona, and when you go back and look at the balls that were hit hard, a lot of them were fastballs, middle. And, maybe he gets away with that at 100 miles an hour, but he's not getting away with it at 95. So I think that's the big thing for him right now is that fastball command has to get better. He has to get out of the middle of the plate. And, I think he's going to have to start pitching inside more to get guys off of his slider. His slider's still really good. The breaking stuff is there, but when he doesn't have that fastball command, it makes that secondary stuff much less effective because, guys are just going to go up there hunting fastballs over the heart of the plate. And, that's happened too much so far. So I think, and I've said this too, I think the hardest thing right now is sometimes as a player, you're a victim of your own success. And I think that's the case for Spencer right now. Yes, he's having to fight his way back, and he's going to have to, find that velocity or find better command and all those things. But, he wants to be out there and be Spencer Strider of old, and maybe he'll get there, but I don't think it's fair to expect he's going to be there right here, right now, right away. It's going to take some time. And I think that's the biggest thing for him is he's quite honestly going to have to give himself a little bit of grace and understand he's a little bit different right now. And it's going to take some time to get to where he's comfortable again doing what he's doing with what he has. And he's going to have some patience. So, we'll see. I don't know that he's a very patient guy. I think he's really hard on himself and demands a lot of himself. But, he's not going to not get back to where he was because he doesn't work hard. He does do that. I'll give him that. But I think like I said, he's going to have to find a little bit of patience and understand that, somehow, some way, he's going to have to stay out of the middle of the plate.
He's still only 26 years old, and as Marcus mentioned, he will start Sunday at 105 game in the series finale. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. The voice here is Tom Glavin, the Hall of Famer, the legendary Braves pitcher. By the way, back in the broadcast booth, how you enjoying that?
I enjoy it. It's fun. I mean, I'm getting more comfortable doing it. I enjoy doing it. I guess I'm getting a little bit more accustomed to today's game and not being that curmudgeonly old guy who was used to things when he played. And, it's a different game now. I'm not saying I like it all. But there are parts of it that, okay, I get it. The starting pitching side of it drives me a little bit crazier than the rest of it. But, it's enjoyable. I enjoy being around the game for sure.
Yeah, well, just specifically, what are some of your? Because we're old heads too, and we liked some things better in the past. What do you see in the modern game that doesn't really jibe with you?
Well, I mean, I just like to me, your starting pitchers. When we're talking about a 5-inning start being a great start, I just don't buy into that. When we talk about guys can't flip the lineup for the third time, I say, why not? I mean. It's just stuff like that. I think we've created a situation where we've diminished the expectations of the starting pitcher. And look I just don't like that. I mean, I think, when I took the ball, you try to go 7 innings at a minimum and give, shorten the game for your bullpen. And that's been shortened down to 5 innings now. And I don't fault these guys that they can't turn a lineup for the third time because teams don't let most guys try and flip the lineup for the third time, and I just feel like, when I was coming through the big leagues and listen, early in my career, I couldn't do a lot of those things either. I didn't get deep into the games a lot. I didn't flip lineups 3 or 4 times. Those were all things I had to learn how to do. When you got to the 100 pitch mark and you're in the 7th inning and you're a little tired, we'll learn how to get guys out when you're a little bit tired. I think all those things have been lost in today's game because it's just easier to say, hey, you've given us 5 innings. You've gone through the lineup twice. Now we've got 6 guys in the bullpen behind you that throw 100 miles an hour. We're going to take our chances with those guys. I just don't like that. I get it, but I don't like it.
Tom, I 100% agree with you, and it's funny. I actually laughed when you gave your answer about Spencer Strider only throwing 95 miles per hour because here in San Francisco, our ace Logan Webb tops out at 94, 95 miles per hour. But it does seem like Logan is a bit of an outlier, a guy that you expect to go 7 innings every single night, if not more, a guy who has racked up back-to-back, 3, 4 in a row seasons where he has over 200 innings pitched, and he's doing it with pitching, location, and with movement. So I'd love to get your breakdown just from the outside looking in on what you think of a guy like Logan Webb in this era of pitching.
Well, listen, it is a little bit funny to say that he's an outlier throwing 95 miles an hour, right? I mean, like in my day, the guys who were blowing cheese, so to speak, were throwing 95 miles an hour, and the average fastball was 91 to 93. So I mean, it's all relative, right? But to think in today's game that a guy who throws 95 is a guy now who's locating and having to do some things. I mean, listen, it is what it is. Velocity, it is what it is. These guys have grown up throwing it. These guys have grown up hitting it. So they're all accustomed to it. So, velocity is not the end-all, be-all. It helps, but I think that, when you see it, it warms my heart, so to speak, like you're saying with Logan Webb, that you see a guy that goes out there and stays on the corners, moves the ball around, sequences pitches, does things other than saying, hey, here's 100, try to hit it. I like that. I watched the Kelly kid pitch from Arizona 2 nights ago, and he was 91, 93 with an absolutely plus changeup, and he just had the Braves hitters off balance all night long, moving the ball in and out and up and down and changing speeds, and it was just fun to watch. I like that, and I just feel like that's part of the problem with today's starting pitchers is, velocity is the end-all, be-all. And if I throw it down the middle, okay, but I'm throwing really hard, maybe I'll get away with it. Like, to me, I'd be like, well, why can't I throw 100 miles an hour to the outside third of the plate or the inner third of the plate? Why do I have to assume that it's going to be down the middle? So, I mean, that's the stuff that I just don't like. But, yeah, to your point, I absolutely love watching guys that go out there and are both sides of the plate, down movement, changing speeds, and just give hitters a fit because, like I had to pitch and like I always used to hear Warren Spahn say, hitting is timing and pitching is upsetting that timing. I don't know how much upsetting it is when everything you throw is hard. So I like watching guys like Logan Webb.
Great breakdown. Mike Krukow, your buddy, he comes on our show Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and he says at least once every 2 weeks, what is hitting? Hitting is timing. What is pitching? Pitching is disrupting timing. So.
Absolutely. Yep.
Mike says it all the time. I love it. We have a few more minutes here with Tom Glavin before we let him go. And Giants Braves tonight, 7:15 at Oracle Park in San Francisco. Tom, just you mentioned all this pitching. Yesterday, Rob Manfred said he is officially going to submit the automated ball strike system, ABS, for 2026, and it would be the challenge system where hitters get, I think, 2 challenges per team. I didn't get the exact details, but it's not every pitch. It's only a few challenges. Your reaction?
I mean, I don't love it. I just don't. I don't know that I love just general replay, especially as it comes to calls on the bases. If it's fair foul, things like that, I'm a little bit more in tune with it. But I feel like the human element of the umpire being gone, so to speak, it's diminished part of the game. There was, to me, and again, I know this sounds curmudgeonly, but it is what it is. There was an art to Bobby Cox going out there and arguing for calls. There was a reason for it. You were trying to argue for the next one, not the one that they missed, but you're trying to argue for the next one. And that whole back and forth with umpires, I feel like that's a part of the game that's gone, that just hasn't been a good thing for the game. I understand we want to get calls right, but I also understand that the human element part of it is a big part of it, especially as it relates to the strike zone. I mean, listen, I know we try to have a uniform strike zone now, but listen, there are still some umpires that call more strikes than others, and that's always going to be the case. And I think that was incumbent upon the pitchers to know who those umpires were that called strikes, to know who those umpires were that maybe didn't call so many strikes, know who those umpires were that called strike 1 and strike 2, but strike 3 better be in the zone. That was all part of your preparation, and it was your job as a starting pitcher to go out there, or as a pitcher in general, to go out there and be in the strike zone enough that those guys were willing to expand the zone because you showed them you could throw the ball where you wanted to. I mean, that's the essence of how I pitched. You're around the glove all the time, so you make it hard for these guys not to call strikes. And I think that cat and mouse part of the game is something that I always enjoyed, that I enjoyed watching for a long, long time when I was done playing. But I just think that's another part of the game, the human element that gets taken away. And listen, I don't know enough about the system as to how it's going to work. I feel like we have enough delays in the game already with replays and all that stuff. So I just hope that – I think the greatest thing baseball did was the pitch clock, because it's gotten us back to having 2.5, 2:45 games. The games were too long. They were boring. And I think the pitch clock has accomplished getting the game back to a reasonable time and a crisper product, I don't want to see another replay situation that comes in and disrupts that. I hope it doesn't. We'll see.
Great answer. Love it. And it's been fun talking to you. And we got to let you go. But last one from us is just from our perspective in San Francisco. The guy, Buster Posey, is just a local hero, a 3-time World Series champ. And he's a Georgia boy. And he moved back to Atlanta to be with Ryan Vogelsong and Javi Lopez and Jeff Francoeur and play golf and all that stuff. And then he said, I'm going to pick up and come back to California to the Bay Area and run the Giants. I'd love to hear your opinion of that. I don't know how well you've ever talked to Buster through the years. You know, he idolized you and your teammates. He was a huge Braves fan. So do you have any reaction to that?
It's impressive. Listen, Buster obviously was a great player. He was fun to watch and certainly had a great career out there in San Francisco. And listen, I don't know Buster, but I think you look around at guys that you watch and you listen to here and there, and you think, okay, what would this guy be good in the front office someday? Would this guy be good in the broadcast booth someday? So, listen, Buster, how many guys have been catchers that end up either managers or in an organization helping out with things? And Buster's another one of those guys. So, listen, I think anytime you see that, there's always a level of, I wonder, A, why he wants to do that, or B, how it's going to go. Clearly, he's respected immensely out there in San Francisco for them to give him that opportunity. And Giants are playing good baseball. They got a good, scrappy little team out there, which I'm sure reflects his personality a lot. So, so far, so good. So, yeah, you like seeing guys come off the field and go up there and have success.
You know, it's funny you say you don't know him that well. It's probably because he hasn't talked to you because he's nervous to talk to you, Tom.
That could be. Trust me, I get that a lot. Sometimes I go in the clubhouse and I'm like, none of these guys talk to me. And then I think, well, when I was playing and Warren Spahn or Hank Aaron walked in the locker room, I was a little intimidated too.
So. Buster has been not shy about talking about how much those Braves meant to him. And he was all in.
I think that's one of the things that made my career so much fun, especially in pre-baseball TV now, when we were on TBS and we were one of only the games in any games in town every night. A lot of people were Braves fans because of that.
Have you been to Leesburg, Georgia?
I probably have driven through it, but I don't think I spent any time there. No.
You blinked and you missed it, right? Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, he's out on the West Coast Jewel now in San Francisco. Your favorite golf town, right? Out here, right?
Oh my God!
Yeah.
I was talking about that on the broadcast yesterday. It's like, yeah, there are certain places where, you go to, and for us in Atlanta, I said, they're probably going out a month early because you really wanted to go out there in July when it was hot as hell in Atlanta, and you got a break from the heat. So that was always a good thing. But trust me, the golf itinerary was always off the charts when we went to San Francisco.
I knew you guys liked that, and we love our courses here too. So glad you appreciated them. Tom, it's always a pleasure. We'll let you go. Have a great Friday. Enjoy the baseball, and thanks for coming on Murph and Marcus and KNBR. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks, Tom.
My pleasure. You guys have a great weekend. Thanks.
That's Hall of Famer Tom Glavin on The Sports Leader.
Traffic on The Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Holland. When your paychecks stop coming in, it's important to know where your retirement income is going to come from. Are you planning correctly? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Again, Doval throws. He struck him out swinging. Another slider, and this time he did go for it, and he could not get it. And the Giants have won this one back of Robbie Ray and the bullpen with a save for Doval. And the Giants hang on. Another tight and tense battle, about as tense as you can get in the ninth inning of a game with a one-run lead.
Since 2000, that's the 150th one-run game between the Giants and Padres.
That is amazing.
150, and that's the most in the major leagues.
It feels like every game between. Well, in this series, it literally was true, wasn't it?
It was, yep.
All of them.
Yep.
I love hearing postgame rap, by the way, literally the most underrated thing in Bay Area media.
Absolutely.
Doesn't get nearly the love it gets. It should be like the top of everybody's list. Everybody, you should wake up in the morning and be, hey, man, did you hear the postgame rap last night? Or, hey, man, I can't wait till the postgame rap tonight. It's amazing. It never disappoints. It's always, even when they're doing like fireworks night and they got to get out real fast.
Oh.
We got to pick some players. Let's get out of here.
It's become a part of my routine, really, since I started working there at KNBR, but especially since I moved to the city, Murph. I like to go to the ballpark, watch the games. I like watching baseball. But then on my walk home, it's perfect timing because I got my transistor radio in my pocket. I get the post-game rap. And essentially, by the time I walk home, John Miller's giving me the post-game highlights, putting me to bed.
Dude, you just like created an incredible. Like that's awesome.
Yeah,
I want to say I'm jealous. I'm happy for you that you can be walking home in San Francisco to your pad, listening to the post-game rap on your radio. Dude,
every single night.
That's living, buddy. That's living.
Livin.
So living. I would sometimes and it's hard for those of us who have to drive home after games, is to get to your car in time to hear it because you got to kind of shuffle out and everything. There are times when you can, maybe it's a lighter crowd or you parked close, but there are times that I do get in the car and, you get in, you turn on your car and it's on. You're like, yes, I got the post-game rap coming home. So anyway, that stat was incredible.
And by the way, for anybody who misses the post-game rap, we do podcast it on the KNBR network so you can wake up and start your morning with the post-game rap.
So I'm going to say there's two things. The most underrated thing in Bay Area media is the post-game rap. And the second most underrated thing is that it's available on podcast every day.
Every single day.
Don't you listen to it when you make your eggs?
Absolutely, dude. I've said for a long time, since I've started working here, I think the best thing we do here at KNBR is do the post-game rap. Get those four guys in the same room. They used to broadcast it on TV back in the day.
Yeah.
Just get there Kipe leaning over the counter just talking to the boys.
Kipe would be popping in peanuts and eventually they were like, get the cameras off me. I don't want to pick my nose. I can pick my nose.
Yeah, but what the hell, Tony? You don't think the Murph and Marcus show is the best thing at KNBR?
Hey, come on now.
I mean, you're literally on the show, Tony.
I'm going to say if we can make top 25, we'll be doing good. Hey, it's all sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. I want to shout out Tom Glavin for being such an enjoyable interview. Just a talking ball with him. And I told John Joe Curley this when I was getting my 710 coffee. I said he follows the Steven Seaweed Ronnie Lott rule. that Paulie and I used to have, which is just because you're great doesn't mean you have to be a D. All right? By the way, you see Aaron Rodgers signed with the Steelers? You guys saw that?
Your boy.
Saw that. Anyway, just because you're great doesn't mean you have to be a D. And Steven Seaweed, Paul used to say, was the greatest FM DJ the Bay Area has ever seen. Total gentleman. Guy would he'd probably change a tire for you if he saw you on the side of the road. Hey, let me change that tire for you. Ronnie Lott, one of the greatest players in the history of football. All he cares about is helping other people. And I'm not saying Glavin's on, we barely know him. We have him on once a year. But it's an enjoyable talk. There's zero attitude. No. He doesn't talk down to us, or he's not checking texts during it. You know what I mean? In fact, at one point, you could hear birds chirping in the background. Yeah. I think he was sitting in his luscious Buckhead backyard because, you can get some good real estate down in Atlanta.
Oh, yes, you can. Ask Buster all about it. But you're absolutely right. Like, there's kind of that calming presence. I don't know if it's something about Georgia. We were just talking about it yesterday with Buster Posey about his presence on the microphone. But, you forget that you're talking to Hall of Famers, guys who have been on the biggest stages in baseball. They're just guys who like talking ball just like we do, Murph. So whether we're talking ABS or Spencer Strider or Logan Webb, I love that breakdown. And hearing Tom chuckle about the fact that guys are complaining about only throwing 95 miles per hour these days.
Yeah, I know, right? Exactly. And now, I guess, we were just talking to you about the kids calling people Unk, and how I heard some kids talking about Aaron Rodgers said Unk should just retire. And Marcus is like, yeah, Unk is an OG. And I pointed to myself, and he's like, yeah, Unk.
Yeah, what's up, Unk?
But the point is that I don't want to sound like an Unk. But Glavin was saying the same stuff we are, which is, he goes, you can't get through the lineup 3 times? Why not?
Yeah, why the hell not?
He's like, what, explain this to me. And he's like, well, because you're only throwing velo? Well, that's why. Because, the status shows that the third time through, they get you. Well, that's because you haven't been pitching smartly. You haven't been disrupting timing. You haven't been setting them up. Mm-hmm. You've just been trying to blow cheese.
Yeah, exactly. And when you can actually pitch instead of just throw the ball, you can have stuff in your back pocket where you don't have to show a changeup or an off speed in the first time through the lineup. You can save it for the second or third time. But now it seems like there's such a focus, especially with analytics, that will tell you that the numbers increase when batters see a pitcher a third time. It does seem like guys are kind of unleashing that arsenal earlier, which means they're looking for more strikeouts, which means their pitch counts are going to be higher, because if you're not going to get to the 7th, 8th inning, if they're not going to allow you to, why not just waste all your bullets early and show everything you have, but then you get a situation where you are struggling that third time to the lineup because these batters have now seen your entire arsenal.
By the way, speaking of which, Robbie Ray, big decision to go out for the 7th inning last night. I thought that was pretty. I was impressed. He was at 95, and he went out. That pushed against current narratives.
Yes,
6 innings. He had, quote unquote, done his job. 6 innings. They sent him out there. He had a 6-pitch inning.
Well, I got to say, one of my favorite things that I've seen from Robbie Ray, who has been great essentially the entire season, but earlier this year, it did feel like he had some issues with walks. Like, there was a streak where he was averaging 4 walks per
he was
game.
Nibbling. We yelled about it.
He will nibble.
We yelled about it.
He will nibble.
We were screaming at the TV going, stop nibbling.
Mm-hmm. But yesterday, 1 walk.
He attacked.
That's it. And he's cut it down his last, 5, 6 outings. He's pitching phenomenal right now, and you're talking about that 1-2 punch. Him and Logan Webb are number 2 and number 3 in ERA and in innings pitched in the National
Giants
League.
have 2 candidates to start the All-Star game. I know, in a non-Paul Skeens world, obviously.
But Paul Skeens world.
Let's just say there's one universe where Paul Skeens exists, and in a non-Paul Skeens universe, you could have 2 potential starters there.
Yeah, but again, getting back to our conversation with Tom Glavin, the difference between a Paul Skeens, who's filthy, by the way, not saying he's just a thrower, that splinker that he likes to drop in is filthy. It falls off the face of the planet. But that's what I love so much about pitching. That's what I love so much about baseball. You'll get a Jose Altuve. You'll get an Aaron Judge. You'll get a Sergio Romo. You'll get a Brian Wilson. You'll get different prototypes of pitchers or players. There's not one size fit all for the sport of baseball, which
a Sean Jelly.
Yeah, exactly. A Sean Jelly versus a Jordan Hicks or whatever. Just throwing out different examples. There are different ways to play the game. There's different ways to pitch. There's different approaches. It's the beauty of baseball.
Hey, he's getting romantic. Here's Robbie Ray on going out there for the 7th inning last night.
As a starting pitcher, you're trying to get at least 21 outs every time you go out there. So to be able to do that, give my team a chance to win, give the bullpen a litlittle bit of a break there, it's huge. It helps down the stretch to keep those guys down there fresh.
Yeah, 21 outs, bro. That's 21 outs. You're a god if you get 21 outs. So well done.
21.
By the way, 209 says, I'm from Turlock, and we park across the street from the park. specifically so we can listen to the postgame wrap on the way home. I think that's awesome, but I also want to say prayers up to your parking bill. If you're parking right across the street from the park, dude. Prayers up to the, hope you hit the ATM on your way out.
Also, you got to be careful. We know what happened to A-Rod when he parked in front of the stadium.
Well, those days are over.
Yeah, those days
Mayor
are over.
Daniel Lurie
It's a
has
new
changed
San
the-
Francisco.
All right, time to cue up the surf music, buddy. It's a Friday.
Oh.
The Bay Area sports calendar is sponsored by Surfside. There's no reggae surf you could play? Yeah, go find a reggae. Next time we do this, next week, I want a reggae version of the Beach Boys.
No.
I guarantee you.
I
there
want a
are
reggae version of this.
Okay,
of
or
slab
this.
surfing.
A reggae version of this will work too. Bay Area Panthers hosting the Tulsa Oilers. These two teams don't like each other on Saturday night at 6:05. If you can't make it down to San Jose, tune into KNBR 1050 for all the play-by-play action. Pre-game coverage starts at 5:50. Pre-game Panthers at 5:50. But by the way, the whole point of the Bay Area sports calendar is that you are going to the game. So before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside
But
iced
if you
tea.
can't-
Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. And that's the Bay Area calendar brought to you by Surfside. Mike Krukow is next on the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Mike Krukow every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. The Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Just to give you a little preview here as we're connecting with Mike. Susan Slusser at 8:15. Buster Posey replay at 8:50, in which he calmly answers all the questions. And then Daniel Johnson, a.k.a. Jet Johnson, per his Instagram, the pride at Jesse Bethel High School. Part of the Wednesday, what I'm calling the Wednesday wake-up call in the jock blog that never got published. So give me the thumbs up, Young Tone, when the connection is made. Well, Mike, talking to Mike was like talking to Tom Glavin was like talking to Mike.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? I mean, even down to the point of quoting the Warren Spahn, what is hitting is timing, what is pitching is disrupting timing.
I mean, that's a quote I've heard my entire life, not just from Mike Krukow or Tom Glavin. Like, my pops would say the same thing to me. It's like, we get into this world of baseball where we're trying to change everything with different rules, and I'm sure we'll talk to Mike about the ABS and challenging and stuff like that, but like, Stick to the basics. Throw strikes. Disrupt some timing.
Yeah, exactly. I love a good changeup. All right, connection made with Mike Krukow on the UMA guest line. So, Mike, get this. We hung up with you Wednesday at 7:50 in the morning, and then an hour and a half later, we got the press release from the Giants that we're calling the Wednesday wake-up call. Man, it started with the DFA of Lamont Wade Jr., and then it spilled out from there. Mike, there's so much to react to, and then Daniel Johnson, Jet Johnson, wins the Wednesday game, and then Dom Smith wins the Thursday game. So, Mike, that's a huge barrel of stuff to throw at you, but I'd love your breakdown. How have you viewed the last 48 hours after those moves?
Well, you go into that the Padres series, and first of all, I mean, we really need to talk about how good the baseball was in those 4 games from both teams. But the significance of it was, the Giants, how they perceive themselves. And after having been swept 2 games in San Diego, then losing the first 2 games, and the way that they lost them in San Francisco, they go into game 3 and they're down early 5-0. And yet they come back and they win that ball game. And it turns out to be one of the really remarkable games of the year. And it changed their whole perception. They came back the next day and they were a completely different team. And then I really emphasize what had happened in game 3, or game 2 rather, when the Giants had a lead, and then they gave the ball to their bullpen, which has been the best in all of baseball. But yet on that given night, on Tuesday night, you saw Eric Miller, Tyler Rodgers, and then Doval struggle, and they lose that ball game. By winning that game on Wednesday, coming back from a 5-run deficit, they basically redefined their confidence. And the contributors in Wednesday's game, Daniel Johnson, he was unbelievable. He had 2 hits, he scored 2 runs, had a stolen base, made the play of the game, and maybe the play of the year in regards to the significance of how that play impacted the overall outcome of that game. And then, of course, we saw Dominic Smith yesterday go in with a 3-hit day and come up with the biggest hit. And it was about a 10-pitch at bat against Dylan Cease, who's averaging close to 13 strikeouts per 9 innings. He's one of the best strikeout guys in the game. And Smith goes 10 pitches into it or so, and then he winds up hitting the ball up, 1 hops the wall, and 2 runs scored, and that's it. They win that ball game 3-2. So much has happened. And just the fact that they were able to, redefine themselves within the 4-game series, now they feel that they can bang and they can hang with anybody. Those wins against the Padres were enormous significance. And the fact that the 2 new guys had so much to do with it was big-time significance because of the move that Buster made. And the outcome was so positive in so many different ways. Look, it's hard to say goodbye to good people. It is, when you replace them with other people. And there's expectation. But the fact that these guys came in, hit the comfort zone early, and made contribution to 2, I think, of the biggest wins this year were enormous in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, and Mike, we talked to Buster about that yesterday. The fact that he was former teammates with Lamont Wade Jr., the fact that this is a guy that won the Willie Mack Award and is a fan favorite, but do you feel like maybe that sends a bigger message to the clubhouse and maybe the entire organization that if a guy like Lamont Wade Jr. can get DFA'd, it can happen to anybody?
Absolutely, it does. But that's what baseball is. I mean, there's no guarantee here. I mean, you have to put up some numbers. And as soon as you fall out of that mode where you're making, consistent contribution, all of a sudden, you're evaluated. And that has never changed since the very first day of baseball. And it's just the way it is. It's the lay of the land, and you accept that coming into that clubhouse. It's expected. You have to produce. And when you no longer produce, then somebody else is going to come and take your place. That's just the fact of professional sport.
It is true, and obviously the Wade thing was tough. So let's talk about specifically the guys they brought up. Let's start with yesterday's guy, Dom Smith. Left-handed first baseman. So that's left-handed bat at first base. He basically is just replacing Wade. 3 big knocks yesterday. Good defense both days. Over 2,000 plate appearances. I mean, give us your breakdown of adding Dom Smith. And, you've seen this guy through the years. he was trying to make it again in AAA. Just your thoughts on Dom Smith being the guy to replace Wade.
Well, I mean, he's a complete player. First round pick by the Mets. So, you're going to get a guy who's a good athlete, who has a good brain. He's great in the clubhouse. I mean, so he's a good addition. You don't worry about this guy being, a bad vibe in any way, shape, or form. Great gloves, good instincts on the field. But, just the at-bat that he had yesterday was so indicative of the type of grinder that he is at the plate. If you watch his street, he's like a no-stride guy. He's very calm, spreads wide, and he's very compact to the ball. And, those are the type of guys that are really tough to pitch to because it's hard to get them off their back leg. Their hands are always in position to beat you. The thing I always liked about him when he was with the Met and with the Nationals, I think he was, his left field approach as a left-handed hitter. And those guys in my career gave me problems. I like a guy pull hitter trying to hit the ball at the ballpark. That's what I liked. Guys who took what you gave them, those are the guys that made it tougher. And Dom Smith is one of those guys. And I love the fact that, Daniel Johnson is another guy that has a lot of parts to his game. I'm really, really impressed with both Dominic Smith and Daniel Johnson and what they've done on the defensive side of the game. I mean, they're really good defensive players. So I kind of think that's really one of the things that has strong evaluation merit in the eyes of Buster Posey and Zach Manassian. They want complete players, and this is what these guys are. They're grinders, and the more grinders you have in a lineup, I think the better off you are.
Mike, we've talked a lot over the past couple of seasons about the rule changes and how it is a little bit easier to steal bags with the pickoff rules and the bigger bases and stuff like that. And we always talk about the speed element maybe not being on the roster, and you need to have burners on the roster. Well, Daniel Johnson is one of those guys that can swipe a bag. We've seen him do it already. Just your thoughts on what he brings to the team speed-wise on the base pass, and then Bob Melvin's decision to hit him leadoff yesterday.
Well, I mean, I still a small sample of what he can do. I still haven't seen all that he can do. The base that he stole in this series was remarkably easy, and there was a no throw. The rules have changed. The throwover rule, the disengagement thing, and the larger bases to a degree. I guess it has made it easier, but you still have to hold runners on. As a pitcher, you still have to be able to unload the ball under 1.25 seconds. I mean, if you can do that with Patrick Bailey, I mean, you're really going to have a great chance because his consistent pop times from the time he touches the ball to the time that a middle infielder touches the ball are all consistently around 1.9 seconds. That's really fast. And I haven't seen enough of Andrew Kisner yet, but I was impressed with his catching skills in yesterday's game. I haven't seen him throw a whole lot yet, so I'm still learning his game. But I do think that Daniel Johnson is a guy that can take advantage of a pitcher who does not have a good release time, and certainly a catcher who does not have a pop time. I think the premier base stealers can all go from first base with a lead to second base in just a little under 3.25 seconds, and he can do that. So that to me makes him elite.
I mean, Mike, we talked to you on Wednesday morning. It was after that second straight loss, the crushing loss where Doval. It was Tuesday night was the I'm losing track of the heartbreaking losses. This is a heartbreaking loss where they actually had the lead and they blew it. So then you get Doval back on the mound again yesterday, and he does give up a couple of knocks, but I'm just wondering what you saw from him bouncing back from that performance.
Well, I think that the Tuesday night thing, again, was a product of how much they needed that game, how much they needed to get a win against the Padres. And they had that 2-0 lead. And because it meant so much, we saw that, I think, clearly affect all three relievers that were in that game. They really were not relaxed. They had to pitch through a lot of traffic that they created themselves. And I thought all of that was gone after they came back from the 5-run deficit in Wednesday's game. And I think that Doval yesterday, I mean, despite giving up, leadoff single to Machado, I thought that he got it done, and it was just a whole different mindset. I mean, I do believe that the dynamic of every game changes to a degree, and the more you lose against a team, and certainly the more you lose against a team within your division that you have to beat, to have credibility in the division is a different dynamic. And once they sort of rewrote that dynamic in Wednesday's game with that 5-run comeback, it changed everybody's confidence. And I think it was clear in yesterday's performance by Doval. He found a way to get it done. And I don't think he was the same pitcher in Tuesday's game that he was in yesterday's game.
Yesterday, Camilo Doval picked up his 100th save of his career. But on Wednesday, Mike, it was Randy Rodriguez who got his first save of his big league career. We've talked about how great Randy Rodriguez has been all season long. But what did you think about Bob Melvin having the quick hook with Ryan Walker? And then, of course, Randy Rodriguez getting his first save.
Well, when Walker got into the game in the ninth inning, clearly, within the first 3 pitches, you knew that he didn't have it. His first pitch, he almost hit Tatis. Then he comes back in the strike zone, and then the first slider he threw was it was a lollipop. There was no snap to it. So he's been having big-time mechanical problems and inconsistencies in his release point. And Bob Melvin was simply reacting to what he saw. Once he saw that slider after the first 2 fastballs, he got Rodriguez up. And Rodriguez, to his credit, he got ready in a hurry. And you know, after the stage basically was set, and Bob Melvin was not feeling it, he went into the bullpen and brought Rodriguez out into a 1-out situation with 2 men on base, and he gets out of it. And I thought that was just such a manly man on a ship of men save, simply because of what he had to do, and he wound up getting it done with a strikeout and a pop-up. So, or was it a ground by forgetting? Well, he got 2 outs, and he sealed it. And that was his first big league save. And everybody in our broadcast booth goes, "Well, that ain't going to be his last one." And we all felt that way. He's got closer stuff. And what he proved in that save was he's not afraid of the big moment. I mean, there's no tougher save than you're coming into a 1-run ball game and you've got 1 out and 2 men on base in the 9th inning, and you're facing a very, very good late inning hitting team, and he gets it done with 2 outs, 1 by way of the strikeout. That was awesome. So, you know, I can't applaud that kid any more than that, but we're going to see him more in high leverage situations from here on out.
I would add that even for early June, it felt like an extraordinarily important game, too. Like, had they lost that one, it wasn't just going to be another June loss. It's like, man, this avalanche is not stopping. So add that to the impressive quality of that Randy Rodriguez performance. Mike, wrap it up. Before we let you go, we can't not mention Robbie Ray. I guess in a world, Paul Skeens is always going to start every All-Star game as long as he's living, I guess. But man, oh man, whatever, it's coming back from the arm injury all the way, or whether it was learning the changeup or something mentally that clicked with JP Martinez. I mean, Dylan Cease is a nasty customer. He's one of the best, and Robbie Ray outpitched him. I mean, I was so frustrated when Machado got him, but I guess that's the big leagues, right? But man, and your thought on him going out for the 7th inning, 6 innings, 95 pitches, that's usually an automatic ticket to take a powder gut, son, you did your job. He went back out for the 7th, Mike.
Well, I mean, that's Bob Melvin. I mean, that's Buster Posey. That's their philosophy. You don't take a guy out just because he hits a milestone. How is he throwing? How stressful has his outing been? How many fastballs is he throwing? I mean, he was fastball heavy in yesterday's game. That's the pitch that takes the least amount out of your arm. So despite the pitch count, he was still in a good situation strength-wise in his arm to be able to go out there in the 7th inning. Plus, he was very, very strong mentally. He wanted that inning. And he's wanted that 7th inning a lot this year. He's such a great story. And you know, he's really never pitched better in his life. And think about that. He's in his 11th year. He's a Cy Young Award winner. But when he picked up that changeup this spring, it was a revelation to him. He was never, ever backed into a corner where he had to be predictable with a pitch. He had that other weapon. I mean, he opened up the game, the first pitch of the game yesterday to Tatis, and he threw a changeup, and Tatis missed it by 8 feet. And you could see everybody in that Padres dugout. This is the first time they've seen Ray, and they're just like, who's this guy? This ain't the Robbie Ray we know. And the whole league's been saying that this year. And he is having so much. Robbie Ray is having so much fun with this new toy. And it's made the fastball better. A fastball at 94 miles per hour. You know, he's pitched with that fastball his whole career at 97, 98. Now it's as effective at 94. And why is that? Because the fastball has now a partner with that changeup. The changeup is around the league. It's in the brain of every hitter. And they're all thinking about that changeup, and they're not catching up to that high fastball. So it's been such a great story, not just in the Giants story, but in baseball story as to what he's done this year with his new changeup.
Love it. So good. And then just on the end, just sort of ending it where we started, it was Buster making this move, and he gave an interesting quote to the beat writers that really caught my ear. He said, "It's time to go." And then he talked some more, and then he finished his quote by saying, "It's time to go." And then we asked him about that yesterday, and he said, "I go back to my days as a player when you sense there's a time in the season something big needs to happen." Is this the leadership here on display we're seeing?
Oh, 100%. And it's instinct, too. Instinct to know that everybody in that clubhouse is waiting for a game-changing move. And what this also says, who's a better guy than Lamont Wade Jr.? Nobody. And he's a fan favorite. That was not an easy decision because you kept thinking that he was going to put it together, and he couldn't do it. And time ran out. You're into June, and now you're into what is arguably the biggest series of the year for you so far, given how they'd lost the first 4 games to the Padres, and they needed to prove to themselves that they could hang with the Padres. And with that move going down, that's exactly what they did. They salvaged the series and redefined themselves. Now, I'm repeating myself, but it is the most important thing that I've said today in regards to the Giants. What has come out of this series is that they have redefined themselves as a team. They see themselves as a better team because of what they did those last 2 games of the 4-game series. And with Buster making the move, that had everything to do with it.
Love it, Mike. So much fun. Baseball. By the way, we just want to tell you, we had Tom Glavin on earlier this show. I think the two of you should do a podcast.
Why?
Because 2 great veteran pitchers talking ball. I mean, there's just the art of pitching, man. He's just like you. He quoted Warren Spahn. Pitching his timing, hitting his timing, pitching his disrupting timing. He's upset at guys not going the 3rd time through the lineup. He wants guys to paint and cut and mix and slide like Logan Webb. I want the 2 of you just talking pitching.
I would do that for a weekend and not even go to sleep.
He's one of those guys
that guy is one of the most cerebral pitchers. In fact, got a whole staff with Maddox and Smoltz. Those 3 guys were so intelligent on the mound, and their instincts to being able to read hit types was like no 3 that I've ever seen. Literally. I mean, I've seen 3 guys who had statistics that, maybe not rival, but were very similar in that they dominated, but that was more with their arm and with power. These guys dominated with their brains, and I thought that's the whole thing that really was the backbone of those Braves teams for years and years. And the very fact that you just said that I could get into the conversation with Glavin is a great compliment to me, and thank you for that.
Wow, you get it deserved, Mike. So, all right, let's have some fun. Giants Braves this weekend, and we'll do 3 games and then talk to you Monday. Have a good one.
Have a bit.
Mike Krukow on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away one $100 Amici's gift card, and we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means it's your lucky day. Happy Friday, because you just won. It is all brought to you by our friends over at Amici's. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Hold it now. This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
He throws. Smith hits a drive out towards right center field. Going back on it, Merrill. Still going back, and he will not catch it. It bounces on the track, up over the wall. Lee scores. Chapman right behind him. He'll score. And Dominic Smith, man, what a great at-bat that was.
Again, Doval throws. He struck him out swinging. Another slider, and this time he did go for it, and he could not get it.
And I thought that was just such a manly man on a ship of men save.
Yeah, here it is right here. We're watching it, actually. Right, see that? Look at that slider. We're watching it. In our new studio with 3 TVs. One of them is on the replay, and we literally just watched, as young Tony was playing that, watched Doval throw that slider that Cronenworth couldn't lay off and struck out, and the Giants got the win. Everybody's happy. I got Jet Davis hugging Jung-Hoo Lee and Mike Yastrzemski, who was a defensive replacement in the 9th inning.
Yes, I like seeing that because I'm wondering if they're going to show the Willie Adames, Mike Yastrzemski kind of slam dunk through the leg celebration.
We haven't talked about that. That's been captured in some nice photos.
Oh, some sick photos. So we got to see that on the field yesterday. But also, we haven't mentioned this morning, shout out to Gerard showing off the cannon, shooting the guns, smoking guys out down at second base.
I actually had in my notes the Encarnacion hose, and we didn't even talk about it until now, but we got it in before 8 a.m. and say good morning, everybody. Happy Reggae Friday. Happy Friday. Happy 1-week anniversary here in Daly City here. I was texting with old Pat Connor, who's listening, and he lives in South City. And Pecan said, he goes, how you liking Daly City, buddy? And I said, you know what? I'm kind of liking it. It's a nice studio. It's a little change of scenery, fresh coat of paint. The commute's only 6 minutes. It's turned out to be, I've done it for a week now. It's 6 minutes longer. And, you can do a lot of damage in 6 minutes.
Yeah,
But anyway,
I don't need 60 seconds, Murph. You know me.
6 minutes in a sub-center sandwich.
Hey.
But anyway, point is that he goes, I really like it here. He goes, it's like a portal to the past. I was like, that's a really good description. We're kind of far away from tech San Francisco.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
And it's also a portal to West Portal,
there
where you
go.
can go to Sub
Very
Center.
good. It seems like it's kind of like poser free. You know what I mean?
Sucker free Daly City.
Sucker free. So anyway, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. You heard Mike Krukow. That's him and Bruce Jenkins like to say that. The manly man on a ship of men. That's their big. They've been saying
great quote.
They've been saying that for years and years and years. So that was last night, and we just watched Doval do it. So good morning, everybody. It is the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. The boys were out at the game yesterday. Young Tony, you were out there, Young Tone, posting up.
Yes, indeed.
Did you get a little sun?
A little bit. It was kind of cool. It was like 68 and windy.
Oh.
San Francisco
I guess
for
you
you.
didn't get a little sun.
Well, we were hanging out up in club level.
Oh, hey now.
Hanging out.
Don't you know?
Having a few beers.
Look at you two.
I saw
Who's the 1%er now?
I saw some buddies in Momos, and they were like,
the 1%er
oh,
now?
you got some tickets to the game? I was like, yeah, I got this ticket right here. Let me show you. I can go anywhere.
Tony was flexing on his boys.
Shout out to the Tony Farias 1%ers who know what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Anyway, that's great that you guys went out there. I was going to go tonight, but sadly, not sadly, I get to go watch my kid in yet another youth sporting event that we had not anticipated. But Big D's going out with his buddies.
Ooh.
So they'll go out and...
he'll be at the ballpark tonight.
Yeah, teenagers.
Oh, hell yeah.
Teenagers in the seat.
Tell them to hit
why
up
don't you swing by and make sure they're not sneaking beers in there. Right,
I was going to say, hit up the Unk. I can get him some beers. I'm riffing.
Well, you know that he can't. Got to keep the nose clean.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll talk about that later.
He's a good kid.
We'll talk about
He's
that
later.
He's a
good man.
All right. So anyway, listen, the Giants did it, man. It is a huge deal. The Wednesday wake-up call is what I'm calling it in the Jock blog. And, listen, there are people out here trying to tell you that, the Giants finally did what Farhan would do. And I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm rejecting that notion. The Giants waited 2+ months to see what they had before they made a move. And they make the move, and specifically, Marcus, to talk about during this big hit here, is Dom Smith. It's an interesting thing. Andy Bagley's back, by the way. He's back from his sabbatical, which was, I think, believed to the Southern Hemisphere. Don't you know?
Yeah.
Talk about club level.
And it sounds like he should be rejoining the rotation. I believe we'll have him next Monday.
Oh, is he? Yeah, well, he wrote, he's back and he's doing Andy Bagley things. He just wrote a big deep dive on Dom Smith.
Bags alert, extra bags alert.
What Bags does is he gives you context and depth to stories, and go read it on The Athletic, because Dom Smith is going to be the guy, as you point out frequently, Marcus, until Bryce Eldridge.
That's the bridge.
Gets here.
We're building that bridge.
There's the Golden Gate Bridge, and there's the Dom Smith Bridge.
That's it.
So,
if you build it, Bryce will come.
Did you see what Bryce did last night?
Grand salami.
Dude, when you watch that swing.
It's so nice.
I mean, I get. We only get the best on social media. I put this in the jock blog that never got published. Is that they don't show his defensive, maybe when his footwork's off or a ball he should have gotten to, and they don't show him chasing pitches. We only see they only put on social media the grannies and the taters.
I mean, Murph, it's not just Bryce Eldridge. That's social media in general. That's Instagram. That's people projecting their lives being better than they actually are. No one's posting bad stuff on social media. It's all the good stuff.
But the point is, when they post the good stuff, it's very, very, very good. So
very good.
Is he ready yet? We actually asked Buster that. We can get that answer at 8:50 when you hear the Buster replay. But it's not going to be any time in the next couple of days, et cetera, right? So let's talk about Dom Smith holding it down. Left-handed first baseman, just like Lamont Wade. Basically, they traded Wade for Smith, and Wade's gone. And you look at Dom Smith, and you're like, well, why was this guy in AAA? But if you read Baggs' story, it's been an interesting journey for him. He's never truly flamed out in the big leagues. He's actually performed at a pretty decent level. It's just that, as Baggs pointed out, in 2019, when he was the Mets' ticketed future, Pete Alonso showed up and hit 53 home runs.
Yeah.
Now you don't have a job.
Yeah, exactly. And Dom Smith himself was a top prospect in that organization, a first-round draft pick. So, this is a guy that does have a bit of a resume. And to your point, he wasn't just in AAA because he's not a career 4A type of player. He had good numbers this year in AAA. There was just such a roadblock in the Yankees organization with Paul Goldschmidt, Ben Rice, and even Cody Bellinger if they need him over at first base. He just never had the opportunity. So this was not a guy that was available because he got DFA'd because he was playing so bad. No, he was actually hitting extremely well this year in AAA, and he asked for his free agency so that he could go out and explore other options. And the option was available now at first base for the San Francisco Giants. And it seems like this kid is trying to take advantage of these opportunities.
I would think that he, not breaking news here, but he will have a bigger impact than Daniel the Jet Johnson, who will have an impact. And we're going to have him on today at 9:30, which we're very much looking forward to. But I think Dom Smith's going to play more. Although Johnson played yesterday and led off and, didn't get a hit, but it's all right. Somebody pointed out, somebody was like, oh, he's a one-hit one. I was like, even if Dan Johnson doesn't do a ton the rest of the year, that win he got them on Wednesday night could be a huge win in this season. And he, by the way, more to come. I expect him to contribute, whether it's defensively or on the bases or with an occasional start where he gets some knocks. But I expect Dom Smith to be out there a lot. They got 3 righties for the Braves this weekend. Would you expect Dom Smith to start all 3 games at first base?
Every single game.
Not Casey Schmidt?
No, I'm not getting Casey out there righty on righty so he can chase some sliders.
Wilmer Flores, who hasn't played any first base this year, right?
No, they've been trying to keep him off the field, trying to keep Wilmer healthy.
Gerard, who's out there in left field hosing runners.
Yeah, I mean,
we talked about that.
It's funny. We were talking at the game yesterday about whether or not Gerard should be in left field versus right field and why the other night he was out in right field. And I was telling Tony, I was like, he actually has a really good arm. He's got a cannon. And then a couple innings later, he's out here showing it off, blowing the smoke off his gun.
He did blow the smoke off the gun. It was really good. But that was a big play because it was Robbie Ray went out for the 7th. And I forget, Jose Iglesias hits the ball like it's a rocket off the wall. Encarnacion plays it like it's Fenway Park. Plays it off the Green Monster, turns it, and to your point, shows off a cannon.
Yeah.
And by the way, Jose Iglesias looking like every Little League kid I ever had that didn't slide. Dude, you got to slide. He went in standing up.
Oh, my God.
I think he was surprised to see the ball there.
Yeah, I mean, that ball got in quick. He played it perfectly off the wall, fired that thing in. But, yeah, you got to slide at second base. What the hell are you doing, Iglesias?
I think he truly surprised Iglesias with that ball. So anyway, the point is back to Dom Smith at first base. Mm-hmm. And in the Bags piece, which adds a lot of context, he like I said, he kind of just everywhere he went didn't have a turn. He wound up playing for the Red Sox and the Reds last year. And there was no place for him to fit in. So he goes to AAA, as you point out, 8 home runs and 165 at-bats, only 30 strikeouts against 20 walks. The Giants really looked at his at-bat, the quality of his at-bats down there. And speaking of the quality of his at-bats, yesterday, that 2-run double came after an 0-2 count against Dylan Cease, who, despite his bad ERA, was a nasty customer. He's still got incredible stuff. Man, I want the Giants to trade for him. But I guess they didn't have to when they have Hayden Birdsong coming up here. But
Bird.
Bob Melvin pays him the ultimate compliment and compares him to Wilmer Flores here.
That was a professional at bat. It really was. To fight some. We used kind of a Flores type of at bat. Foul some pitches off. Really good pitcher, throwing hard, throws a slider in all counts. Really difficult to put him in play, especially with 2 strikes. Fouled some balls off, and then gets just enough of it to get it over the head in center field and drive in too. So these guys that we brought in have been impactful. Kinzer too, caught an entire game. Guys he didn't know. I know he caught Doval a little bit in winter ball. Spent the whole day or a lot of the game with Robbie last night, talking about the game plan. So it's pretty cool to see these guys come in and contribute right away. It makes them feel like part of the team that much quicker.
Yeah, and by the way, Kisner, who I don't know much about, in the game last night, I know you guys were at the game, I had it on TV, when it was first and second, 1 out, Doval's on the mound, a little bit more trouble than I like, and then I think it's Iglesias hits a chopper to short. Adames comes in, gloves it nicely, throws a nice chest-high ball to first base. The runners advance at second and third, and Mike says on the air, it was all the pressure shifts to Kisner now with the tying run at third, and Doval bringing in 101. I'm like, man, Mike, I wish you hadn't said that, because all of a sudden I started sweating on my couch.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, Kisner, do not.
But that's why defense is so important as a catcher, because you can't have a guy like Blake Sable back there who couldn't block a ball to save his life.
People want to talk about Farhan moves?
Yeah, exactly.
Putting Sable behind the dish.
A guy who never played catcher. Yeah, we'll make him a catcher. We'll put him behind the dish.
Because
and then
they liked his
Melvin,
at-bats.
then Bob Melvin showed up and said, no, this guy will never play catcher for me. And next thing you know, Blake Sable's out of the organization. So, yeah, shout out to Kisner getting the job done last night. And a nice little nugget there from Bob Melvin. I didn't know that he played with Camilo Doval out in the Winter League.
Yeah.
So that's good. So he is a little bit familiar. So he's seen that slider down in the dirt before.
That is a great nugget. We got Susan Slusser coming up. But here's a quote from Buster Posey in the dugout, not with us, about Dom Smith. He said, he's a guy that's shown over the course of a career that he puts together a good at-bat. He's going to hit for some power, but that's not the key component of his game. We're hopeful he has quality at-bats. We're hopeful to be a team that keeps the line moving and do the small things, hit behind runners at certain times, and execute the fundamentals of the game. So that's what they're saying. For a guy who has over 2,200 plate appearances in the bigs, Dom Smith can give you a pro effort.
Yeah, and look, Murph, with anything in life, confidence is key. And you're seeing some confidence with Dom Smith and even Daniel Johnson, because they're coming off of stretches where they were productive in AAA. Because it seems like this lineup has not had a lot of confidence as we're sitting here counting the days since the last time they scored more than 4 runs. But beyond the confidence, beyond just these guys coming in with a little bit of momentum, it also sends a message to the clubhouse. When you DFA a guy like Lamont Wade Jr., who was a fan favorite, who was Buster Posey's teammate, who was a Willie Mack winner, you don't see guys like that get cut in the middle of the season. So it sends a message to the entire clubhouse that, look, everybody's on notice here. You do have a longer leash now with Buster Posey than you did with the past regime, but at some point, it is time to go. And Buster Posey made that decision, and I do think that it has an overall impact in the clubhouse. Even though some people don't like the tough news. Some people don't like to be told the truth. Some people don't like to be told that Lamont Wade Jr. can't be on this roster anymore. I get it. He's a fan favorite. But it was time to move on. It was time to make a move because it wasn't working. And that's why Buster made the decision at this point of the season.
I just had one final thought before we get to Susan Slusser, and that is our gal who was in line to pay respects to the Pope. She was wearing a Wade jersey.
Wow, you're right.
It's a tough deal for her.
Damn.
She loses Il Papa and Wade in the same spring.
Our condolences.
So anyway,
sorry for your loss.
All right. Let's move on. Susan Slusser to talk Giants. Buster Posey replay coming up, and Daniel Johnson, aka Jet Johnson, Jesse Bethel's own, will join us at 9:30. Fun Friday, Reggae Friday. Young Tony, people who still want their reggae rejoins. We need to remind everybody. What'd we hear just most recently, bud?
We had one from Dustin in Vacaville. This last one was Equal Rights Peter Tosh.
Okay.
So
all right.
Send in your request now. Well, we got Sluss coming on, so you know what that means.
That's it. We don't have a reggae version of Style Council, but we'll do the best we can on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. We are still giving away one $100 Amici's gift card, and we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win When you hear the cue to call, here are some instructions. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by our friends over at Amici's. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Hey, let's talk about my friends at Raven Law, because we've all been in car accidents. And if you've been in a car accident, I'm going to save you a lot of time and money right now. Call Ted Raven, the giant lawyer. We tell everyone the same thing. Call Ted, 415-888-1045, because who you call first could make or break your case. Now, Ted is not a billboard lawyer who never calls you back. He's a local, just like you. And he's a fighter, like the orange and black, and he knows how to win. For example, Carlos from the Mission got T-boned on game day. That sucks. Insurance lowballed him. That sucks even more. So Ted steps in and hits it out of the park. Policy limits. No delays, no stress. So if you're in the Bay, don't wait. Call 415-888-1045. Again, 415-888-1045, or head to thegiantlawyer.com right now. Fast, free, confidential. You got one shot to get it right. Make sure the guy fighting for you swings like a giant. Call 415-888-1045 or visit thegiantlawyer.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. You've worked hard during your career to save money, but is your money growing the way you want it, or should you invest it differently? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KNBR for my show, Protect Your Assets, or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, happy Reggae Friday, except when Susan Slusser comes on. Then it's a Style Council Friday because Paul Weller is her idol. Paul Weller is to Susan as Buster Posey is to Giants fans there. So Buster's Wednesday wake-up call, man. The Giants win on Wednesday night with the big 5-0 comeback. They score 6 runs in that one, and then turn around yesterday down 2-0. Were you a little dejected when Machado left the yard on Robbie Ray?
Well, especially the way that Robbie's been throwing the rock. That ball's been coming out of his hand nicely the entire season. Yeah, it's always a bummer when they let up a bomb, but Manny Machado's one of the best in the game.
He's unbelievable. 350, right? That was 350 for him?
Yeah, 350 before turning 33.
On his way to 500, probably. Susan Slusser, sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Maybe not 500. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Susan's also sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Good morning, Susan. Happy Friday morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Susan.
Great. How are you guys?
You're great?
I am great.
That's awesome. It's good to hear. Hey, man, you cover a baseball season and then things happen. Calling it the Wednesday wake up because it was Wednesday morning. We were on the show and we got the release. Lamont Wade DFA'd, Christian Koss and Sam Huff moved out. Dom Smith acquired from the elected free agency acquired. And then Daniel Johnson called up and Andrew Kisner called up. And then Buster tells you guys, quote, it's time to go, unquote. So that's a pretty big day. I'd love to hear Susan Slusser's veteran beat writer analysis of it. What'd you make of it?
Well, I think what we're seeing so far as we examine everything Buster does, with a microscope, is he is not going to make little moves for the sake of making moves. When he makes something that's not injury related, when he does something like that, it's going to be with some real intent. And this was let's shake things up. This is not working. It's when you cut ties with somebody like Lamont Wade, who was a big part of a good team a few years ago, and Buster's teammate, that says something, but, we have not seen Lamont be what we thought he was a few years ago for some time.
Yeah, and we know about Lamont Wade Jr., not only as a player, but as a person, and how he was a clubhouse favorite. We're talking about a former Willie Mack Award winner. So, what was the reaction in the clubhouse, Susan? Did guys kind of get put on notice seeing Lamont Wade Jr. get DFA'd?
I think that it's very much still almost what Logan Webb described the other day is the culture in there is one of belief and cohesiveness. It's really a very good, strong clubhouse. When guys are struggling to the extent that everyone understood Lamont is, everyone knows you could be gone at a moment's notice if you're underperforming to that extent. And you guys know I've said this a million times. It wasn't for lack of effort. If anything, maybe so much effort, getting himself almost tied in knots. But a guy with absolute pure respect from everyone else in that clubhouse, just everyone understood what's going on. This is pro sports. There's you got to be realistic sometimes.
We're talking to Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle. Giants Braves tonight, 3-game series. Braves coming off a brutal loss where they cuffed up 7 runs in the ninth inning to blow a 6-run lead. They're not having the season they want, so maybe the Giants can maybe get 2 out of 3 and make this a winning homestand. I want to talk about the guys the Giants got. Let's start with Dom Smith. I know you're a big personality. You're a fan of personalities. He seems to have one in everything I'm reading. He's an L.A. kid. He was a high school prospect out of Los Angeles. And, he's never really failed in the big leagues. He just kind of hasn't had that opportunity. He's been okay, but his numbers are better than Lamont Wade's. So I think that's what they're expecting or hoping, that he just performs at a level higher than Wade. I'd love Susan's take on Dom Smith specifically and how much you think he's going to play.
Well, it's interesting because, as you mentioned, he's an LA kid, but he really wants to embrace the Bay Area scene. He's made that clear. He's bounced around. He's 29. This is not a guy who is coming up, with no idea, no naivete. He's played in New York. He's played in Boston. He's had, some good stretches, and he's had some failures in both places. I think that playing in markets like that and going through those experiences really toughen you up. And he seems like he's just ready to have a nice, fresh start on the West Coast after mostly being in the East Coast and not finding a real everyday job anywhere. So, he gets his shot, left-handed hitter. And as you said, the numbers are better than what they were getting, not just from Lamont, the whole group of first basemen in general.
Daniel Johnson is another guy that has bounced around not only in Major League Baseball, but was down in Mexico this year playing in the independent league. Susan, what can you tell us about his story and how the Giants discovered him down in Mexico this year?
Well, the Giants have long known of Daniel Johnson. First of all, I believe he's repped by the same agency that Buster was represented by, CAA. And he's local. He's a Vallejo kid. So I think they've had their eye on him. And he's very much a known quantity. But yeah, really nice to see him get a little bit of a shot here. And these are two left-handed hitters. Where have they been lightest? Left-handed hitters. They both contribute in within the first two games. It was actually pretty exciting stuff.
What do you think when Buster said it's time to go? That jumped out at me. He said it twice.
Yeah, that's what it kind of mean. With Buster doesn't need to send signals in the clubhouse. He's saying what he means. It's time to go. We've talked so much the first 2 months about how the Giants really got off to that nice start, and who would have expected this even now that they're not hitting. And I think that had crept in a little too much. I'm not saying there was any complacency with the team, but I think that Buster wanted to emphasize, no, we're snapping out of this offensive funk. We're going to get going. I'm giving you some different things now. Let's try that and see how it goes. And when Buster speaks, you guys know everyone listens. He still carries that weight. Same as when he was a player.
Yeah, it was time to go, and it was time to make some moves. We saw offensively, but we also saw a little bit with the rotation, too, with Jordan Hicks being moved back to the bullpen. Now he's on the IL. Can you give us an injury update of what's going on with Jordan Hicks and how much time he might miss?
It's a toe injury, obviously inflammation. I don't really know. This is sort of one of those things you don't really get all that often in baseball, and it seems to be one of those things that could be exacerbated without, if you tried to rush back. So I don't really know, but I can't imagine that it's, super significant. We'll probably see him here within the next couple of weeks if things all go to plan.
And then one more injury question on the staff. What's the latest update on Justin Verlander, and how's Kyle Harrison doing after taking that ball off the elbow the other day?
Sounded like Kyle was fine. The Verlander wanted to throw to hitters, so I think once that happens, I think the Giants will have a very clear picture of where he's slotting back in and which day.
I hate to even, bring this up because it's almost like a repetitive question we ask you every week, but the stat I can throw at you to make it even spicier is that Willie Adames went hitless in the entire series against the Padres. It's kind of an amazing stat. We asked Buster, he's 198 right now. We asked Buster, is it okay to give him a couple days off? Just a mental and physical? He sort of dodged the question, as he kind of artfully can do. But it seems to me like maybe they should.
Oh, I've been saying this for some time. I would have really liked to see it maybe toward the end of that last road trip, sandwiched around a team off day, so then you get 2 days in a row. I would, they've got a off day coming up here on Monday. Give them, the Sunday off or Tuesday off or something. I think he needs a little bit of a mental break. I know how much he wants to play 162. But it's not just that he's not hitting. The defense hasn't really been there either. He's got 10 errors now. It's an awful lot 2 months into the season.
Susan, one of the biggest storylines that we have not had a chance to talk to you about is Bryce Eldridge being promoted up to Sacramento to play with the River Cats. What are your thoughts on his development so far this season, and do you think there is a possibility that he will be on the big league roster at some point this season?
I'm starting to unless he really struggles at Sacramento, I think he's here sooner rather than later. I mean, we'll see what, happens with some of the other options they have at first. That certainly will come into play. But we know now that Buster is all about rewarding performance. And if Bryce Eldridge does what is expected of him at Sacramento, and, he got a little taste there at the end of last season when Richmond's season was over, so I don't think he'll be overwhelmed. It's a hitter's league. That should help him a little bit. If he puts up some numbers, I think he could be here.
Oh man. He just we were just talking about how the social media highlights they never show like him misplaying a ball at first or chasing a ball in the dirt. They just show these Paul Bunyan swings when you're like, bring me this guy ASAP, right?
Yeah. I mean, he has future star written all over him. He's got charisma. He's got looks. He's got a beautiful swing. He can milk a moment a little bit. He's got personality. I think he could fits in the Jung-Hoo Lee of this guy's got a little something extra that might, really catapult him kind of to the fore and like the imagination of fans.
And then last one, just given that college players are accelerating more and more. Shout out Jack Caglione in the Royals. He was just in college last year. James Tibbs is pumping home runs. I know he's down the lower level, but is that somebody Giants fans should be keeping an eye on for a faster track?
I don't know if necessarily a faster track, but I would definitely say keep an eye on. He has put himself very much on the radar. I don't know if he's somebody necessarily we would see this year, but certainly, you think, okay, he's going to be around next spring. From there, that's a pretty easy trip to potentially make a roster.
All right, Susan, always fun, and Braves in town, and we will read you, and thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thanks, Susan.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Susan Slusser of the Chronicle. Big hit, Buster Posey, Daniel the Jet Johnson, Reggae Friday. What more do you want? The Sports Leader. We love talking about the North Bay. It's home for a lot of us. It's also the home of world-class healthcare, Marin Health. Not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center. My second guy was born there. With doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
All right, everyone.
Chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
We're having a little inter-office dispute here. I mean, I'm going to bring this to the airways, buddy. How can I do the cooler of content without a cooler of content sheet?
Because you got me right here, dude.
You're my cooler of content sheet?
Damn right.
So this is your segment. What did young Tony play today?
There it is, yeah.
All right,
we
all
don't
right.
do a lot of things anymore, let's be honest.
Well, aren't we supposed to be working towards doing these things?
We are.
You're telling me John Joe Curley spit in the cooler this morning and refused to print out a sheet, huh?
I'm going to go ahead and hot take right now. This particular style of reggae, not my favorite.
Welcome to Jam Rock.
Yeah, it's not my favorite.
Wow.
It's not dance hall. It's not, I don't hate it. I'm not going to walk out of the room.
You don't like your reggae songs to sing about murder?
What is this?
Out on the streets, they call
I know
it
that. I mean, we play this every
murder.
week. We got to get this out.
This
Get
is
it out of the rotation.
Damian Marley, right?
Get it out of the rotation. You play it too much. I'm salty right now. The cooler.
Yeah.
Did you hear "Walk the Proud Land" by Bob Marley and the Wailers at 6:15? Now that.
I did.
That.
Now,
is
here's
reggae.
another debate we can get into. Replaying the same song in the same show. Where are we with that?
Oh,
No.
Don't need it.
So that, to your point, so what, you want me to come back with that again?
No, I want you to find things like that and things other than this.
And then do everything else. I got you, dude. I got you.
Things
Why
are
don't you
getting
let-
spicy on a Friday.
Hey, Dustin from Vacaville, can you guide the kid? All
Dude,
right?
hey, Dustin texts in.
He didn't
but,
text this.
I'm actively cutting Tom Glavin.
All
I'm
right,
trying
all
to
right.
get
What
the
was
cooler.
Curly doing?
He's trying to organize the cooler.
Yeah,
He's
Mac
asking
tonight,
me.
Mac tonight over here, not even walking in
There's
a cooler
almost
sheet.
too much talking back here. Like, I got to throw both headphones. I got to close the door.
So this was, you will admit that this was just a sort of default quick play on
Yes,
the reggae. Okay.
I have a reggae playlist, and I just popped this
Okay,
on.
all right.
Fair enough.
You know what? That's a fair
That's on
answer.
me.
That's
Hand
a fair
raised to the score
You
table.
know what? It's a fair answer. Cooler of Content sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. And you know what, buddy? Just to show you what kind of guy I am, I'm going to take some of that too. I should have given you a song to play. That's on me.
I
That's
thought
on me.
that was good banter, by the way. That was
But that's
good.
well, I've got to keep it real. You got to keep it real.
Yeah,
and
but
that's on me.
sometimes-
I should have sent you a banger, and I didn't. Instead, I bitched and moaned about the fact that I didn't have enough time to get coffee during that break, which could be leading to the little bit of the salt.
See, this is all melting down now.
Well, Curly, we have a replay coming up, so I'll get it then. I'll get it
We
then.
need coffee. We need cooler sheets. We need better reggae.
Curly leans in with his little Mac Tonight face in between the cue. He's like, "You need coffee?" I'm like, "Oh, now you're like,
now you want to
yeah,
give me
yeah,
exactly.
Jeez.
All right, well, if anybody missed it, there was some big news last night in Sacramento. Our favorite new player, Bryce Eldridge, hit a tank.
So this is we're now doing the cooler of content.
Yeah, can I do my job here?
Yeah, well,
Come on now.
it was a quick transition.
Well,
so now we're doing
we
the
gotta
cooler.
hit the post. You know
Okay,
what they say.
yes,
So Bryce Eldridge hit a tank last night. And it was a grand salami. Here's how it sounded.
And the pitch. Line to right field, drifting back and going all the way back, and this ballpark will never hold it. A grand slam for Bryce Eldridge. And just like that, it is Sacramento with the lead, 6-3. Drove it out to right, 109 miles an hour off the bat, and he drove it out 397 feet.
It's beautiful. It's
Call him up.
Mouth-watering. It's everything you need.
Can you isolate that crack of the bat?
Yeah, it's pretty good crack.
It sounds so
Pretty good crack.
Crack of the bat.
With the Super Regional of NC2A coming up today, you don't get this crack. Oh.
Thank you, sir. May I have another, Tony?
Yes, very good. Okay, well, I mean, should we start a pool of what day he comes up?
Ooh, I like that idea. I told you it's 45 days until the end of the season, so that they don't mess with his.
No, you know what's
roster
funny? I
manipulation.
looked that up. I think it's changed, buddy. I looked it up. It's only the first 20 days of the season.
You're telling me that AI lied to me?
AI might have lied to me.
I Googled it.
I Googled it too.
I tried at least.
Did we look up the wrong
I'm trying
things?
to do some research.
So it wasn't Curly make himself useful and
It's
figure out when
something-
does.
yeah.
We could have asked Susan.
Yeah.
Somebody text Susan and ask her.
Probably could have.
Because these things change all the time. I did the same thing and asked AI, and I said, how much service time does a player need to be a rookie? Whatever. It said that 20 days in the minors gives you enough to prevent him from becoming. It delays his thing by a year.
Well,
I
I
don't know.
know that it's 140 at bats or 45 days on the major league roster. And that's how it is on MLB The Show, because on my road to the show player that I created, my team called me up in July, and I wasn't happy about it because I lost my rookie status for the next year, and I ended up losing Rookie of the Year to Kobe Mayo. I was pissed.
Well, here's what the robot told me just now. Teams often manipulate service time by keeping players in the minor leagues for 16 days or more at the beginning of a season. Now, again, this is the robot here. That could be wrong.
I can't trust the robots.
I know. We can't trust the robots.
No.
And says teams continue to do service time manipulation, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, I would like to think that the Giants would not manipulate Bryce Eldridge's service time. But then again, I would like to think that there's a lot of things in this world that aren't true, you know? So if you believe that an owner would do something greedy, then it probably is going to be an owner doing something greedy.
Greedy owners.
Exactly.
Greedy owners.
So I'm going to go ahead and say September 1. That's my call right now.
And look, like, here's the thing, too. It's like we've been practicing patience all season long. I mean, we were talking about the idea about whether or not he would break camp down in spring training and maybe make his major league debut opening day because of the hole that was at first base. But Posey has been preaching patience the entire time with Bryce Eldridge. So if you're waiting this long, you can wait another month so that you do still have an extra year of control when it comes to arbitration and that stuff down the road.
Okay. By the way, Walter's ticked that we didn't play Zach Beirudi's call of the Grand Slam.
By the way, somebody texted in that was in Sugar Land, Texas, not Sacramento. Again, hand raised to the scores table.
Ooh, playing the Space Cowboys,
Well,
right?
where's the Beirudi call?
Yeah, where's Beirudi?
Maybe you have to tune into to Walt, a program that show that Walt produces.
That's right.
All right, buddy. What's next on your?
All right, well, Curly's been telling me Oilers fans are singing Pink Pony Club. You guys remember this from Outside Lands? If this thing's going to play, Pink Pony Club, Chaperone.
Yeah. You were there.
I was, and that's the first time I've even heard the song. I was put on game, like, in person almost.
As opposed to the HOTTOGO, that one.
Hot to Go, I know.
I didn't know. Oh, yeah, this is the other big hit.
I'm not too familiar with the Pink Pony Club.
Sure you do.
I'm more of a Pink Poodle man myself. Shout out to my people down in San Jose.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
Well, that's what this song's about. This song's about a gentleman's club.
Yeah.
She leaves Tennessee or whatever, and she's going to keep dancing.
You from Tennessee, Murph? Because you're the only 10 I see.
Nice. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
A pickup game for you.
Or as my buddy Declan Fry, who was the inspiration for our kid's name, my roommate in Ireland, once in a pub, walked up to a girl and said, "Excuse me again." He says, "I seem to have forgotten, what year was it that you won Miss World?" And everybody's like, "Deck, you are so corny, dude. That does not work. That does not work." He also told a girl from Donegal, which is has one of the great accents. He goes, "Can you wait here? I want to run home and get a tape recorder and have you come home and read the phone book, and I can play it at night and go to sleep."
Yeah, it's a little creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little
Now,
creepy.
Deck didn't have much game.
Yeah.
But he tried.
He was on the creep.
He tried.
Hey, shoot or shoot.
So, what do we got?
All right, so
The Oilers fans are singing this?
So what did Wayne Gretzky learn today? The great Wayne Gretzky did not know what that song was. So here's a clip on, this was on NHL on TNT.
Pink Pony, is that a band or is that a song?
It's a woman. She sings a song, Pink Pony Club, and it's famous. It's on the radio. And,
Canadian? American?
I think it's an American girl, but all of a sudden it popped off. I believe she won a few Grammys, and now they're rocking it in the locker room. So I'm curious.
Pony.
Pink Pony. It's the new generation,
Yeah,
Wayne.
I gotta get that on my ringtone.
We're gonna. That's shocking lack of knowledge there from Gretzky. What is she? What is the Pink Pony? Is that a band? What is that, man? That's pretty good. But and I love how they immediately. It's an American girl. Oh yeah, he's got to put her on the back burner. That.
Yeah, well,
she's no Alanis Morissette.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is surprising because Gretzky is a big fan of America now, isn't he?
Oh!
Hey, yo.
Oh!
Hey, yo.
That's a high-quality riff right there, buddy. That's a high-quality riff. Hungover Marcus is good, Marcus.
I know, dude. Sometimes the riffs are better when I'm hungover.
I think they are.
Yeah.
I think they actually statistically are.
We found the key
for most
to
radio
good riffing.
hosts. It's true. I've had shows where you're just a crispy piece of toast, and you're just riffing like crazy.
You're just like blanket. I'm going to call out Gretzky.
You give zero blanks.
Yeah, whatever.
Sue me. You're just trying to get to 10 a.m.
Yeah, lock me up. Throw away the key.
Man. So what do you mean they're singing? They're singing.
Fans, players, it's just like their anthem.
Because it's not really a sing-along. What are they doing? Like Pink?
Yeah, it's a sing-along. The whole crowd was going crazy at Outside Lands.
This is like when the Texas Rangers started singing Creed.
Yeah, that's correct.
Can you take me higher?
This is correct. All right, well, Gretzky, somebody's got to put Gretzky on game. I'm surprised with his stylish daughter, who is Dustin Johnson's baby mama. I do not believe they are married. Or are they? Are they married?
I don't know.
Anyway, point is, I'm surprised with a young young kids like that, he's not down with a Chapel Rowan. But hey, you are, Tony, from Outside Lands.
I am, yeah. She's going to be.
What else we got,
so
kid?
Let's
As
finish.
you guide us along blindly in this cooler of content.
I'm like guiding myself as well. So this is Dom Smith. Had a big game yesterday. He's got great walk-up music. Marcus and I were there yesterday. It sounded real good in that ballpark. He was talking about the Bay Area culture after the game.
You know, I'm an LA kid, but ton of respect for the Bay, for the culture out here. Like I said, I've been a fan from afar, so it's been the surreal last few days being here, and I just want to, be a part of this organization, not just for now, for a while. So I got to do a job, and I know the job, man. This team is helping me do that. So, I just look forward to taking it one day at a time, and we got the Braves coming in. Can't wait to play against them.
LA kid embracing the Bay, playing it smart.
I like it, Murph. I always like when people from down south, the deep south of Los Angeles, California, pay some respect and some homage to the Bay Area, because I know there's a rivalry, SoCal versus NoCal, but, we are in the same state. Everybody else hates us around the country. We got to show some love to each other every once in a while.
Pretty good call, buddy.
And that's why, I like Kendrick Lamar. It was awesome seeing him at Oracle Park, but also, the background and his connections to the Bay Area. Or even DJ Mustard, who produced the entire album, has been taking sound from the Bay Area his entire career. So, there is that love back and forth. At the end of the day, we're all on the best coast, the West Coast.
That's a great preach. I will ask, though, would you do the same? Would Northern California kids do the same if they were in L.A.? I think about when Jared Goff, born and raised Marin County kid, who was seen as the Cal quarterback in the left field bleachers at Oracle Park, AT&T Park at the time, wearing a Tim Lincecum jersey, caught a home run once, and was like, everybody's like, that's Jared Goff, the Cal quarterback. He went down to L.A. as the Rams quarterback, had to show up at Dodger Stadium wearing a Dodger jersey, throwing a first pitch. People gave him a lot of grief.
Yeah.
A lot of grief.
And I understand that. You can show up, you can throw the first pitch, but don't put on that hat, especially if you're a diehard Giants fan. I get it. You're trying to, embrace the community down there, but you're a Giants fan. Stand on business.
Now, is the difference that you're Jared Goff, you're the number one pick, you have to kind of play that game? I don't know, whereas, you kind of have to show that, or is there something to do with the hierarchy where Dom Smith's trying to get along with us because he can't just show up and say, man, I hate the Bay.
Yeah.
So people are like, dude, get out of here,
It
right?
can't be like, this guy, Mac Dre's no good.
Yeah, and this is the walk-up music for Dom or for
This
Jet?
is since '84. This is the Jet, Daniel Johnson's walk-up
Oh,
music.
that sounds great. More Dom Smith telling us how great we are here in the Bay. He loves our park. He loves Barry Bonds. Tell us more, Dom. Here it is.
It's a lot of different things. One, it's a beautiful park. You have the Bay right there, and obviously the history. I'm a big fan of Barry, so watching him, do amazing things here. You just kind of look at all that grass out there. You see Triples Alley, and I think not doing too much has helped my approach here because it is so much grass, and then when they make mistakes, I think not doing too much also helps. So. I think the fans play a part into it. So it's a ton of different factors. Makes it the reason why I love this ballpark.
Man, the Dom Smith crash course has been fun. He wins a game Thursday. He praises the park. He praises the open grass. He praises the fan base. He praises Barry. He praises everything. And he plays Vallejo rappers as his walk-up music. So
that's it.
So far, so good with
Big
Dom Smith.
Dom was in Oracle Park, and he was feeling himself. The Giants lineup was looking bad, and he was willing to help.
I like
Stop it, Buster. You're killing yourself.
You're doing a little lyric.
Yeah.
I like when he does that.
By the way, Big Dom in black and orange and black, better than Big Dom in eagle green?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to make sure about that.
I like my Big Doms in orange and black.
By the way, multiple people are talking. You and I are talking two different things.
Two different languages.
You're talking Rookie of the Year eligibility. I'm talking service time in terms of contracts before arbitration.
Yeah. No, I'm not talking about to qualify as Rookie of the Year, but I'm saying it's like once you have more than 130 at-bats,
That's
you
for
lose
Rookie of the Year.
But you lose your rookie status for the next season.
No, but that's for that's for awards. In terms of contracts of when you get to arbitration is the other stuff.
I'm too hungover to talk about this topic.
It's all right, but yeah, we should probably move on.
Come on, leave it to
And then we
smarter
got people. Then we had the Pink Pony Club crowd coming in, correcting
of course,
us.
I know. Curly was chiming in. Yeah,
It's not a stripper. The guy said. The guy said if Wayne Gretzky knew a little bit more about that song, maybe he wouldn't like it. The guy said, let's get political up in this piece. Shout out Pete Hegseth. All right, everybody. Yeah, let's get political up in this piece.
Yeah, let's break.
It's Friday. We're getting Friday loose.
Yeah, we're getting
Friday
loose.
loose happens. Friday loose happens, baby. All right, guys. Let's tease Braves Giants tonight. Hayden Birdsong on the hill for the Giants. 7:15 first pitch, 6:15 pregame. Braves coming out here after blowing a 10-4 lead in the ninth inning. They've lost 4 in a row, 8 of their last 10.
Scott blew it.
Spencer Schwellenbach, there's your high school German class, is on the mound for... Did they teach German at your high school?
I don't think we had German.
I think we did,
We
believe
had
it or not.
French and Spanish.
Yeah.
I don't think we had German.
All right, here's the deal. Buster Posey came on our show yesterday. He is well worth hearing if you missed it. Buster Posey, next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Reggae Friday continues. Marcus, you went in and took the wheels?
Yes, I put in a request to hear my guys out of the Santa Cruz Mountains, Murph. This is the Expendables.
Okay.
Down, down, down.
You know me on a Reggae Friday. This is about the time I start asking for the green. I need more green in my life.
On this lovely afternoon, and I can feel much better.
We're just
so I
hanging.
lay back with my
It's like
eyes
being
under
in the
my hat.
It's like hearing Marcus singing from the shower. You're like trying to make your breakfast, and he's singing from the shower.
I mean, I'm down with some Expendables, Murph.
Okay,
I'm down, down, down.
Sounds good. It's like we're down with Buster Posey, who joins us every 2 to 3 weeks. It's kind of a fluid schedule, our executive show, and we definitely think it's worth it for the 853 crowd who missed Buster Posey to catch up with the Giants president of baseball ops. Now, mind, this was after Wednesday night's game, down 5-0. They come back all the way, 6-5, get the win. It was Daniel the Jet Johnson who really spurred that win, and we talked to Buster about that, and then Daniel Jet Johnson will join us at 9:30 today. So, Buster on the UMA guest line, good morning to you, and man, what a huge comeback win it was on Wednesday night.
That was a big win. I mean, like you mentioned, it's been a long 2.5, 3 weeks of not much offensive production. So to get down 5-0 and have the guys fight back, some big hits there from Johnson and his arrival, and it was a big win for sure, and felt like a needed one.
Yeah, and a big hit by Elliot Ramos with that 2 RBI double off the left field wall. And it seemed like Elliot was showing a lot of emotion on second base. Does a moment like that maybe give you guys some momentum or spark something within the clubhouse and within the dugout?
I think so. Yeah, I think it can. You know, you hope to build off of wins like this. I think that's the main hope, is that this creates some momentum. Quick turnaround today. Have going up against Cease and have another good battle on our hands, and the guys are showing up, putting the work in, and hopefully we'll start seeing some extended rewards for that work.
Yeah, rest of the homestand too. Day game today, and then here come the Braves. Ronald Acuna and the Braves should be very entertaining Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Okay, Buster, you used a phrase yesterday that really caught my ear and everybody's ear. You said it's time to go. And then you said it again. You said, it's time to go. Can you sort of elaborate on that for us? Like, what do you mean by that in terms of the baseball team and the baseball performance?
Well, I think, look, I'm drawn on playing experience as much as anything. I think you sense certain points in the season where, it's, you need something big to happen, and it just so happened, last night, as you guys already mentioned, that's a big win. I mean, you get up against a team, or get down against a team like the Padres, who have some Pavetta on the mound, throwing the ball great this year. Padres have a really strong bullpen with some big arms, give you some different looks. They went last night. I mean, again, it's one game. You don't want to read too much into one game, but hopefully our guys are waking up feeling good this morning and in a good place to play this game today.
Buster, it's not only time to go, but it was time to make a tough decision yesterday. So talk to us about that decision to DFA Lamont Wade Jr. I mean, you're in a unique position where you're a former teammate of Lamont Wade Jr. You know what he means to this organization, to this fan base. He's a former Willie Mack Award winner. So just talk to us about that process and how you handled it and how that conversation went with Lamont Wade Jr.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, I consider Lamont a friend, and I knew at some point with this role there was going to have to be tough conversations with guys that I play with. There's a handful of other players still on the team that I crossed over with. So, it was just being honest with him. Like, this isn't easy, and it was a pretty quick conversation. Just wishing him the best. I do believe, that he'll get a chance somewhere else, and hopeful that he really makes the most of it and goes on and
continues to have a nice career.
Let's talk about these specific guys you brought up. And I know Daniel Jet Johnson, he goes by Jet Johnson, was the hero last night. But I wanted to ask about the other guy first, Dom Smith. We know him. He's been in the big leagues for a long time, played for the Mets and was with the Red Sox last year. But I'm wondering about the logjam at first base. I think by my count, you might have 4 right-handed candidates over there. Casey Schmidt, Gerardo Encarnacion, Wilmer Flores, Dom Smith. How do you see that shaking out?
Well, the way I would answer it first is I've been very clear from the get-go that Bob is going to have the final say-so of who he wants to run out there. Now, we're most definitely have conversations and interject and have our opinions as a front office, but I want him to be empowered. I want the coaching staff to be empowered to make those calls. I mean, as you mentioned, having Dom Smith as a left-handed bat is nice. I would imagine there'll be some Casey Schmidt in there versus a lefty, maybe Encarnacion, possibly Flo. But Dom is a guy that I think is going to put together a quality big league at bat. I always felt like he was under control, kind of similar to Lamont when Lamont's going good, is going to put together a good at bat. Has the ability to run into the ball, play solid defense. I thought he looked good at first last night. I mean, it was, made a nice play early in the game on a ball that was probably going to end up foul. But, excited to get a look at him.
Daniel Johnson is a guy that made a great first impression on Giants fans last night. We saw the speed of him still in a bag and also that range out in right field, catching that ball late in that game. Is that speed something you guys want to get back to or maybe emphasize more? It seemed like early on in the season you guys were running more, then maybe got away from it for a little bit. Are you looking for more players that have that prototype of a guy like Daniel Johnson that can go out there and swipe a bag?
Speed's definitely intriguing. I mean, it just gives you the ability to do what he did last night, impact the game in multiple ways. I mean, the catch he made in the ninth, I don't think it can be overstated. Not only how important that catch was, but the difficulty of it. I mean, running full speed in a new ballpark, going straight away at the wall, and really catching it fully extended in the tip of his glove to keep the game tied. I mean, that ball gets down. It's possibly arrives on third with one out there. So it was, that would have been no outs at that point. Massive play, and like I mentioned, when you've got a guy that can run impact on the bases, in the batter's box, and then on defense as well.
Yeah, what a hero last night. Kid out of Vallejo. He'd been a little bit with the Guardians, one game with the Orioles last year, and a fun hometown story. I do want to switch over to the other guy from last night, and that's Randy Rodriguez. And I know you just said to us very clearly, you want Bob and his staff to be empowered, and that's great. But what would you tell Bob and his staff about how to use Randy Rodriguez? I think if you took a fan poll, they would want him as the closer, even though Doval's fantastic, or certainly a co-closer or some sort of ninth inning, late inning role. I guess that's a long way of asking. How do you see Randy Rodriguez's role, and do you see it rising up through the ranks?
Well, I think first time I saw Randy, whenever that was, last year, I guess. I mean, you could see it. Just first and foremost to me was the mound presence and the confidence that he had even a year ago or more. And as much as anything, that's what you want on a guy that's going to take the ball late in the game, is to be able to quiet the noise and still execute. And last night I was pretty curious to see, coming in for the first time this year in the spot, first and second, one out, if we'd see the same guy, and we did. I mean, it was he's really got a great feel for his slider right now, and then if you're going to go all in slider, he's going to throw 100 at the top of the zone or even down in the zone. And again, just as much as anything, the poise that this guy has, and not to mention the stuff's just off the charts nasty.
Buster Posey is the voice you hear this morning on the UMA guest line on the Giants and KNBR Executive Show, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. And Buster, I wanted to ask you about maybe the approach that you had when you were a player as a catcher and your relationship with your pitchers, because it was nice that the Giants scored 6 runs last night, but there was a 15-game streak of the offense scoring 4 runs or less. So what were your conversations with your staff and with your bullpen? Maybe if they were dealing with frustrations about not getting the run support. I mean, you got games from Matt Cain and all these other guys. We literally use the phrase now, he got Cain. So what was your message in your conversations with your staff when they weren't getting that run support?
It was a lot of early on in my career listening to them and the way that they handled it. And they handled it like such pros. And Matt Cain was one of the best at just understanding he can only control what he can control, and it's his job to go out there and put up zeros. And I'm not in the clubhouse and having those conversations with our guys now, but I have a sense of, it seems like there's this internal competition that's going on. And, Logan's going to go out and throw 8 scoreless. Well, Roop wants to do his best to match it. And, Robbie, same way, and Harry and Birdsong and JV. So you love to see these guys building off of one another. And I think they're focused on exactly, what I mentioned a few seconds ago is they control what they can control. And there's a belief that our offense will get going.
Circling back to, I just can't get enough of Daniel Johnson's story last night, and he's not going to do that every night, I know, but just getting into the outfield depth, and that brings us to Mike Yastrzemski, who had a tough month of May. And again, I know you want Bob Melvin to make the lineups, but in your vision, when you and Zach make the depth chart and you call up a guy like Johnson, how do you see Yaz's role going forward?
Yeah, I think Yaz will be the first to admit he's off right now. So we just want to get him back to a place of feeling good. Yaz I still see him as a valuable player. Plays a great defense in right field, has the ability to drive the ball, can put together a good at bat. So it's nice to have this option. And look, as excited as we all are about Johnson's performance, as you mentioned it, Murph, it's one game. So sometimes I think it is a little bit unfair to say you call a guy like Daniel Johnson up and that he's going to be the savior of the offense. I don't think that's a fair expectation to put on him, and we just want him to go out and put together good at-bats, play good hard defense, and he doesn't need to do anything more than that.
Buster, I wanted to ask you about Luis Matos, because when Gerard returned from injury, you guys made the move to send him down to Sacramento. What went behind that decision? What do you want to see from Luis Matos in Sacramento, and what do you think his role is moving forward?
Yeah, that was another one. I mean, it's a weird one, right? He essentially wins the last game for us in Miami, and it was just a matter of we needed Encarnacion back, and it was the spot, with Encarnacion going to get some time in the outfield, and Matos has struggled up here, and it's a tough thing for a young player. It's the bench role is just such a difficult role, and I think it's why a lot of times you see the players that do end up performing well off the bench are the guys that have been around a while and kind of understand how to control their emotions and how to get the work in that's necessary to be successful coming off the bench or get that 1 or 2 starts a day or a week. And that's a really tough thing for a young player to do. And I'm just hopeful he goes down to AAA, gets some consistent at bats and gets going. We still have a lot of belief that Matos can be a really good big league player. And so it's just a matter of getting some consistent at bats, and you never know what can happen up here, and just to be ready when he's called on again.
Yeah, good stuff. Lots moving on, lots going on, and we haven't even mentioned Bryce Eldridge. So here's that point. Gosh, he's so popular with the fans, and the swing looks so great. You just see the videos on social media. Last night, 1 for 2, 2 walks, scalded a single. And I know you addressed it with the beat writers in the dugout, but for the radio crowd commuting this morning, how would you tell them what went into the decision to promote him to AAA? Who made the decision jointly? What was the tipping point?
Yeah, jointly decisions, myself, Zach, Randy Wynn, Kyle Haynes, and felt like it was the natural progression for Bryce to get challenged a little bit more, defensively and offensively. He's really, performed well in Double-A and what is not an easy league to hit in for a couple of reasons. One is generally pretty big ballparks. You're playing early in the season in cold, rainy weather, and he's played well. And also, Bryce is, by all accounts, what I'm getting from coaching staff and scouts that are going in, that his work on the defensive side of the ball has been, as good as it gets. I talked to Joe Panic the other day, and Joe was telling me, he said, Buster, I get there, and normally I'll give these guys a day before I get there, before I grab them and say, hey, we're going to go work on this. But he said, as soon as I get there, Bryce grabs me and says, Joe, what do you got? Let's go work. So the guy wants to be good on both sides of the ball. I think he wants to be great on both sides of the ball. Good's probably not strong enough. And so we're excited to keep watching him at AAA and watch his progression.
Do you guys envision the possibility of him potentially cracking the big league roster at some point this season, or is the key just to focus on that development right now?
Oh, the key is to focus on development, but nothing's out of the realm of possibilities. I think, we'll number one, make sure he's moving in the right direction. We certainly want him to be in a good position when he gets here. But I mentioned this to the beat writers as well, is ultimately our goal is to win big league games, get in the playoffs, and compete to win a World Series. So, nothing's out of the realm of possibilities.
Our standard weekly or semi-weekly Willie Adames question, obviously it's still not going where he wants. 201 is lower than he wants. 608 OPS is way lower than he wants. I know he's such a prideful guy and playing every day. Is there something to you and Bob discussing giving him more time off just for mental and physical reasons?
Sure. Yeah, it's discussions. The hard thing is Willie, as you mentioned, and probably can tell, he wants to be in there every day, and it's when you got a guy like that who is kind of your general on the field, it's hard to take him out. But again, it's a tough stretch for Willie. You feel for him going through this, but I do believe he has the makeup to come out of this thing. And sometimes when you go through a stretch like this, the hope is that you're stronger coming out of it on the other side, and you learn things about yourself that as your career goes on, you start to feel maybe sliding back into something that you've already experienced before, that you can course correct quicker.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes me think about Cal Ripken, sort of taking it off the Giants here for a second. That was insane. Like, you look at a guy like that. For you, Buster, having gone through the grind, now you're a catcher, not a shortstop. And we're asking about giving Willie a day or Chappie a day here and there. I mean, when you think about a guy like Cal Ripken and what he did, how do you even wrap your brain around that?
That was incredible sports record in the world, personally. But I'm biased because, as you mentioned, I did run out there every day. Well, not every day, but I ran out there a lot. And, think about the travel. Let's just think about this last road trip. We play a game in Miami. Guys hop on a plane, fly 6 hours, and then you're playing the next night in San Francisco. So to do that for whatever he did at 16 years in a row, I mean, it's kind of mind-boggling.
Buster, getting back to behind home plate, you guys also made the decision to DFA Sam Huff, bring up Andrew Kisner. Now, what can you tell us about Kisner? And overall, what is your strategy for the prototype of catchers that you're looking to pair up with Patrick Bailey behind home plate?
Yeah, I mean, Sam did a nice job for us. Again, it just boiled down to trying to find a little bit more offense. And Kisner's pulling the cover off the ball in AAA this year, and similar to Smith and Johnson. I hope as you're getting some guys that are feeling confident, swinging the bat well, provide a boost for us. He's a guy who's been around for a while now. He used to back up Yachty, so he didn't get to play much because he was backing up Yachty. But by all accounts, this guy's, from what we've heard, is extremely prepared, and I don't think it'll take him long to get up to speed with our pitching staff.
All right, Buster, before I let you go, day game today. Should be a really good one. Robbie Ray has been incredible, all-star candidate. Then here come your Braves. And you would move back to the Atlanta area with Javi and that whole crew, Vogie. I don't know if there's any good-natured sort of rivalry or things that go on when the Braves come to town.
Well, let's be clear. They're not my Braves. Make that very clear. No, look, Javi and Vogie, they're Giants through and through. I mean, once you wear this uniform, you get to experience what we did in winning World Series. There's nothing but the Giants. So, look, Braves are a good team. Been a good team for a while, so it'll be another good test for us. And yeah, it's exciting. Hopefully we have big crowds out there and supporting the guys, and we can get some wins.
And speaking of which, you mentioned like winning in San Francisco last night. Bob Melvin said he thought it was the loudest it had been all year. Opening day was pretty good too, with about 11 lead changes against the Mariners. But did you feel that when Elliott hit that double?
It was a great atmosphere. I mean, I think it was collective relief for the close to probably, I don't know what the number was, 35,000 people there when we took the lead there, and just had the offense break out a little bit. So, yeah, fun. Definitely a fun game last night.
Last one is, do you even look? I know you got today 3 against the Braves, 3 in Colorado, who just swept the Marlins, by the way. Are you even thinking about going to Dodger Stadium and facing that squad next Friday?
I'm not right now. I mean, you know, you're obviously looking at the schedule and seeing who's next, but yeah, I mean, we're focused today on playing the Padres, and as you mentioned, Braves coming in. We'll go to Colorado, and then we go to Dodgers, and you go one game at a time. I mean, as cliche as it is, you have to compartmentalize in this game, and once you get, you know, you let your mind go too far, I think you can miss some of the specifics and details. So, see what we can do today against the Pods.
I think we covered it all, Buster. We will let you go. We'll give you a few weeks off. We'll chase you down the road. Enjoy everything about this stretch of baseball, and thanks for all your time.
Yeah, thanks, Buster.
All right, guys. Thanks. Take care.
All right. Everybody enjoys always hearing from Buster Post. I bet that Thursday morning is just go see what we can do against the Pods. Well, they beat the Pods. Robbie Ray was fantastic. And Dom Smith got the big 2-run double. And then Randy Rodriguez and Camilo Doval closed it out. And they wound up getting the split that I was hoping for. I mean, I would have loved 3 out of 4. And Marcus, if you look at it, they could have won all 4. Then again, the Padres could have won all 4 too. So.
Absolutely, Murph. But I will relish in the fact that the Giants won the only games that were not decided by the Manfred Man in this series.
Does you know what?
2-0 in games not decided by the Ghost Runner.
In hockey, they used to have ties, right? And didn't they count as or they have shootout wins, right? And don't they count less for points?
Oh, I think you're right. So like a tie game is not as much as a win.
So I'm saying,
it's like soccer too, same thing.
Yeah. So a Manfred Man win should only count as like 3/4 of a win.
That's it. The Giants should have the tiebreaker in the standings because they didn't have to use the Manfred Man to win these games.
I'm almost not even kidding about that. Like, I'm almost not even kidding. Like, if you win by Manfred Man and you lost to a team that won in 9, the team that won in 9 has the edge. That's it.
Let's make it a rule.
Dude, young Tony asked us the other day, what rules do you want to see change?
I was going to say, in hockey, I think they do wins, losses, and then overtime losses as the third. So you could put Manfred Man losses type thing as well.
I miss a good tie, by the way. I grew up in the era college football teams used to rock like a 7-3-2 record. Yeah, they're going to the Blue Bonnet Bowl with a 6-4-1 record. Dude, we used to throw ties out there all the time. I think sometimes you'd have like 3 ties in a year. You go like 5-5-3. And go to like the the Holiday Bowl.
Yeah, the Mayo Bowl.
Well, they used to be fewer bowl. Here we go on the old heads now. Used to be way fewer bowls. I would say that one of the biggest changes in my sports life is the unbelievable proliferation of bowls and how they're letting everybody in now, dude. It actually used to be kind of a thing. Oh, that's a bowl. See, you made a bowl. It's a big deal. Nowadays, it's like, bro, you didn't make a bowl? You suck.
Yeah, bro. You couldn't get to the Cheez-It Bowl, not the Pop-Tart Bowl.
Cheez-It Bowls had some good games.
None of these bowls.
Daniel Johnson, Jet Johnson out of Jesse Bethel High School, your newest Giant, 9:30 a.m. on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away one $100 Amici's gift card, and we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. Today's the last day of this contest, so stay tuned. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR, and if you're caller number 10, you will win. This is all brought to you by our friends over at Amici's. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
All right, always happy to talk about my good friends at Provident Credit Union, local financial institution. I have my mortgage with Provident, and Provident welcoming you in to make smart, safe, and secure moves with your money. We know how it is. It's turbulent, man. So be smart, be safe, be secure with Provident Credit Union's Pick a Term Certificate. You can earn up to 4% annual percentage yield and grow your savings safely. So if you're building an emergency fund or planning ahead for college costs or home projects or just looking for financial peace of mind, we're all looking for that. Choose a term that fits 3, 6, 9, or 12 months and lock in a great rate risk-free, because where you put your money matters. This 4% offer is only available for a limited time. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch to open your account. Provident Credit Union recently named one of America's best regional credit unions for 2025 by Newsweek. Another reason you can trust where you bank. This rate's effective as of May 1st, 2025. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. While the economy is unpredictable, your retirement income doesn't have to be. A solid plan is the key to success and peace of mind. Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets, or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I said it all straight. I have no problem. Listen, from the jump, it's, I'm in a different phase of my life. I'm 41 years old. I'm in a serious relationship. I have off the field stuff going on that requires my attention. I have personal commitments I made, not knowing what my future was going to look like after last year that are important to me. And I have, a couple of people in my inner circle who are really battling some difficult stuff. So I have a lot of things that are taking my attention and have beginning in really January away from football. And that's been where I've been focusing most of my attention on,
All right. Let's spend a few minutes on this. First of all, Reggae Friday, we've got to go back to the mask. We had to make the course correct here. Jimmy Cliff. Thank you, Young Tone. I'd encourage you to study more Jimmy Cliff, buddy. Few minutes here before we get to Daniel Jet Johnson. And before we get to Aaron Rodgers, how about giving away that Amici's gift card? How about right now you call John Joe Curley on a Friday, $100 Amici's gift card. That's nuts. That's a lot of good pizza and pasta and wings. So call him at 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. You like Jimmy Cliff?
Oh, absolutely, Murph. I'd jump off a cliff for some Jimmy Cliff.
Young Tone, sounded good to you, huh?
Oh, absolutely. Sounded real good. I got to dive in.
All right. Aaron Rodgers, so the part where you can't riff, and all I want to do is riff on the guy, is, he's got some friends that are battling some serious health issues. So you can't riff on that.
No.
Obviously. Nobody wants to riff on that. I will riff on the rest of it, though. It's like, bro, I'm in a serious relationship. Bro, you kids, young Tony, you frequently say a word to us, say less. You say that to us.
Say less.
So here's what I would say to Aaron Rodgers. Literally. Say less. Like literally, not using it metaphorically or as a phrase like, yeah, man, let's go to the bar. Say less. No, I'm actually like literally say less, bro. You know what? Don't do McAfee. Stay out of my life.
I'm in a serious relationship.
Stay out of my orbit. He signed with the Steelers. This is the reason why we're talking about it. Adam Schefter broke it yesterday. June 10, he'll be at the mandatory minicamp. I don't know, Marcus. You know what my reaction was? Go Browns. I might go get a Shedeur Sanders jersey. I can't believe I'm in. Pittsburgh Steelers are a team I've always had, and I know this will anger you and Dave. I know. I've always had a soft spot for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Art Rooney, one of the great families in the history of the NFL. They're going to freaking Ireland. This guy's going to be the rep of the Steelers in Ireland?
Oh, no, I didn't even think about that.
The pint is, why is there so much, there's a big creamy thing on the pint. Doesn't look very good.
Your boy's going to your homeland.
Split the G. That's about the Green Bay Packer helmet. Is that we're going to split the G on the helmet?
I split them.
This guy's going to be our rep in the frickin' Republic of Ireland. Anyway, your reaction to the Rodgers to the Steelers, is this like they going to the bowl now?
No, I would say most likely not, because it was already one of the toughest divisions in football when you're looking up at Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, Joe Burrow and the Bengals, and your Shedeur Sanders Cleveland Browns teams. Like, I expect them to be better than them, and I expect them to be competitive because Mike Tomlin has never not been competitive. Yeah, he's had a couple 8-8 seasons before they extended the schedule.
I was gonna say,
but ever since they got to 17, he hasn't had a losing record. They've always hovered around 500. I will say this. I do think it's a slight upgrade versus what they had last year with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. I have a buddy, actually, that is a big Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Diehard, has it tatted on his forearm.
Really?
Yeah, he has the logo, and he's got
Does Overnight Dave know about this?
He's got Troy Polamalu tattooed on his other arm.
Overnight Dave's the biggest Steeler hater I've ever met in my life.
Shout out to my guy, Big Al. He's probably listening right now. He tunes in damn near every day.
Now, how do you and he smoke a peace pipe, Raiders Steelers?
Oh, because we roll up a couple blunts. That's how we smoke it. I mean, simple
Well,
as
you
that.
guys have a friendly rivalry.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
We talk S to each other. But, I grew up I got friends who are Niner fans. I got friends who are Steeler fans. I have friends who are Cowboys fans. So, whatever.
I would say the Steeler Raider thing is from a different generation.
No doubt. Exactly.
Overnight Dave carries that to his grave.
Yeah.
He hates the Steelers.
I'm sorry to tell Overnight Dave.
I've always enjoyed the Roonies. I've always enjoyed their classy organization. Even though they're, quote-unquote, racing with the Niners to see who could have more Super Bowls, I always kind of default. But now, no, it's over.
Yeah,
I can't root for the Steelers.
It's a respectable organization.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
No, and by the way, we were talking about him as a Jet, looking a little fragile out there, getting hit by young, strong, like the Michael Williamses of the world, driving their helmet into his ribs. They ain't going to feel good, buddy.
Yeah, now you got to face off against Myles Garrett twice a year.
He's not Tom Brady, who was able to just stand in the pocket and release it and also just take care of his body. His body's not in the same shape as Tom Brady's.
No.
So, I don't know. I'm just telling you guys, I don't see it. I'd say 9 wins would be the ceiling for these guys.
Well, Murph, let me tell you, before the news was announced yesterday, the Pittsburgh Steelers had Super Bowl odds of plus 4,500. After signing Aaron Rodgers, their Super Bowl odds are plus 4,500.
Okay. I'm just disappointed in the Roonies. I get it. You need a QB, but nah. Go Browns. Get my Shedeur Sanders jersey. All right, Daniel Johnson, a.k.a. Jet Johnson, the pride of Jesse Bethel High School, and a man who won a ball game for the Giants on Wednesday night, joins us next. That'll be fun on The Sports Leader.
I have no problem with Ian Rappaport, Schefter. I think they're really good at their jobs. When it comes to me, they don't know. They
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
So we're breaking our Reggae Friday tradition. We do it for Susan Slusser, but we're doing it for Daniel Johnson, who we're expecting to call in any moment. That is, unless he's calling a different show, but that's a whole nother story. That's here at KNBR. I mean, there's been some confusion as to which show he's going on, so we were sort of tug-of-warring it with Papa and Silver.
Because it was confusion.
We'll see. Now it's at 9:33. I'm wondering if Papa and Silver are winning the tug-of-war. So we'll have to sort this out. Meanwhile, Curly over there just sitting there with his hands just like doing nothing. Would he, get the guy on the phone,
Yeah,
right?
do something, Curly. Make a phone call.
Do something. Anyway,
what do I do with my hands?
We changed our Reggae Friday to give Daniel Johnson, Jet Johnson, his proper welcome.
Yeah, I mean, he's a kid out of Vallejo, California, and so, of course, he shows up to Oracle Park repping Vallejo by playing Mac Dre's Since 84 as his walk-up song on Wednesday morning, or was it Thursday morning? I don't know. I'm losing track of days. We had an all-Vallejo rejoined show where we played Mac Dre, we played E40, we played Selly Cell, and we played Son La
It was
Russell.
Thursday morning because they debuted on Wednesday.
That's correct.
Yeah. On the Wednesday wake-up call was what I'm calling it. I called it in the Jock blog. Young Tony, you want to hop on the mic and give us a direction here, buddy?
He is calling it now. John Joe Curley's talking to him as we speak.
Good.
Stand by, about to get the connection made.
What a pleasure to have. We love Bay Area store. Tell Curly to stop with the small talk and put him on. All right, there he is. He's like, hey, how's it going this morning? Have you had any coffee?
Yeah.
All right, let's make the connection on the UMA guest line. What a pleasure to have the pride of Jesse Bethel High School, Vallejo, California's own, and the newest San Francisco Giant, Daniel Johnson, or as it says on an Instagram, Jet Johnson. So as we welcome Daniel, hey, Daniel, we do the morning show on KNBR. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus, welcome to the Giants and welcome home, dude. Good morning.
Yeah, what's up, Daniel?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, man. Hey, by the way,
How you guys doing this morning?
We're doing good because you guys have won a couple games. We're feeling pretty good. So give us the rules on Daniel versus Jet. Is it only like close friends call you Jet, or can we call you Jet? What's the rule?
Oh no, you guys can call me Jet. I got the nickname Jet from when I was at Cleveland a couple of years ago, so it's stuck since then.
I saw it on your Instagram, right?
Yep.
Jet Johnson. All right, well, I like it. And who gave it to you out in Cleveland?
One of my good friends, Ernie Clement and Mark Mathias. They kept calling me Jet for my Instagram, and I'm like, why do you guys keep calling me Jet? Just call me DJ. And, kept calling me, and then everybody picked up on it, and so I was like, all right, well, now it's Jet.
I like it, man. Hey, by the way, we also played you in with a little Mac Dre Since 84. In particular, my partner Mark, my partner Marcus here, big fan of the Mac Dre sound, and so you guys want to hash that one out there?
Well, no doubt. I mean, in honor of you making your San Francisco Giants debut and walking to the plate with some Mac Dre, we actually had an entire show yesterday where we only played Vallejo rappers. We played Mac Dre, E40, Selly Cell, and La Russell. So I ask you, DJ, a.k.a. The J, if you had to power rank your favorite Vallejo rappers, who would you start with?
Oh, man. I mean, Mac Dre definitely. Mac Dre definitely is number one. That's a hard one. Got to put La Russell in there. I mean, I went to high school with La Russell. I remember he was, doing the rap battles in the school bathroom during lunch. So he has to be up there. Then definitely E40. Selly Cell. It's a lot, though. I mean, I can't really, make a top five, but I know I got the top two for sure.
Yeah. I mean, Vallejo is definitely a hotbed for rap, especially when you think of that Bay Area sound. But I did want to follow up because we've had La Russell on our show. He did the Giants anthem this year. Are you telling me you've been to one of those? Are you telling me you've been to one of those backyard block parties for La Russell?
I actually haven't been able to because when he has them, I'm always playing in season. So I've never been able to get to one. And I live in Phoenix now. I don't really live in the Bay Area anymore, so I never can make to get one, but I want to get to one at some point. Definitely.
That's awesome. So you and La Russell are pretty much the same age, right? Same class, same high school. Tell us about that.
I believe he's a year older than me. But we went to the same high school, though. Yes.
So honestly, you remember him doing rap battles in the bathroom?
Oh yeah. He was a hell of a rapper. He was a known rapper around the school.
So I want to know when you were, I don't know where you were in March, when the Giants dropped Nothing Like It by La Russell as their anthem. I don't know if you saw it on social or what. What was your reaction? You must have been laughing like, that's my guy, and that's the Giants.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I thought so. In March, I was in Mexico at the time. I saw the anthem drop, and I was like, wow, it makes so much sense because he was kind of already, getting some notoriety and accolades for his backyard performances, from other artists. And so a lot of things just fall into place for him. So when I saw that, I was like, wow, I mean, that makes sense. He's making the anthem. He's one of the hot rappers out in the Bay Area right now.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And, yeah, it was fun having La Russell on, and he was very appreciative about being a kid from Vallejo and now having his song played at the ballpark. So I'll ask you the same question. What's it like being a kid from Vallejo now playing baseball at Oracle Park?
Oh, it's a blessing. I mean, I used to grow up coming to these games between the A's and the Giants. I remember when I used to come to these games where everybody stand up in the stands, and when Barry Bonds used to walk to the plate, hoping he hit a home run, So to be playing on the field now and, being back home after being a pro for so many years, it's a blessing. I mean, I don't even know what to say. I've just taken it all in.
How much family did you have at Wednesday night at the debut?
Wednesday night I had my immediate family there, my mom, my dad, my siblings, a couple of my friends are there. So about 8 people were there.
Nice. And what a game.
And the same thing yesterday. And we won the game, yeah. So it was a crazy experience.
Well, let's talk about it, because your life and your career, you've been around. Like, you're on the move because you're playing you want to play baseball as long as you can, and even took you to Mexico. So I'm wondering about getting in Wednesday morning, you get the call or whatever, just how you kind of settled yourself to go out and actually just block out all the distraction. Like, I was in Mexico, I was in Sacramento, now I'm in San Francisco. I got to try to win this ball game. I got to try to play ball. Has the fact that you've traveled a lot helped you adjust to new places, or what was your mindset going into Wednesday night? How did you focus?
So thankfully, when I got the call, and I mean, it wasn't my first rodeo. I mean, whenever you get called up, it's kind of that same scenario, with like an all of a sudden thing. So, got the call and everything. I had an early flight, and from that point on, I was just kind of, trying to lock myself in from the moment I got that call, because I didn't know if I was playing or not. I didn't know what to expect, but I wanted to be ready. And I knew that obviously every one of the people would be, blowing up my phone, which they were. I was just kind of trying to just focus, only on the family. And once I found out I was playing, I kind of just put my phone down and really just locked in and try to focus on the game as much as possible and really get ready. So, I mean, I stayed pretty neutral the whole day. I wasn't too high or too low, just really neutral, and just trying to do my best to focus and lock myself in over time.
Well, it worked. Two hits and a knock. Now, I want to ask about the catch. I saw your quote after the game. You said, I just got to go get it. I got to keep running. But I wanted to ask about that particular patch of grass. You, like you said, it's not your first rodeo. You played with the Cleveland Guardians. You played a game with the Orioles. So you've been in the bigs. But I'm just wondering about that area, that right center field area. How much you and the coaches talked about it, or you and Yastrzemski, or you and Jung-Hoo Lee? Because, that's a different patch of grass. How much did you study it in the afternoon that you got there?
Yeah, so I had the coaches actually and Yastrzemski out there during right before BP when we were stretching, and I was just picking their brains and asking them questions about how the ball ricochets off the wall, where he usually plays. In that particular play, I was kind of playing over a little bit with Arias hitting, and he got it going to the gap, and I knew that was kind of far over, and I knew that Jung-Ho was further over in center field, so that was my ball to go get. And I just took off, and I knew I had a lot of room to run, so I just got on my horse. And it was funny that I got to that ball.
Daniel, I wanted to circle back to your phone call that you got from the Giants. Did you talk to Zach Manassian? Did you talk to Buster Posey? Did you have a relationship with these guys before? I believe you're represented by the same agency as Buster Posey. How did that process play out?
So when I got the call, actually, my AAA manager called me. I was actually about to go to bed because we were in Sugarland at the time, and we were 2 hours ahead, so it was around midnight. We had a super late game that got done pretty late. And he called me, and I missed the call because I didn't recognize the number. It's like Portland, Oregon. I thought it was spam, So I I waited for the voicemail, and it was like a funny message, so I listened to it, and it was like, "Hey, DJ, this is Brandon. Call me back." And I'm like, "Oh, never mind. I needed to answer that call." So I called him back. He told me everything that was going up, me and Kisner, and at that point I was like, my heart dropped. I was like, "Oh my God, okay, I have to." I'm going up. This is crazy. I'm not going to bed anymore. I'm wide awake now. I had to wait for my bags to come and everything like that. So it was like a whirlwind of thoughts, spiral of thoughts. But I mean, I wouldn't want them any better than that. All of a sudden, something kind of like, kicks you into gear. Gets your mind racing a little bit. It gives you that adrenaline, that energy that you need.
When you got to San Francisco, what did Bob Melvin? Can you share with us what Bob Melvin and or Buster Posey and or any of your teammates said to you when you got there?
It was a very welcoming introduction. They were all happy to have me there. I talked to Bob Melvin and Buster Posey. Telling me just to go out there and do my thing. Don't try to do too much. You can't win the game by yourself. So go out there and be the same player you were. When you're in Sacramento. And so it was very welcoming. It was an easy transition. I know a few guys already in the locker room, so they made it very easy for me to walk in the locker room. Be ready to play and welcome you with open arms.
Yeah, and we know that this is a tight locker room. Murph and I spent some time down with the team down in spring training this year, and there was a lot of talk about vibes and chemistry with this overall roster. Now, I know you've only been with the club for a couple of days now, but what has been your first impressions of this clubhouse?
I mean, I love the vibes in the clubhouse. The guys are loose. They're always appear to be in good moods and everything like that. Regardless of what happens on the field, they're going to have ups and downs. They've had their ups and their downs, but when they're in the locker room, they're always in good moods. They have energy. They're ready to play every single day. So the locker room, the energy in the locker room was really good. It was nice to come into it and to contribute to that.
If you go on and we're talking to Daniel Johnson, Jet Johnson, the kid out of Jesse Bethel High School, who of course came in Wednesday and had a monster game. Got to play yesterday and another win yesterday. Giants are 2-0 since they made their shakeup on Wednesday. If you go to your baseball reference page, man, it is an incredible display of travel. Whether it's Columbus, Syracuse, Rochester, Harrisburg, St. Lucie, and, stops in the bigs, Cleveland, Baltimore in the show, Licey, I think, Dominican, Durango, and Mexico.
Yep.
Can you just talk to us a little bit about the love of the game and the never giving up? Like, I want to keep playing baseball as long as I can. Tell what's in your heart and mind about the love of the game?
I mean, I'm like addicted to it. I mean, I put so much work into this game. I didn't have all the resources come out of the Vallejo. So everything that I've done, I pretty much done myself with one of my good friends, JR. We worked out with each other year after year after year. Just like when I was younger, I was a late bloomer, so I was tired of being told no all the time. And so I was at a point in my life where I was like, I'm not going to keep being told no. Like, I'm going to keep forcing hands. Whether that I have to take a couple steps back to go forward, that's what I'll do. But at some point I want to get something out of this baseball. Obviously, the game doesn't owe me anything, but I owe it to myself.
Yeah, it's a great story and a great journey, and I think it's a story that a lot of Giants fans are going to relate to. And look, here's the thing, DJ. Like, Giants fans like to relate to hometown kids, whether it's Brandon Crawford playing some Andre Nicotina as a walk-up song, or Logan Webb even up in Sacramento going Andre Nicotina Killer Whale, and just kind of circling back to your walk-up music and talking about Mac Dre. Were you the one that put Dominic Smith on game to have him play Feel Myself by Mac Dre, or was that his own choice?
Well, that was his own choice, actually. We talked about it. Because I was with Don Smith in 22 with Syracuse Mets. We were down in AAA together. So we already knew each other. But I asked him, what's going to be a walkout? And I had wanted to do Larry June, but I couldn't find a clean version.
We have the same problem.
Yeah, we play a lot of instrumentals on the show, DJ.
Okay. So I was like, he's like, yeah, I'm going to do a Mac Dre Feel Myself. And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm doing Mac Dre since 84. So we both had the Mac Dre. That was a nice little duo we had right there.
When you said Dom Smith is one you said you knew from, but who others? You said you knew a few others. I'm wondering, like in the Dominican, I don't know. Did you know any? What other Giants had you come across in your travels?
Well, I've played against Logan Webb when he was with Richmond 2018 before he debuted. So I already knew him. We had mutual friends. same with Jordan Hicks, mutual friends. Matt Chapman, I played with Matt Chapman with our guy JP Sportman back in Phoenix, Arizona, these past couple off seasons. So I've already known him. Who else do we have in there?
Well, it just sounds like you had enough people that
I've known. Oh yeah, I've known Julio Ramos since about since 2019, 2020. Mutual friends too, so he was out in Arizona a lot. So I've known a handful of guys on the team, so it made the transition a lot easier.
Yeah, sounds like it. Sounds like you walked in, you knew half a dozen guys. That's awesome, man.
Right.
And this is a little bit about taking it off of you and getting back to these two games. Like you kind of join a team and you're trying to figure out. Did you know how much this team had been scuffling, particularly on offense, and then what that 6-run outburst on Wednesday meant? I mean, did they get you up to speed? Like, dude, we have not been scoring runs. We need to get something going here.
Well, I mean, I didn't really know that they were struggling that bad. I mean, while I was in Sacramento, because obviously I had been in Sacramento for only a month at the time, or 3 weeks to a month. So I was kind of, trying to get adjusted to, being back in the States with a new organization. So I was kind of being present, being where my feet were at the time in Sacramento. So I really didn't get to check on the team too much. But when I got there, I got the lay of the land there. I was talking to Pat Burrell and everybody, like, we haven't been scoring a lot of runs lately. We need a spark to the team. And, I felt like let's match my role. If I can make that spark to the team, whether it be in the outfield, on the bases, at the plate at some point, just all in all after the game. So after hearing that, I don't want to obviously do too much. But I want to go out there and, be that versatile player that I am and just play my game. And, that's what ended up happening that Wednesday night.
Going back to your comments about knowing Elliot Ramos from 2019, does that go back to the All-Stars Futures game?
No, so actually it was a little bit after that. We had a mutual friend, Franklin Van Gert, who's a pitcher with the Giants at the time, and we were all staying in Arizona, and so we just started hanging out. I already knew Franklin from Dominican for playing for Escogido in 2019. So after that, we all just kind of linked up and we became pretty close friends. So now, me and Hilliard, I've hit with Hilliard in the off season, from time to time when he comes back to Arizona. So I've known him for a couple of years.
Dude, it's a homecoming for you in more ways than one. So we're going to end it with this. The Vallejo crowd is pouring in with questions. They want to know, did you grow up in the Crest?
Oh, no, actually. I grew up in West Vallejo. It was I was close to the Highway 37. That's where I first was in Vallejo.
All right,
I was born in East Oakland, and I moved out there when I was 8 years old. I went to Elk Grove for a year, and then I came to Vallejo when I was 10 years old. And so I played Vallejo. So that's kind of when life started for me. When I was 10 years old, Before that, I was, I really didn't know anything.
And
so got to Vallejo. I went to Federal Terrace and everything, and then Vallejo Middle, then Jesse Bethel High School.
Vallejo police also want to know, do you know the baseball legend Chris Smith from Dan Foley Park?
Oh, of course I know Chris Smith.
I guess I'm telling
you. Definitely know Chris Smith. I mean, the Giants had his son, Amani Smith, for a little bit.
Oh, okay. All right. That's awesome.
Yeah, so
and finally, the third Vallejo question was, how come we didn't mention Mac Mall?
I mean, a lot of them artists was kind of before my time a little bit. So I know a bunch of Vallejo artists, but I don't know all of them. I mean, Mac Ball is definitely a good artist. I wasn't thinking about him.
I was just answering the questions from the crowd that loves you and wants to connect with you there. So
yeah.
There you go, man. You got fans out there, buddy. All right, listen. Right. It was such a great welcome, and listen, the club won 2 in a row. You guys love it. You told us how much you love the game, and you get to go play again tonight against the Braves. So we're gonna let you go. Mm-hmm. Go prep, and we sure do appreciate you hopping on. Murph and Marcus and the KNBR audience loved it. So go play some ball, Jet. Yeah. Have fun.
Thanks and congrats, man.
All right. I appreciate you guys for having me. Thank you.
Daniel Jet Johnson on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We close our Reggae Friday with the classic tribute to K-Fog. Smoke two joints. Used to play it every Friday at 5 o'clock. John Grappone would play it. And so then when we took over their signal, it's like, we can't take over their signal. That's legendary K-Fog. So we got to pay homage. And it fits in nicely with our Reggae Friday. All right, well, listen, that was fun talking to DJ, as you were calling him, Jet, as he told us we can call him.
Yeah, he's like, no problem, boys. Call me Jet, call me DJ, call me whatever you like.
And
just call me a giant.
The Vallejo talk was fun. It's a thriving thing out there, man. It's a big old honking culture, as we know. But whether it's tons of great rappers, what do you want to go? Tug McGraw, Augie Garrido, CC freaking Sabathia, or guy. Daniel Jet Johnson. I mean, we can go on and on and on.
I mean, how cool is it that the Jet went to high school with Lil Russell?
Unbelievable.
And he remembers him rapping in the bathroom, doing rap battles.
Is low-key Vallejo like the most underrated culture in the Bay?
They put a lot of sauce in the pot. I mean, when you think about the hyphy movement, the Thiz movement, like a lot of Bay Area lingo, it comes from 40, it comes from Mac Dre.
I'll go way back. Dick Bass, Pro Football Hall of Fame running back, grew up in Vallejo, too. So, I mean, it goes on and on and on, man. Shout out to my cousin, Antoinette, and she's out there listening. Let's do Young Tony here.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did Young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All right, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. What you got, Young Tone?
Yeah, what you got? What did we all learn? You just threw a name to us in the bullpen. That
when you say that doesn't include me.
Yeah, you're right. My
Speak
fault.
for yourself, Tony.
So, yeah, you threw a name at us.
In the middle of that answer that he gave us at the end was you asked Jet Johnson if he knew Elliot Ramos from the Futures game. Mm-hmm. He goes, no. I used to work out with him and another guy, Franklin Van Gerp. And I was like, boom, set off bells and alarm bells and whistles in my head. And I went out and asked two guys I thought might know. Walt, who claims to be Mr. Giant, and Jack Loader, who claims to be Mr. Giant. I said, you guys know Franklin Van Gerp? Come on. And this isn't an old hit. What? Who? Franklin Van Gerp was traded by Farhan Zaidi for Dick, Alex Dickerson.
Wow.
How about that?
Van Gerp brought Dick to town.
And Franklin Van Gerp, by the way, sounds like a character from Peanuts. Doesn't it sound like a Snoopy character, Franklin Van Gerp? Because Lucy Van Pelt and Linus Van Pelt, and then there was a Franklin, too. Anyway, it's time to go. It's time to go, Marcus.
Oh, yeah, it's 10.
Have a great weekend, buddy.
Have a good weekend, my man.
Young Tony, have a great weekend. John Joe, Mac tonight, have a great weekend. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Manly man on a ship of men saved.
I'm in a serious relationship. I have no problem with Ian Rappaport, Schefter. I think they're really good at their jobs. When it comes to me, they don't know.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
1-1 pitch. Machado, it's a high drive left field. Going back on it, Encarnacion. Still going back. It's gone. Manny Machado takes Robbie Ray deep. A 2-run homer, and the Padres jump ahead 2-0. 2-0 Padres, but the Giants have a great chance. Adames hits a high fly ball right field. Tatis back, still going back onto the warning track to make the catch. Tagging from third is Ramos. He'll come in to score. Tagging from second and going to third is Lee. And the Giants have their first run of the game. It's 2-1. He throws. Smith hits a drive out towards right center field. Going back on it, Merrill. Still going back, and he will not catch it. It bounces on the track, up over the wall. Lee scores. Chapman right behind him. He'll score. And Dominic Smith, man, what a great at-bat that was. An automatic double to put the Giants ahead 3-2 on the 10th pitch of the at-bat.
Now here is strike 3 called. A high fastball. Got him looking, and that's strikeout number 9 for Robbie Ray. Again, Doval throws. He struck him out swinging. Another slider, and this time he did go for it, and he could not get it. And the Giants hang on. Another tight and tense battle, about as tense as you can get in the 9th inning of a game with a 1-run lead.
4 games, 1-run margin in all of them, and the Giants, after all of the drama this week, get out of there with the split. Who would have thought on the bingo card that in order to get those 2 wins after losing back-to-back extras with the Manfred man, San Diego coming in, that it would be Daniel Johnson and Dominic Smith. Who? That's who. A couple of guys that have turned this week around at the very least, and it was a big-time win there to get for Robbie Ray, your National League Pitcher of the Month, further trending toward that all-star status. Camilo Doval, it was not the easiest, but he does get his 100th save, and punching out Cronenworth, an ultimate Giant killer. Not too shabby in the end. Papa and Silver hanging out with you at 10-2. We had a fantastic time yesterday out at 58 Social. Papa then zipped over to Santa Clara, and we're going to get all the latest intel on the San Francisco 49ers. I stayed behind to watch the Giants take on the Padres, and all the runs happened there in the 3rd inning. They win it 3-2. We want to take your calls. We got a lot of action here to end the week, and there's news even happening beyond just the Giants. Tyrese Halliburton, what in the world is this team, man? I mean, it is so much to get into, but Papa, good morning, my friend, and you got the puffer vest out as the Giants can kind of puff their chests a little bit, just a little bit after getting that split.
And the rally cap. I wanted to bring the rally cap over to 58 Social for Barbara and Mary Jane, but my hair was looking particularly coiffed well, so I didn't want to mess that up. But look at where we are this week. What a week. This is Buster Posey, and he had some great weeks as a player, and obviously, like when they swept the Detroit Tigers to win the World Series one year, and obviously took apart Texas and coming back from 3-1 down the Cockroaches. So Buster's had some weeks, but this week, and really it was half of a week. Go back to after the game on Tuesday night and the nature of that loss. They lost on Monday night, couldn't score a single run, go to the 10th, can't play small ball, wind up losing, and then they have a 2-0 lead going to the 9th inning with their closer on the mound, and it all blows up, and they wound up losing that game, and all hell breaks loose. And so then you wake up Wednesday morning, and about at 9:30 we get the Buster bomb. It used to be, Chisholm sending out the note every single day on the daily transactions from Farhan. And this one was like line after line after line. Late night Lamont's gone. What? I'm the one who gave him the nickname. And it was because of, mainly he's not a late night guy, but I was working so many late nights then, he'd end the game. I got to get in the chair at 10 o'clock, and it was actually, John Lund is more of a late night guy. So we got into it. You're late night Lund. He's not late night Lamont. We went back and forth, and Mike Krukow came up with the La9th, which I think was the best one. But we asked his mom, we asked late night Lamont himself before he got the nickname. His brother made the T-shirts, and anyway, it was late night Lamont, and he was the stuff of legend for that year. Won the Willie Mack Award, and Buster had to walk into the clubhouse after that Tuesday game and say, Lamont, it's later days, brother. You got to find somewhere else to play. And you're thinking, what's going on? And then Christian Koss goes down and all the different moves, but they brought up a lot of people, and it completely flipped the series. So we don't deal in half times in baseball. There's no clock. We don't do it that way. But you talk about halftime adjustments all the time in the other sports and mainly in football. How about a halftime of this series adjustment? You lose the first 2 games against San Diego. You're 0-4 against them. They've beaten you 7 straight times. How many times did Buster Posey beat San Diego to win the National League West? How many shutouts, shutouts, the perfect game was against the Astros. But Lincecum, no-hit them a couple of times. They all got. Was the Jonathan Sanchez no-hitter against them as well? Buster didn't catch that game, but they own San Diego. You don't lose to San Diego 7 straight times in the first 2 of the series in galling fashion. Halftime adjustments of a series, wow. And then Daniel Johnson just went off in his debut in right field. Giants haven't had anybody do what he did. He had 2 hits, scored a couple of runs, stole a bag, and made a game-saving defensive catch. Mike Krukow called it maybe the moment of the year that turned around the whole season. And he got to lead off yesterday after what he did on Wednesday night. Just look at the lineup from yesterday. You talk about halftime adjustments. They had 4 new hitters in the lineup, starting at the very top of the order with Daniel Johnson going all the way to the bottom, and the the Sigma Kisner, Andrew Kisner. And to catch Robbie Ray when you never caught him before, wow. It looked like it was Sam Huff behind the plate. It completely looked seamless. He'll hit the ball better. He was 0 for 3 yesterday, but wow, and Robbie Ray was just outstanding. You hang one, knuckle curve to Manny, and he takes you out the yard in the day game, no big deal. But wow, he is, right now, he's one of the best pitchers in baseball. He's not just an all-star. He's a guy you think about starting all-star games. He was so good. And for the Sigma Kiz with the Super Riz to be able to catch him. So the top of the order is a new guy. Bottom of the order is a new guy. Middle of the order, Gerard Encarnacion, we know him. Man, he runs better than I think a guy that weighs 260 pounds. I want to make him a pulling guard or a tight end. He stole a base yesterday, the plate he made in left field. He gets there. It's not always great. There's going to be a disaster waiting to happen, but a good throwing arm. And then the guy that won the game yesterday was Dominic Smith, who we've known forever as a New York Met. We are going to welcome back the great Andrew Baggerly from sabbatical. So great to talk to Bags, and he's written a couple of great pieces. And in typical Bags fashion, gave us the whole Dominic Smith life story today. He gets deep. And he gave it all about everything he had to deal off the field and searching for spirituality. But the guy can whack. And is he not, and Bo Mel said it after the game, is Dominic Smith not the left-handed Wilmer Flores, former Met, you bring in and just foul off, go down 0-2 against Dylan Cease, really? So many ways to get you out. Foul ball, then finally whack, and drives the ball with no stride. He is Paul Molitor. Molitor got to 3,000 hits in baseball and changed the way he hit late in his career on his way to Cooperstown as a Minnesota Twin. He literally did not stride. He was perfectly still. Like, how do you hit the baseball? We know how you barrel it, but how do you drive it? Just strength. And Dominic Smith, no stride at all. And bombs went out there. Right before that, though, we got to give him credit. And you and I talked yesterday before the game. I don't like the matchup against Dylan Cease and his slide ball. And the first at-bat, slider. You look like Hunter Pence. Go sit down. He was devouring him. But that at-bat right before Dominic Smith went whack, he drove one out deep enough. Sacrifice flies. Back-to-back games, they've had sacrifice flies for the first time all year. Small ball. Big flies, not out the yard necessarily, but deep enough to score runs. That is Giants winning baseball. But Dominic Smith, he is the left-handed Wilmer Flores. And Wilmer wasn't even in the lineup. I want him back-to-back in the lineup. I want Wilmer, and then I want Dominic Smith right behind him. Neither one of them will stride, and they'll just play pepper and pepper you. But what a week for Buster Posey. Honestly, how many out there ever heard of Daniel Johnson? Vallejo, California, Bethel High School. Did you ever hear him before this week? You know Dominic Smith. You know Gerard Encarnacion. Did you know the Super Kiz with the Sigma Kiz with the Riz? Andrew Kidd. You heard his name. He backed up Yadi Molino in St. Louis. But look at the lineup yesterday. 4 guys they just brought up this week, and 2 of them were stars in winning you a game on Wednesday night and yesterday afternoon. Halftime adjustments. So it's a tie. It's a draw. San Diego got the first 2 somehow, some way. Giants, we know the way now. It's the Buster Posey way. It's the Giant way. Won the next 2. Now, let's play a few weeks of baseball and find out if these guys can really play. But what a week for Buster.
What a week for Buster. What a last couple of days for the San Francisco Giants. And, I said and we said collectively that it was starting to look like with the back-to-back extra innings losses, with the offense and how badly it was struggling, that it was looking a lot more like last year and the year before than it was the first month of the season. And these last 2 days, we got the 2025 Giants of April and maybe little sprinkles of May, but mostly the beginning of March and April when you had the down by 2 runs comeback. And it's not like everything is fixed all of a sudden, but they are back to playing the Buster ball and getting enough out of your offense, getting enough situational hitting, getting enough opportunistic play. I love the comment about Dominic Smith being the left-handed Wilmer Flores, because Wilmer Flores hasn't actually blown you out of the water with the stat sheet this year, except for his RBI total, which is near the top of the league. Other than that, he's a very okay numbers, but he has always found a way to get it done in the situations where it's going to count for a little bit of extra. And that is why the Giants are going to be able to win some games. So they're 35-28, a little bit of right in the ship here, still a tough schedule ahead. And we got some great guests. You mentioned Andy Baggerly. Welcome back. He'll be joining us at 10:50, as he's going to be doing just about every Friday. Brooke Pryor, our friend from the NFL Combine, who covers the Pittsburgh Steelers for ESPN, they got a new quarterback. So she's going to be joining us at 11:30. Of course, it is a Friday, so Matt Mayoko will be coming by at 11:50. And then at 1:30, Walter's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, whatever day of the week it is, he's going to be flipping it out on a Friday, and we're going to have a fun way to end the week. So 415-808-5627, the number to join the conversation as always. And a good morning to the YouTube chat. Nathan Lane, good to see you. Riddy D, as always, my guy Wes, and many, many others. We'll keep this conversation going and have a fantastic 10 to 2 slot. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After everything that went down with the Giants this week, they walk out of yesterday with a series split against the Padres. Camilo Doval gets save number 100, and Dominic Smith with his 3 hits and the ground rule double, driving in the winning run in a 3-2 triumph. Can we all collectively exhale here in the Bay Area? 415-808-5627 to dial in. Happy Friday, everybody. Hope everyone's in some good spirits after the Giants kind of turned around their week, got the split, and I am here to tell you, really ask you, if you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, some not even in California, because the one thing that is constant is that Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area. They have been for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn all about your rights. Over the past year, Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with motorcyclists, pedestrians, vehicles, the chaos, the children, they're all around us. So please, let's be careful and work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. But feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front. You get no hourly rates, no upfront fees. And best of all, they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Now a drive to left field, hit well. Encarnacion is watching it. It hits off the wall. He'll play the carom. He's going to throw to second. The tag and out at second. Iglesias didn't slide. Encarnacion, what a play. He got back there and played the carom beautifully, wheeled around, and in one motion fired towards second as fast as he could. And I think that just shocked Iglesias, who couldn't even conceive that that wouldn't be a double. The throw is just a tiny bit offline, but Fitzgerald took that throw and then lunged back across the bag and got Iglesias on the elbow without sliding in.
Yeah, how about all 5 runs of yesterday happening over the course of just one inning? The Giants with some incredible defensive plays down the stretch. Tyler Fitzgerald, who made the tag on that call there by Dave Fleming, caught a liner that prevented a base hit. And then right there, you just heard Gerard Encarnacion taking the ball from left field and hosing it to Tyler Fitzgerald to prevent a Jose Iglesias double. I got to say, and I know we weren't huge on Gerard Encarnacion playing outfield, and if we were to pick a spot for him, it was going to be left field as opposed to center or right. But that was a pretty impressive play right there. And I don't know if you went back and saw the TV later when he did the little, took out the gun, the air gun, blow the smoke, put it right back in the holster.
He's got a gun and he knows how to use it. And, I mean, you know, not all left fields are equal. When you go to Coors Field next week, that's the big part of that ballpark. It's Swanigan Blake, so you don't want him out there. He's huge. He's just a massive man. He looks, Jorge Soler was big. This guy's bigger. Is he listed at 260? Mike keeps saying he's 260. Wow. I mean, how many 260-pounders play in the outfield? He's one of the biggest outfielders that's ever played. But he's got sneaky speed. Once that he gets that big bite, he stole a base yesterday. And that play came in the 7th inning with 1 out, Iglesias. And all of a sudden, the Padres got injuries. Xander Bogaerts, something with his back, came out of the game early on Wednesday, didn't play yesterday. What happened to Dylan Cease? He took a comebacker right off his pitching hand. Is he going to have to go on the IL? So they lost the last 2 games. They lost a couple of big guys. And, you know, Cease is in a contract year, and they wondered about trading him. They don't have Michael King. They don't have Yu Darvish. They don't have Joe Musgrove. So that was rough. But for Encarnacion, he'll make a play. He's got a good arm, obviously. He's a big man. But just the way he played that, he was playing shallow ball, shot over his head. Iglesias is not a power hitter. And he got back and he played it off the wall beautifully. And I think Iglesias is, you know, Dave said it was a princess bride. It was inconceivable that I'm not going to make it a second standing. And he just got fooled and they laid the tag on him. But I thought, you know, I didn't know what Encarnacion really is a DH, but you've got guys you could do that, obviously, with Wilmer. And now you got a glut of outfielders. You send Matos down. You know, yesterday's outfield, you know, Yastrzemski didn't play. Ramos DH'd. Almost every single day, the outfield was consistent. Certainly against right-handed pitching. It was Ramos in left, Jung-Hoo Lee in center, Mike Yastrzemski in right. And occasionally against a lefty, they'd put Matos, but not always, in right. Now you've got Daniel Johnson, who is faster than fast. I mean, Tyler Fitzgerald, I think, is the fastest Giant with the sprint speed. But Daniel Johnson, they clocked him going 31 feet per second. Whoa. I thought it was 27, what Shea wrote, but when he peaked at the one spot, when he ran down the hit by Arise, the fly ball by Arise on Wednesday night in the Gap, he was going 31 feet per second. And you can just tell, that guy's fast. You know, Reggie Jackson had the great line about Devon White. Devon White looks fast standing still. He just does. The way he walks. And, you know, Daniel Johnson, DJ, looks fast, just standing still. Saw him try to bunt one, and he's fast, man. And then you've got Encarnacion, who's not fast, but he's capable. So all of a sudden, you had 4 outfielders and 3 played every day. Now you've got 5. We'll call Encarnacion 1. He can play first. He can DH. So let's not overreact here with these guys. I mean, Daniel Johnson's hardly played in the major leagues. He's 29 years of age. He looks like he's got a lot of skill you can use, certainly as a pinch runner, a defender later in the game. Hell, if you wanted to pull Ramos out of a game late and put Daniel Johnson in left field and go with an outfield of Johnson, Jung-Hoo Lee, and Mike Yastrzemski, he'd be like having 3 center fielders. So it gives you a lot of options. Let's see what the lineup is tonight. And DJ went 0 for 4 yesterday afternoon and struck out a couple of times. Do you go back to Yaz? Schwellenbach is going for the Braves. Extreme hard thrower. He'll throw 100. As a starting pitcher, he throws 100. He's got everything. He's got like 6 different pitches. So anyway, I mean, obviously the first 2 games, they're 2-0 since the mass change and exodus and 4 new guys were in the lineup. Now you got to settle in. You're not going to judge these guys after 2 games. It takes 2 weeks, 2 months, and then we get into late July before you assess. But certainly, for 2 games, they have given this team a much-needed jolt.
Oh, no question about it. And yeah, I mean, this isn't to make any definitive conclusions on your Dominic Smiths, your Daniel Johnsons, but they've certainly answered the call in the areas that this team needed it. And Daniel Johnson was the one to get the hitting going when the offense was just dead in the water. Then he comes in for the first run on the Patrick Bailey RBI. They have the comeback from 5-0. Doesn't hit the ball as much yesterday, but then it was Dominic Smith who answered the bell when they needed it and knocks in the winning run. So they were just contributing to the way in which the Giants are set up to win baseball games and the way they're going to win baseball games if they are to be a successful team. Now the test for these 2 guys in particular becomes what the issue has been for most of the team this year, and that is finding enough steadiness, enough consistency in all of it. But certainly the breath of fresh air part was box check on Wednesday, Thursday. They even it up, and after all the drama we've had this week, they are still a game back of the Padres. They are 3 back of the Dodgers, and it's like this series was a wash as far as the standings go. So 415-808-5627, the number, if you want to check in before we have Andy Baggerly join us at 10:50. 209 on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line says, good morning to us. Was at the game yesterday. We should give a shout out to Tyler Fitzgerald on that catch. Yeah, no question about it. We came in with the highlight of Gerard Encarnacion, but Tyler Fitzgerald, you know what's funny too? Look at the replay. I thought, oh, he timed that perfectly, but in live action, I'm sitting there right behind the Giants dugout a few rows back. I got to hang out with my uncle and cousins who you met out at the patio, and I'm thinking, wow, he was so behind that play just because my eyes were already gravitating into the outfield, and Tyler Fitzgerald to make that catch. And then also 209 says the thoughts on Manny Machado staring him down. Look, I know Machado's got a lot of swag and everything. I think that was just like a damn, bro, respect for making that play. I mean, that was one of the best plays I've seen Tyler Fitzgerald make at all. And I know that coming into the season, he was one of the question marks about the defense playing a new position full-time in second base.
Well, that was an athletic play. We know how fast he is. And guys that fast, he's got hops. He can jump. What's his vertical? They got the baseball combine going on now, getting ready for the amateur draft. You don't talk about it as much as we do in football and basketball even, measuring all these things. But Tyler Fitzgerald's explosive. He can jump. I bet he's got a pretty good vert. Athletically, he's one of the best on the team. It's the subtleties of playing second base. He's done fine. He's playing a really good second base. He's outstanding. The arm for shortstop didn't always play. He's got a really good arm for second base. That was a big-time play. That was the inning before, and Encarnacion threw out Iglesias. He made the leaping catch to snag the liner off the bat of Manny Machado. He went 0 for 3 yesterday with 3 punchies. We didn't talk about it enough. I know John Miller made a big point of it, and Dave, even when he talked about Melvin on the Bowmel for yesterday, he also got on base right before Ramos to set that up with the bases loaded when the Giants came back on Wednesday night. So he is contributing. And as far as the defense in the outfield, Bob did that. Yaz came into the game late, and Encarnacion left, and they moved Daniel Johnson over to left field. I mean, you want to talk about, and Yaz is fast. Last year, how many triples he have? Like 9, which is the most his grandfather ever had in a single year. So Mike Yastrzemski, he knows how to carve bases, but as an outfielder, he tracks the ball so beautifully. I mean, that outfield, when you have a lead late and you're looking defense, and you put Daniel Johnson in left field, you've got Jung-Hoo Lee in center field, and you got Mike Yastrzemski in right field, I mean, that's what's going to win. And I think the offense will pick up here. I want to see Daniel Johnson over a longer period of time, whether he can hit. We know Dominic Smith can hit. The guy can just hit. He's got great hands. He's like Wilmer. He doesn't need a stride. Now, is he going to hit 30 home runs in this ballpark? No. Is he going to hit 20? Probably not. Well, if he plays every single day, he could give you 12 to 15. But what did Buster say? Quality at bats. Know how to make a proper out hit behind runners. That's what we were talking about earlier. Guys who can manipulate a bat. Like Elliot Ramos, as good as he is, hitting bombs and tying games with doubles. And he came up the first 2 games of the series, did not know how to make a proper out. Now, he hit the ball hard, but in that situation, especially early in the count, when you get to 2 strikes, I got you. You got to protect. But early in the count, look for something up, drive the ball in the air. Guys like Dominic Smith, Wilmer Flores, Luis Ariz. Wow. Did he actually swing and miss at a baseball yesterday? He swung and actually did not hit it. He didn't foul it off. The guy never strikes out. He never even swings and misses. That's how good Robbie Ray was yesterday with his swing and miss stuff. He got Luis Ariz to swing a baseball bat and not hit the baseball. It's like, what? Is he blind? What happened to him there? He have a seizure? But that's the kind of guy, that the bat manipulators, even Manny, who's looking to buggy whip on you a lot. They know how to manipulate. Dominic Smith can hit, move the bat head around. It's like he's playing tennis. He knows where you want to hit it down the line. You want to pull across court. The guy, he knows how to do that. They need more guys that can manipulate the bat. And going back to Robbie Ray, you ever see Fernando Tatis Jr. look so bad in the box? He couldn't hit his changeup. He couldn't hit his fastball. I know Tats came here struggling, but Robbie Ray just spun him around yesterday.
Yeah, we haven't even really gotten much into Robbie Ray, and that's actually a great segue where we can pick this up on the other side. 415-808-5627, the number to join the conversation, and we also have got our YouTube and Twitch chat as well. Good to be with everybody on a Friday. It is Papa and Silver. Andy Baggerly coming up at 10:50. It's all coming your way on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. I guess you'd say he's got swing and miss kind of stuff today.
I think so.
Yeah, I think he did, as Papa was just alluding to the fact that he got Luis Ariz, of all people, to swing and miss. Robbie Ray was spectacular yesterday. Andy Baggerly's going to talk all about it with us coming up in the next segment. Allowed the 2-run homer to Manny Machado, 4 hits, went the full 7 innings for him, and had 9 strikeouts. He also became the National League's first 8-game winner and continues this track. NL Pitcher of the Month in May, carrying over the momentum into June. And at this rate, he certainly is looking like he could be an all-star for your orange and black. Lots to get into. By the way, if you're watching us on YouTube or Twitch, you can see we got the full outfits going today. And I am wearing tomorrow's giveaway. First 15,000 fans into the stadium for the Giants can get this SF Giants Pride-themed bucket hat. You know what the cool thing about these giveaways, too, is if you don't want it, you don't have to wear it, all right? It's there if you want it. Take a little break from the sun. I put sunscreen on the face yesterday. My arms, I probably didn't think so much ahead. I was taking a shower late at night to try to just not be smelly for once in my life and just got full red. The farmer's tan's going to be looking good by the end of the weekend, but I had a little bit of that John Joe Curly lobster effect going on me with my super white skin, Papa.
Rock lobster. Yeah, I don't have to worry about that. I'm olive oil skin. I get burned right away. Anyway, good luck in Pride. The actual Pride weekend's coming up in a couple of weekends, but we'll celebrate it tomorrow. And then the big one is Hello Kitty on Sunday, and that game is going to be sold out against the Atlanta Braves. So one way or the other, we got to get that Hello Kitty jersey. But and Hello Kitty turned 50 a couple of years ago, so she's going strong. And Robbie Ray, with Atlanta coming in, we go back to that start he had. It was a terrible Wednesday night when Atlanta came in last year in mid-August and the Giants dropped. Very similar to this series. Your one chance, and it was later in the year, to bunt or not to bunt. Yes, don't bunt. Fitzgerald bunt. Doesn't work. You lose in extra innings. And then Robbie Ray can't get out of the first inning. He got bombed. Michael Harris, they just activated a grand slam against him, and it was like, whoa. But remember his first start in L.A. against the Dodgers? They couldn't touch him, and then he wound up getting tired. Remember, this was a Farhan Zaidi acquisition, and they wanted to move Mitch Haniger to Seattle. They wanted to move money and take money. He took on a lot of money. Robbie Ray makes $25 million a season. How many guys on this roster make that kind of coin? And
Willie Adames, 26.
He comes back after not one but two severe. It wasn't just the Tommy John, the ulnar collateral ligament. He also had the flexor tendon. So it was like 2 different surgeries bad. So it took him a long time to come back. But what he is this year is just an absolute joy to watch. And his evolution, again, we keep talking about Kyle Harrison needs a second, third pitch. That's what Robbie Ray was. When he was an Arizona Diamondback, he basically had 2 pitches and he shoved. And then he goes to the American League in Toronto. As good as Robbie Ray is pitching this year, this is not his best year. In the American League, American League East, with those ballparks and those lineups, in 21, the year after the pandemic, he had a 2.84 ERA. He made 32 starts. He threw 193 innings. You ready for this? He struck out 248 batters, 248 and 193 in the third, and he walked only 52. He had years earlier where he walked in the high. One year he walked 84 when he was in Arizona, and then he got hurt, but he won the side that year in the American League, pitching against those American League East lineups in those tiny ballparks. Different world. And now he's back. And the efficiency, the screwball changeup, we call it the screwball because it rhymes, but it screws hitters. Nobody throws a screwball anymore. It just doesn't happen. A few guys a few years ago did. Anyway, Robbie Ray, the way he just sits there, and he's so he's so coming at you. Tight pants. He's just growling at you. But he doesn't pitch that way. He pitches very calm. His mechanics are so locked in, and he's got a lot of moving parts, and he just comes downhill. He repeats his delivery every single time coming out of his left hand. Do you have any idea if you're getting 96 top rail, are you going to get the change up down? You're getting the back foot slider. You're going to get the knuckle curve. They talk about tunneling. It all comes out of that left hand in the same tunnel. And then they go all different directions, all different speeds. Wow. Is he, and Farhan, thank you. Can somebody thank Farhan Zadi for bringing us Robbie Ray? How good has he been? We haven't seen the Dodgers yet, but it's pretty obvious if you want to beat the LA Dodgers, you need left-handed pitching to beat them. I know they got Mookie and they got Will Smith and they got some good right-handed hitters, but the two best hitters in baseball are Shohei and Freddie Freeman, and they got Max Muncy going. You want to go there and beat them? Not this weekend, the weekend after. Is Robbie Ray already lined up to pitch? I think he is. I got to look at it. He's going to pitch in Colorado. Yesterday was Thursday, so he'll pitch Wednesday. Damn, maybe he won't pitch in L.A. We got to fix this. So anyway, I want him against the Dodgers. And I think as far as go there and impress Dave Roberts, Yamamoto, I think, would be the guy because Doc gets to pick he's the manager. They won the World Series. Who else really in the National League could take? He's an all-star. There's no doubt Robbie Ray's an all-star. We'll see if Logan Webb makes it, Elliot Ramos. It's hard in the outfield. There's so many good outfielders in the National League. Pete Crow, Armstrong, goes on and on. Robbie Ray is a giant all-star. There's no doubt. Do we want to pitch the all-star game? Atlee Havoc? You guys have had bad all-star starts. Anyway,
hung over Logan Webb last year.
He starts the all-star game, but Robbie Ray, wow. Is he fun to watch right now? He is full intensity, tenacity, and then he's just so calm. At the height of his powers, he has 4 different ways to get you out, unlike when he was younger, when he had just a couple. How good is Robbie Ray right now?
No, and the changeup has been everything because, and Mike Krukow was talking about this on the postgame wrap, that Robbie Ray, he's a veteran in this league, and he's seen a lot of different hitters a lot of different times. But with this new element of the changeup, it's like they're seeing a new side of Robbie Ray that they haven't had to deal with before. So it's been super effective. It's working. He's got a good thing going. He is clearly the best physical form he has been since his Cy Young season. And they needed those 9 strikeouts yesterday against a Padres lineup that can fill it up in a hurry. Giants offense has not been perfect. We're not acting like it's all fixed. But the bottom line is they made it count. They were opportunistic. And when we did our award-winning Diamond Notes as part of Giants pregame yesterday, 2 things I brought to light, Papa. One was keys to the game, and I said, just put the ball in play. I know that sounds so simple, could be so cliche, but you got to find a way to just get the ball in the outfield. You could just get it on the ground. I didn't have to hit any homers. Didn't do anything all that drastic. The automatic double ended up driving in the winning runs. And then as far as an X factor, I picked Willie Adames, which for a guy who signs that contract to pick as an X factor, not exactly the type of X factor you would think would fit into that definition. But I said with Willie, you just got to find ways to make it count at the plate. We mentioned Dylan Cease and the slider. He struggled against it. But as you noted in the 10 o'clock segment here to open up the show, we got to give him credit for the sac fly because that was making it count when the bases were loaded. It wasn't the greatest at bat in the world, but it was getting something out of that situation with 1 out and the bases loaded. And I think a lot of Giants fans, and I was there in the stadium, could just sense kind of this antsy energy of, is he going to strike out? Then we got bases loaded, 2 outs with Dom Smith, who's been here for about 8 seconds on the team, coming up to the plate. Willie Adames was able to get a run going. Smith knocked in the other 2. So coming up on the other side, let's catch up with the first time in a long time and someone we're going to be talking to every Friday moving forward, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly, who's already written a couple great pieces. If you haven't gone and read them, I highly recommend checking that out. But before that, he's going to interview with us, Poppin' Silver on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Friday, everybody. Papa and Silver hanging out with you. Good to be with you. Good to talk a lot of baseball this week. We've had the highs and lows of everything, and it is time to get the guest list going here on a Friday. Andy Baggerly of The Athletic has been out for a while. It is great to have him back. We have had him on Papa and Silver before, but Bags, it's great to have you for the very first time since the season began. 35-28 are the Giants, and he joins us on the Yuma guest line. Welcome back. What's happening?
Hey, thanks. Good to be back with you guys. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we're thrilled to have you. And I guess just to start things off, I mean, let's kind of go over the full overview of how we got here with the 35-28 and just kind of want to get your perspective on the big picture of everything. You know, the Giants, they are a game back of the Padres after splitting that series. They are 3 back of an NL West lead to the LA Dodgers. They got, I think, 14 come from behind victories when they're trailing by 2 or more runs now. So lots of good. And then they've also had some pretty big struggles, particularly on the offensive side. You come back, Lamont Wade Jr. and Sam Huff get DFA'd. So just kind of looking at the team as a whole, I mean, impressions of Buster Posey in year 1 as president of baseball operations. And does this kind of exceed what you might have thought this team would be at this stage here in early June?
Yeah, full disclosure, and this is the first time I've said this in maybe 20 years, you're asking the wrong guy for perspective because I've been out of commission. I was in South America. I was not able to watch any of the games. MLB TV outsmarted my VPN, and so I saw highlights. I saw the walk-off Little League homer. You know, I read everything everyone was reading, writing on the beat. But yeah, I was on leave for 12 weeks. And it's kind of funny. I was in the dugout yesterday, and some of the other guys on the beat were saying, yeah, there are Reddit threads about you. Like, where did he go? What's he doing? What kind of top secret? Is he going to be on Jeopardy again? You know? And no, it's much more boring. My partner's a professor, and she gets the chance every so often to participate in an overseas program. And so this was spring quarter in Santiago, Chile. So that's where we were. We traveled all over, used it as a base to see a lot of great stuff. And my bosses were really kind enough to grant me 12 weeks of leave, which I took the full amount of. And so, yeah, I'm coming back, and I feel like, you know, one of those special assignment scouts that parachutes in, and, you know, you're asked, okay, get a look at this team for 3 days. And you're really kind of uncluttered maybe by preconceived notions, which maybe can work as an advantage, but for the most part, it's a disadvantage because, I'd love to tell you what's going on and give you all these insights and perspective you're asking for, but I'm watching this team for the first time these last couple of days, so it's a very new experience for me.
No, it's great to have you back and your perspective. And I know I was wondering where you were. I'm topping on Jeopardy. You're a 3-time Jeopardy champion. I'm thinking the Jeopardy host maybe he's on an ayahuasca magical mystery tour with Aaron Rodgers. Where the hell's Bags? So glad to hear it was family related and it was
that
good. And
Rodgers gets to the Steelers and Bags comes back in the same week? I think not.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'll get more into that later. But anyway, great to have you back. And I know from doing baseball all these years, it's a daily grind. You miss one day, and you feel like you don't know anything, because everything changes, and you got to. But I got to give you credit. The 2 pieces you wrote about, saying goodbye to late night Lamont, and then the Dominic Smith piece, and we'll get into each one separately. It's just you. I mean, you would not know that you were in South America for the first 2 months of the year. You're just so brilliant and able to catch up, and it just was beautiful. So great to have you back, but. Let's start. It was a hell of a week for Buster Posey, really shaking up the roster, and we wondered, would he do this to his guys? Just take them off the roster with late night Lamont, and I'm the one who gave him the nickname. So, just starting there, what he did after the loss on Tuesday night, the nature of that loss. Lamont took 95 off the hand on Monday night. I thought he was headed to the IL. Did they want to stash him on the IL? Just the way it went down. For Buster to go in that clubhouse and look his former teammate in the eye and tell late night Lamont, we are designating you for assignment.
Yeah, that was my first day back on the beat. So hell of a first day, and wasn't quite sure what I would write or what I would. I obviously have no perspective on the team at all, and so in a way for me, obviously not didn't work out for Lamont, but it kind of made it a little easy for me to write just the straight news of the whole thing. And I asked a lot of people at the ballpark the last 2 days. I said, look, I've got statistics. I got baseball reference. I got box scores. I don't know what the at-bat quality has looked like. I really don't know if his 149 average or whatever was unlucky or if he looked worse than that or whatever. But, obviously they got to a point where they felt it wasn't going to turn around. And they obviously got to a point where they couldn't tolerate it because the rest of the team was really struggling, and that's what happens when you score 2 runs a game for half a month. Is there's no place for anybody to hide who's struggling, and so I'm sure it could not have been easy for Buster Posey, and I know that they're just reading sort of common threads and stuff over the last couple months. I know a lot of fans were starting to grumble, through May that. The team's not really doing anything. They're not making any roster moves. And, obviously the Giants operated differently in years past. The roster was very fluid. So, I thought that was, you're right, the first sort of like in-season shakeup move that Buster Posey's made. He had to make it with a guy who was one of his former teammates. And not only that, a former Willie Mack winner, a fellow Willie Mack winner. So, somebody who really had a lot of great moments as a Giant. I'll never forget interviewing his mom after Lamont hit that splash homer right over her head when she was sort of being a social butterfly and mixing and mingling with the fans, and she happened to be standing at the top of the arcade when he hit that homer, and it was just such a cool moment for that family. And it's just a reminder that baseball can change, and everybody's going through different things and dealing with injuries, dealing with pressures, dealing with anxieties, and if you're in that big chair, you have to operate for the good of the group, not only for moves that can maybe shift the vibe a little bit, but also moves that can try to spark the team. So they obviously felt they got to that point. They haven't backslid all the way back to 500. Obviously, 2 huge wins over the Padres to keep that series from really turning into a disaster, and maybe they found a way to hit a little bit of a reset button.
Talking to Andy Baggerly here on the UMA guest line. And I had a great time last night reading your column about Elliot Ramos, his connection to Lamont Wade Jr. and the text message he sent to him where he said, I appreciate your friendship. I appreciate the type of person you are and the support you always gave me. It's God's plan, so keep battling. Elliot Ramos let out a lot of emotion with that double on Wednesday night to tie the game. And I think a lot of that was just the collective weight lifted off the shoulders of the Giants offense that couldn't get above 4 runs and coming back from down 5-0 when the team was at seemingly a low point in the season as far as morale and how much they were struggling with the bats. But as far as the friendship between those two. I mean, what can you tell us about why Ramos and Lamont Wade got close and how he's kind of looking now, Ramos, to carry that late night torch in 2025?
Yeah, I think that's just the mark of a team that's got some good togetherness. It's not just sort of cliquish here or there. It's people bonding who maybe you otherwise think wouldn't really kind of bond. And obviously, Lamont Wade Jr. was a big part of the 2021 team. He's was really one of the longest tenured guys here, which is kind of crazy to think about because we've had so much continuity in the previous decade with the roster. But he's a guy who I think that Willie Mack Award says it all. He was respected by his peers. And I went back and I read the story that I wrote on the day that he won the Willie Mack Award. And there was a quote from Mike Yastrzemski in it. And he referenced the fact that during that season, that 2021 season, there was a point where Wade got optioned and he really didn't deserve to be optioned, but it was just sort of a numbers game thing. And you got the sense that the clubhouse was almost in, not in mutiny mode, but they let their dissatisfaction with that move be known. And I think there was a lot of respect for how Wade handled that. And then obviously he came back on the roster another, couple weeks later, and then you couldn't take him off because he kept getting game-changing hits. But that was something that Mike Yastrzemski noted was just really sort of endeared Lamont Wade Jr. in the eyes of a lot of people. And obviously he had his ups and downs as a Giant. Obviously there were some things he did really, really well, like get on base the last couple of years. And you look up and, he's driven in 45 runs. You think, well, gosh, could he maybe be a little bit more of a run producer as well? And, ultimately I think that it boils down to connections you make in this game. And doors are opening and closing for guys all the time, and sometimes in unexpected ways. And when one person's door closes, it just because of the roster, the way it works, another door opens, and so you have Don Smith coming in. So yeah, I think that it was nice to hear that Ramos was able to send that message to Wade. I'm sure he got a lot of supportive messages. And like Bob Melvin said, he'd be shocked if Wade doesn't get picked up by somebody, and maybe he needs a little bit of a fresh start. And who knows if he was putting a lot of pressure on himself. This is his walk year, his platform year. Maybe just a mental reset will be good for him too. So you get in that position as the head of baseball operations, you got to make that call. What's best for the team, and that's what Buster Posey did, and he didn't really sort of let emotions get in the way.
And to fill you in on the quality of the at-bat with Lamont, the walks have been there to some degree. He's hit some balls hard. He had one game where he almost did a two-run homer right down the line, and then he hooked one inches foul. But the stride is just too long. The swing is long. There was a lot of swing and miss. He went from late-night Lamont to late-swing Lamont. And frankly, Bags, we've been talking about it on this show for a couple of weeks. I thought it would be paired with Gerard Encarnacion coming back. So Monday, they bring Encarnacion back off the 60-day, and Lamont's still on the team. And Lamont is actually in the lineup. And Lamont gets drilled by 95. And I'm thinking, did he break his hand? What, are they going to stash him on the IL? So the timing of it, not to do it right away when Gerard came back, was it simply that Dominic Smith was not signed to a contract yet? After getting out of his minor league deal with the Yankees, they had to get that done. So that timing was weird there. And then just pick up the Dominic Smith story as only the great Andrew Bagley can, because you broke down the game yesterday, but you got deep into everything Dominic Smith has been through, not just physically, mentally, spiritually. We know the guy can hit, but he had some things he had to solve. It was a great piece.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate a guy like him meeting me for the first time in the clubhouse and hanging back to ask a couple extra questions about his two-strike approach, and then it turned into a conversation about this mentor that he has. And I said, well, would you mind telling me who that mentor is? And he said, yeah, Rajay Davis. We know Rajay. He was a Giant. He's everybody. He's touched a lot of people in this game. Works for Major League Baseball now. So, I thought that was really, really cool of him to sort of share that, because he didn't have to do that with somebody he just met. And you're right. I think a lot of that timing probably had to do with the fact that he had that June 1 opt-out date from his Yankees contract, and I think the Giants had done a lot of work on, people who might be coming loose out of some of those opt-outs at AAA, and who's performing well, and who's got a track record of success, and who might be able to help out their situation. I think I wasn't there, but a couple days before, Buster Posey had met with reporters mostly to talk about Bryce Eldridge's promotion to AAA, and he kind of expressed some frustration about, this is the time of year it's hard to make an outside move because teams aren't really in trade mode. And so I think that this was sort of the best way that they could find to maybe try to bring in some fresh blood. And yeah, for Dom Smith's case, this is a guy who was a former top prospect, 11th overall pick, third high school player taken in his draft class by the Mets. If you're a Mets prospect, you're going to be overhyped. That's just the way it is. I still have a whole bunch of Greg Jeffries rookie cards that I thought were going to be my college scholarship fund, but they're sitting in my attic. But yeah, when you're a Mets prospect, you're hyped, and then he had a great year in 2020, but it was this shortened year, it's only 60 games, so you can only really establish yourself so much. The real thing that came along for him that dealt him a blow was that he came into camp with the Mets in 2019, and he was in a wide open competition with a couple other young guys for first base. And one of those young guys was Pete Alonso, who hit 53 home runs that year. And J.D. Davis was there as well. So kind of got aced out of that first base job with the Mets. And then, the career starts going the way that the career goes when, a former top prospect maybe hasn't established himself fully. And maybe your next best opportunity is with, a rebuilding team to get, close to everyday at-bats. And that came with the Nationals for him. And when he didn't kind of platform himself that year, then the next year it's a minor league deal. And you shuffle around over 3 teams like he did last year. And this year the minor league deal was with the Yankees, which was not a great fit for him because they just signed Paul Goldschmidt. There was really no avenue for him. So all he could do was just perform at AAA. And he told me that in January, right after he signed with the Yankees, that's when Rajai Davis reached out. And that's when they started having the conversations. And he said that really did bring him some peace of mind. He didn't feel that same sense of urgency, just be at peace with what he can do as a baseball player. And, just as a child of God, basically, is the way he put it. So, and we've seen that. We've seen that throughout the years. Travis Ishikawa or Connor Gillespie, they're coming up as prospects. They're squeezing the bat. They're trying so hard. These guys have such a small window of their lives to make money and to establish themselves. And every opportunity you don't take advantage of, it's like deafening. That I think I wrote that it's the sand through the hourglass can just be deafening. You put so much pressure on yourself. So it's almost like when you have that second act as a player and you come back a second time like an Ishikawa or a Gillespie and you're like, okay, this is what my career became. Maybe it wasn't what I thought it was going to be, but I still have an opportunity in front of me. I'm still going to try to achieve. I'm still going to try to win. I'm just going to kind of take the load off my shoulders. And that's when some of these guys produce and they become pieces, maybe bench pieces, maybe role pieces on winning teams. And I think that's something Buster Posey has definitely seen. I don't know if it's something he thought about when he made this signing, but it's something I thought about. And, you never know. You never know just where that path is going to take you.
Bags, I'm curious to get your perspective on Camilo Doval this week because to kind of get you up to speed on everything, I mean, you obviously are very aware of his struggles last season, losing the closing spot to Ryan Walker. Then this year he starts, had a couple of shaky outings at the beginning of April, but then had a stretch from there on where he went 21 2/3 scoreless, was just ice in his veins, looked like the Camilo Doval of old, the one that was an all-star. And then, maybe this last week since you've come back isn't the best representation of Camilo Doval of 2025 with one blown save, and then the other yesterday getting his 100th career, but a little bit shaky, having to get a couple runners on base. Do you notice a difference in Doval up on the mound compared to last season, just having been back for these couple?
Yeah, hard to say. Obviously, I know that Walker was in the closer role. They made the change with Doval. Randy Rodriguez, frankly, to me, is the story in that bullpen. I mean, my gosh, this guy's been probably the best reliever in the National League, maybe. So that's definitely a story to watch, and that's helped to solidify this bullpen. And then you got Tyler Rogers doing what he's doing again for another season. But for Doval, you're right. I think I maybe didn't see the best of him these last 2 days. Certainly know what he did in the weeks prior. Hard for me to really gauge it after just seeing a couple outings. But there was yesterday's appearance, and then the 2 before he had issued 2 walks in both of them, and that's what really is the trouble point for him is when he's walking guys or he's getting behind in counts or he's getting too predictable with one pitch. And, I did notice a little bit of a difference with him in spring training. A lot of people were talking about how he was a little more outgoing. He was just a little more comfortable, seemed like he was putting in more work on slide stepping, changing his times. He had a really nice pickoff move yesterday, and I'm like, where's that? I've never seen that from him before. So I think those are all maybe signs of some just growing up, and becoming I guess sort of dedicating yourself to getting better at your craft. And that's something that a lot of the coaches were talking about in the spring. So maybe that's been a part of his success the last few weeks too. Hard for me to say, I haven't seen it, but everyone knows what the arm talent level is. Everybody knows, he's been an all-star, and then, he's got a base open with Jake Cronenworth. And I thought, oh boy, normally you might think, okay, put him on, there's sort of the guy on deck was a better matchup. But then you don't want to blow the bases with Camilo there because you don't know if he's going to walk the next guy. And so he went after him. I thought, okay, he's going to nibble. Maybe he's going to nibble a little bit, fall behind. But then he went right after him and obviously got the out to strand the two runners and close it down. And that's what a good closer does.
Speaking of all-stars, Bags, just fresh eyes on Robbie Ray. And I know you saw him a little bit last year, and he was coming back off two significant surgeries, not just the UCL, but also the flexor tendon. So he had good moments, and then like the one against the Braves on that Wednesday night was horrific. But this year, my God, I mean, he's not only an all-star to me, I think he's got a great chance to start the all-star game. And we all saw him when he was coming up in Arizona. He had first little foray in the big leagues in Detroit, but we saw him a lot against the Diamondbacks. And, one year he lost 12 games. The next year he lost 15 games. It was always the same. He had that high fastball. And then, one year he wins 15 games. He goes to the American League, and he wins the American League Cy Young Award. And then he gets hurt, and it was Farhan that brought him back and took all that money on. He unloaded some Mitch Haniger. But watching Robbie Ray yesterday, he's got the Scooble changeup now, and he's got still the high fastball, and he's got the knuckle curve and the back foot slider. How good is Robbie Ray right now, Bags?
Yeah, and you look at Mitch Haniger, he was released in spring training. Anthony DeSclafani is done. And so, you look at, there's always residue from one administration to the next, both good and bad. And, everyone's going to always try to parse who gets the credit and the blame because you don't enter a situation like Buster Posey is in a vacuum. I mean, he is dealing with the decisions that were made by a previous administration. And I think if you go look at some of the things that Farhan Zaidi did, I mean, trading for Robbie Ray, and yes, he was using sort of the eraser to rub out, a couple of mistake contracts he gave out. But, I mean, that was a hell of a pivot. And it's looking like Robbie Ray could be one of the best pitchers in the league. And I see a guy who just is comfortable in his delivery and consistent getting down the mound. One thing I heard him say in an interview that he gave, I don't know when it was, the last couple of weeks, but he's got this changeup that he's using now. It's the changeup that he sort of borrowed from Tarek Skubal. And not only is that a good pitch because it plays off his other pitches, but he mentioned that he has to get extension with that pitch. He has to get down the mound and really, get out there with his arm. And that's one thing I've heard so many pitchers talk about when they're coming back from Tommy John surgery is that last thing to come is that extension and that consistency with extension, with release point. And, you can have the stuff, you can be throwing hard, but, you're not in consistency with your delivery and you're not able to get that last bit of extension to get the finish on your pitches that you need to really, put them where you want them to go and get that late movement that you want them to get. And so that makes a lot of sense to me that Robbie Ray would say that about his changeup being a pitch that helps him get extension and helps him with all his other pitches. And, you saw a guy when he wanted to go upstairs, with 93, 94, it reminded me of, I know he's a lefty, but he reminded me of a Matt Cain fastball where it's not 98, right? But it just stays on plane at the top of that zone. And he knows he can get swings up there. But now he's got that changeup. So if someone is hunting the top of the zone, he can change eye levels. He can change their timing a little bit more with something other than the breaking ball, which can maybe be an easier take sometimes. So, yeah, I see a guy who's really confident. Feels like he's got more weapons at his disposal, and it feels like he can be consistent in his delivery. And now he's throwing to a guy, Andrew Kisner, for the first time, and there's no problem at all. I mean, it seemed like he just knew what he wanted to do. Like Bob Melvin said, it's not like any pitcher's easy to catch, but when you're catching a pitcher like Robbie Ray, who really knows what he wants to do, is confident with what he wants to do, then that's about as easy as a pitcher there is to catch.
Bags, it's great to have you back on Pop and Silver. Great to have you back in the Bay Area, and I'll certainly be reading all your columns as they come out in The Athletic. There's already a couple of great ones, and hope you're feeling nice and refreshed and ready for the Giants to get into this summer stretch of the season, and we'll see if they can keep this thing going here at 35-28. NL West is tough, but all you can ask for is a chance as you go into the summer.
Yeah, no, it looks like it's gonna be an interesting season, and as a beat writer, that's really all you ask for. So fun to be back. Fun to be back with you guys. Thanks.
Bags is back. That's all we need.
Thank you, Bags. He is Andy Baggerly. You can read him in The Athletic. You can also follow him on all social platforms. I believe he's mostly frequently posting on Blue Sky these days. So go check him out there if you got a little bit of a Blue Sky account. But if not, you can find him everywhere. And most importantly, theathletic.com. Speaking of people that may or may not have returned from South America, Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, agreeing to a one-year deal. And we're going to catch up with Brooke Pryor in about 15 minutes, covers the Steelers for ESPN and someone we hung out with a little bit at the NFL Combine when we were in Indianapolis. So let's get into that story. And then Matt Mayoko going to join us thereafter. So it's a big football hour coming. Lots more on the Giants we can get into with the Braves coming into town today. Hayden Birdsong on the bumps. He stopped by the patio with us yesterday. Tons and tons of Friday action only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, if the San Francisco Giants all of a sudden got you feeling nicey, get ready for their weekend series against the Atlanta Braves. Tom Glavin stopped by with Murph and Marcus earlier this morning. Talk all about the ups and downs of their season in Atlanta and the collapse that they had yesterday, which made for a long flight to the West Coast. Check it out on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts. Always good to talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz, especially when you're getting ready into the weekend to either get your life together or have some fun. Either way, Steve Moskowitz, founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP, give you all the financial saving tips. Steve, what do you do if you can't pay your taxes?
You call us and think of the relief we could be to you. Instead of hiding from your problems, bring your problems to us. Let us solve them for you. A very common problem is people just can't pay their taxes. There's a lot of good solutions. We'll explain all of them to you, whether it's to just pay part and the government writes off the rest, or forgive the penalties, or negotiate a payment plan you can really afford. Not what some IRS agent says you can afford, but what you can really afford. Or shift the blame over to where it belongs. The former spouse, former business partner, or maybe the taxes themselves are wrong, which happens all the time. Or you haven't filed income tax returns and the government just made up amount that filing the returns would greatly reduce. The bottom line is there's so much we want to do for you. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, "Hey, Steve, take care of me."
There he is, Steve Moskowitz. Give him a call now at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. If you can't pay your taxes, he can help you out. You can give him that call now. Again, 1-888-TAX-DEAL or at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver, happy Friday out there. Sun coming out in Daly City. Always get this view of Marchbank Park. I'm feeling more positively about baseball after the last couple of days. I'm a completely different human. And as we do sports talk radio 4 hours a day, it's the best time to constantly overreact and flip-flop your opinions. Someone who changes their mind quite often as of late has been the Enigma. That's the title of the Netflix documentary for Aaron Rodgers, who is now going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Well, a lot of 49ers drama in some past offseasons. So far, it has been relatively simple, a nice spiritual, emotional, mental, hell, even physical, having not played football since early January, reset. Pittsburgh, is the drama over or is it just getting started, Papa?
Just getting started when he arrives, and he's there today. We'll talk to Brooke Pryor. She's been working hard. I see her on Get Up. She's doing Taylor Swift lyrics and talking about summer vacation.
Yes.
And she had a lot of good lines. So the 85 days of agony in Western PA is over, and the magical mystery tour is ended there. How's they going to coexist with Mike Tomlin? And the standard is the standard, which is categories such as American Standard. Anyway, and then Arthur Smith, they like to run the rock there. So after I left you at 58 Social and got on Highway 101 and did go 101 to get there as quickly as possible, one of the first guys I saw, and my phone was blowing up on the ride down, Aaron Rodgers agrees to a deal, 1 year deal pending a physical. I think he's there taking the physical. How much money are they paying him is the first question for Brooke, if we know. But I saw Robert Saleh hollered at Saleh. He, by the way, he cleaned up the dome. He's gone completely Mr. Clean. Shaved it all. He looks beautiful. But I said, your boy just signed in Pittsburgh. And we had a long talk about it. What he said I will keep between he and I. But it's interesting. Obviously, this guy's going to be a first ballot future Hall of Famer, one of the greatest throwers of the football we've ever seen when he's right. But he's not been right. Even going back to his last year in Green Bay, I think the last time he really was right was that snowy night in Green Bay when the Niners went in there and the punt got blocked by Jordan Willis and Talanoa Hufanga. They scored on the first drive of that game. They didn't score the rest of the game. A touchdown, and they walked off the field, and I thought Aaron Rodgers is done. He wound up staying. Devontae Adams left, but the next year did not go well. They went 8-9, and he threw 12 picks, and then he goes to the Jets, and, you know, he signed early that year. He moved to New York. He was going to all the Ranger games, the Knicks games, Yankee games, Mets games. He was fully – that was when Robert Saleh brought him in, and, you know, he's got his guy, Nathaniel Hackett, and then what happens? 4 snaps into it, our guy Leonard Floyd ruptures his Achilles tendon. Not a good injury on the left leg, and last year we saw him opening night because he played against the Niners. That the left calf looked half the size of his right. It was a complete atrophy. It's like, whoa, what happened to him? And he threw a couple of balls in that game that were pretty good, but his numbers are a lot better than what I saw. I saw a guy that had a hard time driving out from under center, making some throws, a real disconnect, with all the wide receivers, even when he got Devontae, and certainly with Garrett Wilson. But 28 touchdowns, 11 INTs. He played better later in the year. The one thing we'll get into with Brook, why so long? Why did he not do this? He visited the Steelers. He was released by the Jets March the 12th. 9 days later, he goes to Pittsburgh and meets with them. And I thought he's going to sign right. Why did he wait? It was 85 days after the Jets released him until yesterday. When he was in Green Bay at the end, that was part of the problems that LaFleur and Gutekunst had with him, is he just showed up. I remember one year, was he holding out? No, he never had a contract issue. He showed up like right before camp, and they wound up playing the first game against New Orleans, and they couldn't use the dome the first game. He was god awful.
Yeah.
And I thought, why? This is what happens when you don't go to training camp. And then the next game,
and they had all young receivers at that point too, because Devontae Adams was gone.
Yeah, but the next game. No, was that year? Maybe it was. I think it was the year before. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, I see. There were multiple off seasons where he randomly showed up with the Packers.
We saw him. No, you know what the year was? It was the year they beat us in the home opener when Mason Crosby hit the field goal.
Yeah.
I thought he's completely off. He doesn't know anything. And then by week 2, we figured it out against the Lions. They won that game. It's like, whoa. And then against the Niners, he dropped the ball to Devontae. Devontae was still there, right over Fred Warner. Fred didn't sink deep enough on the outcut. Anyway, when he was in Green Bay, a lot of their dissatisfaction, and you're the quarterback of the team, bro, we're not asking you to move to Green Bay, Wisconsin, or Appleton. It'd be nice if you did, but could you show up with our wide receivers, throw to our guys? He just wouldn't do it. He did it when he got to New York, but then he got hurt. Now, is he not learned from – maybe he had issues and he really was going to retire, but why now at age 41 going to a brand new team? I know he threw with DK a little bit at UCLA. You just can't roll in on a Friday when OTAs are over and then next week work out for a mandatory minicamp, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. You're not going to be on point. I'm seeing it with the Niners and the new receivers. Even with Brock, not necessarily with Mac Jones and Tanner Mordecai, they missed a lot of throws yesterday. A lot of throws where receivers ran post routes, got behind corners, and the ball just overthrown, underthrown, arrives late. It just didn't click. The passing game takes a lot of work. That's the dance and timing of football, is the passing game. So we'll ask Brook about it. And I know the Steelers, he's fine, I'll get here. But why? Why did he do this? Was he really going to retire and move on from football? Did he know all along he was going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler? How much money are they paying him? He's making it about the money. We'll see. It's all going to be about that left leg, the front leg, where he blew out the Achilles tendon. But it's hard. When Tom Brady went to Tampa Bay, he got there, it was a pandemic. They set down the world, not so much in Florida. Remember, he took his guys out to a park when you weren't even allowed to do it. $1 Place couldn't open up. They worked out. When Peyton went to Denver, he did the same thing there. I don't understand why he waited 85 days to do it. And did he do it in the nick of time to get there for mini camps? Great. That's 3 days of practice. How sharp are they going to be when they get to training camp? And the real intrigue is the Steelers' first game this year, week 1, is at the New York Jets. You think they want to get revenge a little bit with that guy?
Oh, yeah. Well, we talked about that with Rich Samini, with Justin Fields going from Pittsburgh to New York. Now it's going to be going from New York to Pittsburgh, Aaron Rodgers. So Brooke Pryor covers the Steelers for ESPN. Walter's asking me about a couple of sponsors. I don't think I actually did tell everybody that our time with Andy Baggerly in the previous segment, if I can find this in the next 5 seconds or so. Andy Baggerly, that's right. He was sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here, dolanlawfirm.com. And Andy Baggerly, because twice is nice, just like we get with Susan Slusser, was also sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Now we'll get to Brooke Pryor on the other side, talk a little Rodgers and the Steelers on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening, everybody? Papa and Silver. Nice little, nicely done with the Wiz Khalifa black and yellow for the Pittsburgh theme. We're talking about the Pirates in this segment. They're not playing the Giants yet. No. It's Steelers time. We're going to make the connection.
Everybody's black and gold in Pittsburgh.
Everybody's
black and gold.
I know. I got to go Soul Asylum's Black Gold. I did a Soul Asylum Silver Linings playlist once. I think I went String of Pearls, but maybe I got to go Black Gold for another one. Keep that in the back pocket. We're going to make the connection with Brooke Pryor, covers the Steelers for ESPN in just a moment. And that's the big topic right now. Aaron Rodgers is now a Pittsburgh Steeler. 1 year. Ian Rappaport this morning was saying it would be some kind of low contract around the $10 million range. No official number is put out there. Yeah.
$10 million?
$10 million.
Fully? That's it? There's no incentives? He's not going to get $10 million a game?
So let me backpedal. He said, no. He said on the Pat McAfee show that he would play for $10 million, and Rappaport saying that does sound like the low number the contract will be. So we don't know the full number, any incentives, any of that stuff, but probably a pretty low number 1 year deal here. So,
yeah, but not $10 million. Come on, that's ridiculous. So I don't know. We'll ask Brooke if she knows, but and kind of answering my own question, and we'll get Brooke's thoughts. I mean, he was released by the Jets March 12th. He was in Pittsburgh March 21st. Cam Hayward kind of said, do you want to be a Steeler or not? Let's move on here. Did he want to be a Steeler? Did he want to go to Minnesota? They already made the move to move on from Sam Darnold. They're going with the young guy, J.J. McCarthy. The Giants situation, did that intrigue him more? I mean, just all this time later, why did he wait 85 days? Did he really want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or not? Because that goes over big, certainly among Steeler fans.
We can make that question asked to our good friend Brooke Pryor now as she joins us on the UMA guest line. Our good friend from the NFL Combine, ESPN, covers the Pittsburgh Steelers. We are very grateful for your time, Brooke, because I know you're kind of making the rounds, and we referenced how you're dropping the Taylor Swift lyrics on Get Up and everything, and it's been a busy time for you. But first of all, welcome to Papa and Silver. Greg Silver, Greg Papa out here in the Bay Area. We do a lot of Niners talk, but we're going with an old kind of Bay Area kid, if we're going back to his college days, Aaron Rodgers, now a Pittsburgh Steeler. How's it going with you?
Oh, it's going. I can't believe that we are here, that it actually happened. And if you had told me back when we first talked at the NFL Combine that, 100 days after that, Aaron Rodgers would be a Pittsburgh Steeler, I would not have believed it, because at that point, the conversation was supposedly between Justin Fields and Russell Wilson and which one of them would come back. But here we are now. Aaron Rodgers is a Pittsburgh Steeler, Justin Fields is a Jet, and Russell Wilson is a Giant. So it's wild how quickly things change in the NFL.
Yeah, but it wasn't so quickly. It could have been quicker. I mean, he could have signed a while ago. We talked about the Vikings situation, the Giants, and all that. But so the word is that he agreed to a deal. I guess he's there now, taking a physical. He'll be on the field Tuesday. Do we have any idea on the numbers here? I mean, this is one of the highest paid quarterbacks, year to year in the history of football, and certainly when you look at everything he's earned in his career. Do we have any idea how much Omar Khan and the Steelers, the Rooneys, gave him on this 1 year deal, Brooke?
We don't, not yet. Those numbers have not come out yet, but he said on the Pat McAfee show he'd play for $10 million. And one thing about the Steelers is that they love a good deal. They love to try to get players at a less inexpensive price tag, especially quarterbacks. I mean, when you look at what Justin Fields ended up signing for in New York, that ultimately wasn't a price the Steelers were willing to pay to have him. And Fields, at least until, Rodgers' deal becomes official and we have that number, Fields is the lowest paid starting veteran quarterback that is not on a rookie deal. And that deal was too much for the Steelers. So I think we're only going to land a quarterback if they could find a way to make it fit within their budget, within how they like to do business. So we don't know those numbers yet, but I don't think that he's going to come in and break the market and be one of the highest paid quarterbacks at this point in his career.
Brooke, as far as Mike Tomlin, he has dealt with some eccentric personalities, to say the least, in his time as the Pittsburgh Steelers coach. But what are you hearing about how the conversations between Mike Tomlin, Aaron Rodgers, and also offensive coordinator Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers, what do you kind of forecast with those marriages and how that's going to work over the course of this year?
Those two marriages are going to be things that I'm most interested in seeing how it works. Because like you said, Mike Tomlin has dealt with a lot of big personalities in that locker room. And by and large, he's managed them pretty well. But the thing with Aaron Rodgers is that he hasn't had a veteran head coach in a while, really not at any point during his career, because all of the coaches he's had have typically been younger, just getting started when he's been there. So this is going to be, I think, a learning situation for both of them. I think it helps Mike Tomlin that he just went through kind of a similar situation with Russell Wilson a year ago, and he managed Russell Wilson and his personality and all of the things that come with the Russell Wilson experience pretty well. I mean, he didn't allow Russell Wilson to come in and have his own office or bring in all his own people. He very much just got Russell Wilson the football player, and that was a huge benefit to the Steelers. And I think that if he can do something like that with Aaron Rodgers and try to extract Aaron Rodgers from the Aaron Rodgers experience, this is going to be a more smooth sailing one-year experiment than it could be. I think the really interesting thing is going to be how Aaron Rodgers and Arthur Smith figure out how to coexist, because Arthur Smith last year did not want his quarterbacks to be able to change the call at the line of scrimmage. He did not give them that freedom, that autonomy. We know that's what Aaron Rodgers likes to do. That's been a point of contention between him and his coaches and play callers in the past. So I think that both sides are going to have to find a way to compromise to make this marriage work for this season.
Yeah, he's used to running it at the line with a check with me system. His first year, Matt LaFleur was the head coach in Green Bay. They don't like to give him that kind of latitude, and they butted heads a little bit. So a little more on the relationship with Arthur Smith, because obviously he went to Florham Park. Nate Hackett, Paul's son, he knew so well from Green Bay. He brought him in. He brought a lot of receivers that he knew there. He does not know Arthur Smith at all, right? They've never worked together before, and he's obviously a very run-based offense. This is a different kind of Steelers team, very defensive, dominant, and it's a run-based. So, Brooke, just how do you see Aaron Rodgers fitting in? Who in this locker room does he know? Does he know anybody in the Steeler locker room?
He knows Brandon Eccles, who was a corner with the Jets last year. And it's funny, when Eccles signed with the Steelers in free agency, that was one of the things we asked him about, was what he thought about Aaron Rodgers and the potential of Rodgers coming to Pittsburgh. And he said that they ended up having a pretty good rapport on the field, kind of picking at each other, challenging each other. It sounds like Rodgers is a guy that does like to joke around with his teammates. I mean, we know that he has such a high standard that he demands a lot from his receivers, a lot from his teammates. But that's the thing that I've heard from a lot of different guys. I mean, even Beanie Bishop, who intercepted Rodgers twice in the Steelers-Jets game last year, said that he was in the building when Rodgers came and took a visit, and Rodgers popped his head in the weight room and was messing around with him and Corey Trice, another DB, said that they had just finished working out. And Rodgers looked at them and said, hey, are you guys going to quit screwing around and actually do a workout now? So I think that he is finding a way to start relating to his teammates. And I think with Arthur Smith, I mean, maybe this is a situation where it helps him that there isn't all of this built up familiarity and baggage, that he is getting a fresh start. But I think a lot of it's going to have to be him understanding and being at peace with the fact that he is a 41-year-old quarterback and he can't do what he's done in the past. He just has to be a part of the equation. He doesn't have to be the whole equation. He doesn't have to be the solution to every problem. And if he can understand that and be willing to lean on the run game, which they've invested in quite a bit between rebuilding the offensive line, using a third-round pick on Caleb Johnson, bringing in Kenneth Gainwell, I think that they can find a way to coexist and work well together. But if Rodgers leans more into the way he was with the Jets and wanting to have all his people there, find a way to, bring Allen Lazard to Pittsburgh, throw the ball a lot. I know the Jets were playing from behind quite a bit, so there's a reason why he had so many pass attempts. But still, the second most attempted passes last season in the NFL. The Steelers, that's not how they do things. This is going to be a balanced or even a run-first offense. So if Rodgers can operate within the constructs of that, it'll be fine. Otherwise, it could be a bit of a power struggle.
Great to have Brooke Pryor with us, ESPN reporter covering the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I saw Ian Rappaport put out there this morning that the Steelers made a call about possibly the availability of Kyle Pitts from the Falcons. And I know that Arthur Smith and Kyle Pitts were obviously there together in Atlanta. But more interestingly, I was kind of thinking about Arthur Smith in his time in Tennessee when he had another Smith, Jonnu Smith. I think about just fast, big, pass-catching tight ends. I mean, I guess, do you have any idea how serious the Steelers are about trying to get a Kyle Pitts, or how willing the Falcons would be to deal him in the first place?
You know, if there's a tight end that's potentially available, Arthur Smith is going to make a phone call, or he is going to be sitting in Omar Khan's office asking him to make a phone call, because no one loves a tight end in their offense, multiple tight ends in their offense, more than Arthur Smith. I think that a lot of that depends on what they decide to do or what they can do about that second wide receiver spot. Gabe Davis took a visit to the Pittsburgh Steelers earlier this week. Obviously, they still kind of have a void there at number 2 since trading away George Pickens, and they need to add more offensive threats, more pass catchers. I think that the tight end, the possibility of them adding another tight end is more real now than it was a week ago when the Jonnu Smith potential trade was first floated, because they had brought in Donald Parham Jr. and he tore his Achilles in an OTA practice earlier this week. I think that Parham was probably going to be a tight end 3, a true tight end 3, because they also have Connor Hayward on the roster, but he's kind of a fullback, kind of a running back, kind of a tight end, a smaller bodied guy. But I think that they could use a third tight end to complement Pat Freiermuth and Darnell Washington. But to me, that's more of a luxury addition if you're trading for someone like Jonnu Smith or Kyle Pitts, because there are other free agent tight ends available, or, you know, other guys that you could get for either less draft capital or a lower salary. You don't need to have it, but if Arthur Smith is calling the shots, he would desperately want that. He would have, I think, an entire offensive tight ends if he could.
And both of those players are clearly available. Jonnu Smith, Miami wants to move him, and Kyle Pitts, Atlanta wants to move him, and we'll see. Now that we're past June 1 and the money gets moved around a little bit, we'll see if either of those guys are traded. So, you know, DK Metcalf was the big offseason acquisition. And we saw the video of Aaron throwing to DK at UCLA. From what I understand, Brooke, and you'll give us the full details here. So Aaron's in Pittsburgh today taking a physical. And I do wonder, because he just wasn't healthy last year. We saw him opening night against the 49ers after tearing the Achilles the year before, and it was on his front leg. It was his left leg, and you could see his left calf had atrophied so much. It was so much smaller than the right calf, and he had a hard time driving out from center. Now, we hope that he's a year removed from that more, and he would be a little bit healthy. But we saw some video of him throwing to DK. I don't know if we could ascertain his health there. But if the Steelers, when they bring him in and give him a physical, their doctors will look at that left Achilles. Do they want him to get on the field? Would that insult him to get him on the field and say, can you work with Arthur Smith and our quarterback coach and just show us where you are physically? Is there any concern about where this 41-year-old is coming off a very severe injury?
You know, I don't know the level of current concern, but I can tell you that this organization has dealt with a lot of aging quarterbacks in the last couple of years. They had Ben Roethlisberger at the end of his career, Russell Wilson last year dealing with the calf issue. So I'm sure that they are comfortable with his level of health, with where he is in the process healing from that Achilles injury. Otherwise, they wouldn't have prolonged this flirtation with him throughout the offseason. I think if there were any significant concerns, they would have done some things differently in free agency and in the draft. I don't know that it means they would have drafted, a guy like Shedeur Sanders earlier or anything like that, but I think that they would not have waited around and kept engaged with Aaron Rodgers unless they felt like that Achilles was good to go. But I mean, I think that it is something that they're going to want to see in person, that we're all going to want to see at mandatory minicamp next week, among all the things that we're going to be watching for, because one thing that's interesting is that DK Metcalf was not, at least as far as I saw, at any of the OTAs last week. His teammates told me that he was around earlier during the off-season phases, but I get the sense that he was kind of waiting for Aaron Rodgers to be there. So it'll be our first opportunity to see DK Metcalf in person and to see Aaron Rodgers throwing to DK Metcalf in person. So that's what I think I'm most excited about next week for mandatory minicamp.
Yeah, a lot of changes coming with the Steelers offense, big wide receiver coming in, and of course the quarterback situation finally resolved. Brooke, thanks so much for coming by. I know it's been super busy for you, and it's great meeting you at the Combine, and I'm sure we'll catch up down the line at some point. Hey, Super Bowl at Levi's, Niners, Steelers. We'll see you there.
Perfect. See you guys there. Thanks for having me.
She is Brooke Pryor. She covers the Steelers for ESPN. From Steelers to the 49ers, Matt Mayoko joins us as he does every Friday. He'll be on the other side on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
On KNBR, as Bay Area sports fans know all too well, sometimes the season doesn't go the way you want it to. Injuries, setbacks, tough breaks. It's a reminder that life doesn't always go as planned. One moment everything is on track, and the next moment an unprecedented challenge turns your world upside down. That's when the team you count on, like Havis Law for over 35 years. Omar, Tariq, and the Havis Law team have fought for people blindsided by life's toughest moments. Right here in our very own community. When the odds are stacked against you, Havis Law steps in, taking on big insurance companies with relentless determination to deliver life-changing victories. Havis doesn't just settle cases, they rebuild lives, fighting with compassion, grit, and an unshakable drive to make things right. When life knocks you down, call Havis Law at 800-INJURED. That's 800-INJURED, or visit HavisLaw.com. That's HavisLaw.com. Havis Law, they will fight to make it right.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver getting you toward the end of the week. Hope everybody has a good Friday. Hope everybody gets to get off a little bit early sometime during our show. Dirty Work's going to be down at 58 Social today, where we were yesterday on the patio. Elliot Ramos will be joining them at 2:15. So we got the man who's going to be on the mound tonight, Hayden Birdsong. They get Elliot Ramos. But most important of all, we're keeping it 49ers right here as we got Matt Mayoko on the UMA guest line. Matt, always good to catch up with you because when we do, it means that we're almost toward a nice little weekend. How's it going?
It is going well. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're doing fantastic. Like I said, I mean, Matt Mayoko signifies that a couple more hours and get a couple of days off and just get to relax a little bit. So I guess I want to start by something you wrote this week about Brandon Ayuk embracing a 49ers coaching role while continuing his ACL rehab. I got to admit, I don't know if I would have pegged Brandon Ayuk as somebody that would be a willing kind of coach. Just maybe there's a little bit of a sour taste in the mouth with how the contract negotiations with, but also on top of that, he's just so young. So just talk about that process as he's sort of been able to help some of these younger wide receivers while he works to get back into his own form.
Yeah, I mean, he's at the stage in his career, though, that, he's not that young. He's 27. This is his, sixth year in the NFL. And so he hasn't been able to practice because of the ACL injury as he's coming back from that. And what his time frame is not entirely known. The 49ers have been kind of secretive about that. They just don't want to throw any dates out there and kind of have that, maybe thrown back in their faces. But I did ask Leonard Hankerson, the wide receivers coach, about what he's been doing, what Brandon Ayuk has been doing when he can't get out there and practice, that will still keep him sharp and have him improve so that when he is cleared, maybe there are certain aspects of his game that can be further along. And what Hankerson told me was that he's kind of taken on this role as an assistant wide receivers coach. And what Hankerson said was that he's always had that perspective of being a player in the meeting room. And now by, looking at the film and answering questions and looking and seeing what the other receivers are doing, there's kind of a coaching element to it. And when you look at that wide receiver core, other than Juwan Jennings, everybody is either super young or new to the organization. So he does have an opportunity from that sense to be able to help the other guys, the young guys like Pearsall and Cowling and Watkins, or an older guy who's new to the organization like DeMarcus Robinson. So, from what Hankerson said, Brandon Ayuk has taken on that role and enjoyed it and done a good job in trying to impart his knowledge to others.
Yeah, B.A. and Third and Juwan were in the same draft class. B.A. was a first-round pick, and Juwan was a seventh-round pick. But Juwan didn't play that year. His first year was 21. So the longest tenured member of that wide receiver room is Brandon Ayuk. And I saw him yesterday. We had a big hug and a long talk, and I don't think I've seen him since, what he did on October the 20th against Kansas City, and he had the surgery November the 15th, and he is out there. He is jumping in. He stayed after practice to work with a lot of the young guys, and it's time. You got to, pass it on the way he did when he was a younger wide receiver coming in here, and the veteran guys, the older guys did it, and now he's doing it, and he just looked different to me yesterday. Obviously, he's not able to move as well, but his mood, his disposition, I think he's ready to lead this team. But the question is, when, on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And the injury occurred October the 20th. Because of the swelling, he did not have surgery until November the 15th. And it's not just the anterior cruciate ligament. It is the medial collateral ligament. There's other stuff in there. I don't know if the LCL, the PCL, I don't know what else got damaged, but it was bad.
Yeah, I think some meniscus, some cartilage.
Meniscus as well. Yeah, I mean, the ligaments were damaged. But so he had the surgery November the 15th. So are we looking at, I kind of get a feeling He's going to start the year on PUP for sure. And then would it be, I'm looking at that Giant game, maybe as the calendar turns from October to November, and we're talking week 9. That would be a little bit less than a full year. Because of the nature of what happened to that knee, are we looking at almost a 12-month recovery, Matt, before he can actually play?
Well, I think it would be less than that before he could play, but now you're asking about, once he's cleared and able to get out there, how sharp can he be? How effective can he be? And I think that's probably the bigger question. So I don't know. I would just be speculating as far as, when he can play, because I don't think the team knows that yet. They have to, let this process play out. As you mentioned, he is at the facility darn near every day, getting PT and working to get back. And then it's just a matter of, once training camp hits, he will start the training camp on PUP. They'll place him on the physically unable to perform list, and they can bring him off of that at any time. But as you noted, if they don't bring him off of that through the course of training camp, and he opens a regular season on that list, and he's out for the first 4 games. So, I would agree with you that that would be the route that I would think it would be the most likely thing, is that, he misses the first 4 games, and then you see if week 5 he can get out there, practice a week and maybe get out there week 6. So I wouldn't completely rule out week 1, but I do think that that's unlikely.
Talking to Matt Mayoko here, as we do on every Friday. You had the chance to catch up with Chris Sims and talk a lot about Brock Purdy, the new contract, and some of the changes and progressions he saw from Brock over the past year. And a lot of it was more positive than negative, and thinking that Brock Purdy's very deserving of this contract. He thinks it's going to take a weight off of his shoulders of anything. Why do you think Chris Sims is so high on Brock Purdy? And given Sims' relationship to Kyle Shanahan, do you think that it might be some of it coming from the energy he's getting off of Brock's head coach?
Well, actually, if you look at his rankings, I think a lot of 49ers fans would say that Chris Sims isn't that high on Brock Purdy, because last year he had him ranked as the 17th quarterback in the NFL. This year, I think he has him 15th. So that is middle of the pack. But I think what Chris tries to do, and it's so difficult when anybody asks, rank the quarterbacks in the league. I don't even know what the ground rules are for ranking the quarterbacks. But what Sims tries to do is use everybody kind of in the same, try to project every quarterback with the same supporting cast, the same coaching, the same play calling, and then go from there, which of course is an impossible criteria to use, because how would you know how this quarterback would fare in this system? But I think when you look at what Purdy has done and Sims ranking him, say, 15th, if it were a ranking based solely on how certain quarterbacks would fit under Kyle Shanahan, his system, what he has to do as far as processing, the complexities of the offense, being able to be on the same page with the adjustments made by his receivers, depending on the coverage, the anticipation, the timing, and what Chris said is he would rank far better than that. So he can do more with more, I believe is the way that Chris Sims did. And at the same time, maybe he does less with less, but the more you put on his plate from the standpoint of, from the shoulders up, that's where Brock Purdy excels. And it's very difficult to measure. And, we see it because, we watch him every week, and we know how difficult his assignment is as far as being able to put all those things together and make split-second decisions. So what Chris Sims said about last year was where probably a lot of people around the league would say, oh, he dropped from 2023 to 2024. Sims saw it as a positive that he was doing more. Maybe at times he tried to do too much, but he did show more of that playmaking ability of hey, everything around me is kind of breaking down. Don't have the playmakers, or the playmakers aren't playing at that high of a level. I have to do more. I have to put more on my plate. I have to go out and make more plays. And he said that he felt like he was able to do that more last year, but at times he tried to do too much. So it's about, this year will be about going back and finding that sweet spot of, taking what the defense gives you, running the play as called, but then on those situations, and it might be, 2, 3, 4 times a game, where he kind of has to break outside of that and make a play, a second reaction play, or, one of those kind of draw something up in the sand kind of plays that Purdy showed that he's capable of doing that as well.
And some of that was by design from the head coach. Just they got a lot of man coverage last year after what happened in the Super Bowl, and they couldn't uncover, and the first read wasn't there, and they ran deeper routes, and he ran underneath it, knowing that what the passing combination and the tree behind it. So Mac Jones is in the building now as a backup to Brock, and I know you had a chance to ask him a couple of questions. The Niners made him available to the media after Wednesday's OTA, and I guess it didn't go as well. I watched him yesterday, and you could see he's trying to do what Mick Lombardi wants him to do. There was one time a tight end was about 8 yards downfield over on the left side of the field on the sideline, and he went there eventually and then just ripped it before the defense got there. But just your overall thoughts on Mac Jones as Brock Purdy's backup quarterback, someone we talk so much about going back to the 21 NFL draft, and he wound up dropping all the way to 15. And he's had a fascinating career, as was noted. He played collegiately for Nick Saban. He was drafted by Bill Belichick and was the guy that took over for Tom Brady and worked with Josh McDaniels. But what have you seen from the Niners' new backup quarterback, Mac Jones?
Yeah, no, I think he's a guy that certainly looks like he fits the system. And if the 49ers, if Kyle Shanahan had drafted the quarterback in 2021 who best fit the system, it would have been Mac Jones. But I think at that point, having seen guys like Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, I think there was that temptation for Shanahan to go, okay, let's get somebody who can make some plays too, and play 11-on-11 football with the running game being a part of the skill set that you want from the quarterback. But I think Mac Jones is a guy that it's been clear to me that he looks the part. He doesn't have the great physical tools of, say, Sam Darnold or anything like that, but his approach, his decision making, all that, he can make all the throws. I mean, he's not going to wow you with his arm, but it's an NFL arm. But it also, I think, you can also tell that this guy, this is his fifth system in 5 years. And so he does look just a tick slow as far as the decision making. But you know what? That's something you'd fully expect to see in these June, right now, this time of year in June. And then as training camp goes on, as he gets more reps, as he gets more experience in the system and a greater understanding of what Kyle Shanahan wants and what Mick Lombardi is coaching as well, I think you'll see a steady progression. And I would think that, he gives the 49ers an opportunity to have, well, certainly one of their better backup quarterbacks that they've had since Shanahan and Lynch have been here. So to me, you can see it, but it's a little bit off right now. And I think he would even admit that. He even said that the other day, that practice that I watched on Tuesday, I guess, or Wednesday, I guess it was just a little bit shaky, but I think that's fully to be expected. But I do think that you see why Kyle Shanahan liked him, and probably, I'm sure, if they had it to do over again, they would have selected him number 3.
Couple more minutes here with Matt Mayoko, as we do every Friday. I was reading a column last night from The Athletic about re-ranking the 2021 NFL Draft, and those are always more interesting to me, honestly, than ranking the 2025 NFL Draft, when it's like you got to wait and see how things play out a little bit. And Diamador Lenore was on that list as the number 4 cornerback, of course, taken in the 5th round. And this is somebody who signed a big extension and I don't think has gotten that much talk around him, but is also going to be one of the important vets here on the defense. I mean, how's he looked at OTAs, and just kind of what are the general expectations? As we kind of said with Brandon Ayuk, I think of Lenore as a fairly young player, but now kind of a little bit more in a veteran position with a lot of these new draftees coming in for Robert Saleh's defense.
Oh, I think he looks really good. I think he looks to be just about the best player on the field from what I've seen. And I think last year during training camp, I think it was the people who watched, and myself included, thought, okay, this is going to be Deommodore Lenore's breakout year. Like he is on the verge of establishing himself as a really good player. And he did that, and he got the contract that speaks to that. I think this year, and still, but I think he's still kind of a little bit under the radar from a national standpoint. I think everybody in the Bay Area, or certainly everybody who watches the 49ers, we all know how good he is. But I think this is a year, if he can get his hands on the football a few more times, get some more interceptions, I think this is the year that he breaks into that nationally known territory where you mentioned, the re-ranking of the 2021 NFL draft. I think this could be the year where, he's put himself in position based on how he played last year to be a Pro Bowl caliber guy. And so this is the year, now that he has a little bit more recognition, getting that contract. I think this could be the year where, the nation kind of takes notice of how good of a player he is.
And he was so good at two different positions. He played outside corner and then moved inside and was one of the best nickelbacks in all of football. This year, right now, they're repping him only as an outside corner. And they're using him because they know he can jump in there if they need it. And we'll see. Trey Brown, the guy from Seattle's never played nickel before, but they think he has the physical tools to do it. And the young guy, Upton Stout, so we'll see. And then Renardo Green didn't do much this week. Maybe next week. So obviously the OTAs are over. I was there yesterday for the last one, and they're gone. They're off today. They're going to come back next week. And now it's not organized team activities anymore. These are mandatory veteran mini camp. Not just a veteran. Everybody on the team has got to be there. They're going to practice Tuesday. They're going to practice Wednesday. Most of the league is doing Thursday, 3 straight days. Niners are not. They'll have a barbecue on Thursday, and then it's gone time. 40 days and 40 nights, they're gone. So just now that it's mandatory, and Trey, we saw Trent show up this week. What do you expect as far as participation, everybody being there? And then, Fred Warner's not been doing a whole lot. He's there to coach things up. Do you think he jumps in a little more? Now that we move from OTAs to a mandatory minicamp next week, Maddie, how does that change practice?
I don't think it changes it one bit. And I think it's just semantics. What the Bears did these last 2 weeks for OTAs is going to be identical to the mandatory minicamp. And, in the past there were, this guy, has been not participating in the off-season program because he wants a new contract, but he'll be there for the mandatory minicamp. And in those situations, whether it was Deebo Samuel or Nick Bosa or Brandon Ayuk, I don't think those guys ever stepped on the field in practice. But the attendance for this week for the OTAs, 100%. But I don't know that they're going to put Trent Williams out there and have him practice. I can't imagine they would have Fred Warner practice, or I think they'll just keep with the same schedule. And it's 2 more practice sessions before they break for the summer. And so I think it'll just be very much a carryover from what they've been doing on the field these past 2 weeks with the OTAs. So it's basically making sure. I think it's maybe more mental than it is physical, as far as they just want the guys to know kind of what they're getting into, what they're supposed to be doing, and then when they get back for training camp, it's on. And after a couple of days, the pads go on, the competition goes on, and there's going to be more competition this year for maybe not so much for starting spots, although there will be a little bit for that, but it will be for backup roles, special teams roles. It'll be for roles on the 53-man. It'll be for roles on the 16-person practice squad. So that's when it really starts up. But the next week will just be kind of a situation where the players are going to be jockeying for positions to get out there and make sure that the coaching staff knows who they are and that they put themselves in position to get some reps once training camp begins.
Always good catching up with you, Matt. And I take it that the answer is no, but I do have to ask you because of my childhood fixation. You didn't try the cotton candy flavored root beer at the Lodi Brewing Company last week, did you?
Oh, God, no. I did not.
I figured as much, but I had to ask.
Cotton
candy
flavored root beer? Whoa.
I don't know if it's intentionally cotton candy flavored. That's just kind of what it reminded me of when I was 11.
What's wrong with just root beer? Root beer is damn good.
Cotton
We need
candy
the cotton
flavored
candy
root beer or root beer flavored cotton candy? Which is it?
It's root beer. It's a beverage, but it feels like it's got a little tinge of cotton candy in there. I don't know. That was what my 11-year-old brain thought.
Yeah. Huh. Well, no. I'm trying to think. Did I make it? I did not make it to Lodi Brewing Company, but I did have a Lodi Brewing Company beverage at the restaurant I went to.
That's a good consolation.
I can assure you it was not root beer or cotton candy flavored.
No. It was, I'll have a root beer, hold the root.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Thanks, Matt. We appreciate you coming by.
Too well, Mayoko.
All right, Greg. Talk to you next week.
He is Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area's finest. You can follow him at Mayoko NBCS or Matt Mayoko, depending on the social platform. Coming up, we were actually thinking of maybe getting back into Giants, but you know what? I'm going to hold that. We'll do that later to do a recap because we've had 3 guests in 4 segments. I want to hear Papa's recap out in Santa Clara yesterday while we are on this 49ers run. So let's keep it football only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, is the drama over or is it just getting started in Pittsburgh? Aaron Rodgers agreed to a 1-year deal to be the next quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Mike Tomlin has another eccentric personality entering the locker room. Keep it right here for all the latest on the NFL and, of course, your 49ers. KNBR, the sports leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Holland. When your paychecks stop coming in, it's important to know where your retirement income is going to come from. Are you planning correctly? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy Friday. Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs here on the Sports Leader. Great to catch up with Matt Mayoko. Got a lot of action coming your way for the final hour 40 of this show or so. Walter is going to be flipping it out on a Friday coming up at about 1:30. We got a lot of sounds to play for you. I'm Greg Silver, and he is, I think I might have to call him Gregory, Papa, as he's looking all nice with the little 49ers polo. How was the action at Santa Clara yesterday, my friend?
It was great. And when we say that the participation for organized team activities has been very impressive, it was so impressive that we had a T-Rock sighting yesterday. Tim Ryan was there. I'm like, what? OTAs? Tim Ryan, you show up when it's go time. Now, he's there a lot. He's been there about a week, and he'll stay next week and go to practice on Tuesday and Wednesday for the mandatory and stick around for the barbecue. He's an honorary member of the coaching staff, and he loves having his buddy Sala back. And so where did I run into Tim yesterday? Down by the D-line, of course. And we stood right next to Bryce Huff, and that's the first guy I wanted to go look at because it's the first time I've laid eyes on him as a Niner. Number 47, his get off is real. GTFO. I mean, I haven't seen a 10-yard split or a 1-yard split or a 2-yard split, but you don't need to. He just fires off the football, 4-point stance, and just boom. He's a Kaseric guy, and they'll coach him up, but I think immediately he has a role on this football team. So we stood right next to him with Tim, and Tim had all the intel on all the D linemen, and Michael Williams was standing right there, and he's just so damn long, Michael. He's 6'5", his arms go 34 3/8 of an inch, and he's just huge. But he's very different than Bryce Huff. Bryce Huff is made for this system, I think, in his role, and he's going to have to learn to stop the run. I don't care what down you're coming in. It could be 2nd and 99. You may get a draw. They're going to run a toss your way or a flip 90 or something, and you got to stop the run in the NFL. They're going to pick on you. But he's a guy that will have a role. For Mike Kell, he's a run stuffer. Even though he's an edge guy, the way he sets the edge, he was the premier run-stuffing edge and edge center in college football at Georgia. And then he's got to learn to get off. It's just different for him. There's so much technique in pro football. Even with the Niners, we talk so much about just GTFO and let's go, and it's not that simple. They have detailed scouting reports on the offensive linemen. They go, it's every bit the same as wide receivers getting coverage. When they get up to the line, they got to figure out what coverage is in. Are they playing the outside technique, inside? Where's my release point? It's the same playing D-line. So you may think, and Nick was saying he's kind of gotten back to, how you go to GTFO, get the F off the ball? Think about it every single play. And don't worry so much about where they're lined up, but you have to. You can't jump in the wrong gap and see something. You have to know what the other guys are doing. So I think for Michael, it's the technique of getting down. You're not up so much like he was at Georgia. You're not too gapping, and you just got to fire off the ball. But they gave him a nice, cramp course, and then he'll get more next week, and then he goes away for 40 days and 40 nights, and he just works on technique. So mainly it was getting up to speed with Huff, and because Mike Kell was right next to us, and Tim Ryan, he just, wraps himself around the D-line group and never leaves. So after 7 minutes there, I'm like, T-Rock, I love you, bro, but can I watch the quarterbacks? Can I watch the wide receivers? Can I watch guys that actually touch the football? And, obviously we talked about Mac Jones, and he'll be fine. The one thing when they were debating between he and Trey, what was the one picture with Mac Jones with his shirt off? And it was the Big Pond
the dad
song.
bod, yeah.
He still got that. I'm like, dude, hang around Fred Warner or Nick for a week. But he's still got it. But he's a quarterback. But a lot of guys, are impressing here and there. Jacob Cowing does look like a different guy. Now, I liked him last year in camp, and he balled out in the preseason. That preseason game he had against New Orleans was big time, and then he kind of disappeared. So you got to stay on it. But he went down to Jacksonville with Ricky and worked with Brock. But the one guy that is just really savvy for a rookie is Jordan Watkins, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss. And he's a fourth-round pick. He was picked 138. It's not like he was a seventh-round pick like Junior Bergen, who you're asking just to return punts. He's got straight-line speed. He ran a 4.37, but he knows how to run routes. He just, maybe because, I don't want to say he's Puka Nakua, he's not built like that at all, but he wears the same number, and he looks like a rookie that could come in right away and contribute. And you were asking, Mayoko about Diamador.
Yeah.
And Diamador's playing strictly outside corner now, and Renardo's not here. Darrell Luter also really looked good yesterday at the other corner. But there were some matchups where Jordan Watkins was up against Diamador Lenore. And this is 7-on-7. Nobody's jamming anybody. But Diamador still, he's the hyena. Even in something like this, he gets physical. And Jordan Watkins just fought him. Diamador got into him and turned him. The ball didn't go that way, but I was locked in on him only. And then he beats other guys. Jordan Watkins, and I think it's going to be Ayuk. I don't know when he's coming back, honestly. It's a bad knee injury.
Yeah.
Will it be a full 12 months? Demarcus Robinson's a pro's pro. But is he going to get some kind of discipline by the NFL? And then you got Juwan and Ricky and Jacob. But and he's going to have to contribute on teams to make it as the fourth and fifth wide receiver. But in college, at Louisville and Ole Miss, he played XZ and F. He can beat zone. I've just been impressed with the way he beats man. He's got straight line speed, but it's more than that. He knows how to run routes. Jordan Watkins looks like, for a rookie, he is really refined.
That's an interesting one to hear because Jordan Watkins and Jacob Cowing, probably two names I'm most fixated on for this point in the season, given that you don't know what you're getting out of the Demarcus Robinson suspension possibility. Ricky Pearsall, you hope that the hamstring is just no problem by the time you come into training camp. He can ramp up to normal speed by the time the season starts. And then, of course, Brandon Ayuk. Again, we don't know how long it's going to take, but he injured that in early November. So if it is the full 12 months, then they're going to have to be playing the first 4. And then I know Mayoka said maybe the plan would be see if he can practice week 5. But at this point in the season, or in the offseason, I should say, just way too far out to know. So if Diamador Lenore is strictly playing on the outside, do you think that's a sign that Upton Stout is set to just take in that nickel corner spot to fill in to start the year?
No, I think Trey Brown could be in there. And this is all subject to change. The reason they're doing it, and I talked to Daniel Bullocks at length last week about it, they know Diamador. If they decide the night before the opener in Seattle, Diamador Lenore, Jackson Smith, and Jigba lines up in the slot a lot, and they got Cooper Kupp now, you're going in the slot. He could do that. They know that. They want to see who else can do it. They know Diamador Lenore can do it. So let's look at Trey Brown. Can he do it? Upton Stout looks good, but he's only a rookie. Let's see if he could do it. I think Trey Avery is a guy they'll look at. There's some other guys that they used even last year that kind of surprised me here and there that jumped into the nickel. So you never quite know what they're thinking. But no, it's not locked in stone that Diamador Lenore is strictly an outside corner and no longer going to go inside. They just know he can do it and do it at the highest level. So Ronaldo Green hopefully gets back for the mini camp next week. If he doesn't, no big deal. We'll see him July 23rd for training camp. But that's going to be up to Upton Stout. Are they comfortable throwing a rookie in there? He's smart. He can fit the run. He has picked up man coverage pretty well. You play a lot of zone when you're in there. And Trey Brown's never played it, but they think he has the body to do it. So Diamador Lenore still, to me, would be the best guy to put in there. But then who's the other outside corner if you do that? So are you stronger with the inside guys? Is you better served to leave Diamador outside? Would Diamador be a better overall player at outside corner if he's asked just to play outside? So there are many, many factors, but it'll be up to Upton Stout. I think Trey Brown, being a veteran player, would probably get more run there, but we'll see. This is what training camp is for. It's what the preseason is for. But it's not like they're saying, Hyena, you're not going in there ever again. It's just we know you can do it in there. Let's see who else can go in there. And the other thing about the linebacker, because I think that's the big debate, would be that, who's going to be that third corner behind Diamador and Ronaldo Green. D. Winters looks good. And I think right now, and I think they're going to play a lot of nickel against Seattle, so that nickel cornerback will be important. The third linebacker we'll see. But right now it looks to me as though Fred would be the Mike and D. Winters would be the weak side linebacker. And then who's the competition for the Sam, that third linebacker? Luke Gifford is a good player. And then Nick Martin, the rookie. There's some other guys that can do it. Tatum Bethune has gotten a lot better from last year. He's mainly a Mike. Got to get Curtis Robinson healthy. But as far as roster battles, when we come back in late July, that nickel spot in the domino, it does set off. And then who would be that third linebacker? I think right now it looks like it could be Fred Warner and D. Winters.
I think today we are officially 90 days away from football season. So a nice even 3 months, and that's going to be coming up quicker than we think. I know we're not here yet, but when we get to July, I think we're going to be staggering a little bit of our time off. So when we have our respective vacations, we come back and it's boom, training camp, couple of shows out there at Levi's. I know you said July 31st, August 1st. 2 dates I think we're targeting to be down there and go to the good old toddler room, which should be a fantastic time. So always good to get some Niners talk in the middle of all of this. But coming up, we got some sounds for you at 12:50. Want to get back into the San Francisco Giants. Tom Glavin joined Murph and Marcus this morning, and the Atlanta Braves. We had that game going on your iPad, and we were talking to Hayden Birdsong. It was 6-0, and then by the time we get to Diamond Notes and I'm doing that Toyota out-of-town scoreboard, I'm thinking, wait a second, Arizona just took a lead in this one. So Braves, long flight over here to the West Coast, coming in to face a Giants team that you would think would have a similar sentiment, but they found a little bit of new life in these last couple of days. It is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, some not even in the state of California? But you do know that Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm are based right here in the Bay Area. They have been for more than a quarter of a century. We're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you could go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents as well, so let's work together and be careful with all the chaos around us to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion. That's right, billion with a B, in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You pay nothing up front, no hourly rates, and the best part of it all, they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Hey, Greg Papa here. Golden State Lumber and Showroom has supported Northern California construction for over 70 years, building strong partnerships with top brands like Trex. Since 1996, Trex has led the way in performance-engineered decking and railing, offering products that won't rot, splinter, fade, or stain. No seasonal maintenance needed. Trex pioneered combining recycled plastics durability with the natural beauty of reclaimed wood. Their sun-comfortable heat-mitigating technology keeps deck cool underfoot, perfect for hot, sunny days. Trex marine-grade decking withstands salt water, sun, and sand, making it ideal for boat owners. Considering a new deck? Explore Trek's latest Transcend colors, Hatteras and Salt Flat, featuring sun-comfortable technology and a 50-year limited residential warranty. Find Trex decking at Golden State Window and Door showrooms or visit goldenstatelumber.com. With our commitment to excellence, we're here to support your project every step of the way. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy Friday, Papa and Silver. Thanks for hanging out with the Gregs. Got a lot we still got to get to and get a little bit back into some baseball. The Giants had a nice 2-game rebound to split the series against the Padres after losing a pair in 10 innings on Monday and Tuesday. Doval had a blown save after his 21 1/3 consecutive scoreless innings. Randy Rodriguez comes in to be the fireman on Wednesday. They get the save. Daniel Johnson and Dominic Smith, the unlikely heroes of what has been a run. And, of course, Robbie Ray continued his all-star season that he is having to this point so far. Got his 8th win yesterday, first in the National League to get there. Want to talk about the Braves coming into town, and Tom Glavin joined Murph and Marcus earlier this morning. Here's what he had to say about the collapse yesterday. 6-run lead going into the 9th inning against the division rival, our division rival, I should say, the Arizona Diamondbacks. That game in Atlanta. Here's what Tom Glavin had to say about what went down in that collapse.
Yeah, listen, it's so amazing how many times you see that happen in baseball where, for the Braves, the pitching's been phenomenal, night in and night out, and they just have struggled to score runs and, have lost a lot of close games. And then you finally have a game where the offense goes out there and explodes a little bit and the pitching goes away. So it's amazing how many times you see that happen. But listen, I hope for their sake that the Giants are going to get an angry team this weekend and there'll be some better results.
It's got to be a long flight coming over to the West Coast. A couple of things about that. When the Braves had led by at least 6 runs going into the 9th inning, the last time they lost was July 17th, 1973. So from then until now, I should say, they were 766-0. The reliever named Scott Blewett, that is a tough last name. I'm not going to belabor the joke that was made 1,000 times over the internet yesterday, but that's got to be a tough name to have in general. To be a relief pitcher in Major League Baseball might be the worst possible occupation for someone with the last name Blewett.
Yeah, that is somewhat fitting. So, 1973, that's pre-WTBS. Ted Turner and Hanoi Jane didn't even own the Braves yet. We're going way back when. Unbelievable. So they were up 10-4, looking to avoid the sweep to the Arizona Diamondbacks going to the ninth inning, and they blew it. And that a big part of their problem has been their bullpen, Raisel Iglesias, their closer, who we know very well last year from to bunt or not to bunt, because he is tough to bunt, because he throws so damn hard, but not so much this year. So this team is coming in after a 3-game sweep at the hands of the Arizona Diamondbacks, who are back to 500, so I'm not even sure which side we were looking at here, but they are 27-34, the Bravos, 11 games back in the National League East, and you got two great teams in that division, the New York Mets and the Philadelphia Phillies. They're also behind the Washington Nationals, and they're barely ahead of the Miami Marlins, who just lost in Tampa Bay today. So the Greek, Alex Anthopoulos, their general manager, has got some choices to make. Marcell Ozuna is in the final year of his contract. And we were talking about Wilmer making the All-Star team in the National League. It's hard. You got Shohei, you got Kyle Schwarber, and you got Marcell Ozuna. So would they trade Marcell Ozuna between now and late July? Alex Anthopoulos, this team won the World Series in 2021. At the deadline, as the deadline approached, they had so many injuries. They had suspensions for domestic violence. He had to trade and get an entirely new outfield, including getting Jock Peterson that year. And at the deadline, they were like 2 or 3 games under 500. What did they do that year? They won the World Series that year. So is Anthopoulos going to throw in the towel with this team? But they're not winning one-run games. They're 9-16. But yesterday they lost a 1-run game when they were up 6 going to the 9th inning, and they lost 11-10. So certainly they blew it. So I don't know. We're not going to see Chris Sale this weekend. Spencer Strider is back. Schwellenbach's going to go tonight. He blows hard. Their lineup, when you look at it with Acuna Jr. back, is formidable top to bottom. They got guys who can whack. Now, Acuna's not quite completely back, even though he's driving the ball. I don't think he's even tried to steal a base yet, but he tore his ACL about a year ago. So this is going to be an interesting weekend series after playing San Diego for 4. You're right into it this weekend, but what kind of Atlanta Braves team do you have after what they had to endure yesterday?
Yeah, and the Braves, kind of similar to the Giants, as we alluded to a couple of different times with watching the calendar and seeing what was coming up on the schedule, and that just the only opposite was how they started the season. Braves 0-7, or 0-7, I should say, and a team that a lot of people think could win the NL East or be World Series contenders. The Giants obviously started 8-1, 12-4, then turned into a lot of 500 ball and have since gotten somewhat back on track to get to 35-28, but their division is not going anywhere either. So coming up, want to play some more collection of sounds. We'll get ready for Walter to whip it out around 1:30. And before we do any of that, I do have to tell you that it is time for the KNBR Bay Area Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Golden State Valkyries with a day game tomorrow against the Las Vegas Aces. The Kate Martin, Natalie Nakase revenge game going to their old former team and staff. And then, of course, the Giants have 3 day games. Tonight's going to be 7:15. And then they've got a pair of 105 games Saturday and Sunday, including this giveaway with our Pride bucket hat theme that you could see on the stream. And then Sunday being the Hello Kitty jersey, very popular one coming your way as well. The Bay Area Panthers also take on the Tulsa Oilers at the SAP Center in San Jose. And that's the Bay Area calendar brought to you by Surfside. Haven't touched on a whole lot of basketball. Haven't had a lot of need to touch on a whole lot of basketball as of late. But coming up, want to play a couple of sounds as pertain to the NBA Finals Game 1 last night, as well as something Draymond Green said in a recent interview about thinking what trade was going to go down before the trade deadline expired. And, of course, some guy named Bryce Eldridge, who gets a lot of attention these days, did something cool for the Sacramento River Cats last night. It's all coming up only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
After everything that went down with the Giants this week, they walk out of yesterday with a series split against the Padres. Camilo Doval gets save number 100, and Dominic Smith with his 3 hits and the ground rule double, driving in the winning run in a 3-2 triumph. Can we all collectively exhale here in the Bay Area? 415-808-5627 to dial in.
Greg Papa here. I had custom lens replacement. It's known as CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley a couple of years ago, like 3 summers ago. It has been a game changer for me, and maybe it would be for the Giants as well. I was in the chair 20 minutes, went from 20/80 vision to 20/20 like that, threw away all my glasses, and I had the Hubble telescope to be able to see. Don't need any of it anymore. So if you struggle with distance vision, as did I previously to CLR, and now you need reading glasses or do wear bifocals. I never wore the bifocals. That's old man stuff. But I had reading glasses. That was pre-CLR. CLR, custom lens replacement, is your permanent solution to readers, bifocals, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. So don't wait until you're old and gray to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. After tens of thousands of vision correction procedures, my friend Dr. Craig Bindi and his staff at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. They make it easy. They start with a free virtual consultation at lasereyeclr.com. See if you're a candidate for CLR. Maybe it's LASIK or one of their other procedures. They'll discuss your vision goals and all the different lens technologies. Again, no readers, no contacts, no glasses, no cataracts the rest of your life. What are you waiting for? Sounds simple. lasereyeclr.com or call and get what I have. 877-GET-2020.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Gildas Alexander spins, pulls up, jumper. Off the mark, won't go. Rebound, Neesmith. The Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again. Their first lead of the game.
Unbelievable. And for an NBA Finals that people said they weren't going to watch, that would be unwatchable, that was the best NBA Finals game we had in some time. But I don't know what it is. They do it again. That's the fourth game winner Tyrese Halliburton has had. And you know what? We are officially at the stage where the Pacers are just causing us to make up stats, because the one I got last night, teams when trailing by 9+ points in the final 3 minutes of an NBA Finals game since 1971. They were 0-182. They're now 1-182. We are at the point, Papa, where we are just making up statistics because the Pacers, the Indiana Cockroaches, refuse to die. You can't kill them.
They're the 2012 Giants. There's no doubt. They are the Cockroaches, and they are Team Destiny. There's just no doubt. Aren't you feeling what's happening here? We had Mark Boyle on after they stole Game 1 against the New York Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals, and they've done it against Milwaukee. They've done it against Cleveland. I mean, this is not only a great clutch performance in these playoffs by Tyrese Halliburton. This is one of the greatest clutch performances in the history of NBA playoff basketball. I mean, Jerry West had the moniker Mr. Clutch, but he wasn't. He couldn't win until 71-72. They finally won the NBA championship, and the Lakers didn't even make it that year. They were able to, win that title. But in any event, what this guy is doing, is there any doubt? But the Indiana played in those other games, and I've watched them all. Boom, baby. They played well. And they just fell behind they did not play well last night.
No.
I mean, they looked just discombobulated. Remember Game 1 against the Knicks they stole? They came out and made their first 8 shots. They couldn't miss. The thing that was amazing was, why are they only up 4? Why aren't they up 24? Because they didn't guard well enough. But last night, they were so sloppy. And a lot of it is Oklahoma City's defense. I mean, there's a common denominator here. Why was Minnesota so sloppy and incessantly turning the ball over? The Thunder can guard. They got great players. They drop into a zone. They make it hard. Indiana committed 20 turnovers in the first half. Yet they were down only 12 at 57-45. Of the 20 turns, Oklahoma City only scored 9 points off those turnovers. So they weren't live ball. They were dead ball. But but you can't play that way. And then in the second half, their offense picked up. They didn't turn the ball over anymore. They scored 31 in the third quarter against this great defense, 35 in the fourth quarter. And when Miles Turner made that step back daddy where he banked it in, it was like, whoa, what is happening here? They're down 4. But then they missed 2 really good clean looks for threes, and you thought,
yeah,
great effort. But even Team Destiny, the Cockroaches, are not going to be able to pull it off. But they get you into a one-on-one situation, and Neesmith makes a shot, and they just keep doing it. Then they get a stop at the end of the game. Angry Jim Carrey, Rick Carlisle does not call timeout. They come right up the floor, and you know where Halliburton's going. He doesn't need to make a step-back daddy, just pull up and make a shot. And just incredible. So is this changing people's perspective? I thought Indiana could win the NBA Finals this year, even though they were a heavy, heavy underdog. Now that they took Game 1 in a game where no one on their roster scored even 20 points. They had 6 guys in double figures, but they were off. They did not play a Pacer game. And yet they won it at the end. Like, how? The other games were like, if they can get close here, because they deserved to win earlier in the game. There was never a moment in this game. Even when they were scoring on Oklahoma City, they couldn't get enough stops. But so last night was one where you'd think, are you not understanding? There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear, but who the hell is beating Team Destiny like the 2012 Giants? They are the cockroaches. You cannot kill them. Even though they have been put on life support, the priest is giving last rites, and they look like, not this time, it is always this time for Tyrese Halliburton.
No, I mean, that is the thing. They did not play a good game yesterday. And going into the series, I was thinking, I don't know if Indiana's going to win this series, but I thought it was going to be a hard fight, and people shouldn't be counting them out. I actually believed that Oklahoma City was going to have an easy time and take game one, and then we would get a series after that. I just figured the confidence was high after the way they handled Minnesota. Lou Dort shutting down Anthony Edwards. I wasn't sure if the Pacers were going to go in. It's a lot of these players' first game in the NBA Finals, especially the starting lineup minus a Pascal Siakam. So I was a little worried about what Indiana was going to look like. And for the most part, they didn't look like themselves. They did not look like the team that we've seen for most of these playoffs. And still, they found a way to take that game. And I know the phrase stealing a game gets used a lot, especially when you win one on another team's home court or home field in the postseason. But the Pacers really stole that one in the sense of the fact that it was a game and close and turned into clutch time. They didn't play well at all. And then to have another comeback like that with another Tyrese Halliburton game-winning shot, and to do this with 0.3 of a second, the total amount of time they led in this game, by the way, 0.3 of a second, and that was all they needed. So it felt like not just by the standard of getting one on the road, but just the way the game played, they completely snatched that out of the soul of Oklahoma City. And we know well that crowd can get stunned. It was Game 6 Clay. It was Steph in the regular season in that incredible overtime game in 2016, one of the best of all time. So as one of our sounds today, I also wanted to play the Korean call, which was part of I don't know if it's SPO, like Eric Spoelstra, or SPO live TV, but we play the Korean calls a lot for Jung-Hoo Lee's home runs. Pretty incredible display of passion here with Tyrese Halliburton's game winner.
타임 없이 가요. 없이 가요. 자, 언더독인 인디애나가 익숙한 상황을 맞이한다. 할리버튼. 버튼을 했네요. 할리버튼. 와우. 0.3초.
쫑에다 인디애나가 이거 아주 아버지죠. NBA 파이널에서도 드라마 쓰나요?
If the Giants get to a World Series or Jung-Hoo Lee has a big postseason hit, I'm finding these commentators right there, because it's funny too, because it was on the road. On the inside, that's kind of how you're feeling, which is, this is unbelievable, but it was just dead silent, and you just had the voice of Mike Breen and nothing else, because that crowd had the life sucked out of it in the span of 2 seconds.
Yeah, you need a translator there. All I heard was Indiana guy. Is that Tyrese Halliburton? He's the Indiana guy. And whatever the way to translate that to English, Indiana guy, it is boom, baby! Boom, baby! For our great late Slick Leonard, and his wife Nancy is still hanging around. Mark Dagno, interesting call. I'm all for in-series adjustments. This team won 68 games, right? In the regular season, they won 12 in the playoffs. They won 80 games this year. He changes his starting lineup before game one of the NBA Finals, and he does not play. He didn't start Isaiah Hartenstein. He only played 17 minutes. He went to Cason Wallace to start and played 33 minutes. The adjustment's on you now, Dagno, and Indiana's going to change. Angry Jim Carrey's going to say, we won, but we sucked. That's the worst game we played in months. We're going to play a lot better. Why? Is it just a matchup thing with Siakam and Miles Turner because Miles shoots threes? Why do you change your starting lineup before game one of the NBA Finals when you're the heavy, heavy favorite? You won 68 in the regular season, 12 in the playoffs. Do they go back to Hartenstein? I'm all for adjustments, but before the series even started, he didn't like the way his team was lining up all year to play game one? What was the deal with that?
That was a surprising one because I thought Cason Wallace was certainly going to be a key player in this rotation, but to fully take Hartenstein out of the starting lineup, I thought, okay, let's see how this goes. So, adjustments on you, Mark Dagnall. So for game 2, a couple of good sounds there. Those are our basketball sounds, but also keep it with the Warriors because there's some headlines floating around yesterday. And anytime you get these little Twitter aggregator accounts, you're like, okay, we got to hold up, see where this came from. And Monty Poole putting out there that he thinks there's a good chance Jonathan Kuminga will end up back with the Warriors. Now, whether that means they end up kicking the can and trading him in the middle of the season, we shall see. But here's what Monty Poole said on the Dubs Talk podcast about the big Warriors item for the offseason, the future of Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, the tea leaves and as well as scuttlebutt around the NBA is that the Warriors very likely will find a way to hang on to JK. Doesn't mean that he's going to be a long-term answer, that they just move him later. Because what seems pretty clear in talking to people is that even the people who are, I guess you can say, JK backers with the Warriors don't see him as a guy that's going to lead them to championships. So it's not like he can take Steph's torch into the future. Nobody's saying that, if we hang on to JK, that's the guy that's going to get us more rings. No one is saying that. And so that's why there's that wiggle room there that says, they like him, but they're not committed to him being there forever like they were to Steph. So I think they're giving themselves as much, latitude as they can as to what to do with him. Sign and trade possibility is there, but those are tough to do. If it works out, that's a distinct possibility. If they find all you got to do is find one. Just find one. If they find one, it's a distinct possibility. But the Warriors don't seem to be any concerned about how this plays out. And so that tells me that they're flexible. But the one thing I've heard consistently is that, even his backers are not saying that, we got to keep him because he's our next franchise player. I'm not hearing that.
So very interesting nugget there from Monty Poole. And just to take any of my own opinions or past discussions we've had out of it for a moment, I just found it fascinating, first and foremost, from the standpoint of Monty Poole saying what he's hearing in the tea leaves, that even the Jonathan Kuminga backers within that organization don't view him as a player that can lead them to championships. Now, to execute a sign and trade over the offseason, it has to be the right kind of sign and trade. You don't just do it to do it. All that being said, I do kind of wonder if it's better for both parties if the plan is to ultimately part ways with him, if you just do it in the offseason, because you think about the roster of what it was at the end of the year not being what it was at the start of the year. Jimmy Butler comes in, it works better as far as the record goes and the win total and climbing up the standings. They ended up getting down to 7, but they were immediately more competitive than I think they thought they would be. And then they wore down and they were in playoff mode from February from the get-go. I'm almost wondering if it's just the best thing overall now that Jimmy Butler's going to have a full offseason here with the Warriors. Got your surgeries for your Moses Moody and your Brandon Pajewski, and Steph can rest up on that hamstring, and Draymond can let his body rest. If the best thing for the Warriors is to go into training camp, into the preseason, and then the regular season with more or less the same roster and same core that you're trying to compete with a title for in 2025?
Well, first thing is I'm going to text my friend Monty Poole because he has the same cough that I've been battling for a couple of months. So Monty was struggling to get through that. I don't know if he's okay or not, but he was coughing up all kinds of information. Anybody that would make any proclamation on a 22-year-old guy who came from a continents away, never played college basketball, to say what he can and cannot do at this early stage of his career is ridiculous. So he's an extremely talented player. You got to maximize what he's good at, minimize what he's not good at, and just refine him. What this guy's going to be, wherever he goes for his next contract, is going to be decidedly different than what he has been his first 4 years. So, I'm going away in early July, and I kind of said to you, I'm getting out of here. You want to trade Kuminga? I'm not staying here to watch it. I want no part of it. I don't want my fingerprints on it. It's another mistake. Do what you want. But why are they changing course? Is anybody going to go make an offer sheet to pay him? And he's a restricted free agent. who really has the money to do it. There's going to be a lot of movement in the NBA. We wonder where Kevin Durant's going to wind up. Obviously the Knicks are always going to be involved, in Minnesota, and just a lot of teams. But who's going to pay Kuminga, 30, 35 million? Brooklyn, are they going to do that? I don't know. So maybe what Monty is saying is the market for Kuminga is depressed right now, and he's not going to get the kind of money you thought he may have gotten, certainly before he had that terrible ankle sprain. And he may be able to be affordable where they can bring him back and not go so far into the aprons 1 and 2, then we can bring him back and then we'll assess it. But anybody who's making proclamations about what this guy could easily average 25 a game and be a featured player in the NBA, and he shows the ability to guard on the other end. He's just a baby. He has just started his NBA career. He has so much more development to do, and he's done a lot of development. I've seen a lot of maturation in him, but he needs more. Whatever he's done the first 4 years of his career, great. Now the next 4 are going to set you up for the next 4. So I don't know where all this is coming from, but the market may not be there for him, and we actually can afford him. And then if we do dangle him in a trade, we're not going to get players back we want that can really help us. Who knows what the NBA thinks of him? I would think after watching him in the Minnesota series, I would pay him, try to keep it as low as possible, and then I would feature him and develop him. I'd be the first guy in line to go get that guy. But not everybody thinks the same. So we'll see. But you know what I feel like. I want to see what the players are you're going to get back. He's just starting his career. But I can't imagine anybody in that organization that knows the game and knows the development of young players that would make any kind of a proclamation about what Jonathan Kuminga's career is going to be at age 22. Can we wait till he's 32 before we make those proclamations, or even 27, 28? Nobody knows.
I mean, and per our guy, Big Perk, maybe by the time he's 32, he grows to 7'2", which would be a huge revelation for the Golden State Warriors front office. One more cut related to the Warriors. This is Draymond Green on Jimmy Kimmel, and at least we don't know what's going to happen with Kuminga's future. We do know what did happen at the trade deadline when we had a good couple of shows devoted to, is KD coming back for a reunion? And Draymond Green says he thought it was more than a real possibility. Here's what he had to say.
When it first happened, we were at the Warriors charity poker tournament, and I had just saw Joe Lacob 10 minutes before this happened, and I saw Joe, and Joe gets excited, and that's my guy. Like, we've been together 13 years, championships. Joe Lacob's owner of the Warriors, majority owner. And Joe goes, Draymond, I think we're going to get Kevin Durant. Like, it's right there at the finish line. It's happening. We're getting Kevin Durant back. I'm like, oh, man, like, here we go. Let's go. And we talk about it. He's like, you think it'll work? I'm like, absolutely. He leaves. He comes running back to me like 2 minutes later. Draymond, I wasn't supposed to say anything. Don't say nothing to nobody. I'm like, Joe, I got you. I won't say anything to anyone. So we're at this tournament, and I go sit down, and about 15 minutes later, Steph yells, Draymond, you see the trade? I go, it happened? Steph goes, wait, who? I said, oh, never mind, nobody. What happened? He's like, Luka got traded. And we're at this, like, it's video out, like, because we were at the charity poker.
Of you guys reacting.
Of us reacting. I couldn't believe it. Like, you don't get, superstars at 25 don't get traded. Luka's a mega star.
Right.
Just coming off the NBA Finals, like, you just don't see that in the NBA.
Yeah.
So I was, man, I immediately wonder when I have to be next.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Steph is thinking, wait, how'd you hear about the Luka trade? And then push Draymond to do a whole backpedal there. But kind of a wild story in that, and it does make me wonder, if this Kevin Durant thing got as close as they're saying, at what point does KD himself step in and be like, guys, I never wanted the reunion? Because that's what Mark Spears ended up telling us about an hour before the official report came out, that it probably wasn't going to happen because KD himself was not interested in the reunion middle of the season.
All right, so this whole night that went down, and it was well reported that the night Luka got traded on February the 1st, the Warriors were having their poker tournament. So I was wondering where Draymond was going with that. The NBA trade deadline was just days later, the next Thursday, February the 6th. And the timeline, remember, Phoenix came in on a Friday night. Bob Myers did the game. And Rich Kleiman, who is Kevin Durant's agent and the guy who does all of his work for him in setting this up, was sitting right next to Joe Lacob in Joe Lacob's seats. He took Nicole, Joe's wife's seat. So they were next to each other. And we're thinking, wow, is that interesting? And then Durant bowled out. The Warriors lost the game. And then the following week was the deadline. And there was rampant speculation. If Bradley Beal had approved being traded, he had a no trade, then Miami would have traded Jimmy Butler to Phoenix, and the word was Durant was going to the Warriors. Was the deal agreed to between Joe and James Jones and Phoenix and Ishbia? I don't know. But the pushback came from Durant in particular. He didn't want to do it. And then he had to talk about it later, and it's complicated. So we all know that. The story now, in my mind, what does Durant want this offseason? Would you ever get back into the Durant business? And you know how I feel about Kevin Durant. And I'd trade Jimmy Butler to Phoenix to get him in a second. Will the Warriors do that in light of what Jimmy's done and Steve Kerr loves him? And it's complicated. I don't know if that's going to ever happen again. There's been a lot of off-season. When the Warriors won the championship in 22, I wanted to get Durant. And I would have let Wiggins go. I would have let Jordan Poole go. You had a chance when he came out on June 30th of that year and said, I want out of Brooklyn. Now he never got traded until the following deadline. So I don't know. We're going to get back into the KD thing. I don't know. If he didn't want to come here in February, would he come here in the offseason? Where's he going to go? But we were talking about it. I mean, remember when Mark Spears came on and kind of, he's the one that kind of said, nah, it ain't going to happen. Go get Vucevic. I'm like, Vucevic? We want KD. Are you out of your mind? And then we didn't think Jimmy would take the restructure. Anyway, we've already gone down this path. So when I go away in July, you trade Kuminga. Go ahead. Give him away for a 60-year-old, 20-year retired player to work out the contract. You do that. I don't want my fingerprints on that. If Durant's name does come back up, I may come back out of vacation to be a part of it. I went away when Durant went to Brooklyn. I was in Greece when that went down. That was a tough time. So, I don't know. The next question would be, I think it's Giannis more than anything. And the mutual agents with Jeff Austin representing Steph and Giannis. And I don't think we're going down the KD path. But we know that probably 24, 48 hours in early February that there was a pivot point there. And maybe the Warriors thought they were getting Durant. But Durant didn't want to come back to the Warriors ultimately.
And that was the case. We'll see where Kevin Durant ends up going this offseason. Would it be Houston with the trade package they could offer? Could San Antonio get in the mix with some of the young assets they have and the draw of having Victor Wembanyama be the future franchise player? They also got De'Aaron Fox, of course, over there. So lots to be waiting for with free agency coming up in just a couple of weeks. But the Indiana Pacers saying, hey, the season's not done yet. They are 3 away from winning the 2025 NBA Finals in very dramatic fashion? Or is it Oklahoma City that ultimately prevails as the top team? This game that won, the team that won 68 games in the regular season and maybe 16 in the playoffs. Time will tell, but yeah, this series, I don't think it's going to be a blowout. And look, I don't know if Indiana wins this series or not, but how can anybody count them out at this point? They just won't die. Speaking of not dying, let's do a little bit of Silver Linings playlist on the other side. In part, an ode to the Indiana Pacers, but also an ode to Camilo Doval getting save number 100. It's Poppin' Silver on the Sports Leader.
Wow!
O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, if the San Francisco Giants all of a sudden got you feeling nicey, get ready for their weekend series against the Atlanta Braves. Tom Glavin stopped by with Murph and Marcus earlier this morning. Talk all about the ups and downs of their season in Atlanta and the collapse that they had yesterday, which made for a long flight to the West Coast. Check it out on thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. Has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. You've worked hard during your career to save money, but is your money growing the way you want it, or should you invest it differently? Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KNBR for my show, Protect Your Assets, or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Silver hanging out with you. We got the little Silver Linings playlist open, ready to go. Okay, well, let me know, because let's hit it. It's an ode to the Indiana Pacers and Camilo Doval getting save number 100. Let's hit it.
Silver Linings Playlist. The tunes and lyrics that define the stories of the day.
Drop the mic, Silver.
Well, the Pacers have turned into the Indiana Cockroaches, but also Camilo Doval yesterday getting save number 100. Now, maybe it wasn't the most tranquilo of the 100 for Camilo to get a couple runners on, but getting Cronenworth out at the very end, it was getting dicey, and Cronenworth has been a guy that has killed the Giants, and all the runs came in one inning. The Giants with a little bit of an exhale, a little bit of a reset, and have some newfound life. So we're going with someone who just won some big-time AMAs in Billie Eilish and her song for the James Bond 2021 movie, both the song and the movie titled No Time to Die. I thought about going a little Nas, You Can't Kill Me. There's a lot of different themes I can go with. You actually dropped a little Buffalo Springfield on me. There's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. There is no time to die for Camilo Doval, who's still kicking it, still getting saves, and whatever this Pacers run is, my dear friend who's been texting me all throughout the NBA playoffs, Yorgos, love talking ball with him. He's a dedicated Kings fan, and he is just hurting inside when he watches Tyrese Halliburton make these game winners. And he said, all right, how many more times do we have to do this? And I said, dude, it might be 3. It might be 3 more times. You got to see this.
Well, that's the deal going back to when Bob wanted to draft Halliburton. How would he and Steph coexist? De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese didn't coexist, so they wound up trading him and getting Domantas Sabonis. So, you know where our heart is. I mean, what if Indiana goes in there on Sunday night before we come back on Monday and win game 2? They're fully capable of playing better, and now they feel like they played like a C- game and they won. I love the commonality, kind of hard to bring them together. And the American Music Awards were way late this year. I saw them a couple of weeks ago. What are they doing?
And they cut the broadcast short. They said, all right, good night.
So
they rolled
weird.
credits, and there was like 4 more awards to go. It was crazy.
So weird. What happened when you have the Grammys and you have the Golden Globes? That's the time to do it. Anyway, and then for Camilo Doval, and we are going to talk to our friend. We're going to do the Friday Flip It Out. Steak Shapiro is a buddy of mine. And he is bombastic, and he's a foodie. He's a food critic, but he's been an institution in Atlanta forever and ever. You'd think Brian Schnitker would like to have Camilo Doval in his bullpen to save the game, and I know Blewett started it, but it was Raisel Iglesias, one of the best. That guy throws, we saw him last year and how nasty he is to hit and bunt. We'll get Steak Shapiro's perspective on what's going on with the Atlanta Braves, and can they get off the deck after blowing a 10-4 lead, going to the ninth inning at home, and he gave up 7 in the ninth? What a loss. And are they in the trade market? How would you feel about, you got Wilmer, You got Encarnacion. Eldridge is hitting slams and doing well. What if Atlanta would make Marcell Ozuna available?
Marcell Ozuna from the
Braves.
Braves.
Make a trade to the Braves. His contract's up. We'll ask Steak Shapiro about it. Would you like to see the Giants get Marcell Ozuna?
Well, Walter and I were talking yesterday before the show, and he was saying, I really want to see the Braves fall out of it for the sake of maybe they would be sellers at the trade deadline. So that makes this series kind of double big for a different reason than the Padres one was double big. That one, because it's a win and a loss at the same time to a division opponent. You end up getting the split after losing the first two. So ends up being a split you're feeling pretty positive about. But if you can get the Braves a little bit more underwater after what just happened in their 6th run blown inning with Blewett yesterday, maybe they are some sellers at the trade deadline. And we're talking about the possibility of different faces who could be available to be San Francisco Giants, who we might not be saying right now, not necessarily. Big turning points coming here in June. So for the time being, there is no time to die for Camilo Doval. I know we joked on the patio yesterday, will Randy Rodriguez get 100 saves before Camilo Doval? Camilo said, all right, I'm shutting down that argument as soon as I can in about 2.5 hours. And then congratulations to the Pacers as well. If we come back and it's 2-0, I would say unlikely, but again, not going to count this team out. I'm not falling into the trap. I'm done doing it. Lots of good stuff there. So on the other side, Walter has been waiting all week. He's like, dude, you guys have put me through 19 and a half hours of radio, and I haven't even gotten to flip it out on a Friday. So I said, okay, you're right. We're going to let him flip it out, and then we'll have Steak Shapiro on, and we will close the show. Cover your eyes. Greg Papa doesn't want to see.
We're going from a weenie to steak. Love it.
Weenies first on the other side on the Sports Leader.
I got the air sound in my ear. O'Donnell in 15 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Check out the events page on o'donnellfinancialgroup.com for the latest workshops and seminars hosted by Greg and his team. Join them to gain valuable insights and strategies for achieving your financial goals. Visit now. Achieving your financial goals. Visit now, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com for more information. 60. 3, 2, 1. Take control of your financial future with O'Donnell Financial Group. With over 30 years of experience, Greg O'Donnell and his expert team are here to help you turn financial uncertainty into opportunity with advice that's tailored just for you. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying your dream home, or setting up an education for your children, O'Donnell Financial Group offers personalized strategies to help you reach your goals with clarity and confidence. You don't have to navigate your financial journey alone. Join the thousands of families who've trusted Greg O'Donnell and his team to guide them towards a better future. For more information, please call 866-496-2300 or visit Greg at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. It's time for Walter's Wednesday Whip Around, where producer Walter Acalbaceta uses a serious and objective scoring system to uncover the biggest wonders in sports.
Excuse me while I whip this out.
Okay, two things. Number one, Walter's like, hey, we got to change the opener because it says Wednesday, and I'm thinking, no, I think we can't change the opener. Between the Walter Acalbaceta and the fact that we're not doing this on Wednesdays half the time, I think we just got to keep it the same exact thing and stick with the bit. We got Steak Shapiro joining us end of the show, so it's time to flip it, whip it, and be quick with it with some short answers. Walter, first of all, happy Friday. What's going on, dude?
Happy Friday, my guys. We got the appetizer. We got the weenies coming up here. We got steak coming up afterwards. Thank you for that, Papa. Really appreciate it. Let's get
Love a good weenie dog.
Yeah, love good weenie dog. By the way, it was a pleasure to be out there at 58 Social with you guys yesterday. It was a lot of fun. Papa did yell at me at the top of the show to get the hell out of his chair. So.
Well, he was getting ready for GTFO.
You were streaming like 2 minutes before the show
I was
started.
streaming, yeah. Hey, the grind never stops, man, and that's what we're doing here on a
If
Friday.
I don't drop a F-bomb your way, that it means I don't love you.
That's 100%. I told actually Silver that many times. If he doesn't curse you out, Papa doesn't like you. So
let's go, mofo. We got Steak Shapiro waiting.
Let's get into this. All right, so we got the NBA Finals underway. Tyrese Halliburton just doing magical things. So my quick question is Halliburton more clutch than our guy in the Bay, Steph Curry?
Oh, okay. I'm going to start with this one. What Tyrese Halliburton has done this postseason should never, ever be undermined, and I'm not about to do that. And I know everyone wants to bring up outside the Bay Area that Steph Curry in the playoffs for so long. When he had a good look to go ahead, it's a tie and win the game. In the final 10 seconds, he was 0 for 8. Tyrese, you got a big hill to climb, bro, and what you're doing is incredible. I love watching you. This Indiana Pacers team is so fun. Steph Curry, ever since Game 4 of the 2022 NBA Finals happened, he reached a new level of superpower in what was already a first-ballot Hall of Fame career. So, no, he is not more clutch than our guy, Wardell Stephen Curry, who is one of the ultimate killers I have ever seen in any game of my lifetime. Love Tyrese, but I can't say yes to that question, no.
Well, you sounded like your dad so much there. It was incredible when you got into the altering of the voice. It was crazy. All right, timer start. What Tyrese Halliburton is doing is the most clutch performance in the history of NBA playoff basketball. I mean, just the numbers. And I know Jerry West was Mr. Clutch. Jerry made a 60-footer from the other side of midcourt against the Knicks. If threes were threes, they would have won. The Lakers lost that game later in overtime. But no one's doing what this guy has done. Every round of the playoffs, he has made a walk-off at the end or one to force overtime. So there's no question he is Mr. Clutch. But this question reminds me of when they asked Johnny Unitas when he was long retired, John Elway has 27 come-from-behind wins in the fourth quarter. Why do you not have nearly as many? And he said, son, I never trailed going to the fourth quarter. Steph Curry doesn't need to be Mr. Clutch. He's Mr. 48 minutes. He doesn't need a walk-off. They win the game when they walk on the court.
Yeah.
I like it. Great points. I'm going to award the point to Papa. Really quick follow-up, though. Waking up in OKC, who do they hate more right now, Halliburton or Steph Curry?
Right now?
They hate themselves for living in Oklahoma City, that Dust Bowl. What the hell you want to live? Every time I was there, I was like, Durant's coming to the Warriors. You really live in this city? God damn it.
By the way, that was a good point by Papa. Like, dude, Steph Curry has been winning so much. It's like, we're going to punish him for not having to come from behind. It's not taking anything away from Tyrese. What's the next question?
All right, so next question as we wrap this up, getting ready for some steak coming up here in a little bit. Bryce Eldridge hit a grand slam last night in Sugar Land, Texas. Our guy, Zach Beirudi, which I was surprised that we didn't book him on the show for a third time this week because of that homer. So Bryce Eldridge hitting that grand slam in Sugar Land, Texas. Obviously, Giants fans that are in the know and keeping track track of Bryce Eldridge are excited about it. But what happens first? Because we have some events coming up in July. Are we going to be down at Levi's when the call comes for Bryce Eldridge? Is it going to happen before or after? What do you guys think?
All right, Papa, you start.
Right now, tonight, I want Eldridge here while he's hot. Rudy already sent me the lineup. I guess he can't. He's batting third tonight. Meckler, Matos, Eldridge, McRae, Wisely, Cos, Luciano. A lot of names we know. So he's off to a good start. He is 2 for his first 6 of the base hit his first game and then hit a grand slam. He's already got 5 RBIs. JT Snow was texted by Randy Wynn when the River Cats do come off this 3-week road trip. And know we love a 21-day road trip. And someone send that guy some chonies. He have enough underwear, suede balls to deal in Sugar Land, Texas. I honestly think we'll see. We'll see. When the Giants go to Sacramento on the 4th of July to play the Athletics, will Bryce Eldridge be in Sacramento? But not a River Cat. He'll be a San Francisco Giant. Fast track that guy.
Oh, I like it. Wow. I mean, yeah, so we were going to play that call earlier, and then we just got a little bit behind the clock. Maybe we'll play it at some point to very close out the show because Zach Rudy's call was awesome. And let's be honest, we got to have him on a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, even if it's 30 seconds. But this is a tough one, right? Because Buster Posey's whole model is wanting to reward success, and Eldridge is making it awfully loud right now. That's why he's playing in AAA at the moment. That's why he's got a chance to be playing in the majors. That said, there's been a lot of preaching of patience, and I'm trying not to overreact after what we've seen from the 2-day pairings of Monday, Tuesday, and then the 2-day pairings of Wednesday, Thursday. I believe the call will come about 2 minutes before Brock Purdy comes to the table in the toddler room at training camp, because that's how it works in sports talk radio. That's how it works in this business. Feast or famine, all or nothing. We'll see Bryce Eldridge right about the time at training camp.
I like that. Give Silver the point. That's a great point at the end.
No, I'm just going to give the point to Papa. Papa sweeps. Papa sweeps today.
What did I do?
Hey, you sweat, bro.
I win 2-0.
You know,
I got an empty netter at the end. But his point, because that's July 34th. We're going to be at the toddler room, which should be renamed the Greg Silver room anyway. But we will be there July 31st when Brock comes in, and that's the deadline. If Ryan O'Hearn and the Baltimore Orioles are in sack, keep an eye on this guy against the A's. I'm thinking about trading for him, but as you take inventory, we have to trade for Ryan O'Hearn. He's in a walk year of his contract as well. Maybe we don't do that. Maybe we bring up Bryce Eldridge right around that time and we say no to Mike Elias. But we'll have Steak Shapiro on. Even if you bring up Bryce Eldridge, you want to go get Marcell Ozuna. Well, the Atlanta Braves coughing up that 10-4 lead going to the 9th. What does the Greek Anthopoulos do the rest of the year? They can get back into it, but would they trade Marcell Ozuna, and might he trade Marcell to Buster Posey?
Dude, I don't know. I mean, that would be incredible. So it's going to be interesting coming up at the end of July. We're talking trade deadline. We're talking training camp. We're talking maybe Bryce Eldridge. Walter, good whip around questions today, and we had to cram it. Sometimes when you whip it out, it can't be for long. So sometimes short and sweet. It's just the way you got to do it. But, hey, that was the appetizer. Good pigs in a blanket, good weenies. Time for some steak coming up on the other side, though. It is Steak Shapiro from Atlanta joining us, talk a little Braves series as they're looking to rebound from that bad taste in their mouth left by yesterday. It is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Or is it just getting started in Pittsburgh? Aaron Rodgers agreed to a 1-year deal to be the next quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Mike Tomlin has another eccentric personality entering the locker room. Keep it right here for all the latest on the NFL and, of course, your 49ers. KNBR, the sports leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, final segment here on Papa and Silver, closing out the week. We had a great time with Walter's Whip Around. We've had some great conversations today. Matt Mayoko, Andy Baggerly, Brooke Pryor joined us earlier, but we got one more guest to shut it all down. It is the one and only Steak Shapiro, founder and host at Atlanta Eats, host of 92.9 The Game. And Steak, as I welcome you in, and Greg Silver, Greg Papa out here in San Francisco, you have in your X bio that you have an affinity for linguine carbonara. Have you ever been to Tony's Pizza in San Francisco? Because our guy Tony Gemignani was on the show with us for a Giants event earlier this week, and Greg Papa loves him some spicy bucatini.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing. It's a little overrated sometimes. Are we talking about pancetta? Is the cream sauce lost its sexiness? You know what I mean? The Alfredo, I feel like 15, 20 years ago was a thing. Now we all, like, have the guilt factor of a fettuccine Alfredo and the whole thing. So, you know, a carbonara still resonates, but the question is how much. The other question is, who else did you have on today? Matt who?
Mayoko.
And who else?
Mayoko.
Brooke Pryor, who covers the Steelers for ESPN, and Andy Baggerly.
You're the headliner. You're the headliner.
Baggerly?
I know.
Like, what are we talking about here? What
we
are we
steak.
talking about? I mean, I'm on the Food Network. I've been on radio for 30 years in Atlanta. Brian Baggerly or so. Like, are we talking about the big leagues? What are we doing? So we want to.
You were on an airplane for hours, brother. You didn't text me back.
Listen,
I didn't hear from you for hours.
Greg Papa is like a king. Like, you go to dinner with Papa, you learn something every single night. And now, like, I don't want to be like an afterthought on the back end of a show. I want to be the primetime player. You want to talk about the Braves. You want to talk about bolognese. You want to talk about the best town for pizza in Tuscany. Like, what are we talking about? You tell me.
You were flying all day, Shapiro. You've been ducking me. Last time I saw you, I think I was 3 martinis in when you arrived. Salsa was there. What's the place that we had dinner? We had a meal in Atlanta. I think it was 2021, right? October 21.
Yeah, it's the most famous steakhouse in Atlanta. It's called House. How many teams have you done play-by-play for, by the way? Like, what's
I've been fired by every team in the market, Steak. Fired by all of them.
Same with here. I've been fired more than anybody, and my 58-year-old butt keeps showing up on Instagram and social. I keep my 14-year-old, who barely speaks to me, my 14-year-old son said, "Daddy, you definitely do a good job of diversifying what you do, and I think that was a compliment. But anyway, yeah, no, I'm on one of our sister stations, 92.9. I have a restaurant show called Atlanta Eats. I do the Food Network. I do a bunch of things. We're trying to survive. When I sit with Greg Papa, I know that guy is a man of great depth of knowledge. The man has been kicked around by every radio station. So do you want to talk about the worst loss in Atlanta Braves history? Like, we don't talk a lot of, like, sports talk in Atlanta.
Was that yesterday?
Yeah. First time in 45 years they've lost a game like that. 45 years. We don't take a lot of phone calls in Atlanta. We're a very nice, southern, fun, not aggressive city. But, like, the Brian Snicker needs to be fired calls today. The guy won a World Series. The guy's in the playoffs every year. The guy is like the nicest grandfather you've ever had, and they are calling for his head in the ATL.
Yeah, so let's just get into what went down yesterday, because we were actually getting ready for Giants-Padres Game 4 out at the patio just outside the ballpark, and we had that game coming up on the on Papa's iPad because we're thinking, oh, cool, this will be nice. Braves coming into town. Hayden Birdsong was on the patio with us as well, and he's the pitcher you're going to be seeing tonight. So, I mean, Atlanta, just kind of let's go full big picture, because we said kind of leading into this week that Atlanta and the Giants actually had pretty similar second two-thirds of the year, but the start was very different. The Giants started red hot. The Braves started a lot rougher, and then Acuna came back and everything. But what, just in the larger picture, is not going right and not clicking at this point for the Braves?
All right, let's talk about the Giants first. They're not sexy. They're not going to do anything. We all know that. I mean, it was a nice start they had. But I mean, honestly, nobody thinks the Giants are going to match up with the Padres or the Dodgers or the Mets or the Phillies or even the Cubs. So it was like a sweet little story. You're adorable, and you're a mediocre baseball team, and that's exactly what you are. The Atlanta Braves are a dominant franchise, the most dominant franchise in Atlanta and the Southeast. They win World Series. They win NLCSs. You know, they fall Ronald Acuna, best pitcher in baseball, Spencer Strider. They both got injured last year. They only won 89 games. But we don't go, you know, like we're just used to in Atlanta, like Georgia football, we're competing for titles. Giants haven't been able to say that in years. Like, we're competing for titles. So we're shell-shocked that all these young guys in their 20s we signed to these 8-year, 10-year deals, Riley, Ozuna, right? Matt Olson, we signed him for long-term deals, and all of a sudden we look like an ordinary punch-and-Judy baseball team, and it's exasperated by what happened yesterday when you blow a 6-run lead in the 9th inning. So, yeah, I mean, the Braves are just like the Giants, not very sexy, not very relevant, which makes this series, to me, not that compelling. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I just spit up my linguine carbonara. I don't know
what am I
wrong about. I let you go for a while, Stay, because you're a friend.
What am I wrong about?
What the hell are you talking about? Giants won 3 World Series in 5 years. You made it 14 straight years and won 1 World Series. You like laying Atlanta's the city of champions? What are you talking about?
How many? When's the last time the Giants were relevant? 5 years ago?
5 minutes ago, brother. 5 minutes ago.
That lineup is not inspiring anybody in the East Coast. I know you live in your own world in San Francisco.
No, I
didn't love
so
Papa
we gotta give some thump to our lineup. Would the Greek Alex Anthopoulos trade Marcell Ozuna? And a lot of season left to go, but late July, middle of July, do you think they'll have to trade him away?
Here's what I would say. Marcell Ozuna in the middle of a lineup can help you win a World Series. Professional hitter. He's the best DH, one of the best DHs in all of baseball. Braves, for the first time in a long time, are not really competing for anything. So I do believe he'll be available. And, you know, I'm just making fun with the Giants. They have a class franchise for sure, multiple titles, great ballpark, one of the great cities in the world. So I'm just busting your chops. But I do believe will be he's going to get moved. I think he, in the middle of a lineup, can help you win. Listen, we won with Jock Peterson. You remember Jock Peterson. He helped us win a World Series. Marcell Ozuna's resume is a hell of a lot better than his.
He had pearls around his neck. I remember it well.
Yeah, he helped them win the World Series. He had a lot of big hits. So I think Ozuna will be available. If the Braves don't win this series and they don't win their Milwaukee series, they're going to understand there's only 3 teams in the NL worse than the Braves, and we never say that. Like in Atlanta, Chris Sale, Spencer Strider, and Spencer Schwellenbach should be the best 1-2-3 punch in all of baseball. It has not happened. Strider hasn't come back the way we had hoped. He'll pitch in this series. And I'm just saying that the Braves country, which is significant, has more anxiety now than they have had probably in the last 8 to 10 years. It is a bad baseball team, 7 games under 500. They opened their season on the West Coast. They got swept by the Dodgers, and then they got swept by San Diego. They started the year 0-7. They got over 500, and now they're under 7 games under 500 again. So it has been a rough stretch for the Braves.
Before we let you go, Steak, is a couple more minutes here on Papa and Silver. Tell us a little bit about Spencer Schwellenbach. Looks like in the month of May, outside of that first start he had against the Dodgers, he had a really solid month on the whole. He went 3-1, had the game in Cincinnati, Washington,
He's awesome,
Boston.
Dude.
He's got to complete 7 innings, yeah.
He's throwing 100 miles an hour. He's got great stuff. He's dominating. He's going to be a load for anybody to. Why does Papa get hired by everybody? Like, he never doesn't have a job. There's nothing he could do. Why does everybody hire him again and again and again? He is like a legend.
The question is, why does everybody fire him? Because of my association with Steak Shapiro. All right, switching gears. Falcons are coming into Levi Sunday Night Football, October the 19th. Is Kirk Cousins on the roster before the deadline? Does he even make it this year? Now that Aaron Rodgers finally went to Western PA, what do the Falcons do with the broken down Kirk Cousins, Steak?
Well, so the Falcons have the best quarterback room in football, Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix. So nobody needs a starter anymore. So a lot of teams need a backup. They paid a lot of money. They were the biggest laughing stock in NFL history when they drafted a quarterback after giving Kirk Cousins $100 million. It turns out it was a brilliant move because Cousins fell apart, and then Michael Penix now is the future of the franchise. Falcons have nothing but talent. Penix, Bijan Robinson, Drake London, Darnell Mooney. They just got 2 number ones in the NFL draft, both great pass rushers and players. So I think Kirk Cousins stays in Atlanta unless you offer them a 3rd or 4th rounder, which I don't think the league offers that up for a backup. So I think it'll be Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix, and they have the great insurance policy to have Kirk Cousins, the best backup quarterback in the NFL. And when they come to San Francisco to dust off the 49ers, whose window is closed, I think you'll see either Penix or Cousins play. And we'll think about what might have been for San Francisco, unfortunately. Great Chinatown, amazing food, but a football team that lost their chance and lost their way. So that's all, guys. That's what it is. I'm sorry.
Hey, Steak, thanks for coming on with us. And
why didn't you call me? Call me again to come on. Don't be a stranger.
Because Andrew Baggerly, Matt Mayoko, and Brooke Pryor are way bigger
Who
than,
are those guys?
what is it, Steak?
Are they even
Steak
in the
Shapiro? Never heard of the guy.
Steak, thanks for coming by and busting our chops, man. We appreciate you.
Love you, man. Love you, brother.
And he's gone. Steak Shapiro of 92.9, The Fan in Atlanta. It's so funny. Everyone on the Golden State Lover and Showroom text line taking it all so literally. It is time to hand it off to Dirty Work and close it out for the week. Big thank you to Walter. Big thank you to Andrew Baggerly, Brooke Pryor, Matt Mayoko, and yes, even Steak Shapiro, our high caliber guests. We'll be back on Monday with more. It is time for Dirty Work live from 58 Social, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We know this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with us here on the patio at 58 Social, getting ready for some Giants and Bravos tonight. A 7:15 first pitch, a 6:15 pregame. We'll have it all for you right here on the Sports Leader. We got a good guest list for you today as well, by the way.
Well, it's going to be hard to top Steak Shapiro.
Who the hell was that guy?
I think it was a Falcons writer?
I don't know. I think he was just, I don't know if he worked in Atlanta radio, but he popped in just like bat out of hell, dude, talking trash about San Francisco. They were talking Braves with him. He called Atlanta the city of champions.
All right.
What? What was he talking about?
I actually totally forgot the Braves won a World Series a few years ago.
At first I was kind of getting up in arms about the stuff he was saying, and then I realized his name was Steak, and then I was like, I think I'm good. I'm not going to lose my mind.
It's actually a badass name.
Steak Shapiro is a hell of a name.
We already got a T-bone.
We already got a Mayo Tim Webb.
Yes, we do.
Anyway, Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Good guest list today. No Steak Shapiro. But on the patio, you know who's going to join us? Giants left fielder Elliot Ramos going to come out. He got the big double a couple of nights ago. Was screaming F yeah on second base when the Giants made their comeback down 5-0, and then ultimately come on back and beat the San Diego Padres. Elliot Ramos will join us on the patio here at 2:15 in person. Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country, joins us at 3:50. Mark Spears at 4:50, and then at 5:30, Justice De Los Santos, who covers the San Francisco Giants. He's going to join us on the patio as well.
Nice.
So we'll get some good Giants talk in today with sort of a potpourri of a show today, too, because we had game one of the NBA Finals last night.
Great game.
Which was a blast. I mean, down 13 in the second half, the Indiana Pacers, I said this to you a couple weeks ago, I said they've got a weird team of destiny-like feel about them.
They never die. They're like cockroaches.
Dude, down 7 or more in the final minute, they've had 3 victories this postseason where they trailed by 7 points or more in the final minute, including last night. Tyrese Halliburton hits a game winner with 0.3 seconds left. I mean, he's having one of the all-time clutch postseasons to this point.
No, I would agree. I mean, just the way they were able to come back in that game and the amount of turnovers they had at halftime, like, it's incredible. And you know what? Tim tells us we're going to get some intel on these Indiana Pacers from his guy, the Pacer guy.
Tim made note of this last week. He said, I've got a Pacers insider, like a Pacer guy.
Ganjier Scott?
I just want to call him Pacer guy. I like the name Ganjier, but I think we're just going to call him Pacer guy.
It's a work in progress. We could call him Ganjier Scott. We could call him Pacers guy. We could call him Ganjier Scott, the Pacers guy, whatever you prefer.
That actually fits.
I kind of like just Pacers guy.
Well, can we put it in the middle like Ganjier, the Pacers guy, Scott?
Yeah, just that's too much of a mouthful for me.
He's our man on the inside for both the Pacers and Weed.
We should call him Scott Ganjier.
It's not bad. Either way.
Could just call him Scott.
No,
anyway.
but, I mean, as we were talking about, is this series going to be good for the national audience? And I can really give a damn about that. I feel the series is going to be very interesting. The fact that Indiana stole the first game. We'll see where it goes. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes the distance. I can't believe that the Thunder are going to back down in Game 2. They have to win Game 2 now. And if you've seen the Pacers and what they've done in these last few series, if they steal Game 1, then they feel comfortable in Game 2, and pretty much they win the series after that.
I mean, that's it. If you're the Pacers, you're looking for one of the first 2. We talked about this anytime the Warriors did not have home court advantage, right? You win one of the first 2 on the road. They don't have to win another road game. The question is it so lopsided that when the Pacers go home, they're going to win all 3 home games that they get at home? That remains to be seen. Getting Game 1, though, as a team that's an underdog like that on the road, it's huge. I mean, I'd lay money on on OKC to cover Game 2. Just because of once you're the Pacers, you get Game 1.
Well, your back's up against the wall now.
You'd love to steal Game 2. And don't forget, they did that against the Knicks in the conference finals. They won Game 1 and Game 2 in New York. And then they won it all in 6. I'm of the belief, and Marcus Thompson said this to us the other day, I'm with Marcus of the belief that if the Pacers are to win this series, they have to do it in 6. It's not happening in 7.
Yeah, if there's a home Game 7 OKC, that's probably going to go against Indiana. But I think both fan bases, I mean, the fact that it's both small markets, I like that because you're going to get some, very chaotic and electric atmospheres. But I wonder, we'll have Marcus Thompson join us later in the show, is he going to take credit for the Pacers winning this championship? Because at the very end of his pick, he was like, you know what, change it, book it.
Yeah, he was all over the OKC Thunder winning this series, and I said, in how many? And then he said, you know what, no, I'm going with the Pacers. Because I think everybody who's been watching this postseason has just watched the bulldozer that is Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
And it just seems like, well, nobody's really going to stop them. It's sort of a foregone conclusion in a lot of people's minds that they're the best team in basketball and that they've done it methodically with a system that gets them to the free throw line, allows them to put up points. They play good defense. But the Pacers right now, they're as good of a defensive team as you could ask for in the postseason. They're a team that can shoot. They hit like 4 threes in the final couple of minutes of the game last night. But, I thought it was a funny take by Marcus. I just think a lot of people are looking for a reason to take the Indiana Pacers to win, and maybe now some of that flips. I mean, the Thunder were a minus 670 or a minus 650 favorite entering the series, and now they're down 1-0. I've still got OKC winning it, but it's getting harder and harder to turn down what it is the Pacers have done.
No, I mean, they're a team of destiny right now, so I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they end up winning this series, but we'll see. I have a hard time believing that OKC will not come to play. I mean, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had, 38 points last night, and it's all for naught. So this team is just resilient. The way they're able to come back from deficits. I saw today, I think this stat is right from which I saw on SportsCenter. They've been down by 15 5 different times this season. And Tyrese Halliburton, this postseason. And they've come back every time they've been down by 15 points or more. And Tyrese Halliburton has had I think 5 game-winning shots. I mean, he had the comeback against the Bucks that clinched the series in the first round. We talked about what he did against the Cleveland Cavaliers, they stealing Game 2 to go up 2-0. And then, they basically won that series against the Knicks by stealing Game 1 with that shot that clanked in. Yeah,
the bounce off the back iron when he did the choke where he thought it was a game-winning 3.
Exactly. I not to say the series is definitely over after one game, but you could definitely establish a tone. So we'll see what happens here. If OKC goes down 2-0, I definitely think it's going to be hard for them to come back in the series.
Well, you know what's funny is we talk about this, we have at length for a long time, and we did with Tom a lot, in terms of teams that are legitimate championship contenders and having like an alpha dog or an alpha on the court. Yeah. They have one. They have a superstar and a dude in Halliburton who it doesn't really matter. I mean, he didn't have the best scoring game yesterday.
I thought he was overrated.
I mean, people say that. People say he's the most overrated. Remember that he was voted the most by his peers, the most overrated player in the NBA. And how's that looking? By the way, I love now, too, that we're getting the crowd shots of his dad. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I
hit that shot last night. They show his dad in the crowd, and I'm like,
I just wonder, is he going to, if they win the championship, he's going to make a whole spectacle out of it where he goes up to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and do the same thing they did to Giannis?
I don't know. He didn't do it to the Knicks. He didn't.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to happen again. I don't think his dad's going to roll.
I want to see it though,
and do the same thing. And that wasn't as the series ended, was it?
That's when the series was clinched.
That's when the series was clinched. That's when he went up to Giannis and held that towel in his face. Look, Tyrese Halliburton's been a funny follow too. I mean, he had some pettiness to him in the way that he responded on social media after the Pacers beat the Knicks, where he put out the video of all the Knicks fans going nuts after they clinched that series against the Celtics, thinking they were going to roll the Pacers. Remember, Halliburton invited the New York firefighter who was was out in the celebration in the Pacers jersey, and people were throwing trash at him and throwing garbage bags at him and shoving him around. And, Halliburton got him to come to the series. He's a funny social media follow. Remember after they won the gold medal last summer in the Olympics, Halliburton tweeted out a photo of himself with the medal on, and he's holding it up and he's smiling, and his caption was, "When you don't do anything for the group project but you still get an A."
At least he had a good attitude about it. And also
the opposite of Jason Tatum.
Exactly. And also, he's a funny follow when he's coming home late at night and he's telling 50 Cent, congratulations on your residency in Vegas. He's got 3 girls hanging out with.
That was hilarious.
Congratulations,
50. Yeah. That was so funny. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We're live from the patio of 58 Social, where the Giants are going to be taking on at Oracle Park tonight the Atlanta Braves, who come to town after coughing that game yesterday to the Arizona Diamondbacks. They're losers of 8 of their last 10. They were up in that game yesterday, where the Braves 10-4. In the 9th inning, and then Blewett came in and blew it.
Good Lord.
For the Braves, and they ended up losing that game 11-10, which is brutal. By the way, I'm sitting here on the patio, and look who's walking by over there. You see that?
Who's walking by?
That's Mark Melanson over there. Huh?
Oh, nice.
Just hanging out. Anyway, we have plenty to come here. Our guy Elliot Ramos is going to join us here on the patio, talking some Giants baseball. All-star left fielder last year, maybe an all-star again this year. One of the hottest players in the Giants lineup, maybe the most trustworthy bat right now, as the Giants came back and won 2 games to split with the San Diego Padres. Do have to let everybody know we're still giving away tickets. 2 more tickets today. The final day that we're doing this, we're giving away 2 Sunday tickets to go see Metallica with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies Sunday, June 22nd at Levi's Stadium. Tune in between 3 and 6. We'll give you a cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you will win those tickets furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. Our guy Danny Dunn back on the board in our KNBR studios. Danny, what's the cue to call today?
Enter night. Take my hand. Off to Never, Never Land.
Dude, I haven't heard
well
that
done,
one.
Dan.
Nicely done, Dan. Well,
This is a Richard Cheese house.
This is a Richard Cheese show. So are we going to hear from Pacers guy today, Tim?
Yeah, we're going to hear from Pacers guy sometime. We're thinking around 6 o'clock. It'll be a little bit later. We'll get a little Pacers guy in before the end of the show.
Just a little wrinkle here as well. Tim was our Pacers guy, who's going to call in a little bit later, give us his breakdown on what happened with the Pacers. Tim was his best man.
I've been a best man 6 times. It's bound to happen. I mean, at a certain point, we're just going to run into one of these guys.
How many times had you been best man before you were Pacers guy's best man?
Ooh, 3, I want to say.
Dude, there's like sort of a recycle job on you, dude.
Well, it was a Jewish wedding. That was my first. I wore the yarmulke.
Did
Oh,
you?
nice.
I did.
Tim in the
Hey, you were chosen that day.
I told Derek earlier, I was like, I think I might fry for this.
That's how I felt every time going to church.
Yarmulke Tim, dude. All right, we got more to come here from the patio. 58 Social. Elliot Ramos going to join us here live on the patio, talking some Giants ball. We'll connect with him next. Still to come on the show today. I mentioned Elliot Ramos joins us, and then at 3:50 Marcus Thompson, 4:50 Mark Spears, and then Justice De Los Santos around 5:30, talking some Giants baseball. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. We got plenty more to come. Elliot Ramos joins us next on the patio here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tom Glavin joined Murph and Marcus this morning to preview the upcoming series between the Giants and Braves and the rivalry that they've had throughout the years. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. This has been the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander. Will you have enough money in the bank when it's time to retire? That's the big question that's keeping you up at night. Let's talk about it. Join me this Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. right here on KNBR for my show, Protect Your Assets. Or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
1-0. Ramos pulls one down the left field line. That's going to get down. One hop on the warning track up against the wall. One run in. Johnson right behind Adames. He'll score. Into third, Fitzgerald, and into second with a game-tying double, Elliot Ramos.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you from the patio 58 Social right outside of Oracle Park. Elliot Ramos, big double a couple of nights ago, helped the Giants break through and do something they hadn't done since May the 16th, and that was score 5 runs in a game. They scored 6 runs in that game. Ultimately came back to beat the Padres 6-5. I mean, you're looking at potential all-stars for the Giants, and everybody gets one. But I just keep thinking.
Everybody gets one.
I keep thinking, yeah, tell him, Peter. Apparently everybody gets one.
Apparently.
I just keep thinking back to that caller the other day who told us that the Giants hadn't produced from their organization a hitter in generations. And I'm like, why are we writing off what Elliot Ramos has been able to do? I mean, he burst onto the scene last year, and that was one of the big question marks for me entering 2025 was, can he repeat the level of success that he had last year? And without question, he started this season basically where he was at the peak of his powers last year, because what will happen is, we talk about this, the league starts to adjust to you. We saw him maybe fall off a little bit, and fall off isn't even maybe the right term. It's the first time he played
just slowed down
a full big league season. Teams had made the adjustment to him. The Giants had cooled off in general by the end of the season, but this is a guy who I think has a damn good chance to be an all-star representative for the Giants yet again this year, and is probably, at this point, is there anybody more reliable right now in the lineup in terms of the at-bats that they're putting together?
Well, I would say no. We'll ask the man himself as he walks right to us right now.
Yeah, Elliot Ramos getting ready to join us here on the patio at 58 Social. Giants and the Atlanta Braves tonight, a 7:15 first pitch. We'll have pregame for you.
What's going on,
right
Elliot?
here? What's up, Elliot? How you doing, man? On the Sports Leader, Elliot Ramos joins us here on the patio. He joined us one time last year. We got to keep doing this again, man. You may be an all-star again.
Maybe.
Yeah, how you doing, man? Hold the mic up here for us.
I'm doing good.
You doing well, man? So we just played the highlight of you a couple of nights ago. I was here on, what was that? I guess
Wednesday night.
Wednesday night, the big double you had. You obviously had a lot of emotion there, and I think everybody saw your face and Patrick Bailey's face the night before when the game had ended in 10 innings, and it just sort of looked stunning. And the way things were going offensively, how big of a release was that for you guys?
It was very emotional. Like I said before, we have been trying to get things done, just trying to make it happen, just trying to hitting big situations, and it's not going our way. So. It was a big relief that one was it worked out perfectly.
Yeah.
The guys walked, we got a couple of hits, and we got the big hit at the end.
Talk about the emotions that day. I know you had the big hit and you showed it on the on second base, just pounding your chest and saying "Let's effing go." But earlier in the day, we saw it in Andrew Bagley's article today. You had a text exchange with Lamont Wade Jr. What was just the emotions of saying goodbye to a teammate and then having new guys come in and getting a comeback later on that night?
It's not always easy, obviously. These guys that you have been seeing for years, these guys that you have share moments, hang out with and all that. So. Lamont is a super special friend for sure. He's a great guy, a great baseball player, I think too. But it is baseball. It is baseball. It is what it is. That's the business. So it's kind of you get used to the adjustments, but at the same time it's kind of tough still.
Talking to Elliot Ramos here with us on the patio. You mentioned adjustments there, which is something that, a young player last year, you make the all-star team and all that, and teams start to make the adjustment to you. Pitchers start to see you. They know where to attack you. This year, you picked up kind of where you were at the peak of your powers in the middle of last season. Have you noticed the adjustments to you, and how have you developed through some of those adjustments to maintain your success this year?
Oh, yeah, for sure. They are definitely pitching to me.
Yeah,
They're definitely pitching. They're definitely trying to get trying to shut me down, but it's just about more mental, just trying to swing strikes, just trying to give myself a chance to hit, not throw away at bats. And I think that's the main thing. A lot of the times I feel like us as a team and individuals, we throw a lot of at bats away, and we don't get our minds together. We don't get our thoughts together, and it's tough. It's baseball, So a lot of the times, your mind is not there, and you just have to make it happen because it is what it is. It's an everyday thing. It's 162 games, so it's hard to be focused every single time, but you just have to do it. You just have to lock in somehow.
You're already halfway to your home run total from a season ago of getting 22, and this franchise hasn't had a 30 home run hitter since 2004 with Barry Bonds. Is that a goal of yours this season?
It would be nice for sure. Not everybody can say that they can hit 30 homers in a season, but. Right. I'll take whatever. I love hitting 300. I like hitting 300. If I could hit 350, I would. That's my main thing. My main thing is to take good at bats, and I feel like if I take great at bats, I hit 300. I get my hits. I put a game plan that works. I feel like everything will happen by itself.
Now, did you feel like, or does the team feel, because I know that there was a sense of pressure. You talked about that, the emotions around scoring 6 runs the other night after there had been such a long stretch of not scoring that many. Do 2 wins like yesterday and Wednesday night, can they change the way you guys feel about yourselves?
I feel like it's a long season, obviously. And at the end of the day, like I said before, the pitching has been carrying us. The pitching has been great. It's one of the best pitching staff in the league. So, and anytime that we have the lead, we are not worried about it. Obviously the other teams are making their adjustments and all that, but we're so confident about our guys. We're so confident about what we're doing as a team that we feel no pressure. Of course, what makes us getting our heads more is not getting the job done. It's not passing the baton and all that. It's not taking good at bats, all that, swinging at bad pitches. That's what makes us I should have done better. I throw away these at bat. If I did this, it wouldn't we would have get the result that we wanted. So I feel like that's the main thing for us.
Daniel Johnson came up big on Wednesday night. Dom Smith yesterday. What's been your impressions of the 2 guys that have been added to the clubhouse? And did you know them prior to them joining the team?
I knew DJ for a minute, since 2020 or before. I played against him, gone out with him a little bit. He's my friend, he's my boy, yeah. But I love his speed. I always love his speed. Left-handed hitter, he's great defense. He plays the game hard, and he's a good baseball player. He's a great baseball player all around. He can take it at bats. And Dom, obviously, he's a veteran. Everybody knows it. I feel like people don't they say, oh, who's Dom and all that, but he's been in the league for a minute. Yeah. So that's a guy that you're always going to need in the clubhouse. That's a guy that he's going to get the job done for sure.
Talking to Elliot Ramos, you're nice enough to join us. Giants and the Braves tonight, a 7:15 first pitch. Has there been any discussion? Because what we were talking yesterday was with DJ joining the roster, and obviously Gerard Encarnacion comes up. There's some versatility there. He may play some first. You DH'd yesterday. He was out in left field. Are you staying in left field, or has there been talk about you playing any right field at all?
They haven't told me anything, honestly. I will play anywhere. Bob knows that. He has been switching me in the lineup throughout the whole year, and I'm okay with it. I'm all for him. He gave me the chance, and it's everything that I could ask for. So it doesn't matter where I play. It doesn't matter where I'm at. I'm gonna get the job done.
Yeah, you've been hitting leadoff some throughout the season, and then in the middle of the lineup. Is there a spot you're more comfortable in, or do you have a different approach when you're leading off a game?
It used to be like that, honestly. I'm not even gonna lie. Before I used to I'm a leadoff guy. I have to get the job done. I have to get on base more. I have to do this. I have to do that. But at the same time, if I do damage when I'm hitting third, fourth, just by swinging at the first pitch, I'm not doing it when I'm leading off, But at the same time, it's I have to take a good at bat. It doesn't matter where I'm at. I could be ninth. I could be eighth. I could be leadoff. I could be third, and I have to take a good at bat. I want to work the at bat. I want to make the picture work.
So you showed, the emotion the other night. It's obvious that you guys were frustrated with the offensive slump. What's it been like in the clubhouse during this time where guys like Robbie Ray and Logan Webb have been pitching gems, and it's just been difficult for you guys offensively to kind of give them run support?
Surprisingly, they're understanding. I know they won the wins. I know like the way they're pitching is like Cy Young year. Both of them, like they deserve the wings, and we want to give it to them. That's why I think they're okay with it. I mean, obviously we are not okay with it, but at the same time, it's like they're not frustrated or anything like that because they know that we want to like work for them and we want to play for them, and we want to give them the wins. So I feel like they're understanding. They're always giving their best out there. Like they don't take anything for granted. They're veterans. They got like their contracts and all that, but still, it feels like they're playing for something that actually matters.
The vibe of the clubhouse in general, what does it say about the pulse and the heartbeat of the clubhouse when things were going the way they were? I mean, you guys are obviously still right in the mix of everything, but for you guys to be able to turn the page and sort of jump into a series split, come in with the Braves now, a team that's been struggling lately, but they're a team that fancies themselves a playoff team. What does it say about the clubhouse itself that you guys have been able to struggle but also bounce back?
I feel like we're kind of like in between. We still kind of, how many games? Like 6-7 games above 500?
Sure, yeah.
So we obviously are not complacent, but at the same time, we want to get things done. And we want to keep it rolling. We want to get into that hot streak again. We want to keep winning games. We want to keep winning series. And, I mean, I feel like the clubhouse is pretty decent. Like, we're good. We're together. We're still, like, trying to work on the game plan. We're still trying to make things happen.
How about, I mean, the great play yesterday, Jar Encarnacion, seems like he's a nice, fun addition to the clubhouse. He throws out the dude at second base and then does the gun into the holster yesterday. How's the addition of him been so far?
He's great. I love his energy. Even when he was in the IL, yes, he always brought the energy. Like, you could feel it. You could, like, he embraces it. Like, whatever he needs, whatever we need, he's always there. The type of player that he is, he's always hustling. He's always taking good at bats. Obviously, he got dumb juice, so things are gonna come together for him. I mean, it's hard to come back from an injury like that, hand injury. Like, it's not easy. You do everything with your hands, so it's a tough one, So I feel like he is gonna get into that rhythm back. He just needs to take a couple at bats, and he's gonna be good. He works hard. He's always working. He's always like trying to get better.
Just before we let you go, as Elliot Ramos with us here on the patio at 58 Social, I mean, you guys are right in the thick of things in the National League West. Haven't played the Dodgers yet. That's going to be a big series when they come to town. Padres, you've played a couple of times, and a big deal to get the split after the 4-game series yesterday. Do you guys fancy yourselves division contenders?
Oh yeah, you just wanna make it to the playoffs. Once we make it to the playoffs, it's a different story, I think. Once we make it to the playoffs, I mean, it's a different game. Like the level, the hype is different. So I feel like once we get there, like, things are gonna happen. But we're worrying about making it there.
Elliot Ramos is the voice you hear, Giants left fielder, an all-star last year, and I'm feeling pretty good about it happening again this year. Elliot, have a great rest of the season. We'll talk to you soon, man.
All right, thank you.
Thanks so much. We got more to come here from the patio. 58 Social. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
And the pitch. Line to right field, drifting back and going all the way back, and this ballpark will never hold it. A grand slam for Bryce Eldridge. And just like that, it is Sacramento with the lead, 6-3.
Geez, trying to suppress your excitement there on that Bryce Eldridge grand slam.
Who's on the call there?
That I'm not sure of. That was Bryce Eldridge. By the way,
God, a little reserved.
Dirty Work rolls on a Friday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. We're live on the patio of 58 Social, hanging out, getting ready for Giants baseball tonight against the Braves. Just had a conversation with Elliot Ramos, just joined us here on the patio. Before we get into
really chill dude.
Before we get into the Eldridge stuff, I mean, he has the demeanor of a guy who has the success that he has right now. But what he said there, too, about I mentioned, we talked yesterday about it. I said, can 2 wins like this change the way a team feels about themselves? Look, when we're fans, we're watching every game, and everybody's hanging on every pitch and every runner in scoring position at bat, and you see the emotions of the team themselves. Like we pointed out, that game on Tuesday night that they lose, and Elliott was sort of in the dugout, like, I can't believe we lost this game. Same thing with the 1-0 game on Monday night. It just seemed like they were distraught. Now, we're not in the clubhouse. These guys come to work. It's their job. They've got to do this every day. They can't get too high or too low in the month of June, the first week of June, when they've got 100 games to play. I kind of like that he said, you know, there's a lot of games left, and we're in the middle of the season here. You've got to maintain what it is that you do well. But they view themselves as contenders in the division, and even when things weren't going well, they knew they were going to break through at some point. When a guy is steady as she goes like that, Wilmer Flores is a guy like that too. I always joke that scene from The Departed when Leo DiCaprio is talking to the therapist.
Yes.
And he says to her, you know what I notice about myself? No matter what happens, my hand doesn't move. Like, it doesn't shake. I don't get nerves. I'm able to maintain my cool no matter the circumstance. I kind of feel that way about Wilmer Flores, and Elliot Ramos kind of has that same kind of way about him. Now, he lets more emotion out when he's on the field.
No, definitely.
Wilmer can hit a 3rd home run in a game, drive in 8, and he still looks the exact same as he did when the game started. But I think that's the kind of demeanor you have to have. He's got a very vet way about him.
Yeah, definitely.
Ramos.
No, he definitely does. I'm sorry, I was thinking about The Departed quote, and it just makes me think of another handshaking line from Blazing Saddles, where he's like, "You see my hand right here, steady as a rock. Yeah, but I shoot with this one." But no, Elliot Ramos.
That's a great pull, dude.
Elliot Ramos is cool, calm, collected, and I thought Mike Krukow nailed it this morning when he was on with Murph and Marcus talking about the confidence that the team was going to have in themselves had they lost that 3rd game and lost the series. Doesn't matter what happens on Thursday. If you go down and you lose this series 3-1, then you're down on yourself. You don't know how you are as a team. And the way that Mike phrased it was, now that they split the series, they know they can bang and hang with the best of them. And that's the thing they're going to have to see the rest of the way is, you know, we'll see what happens with the Braves. The Braves used to be one of the top of the teams in the National League. They've gone through a little bit of a rut right now where they've lost 11 of the last 14. So we'll get a good gauge how good the Giants are this weekend and how good the Braves are anymore. And then they play the Rockies, and then we'll get a real test next weekend when they play the Dodgers. But had they lost that series against the Padres, you're down on yourselves. The moves didn't work out. Maybe you win one game on Thursday, but the mentality totally changes. You're like, damn, are we really good as we thought we were? Can we hang with our own teams in our own division? And now that you came back to salvage that win and win yesterday, you're feeling pretty good about yourselves.
I sort of wonder that, it's funny because we watched them beat up on some teams that weren't great teams, right? And it's nice to see the Giants beat teams that we think are not as good as they are, but you want to see them compete in the National League West. And so to your point, it wasn't just about potentially losing 3 or 4 or getting swept in a 4-game series, which is what they were staring at.
Yeah.
I mean, having to win to salvage a game in a 4-game series when there are limited games now against your division, right? You only play them 12 or 13 times a year instead of the 19
Exactly.
that you used to play, that these games carry a lot of weight. Now, we talked before the season started that some of the games against teams like Atlanta, like we thought maybe the Cubs or the Reds, some of those other National League teams that we anticipated would be in the mix for wild card spots, we said those might carry as much, if not more weight than the divisional games. We thought that in terms of not being able to compete in the division, but they're in the thick of things, which means these games carry much more weight, especially because they hadn't beat the Padres, and you don't want to go in to the dog days of the summer, I think, with that sort of stigma in your mind that, they still have not been able to get over the hump against San Diego. Now, you still lost, I think they're 2-4 against them now on the year because they played a 2-game series in San Diego, which they lost both of them. They played the 4-game series and they went 2-4 on the season. It allows you to believe, hey, this is a team that was picked to maybe be tops of the division or one of the playoff teams in the National League out of the toughest division in baseball, and you know that they can hang and they can bang with them. I do sort of wonder when you talk about where do they stand, and you sort of view certain games and series as litmus tests for how the team is playing. And by the way, Padres came in and didn't tear the cover off the ball. They scored 2 runs, 1 run in game
Monday's
1.
game.
They scored 3 runs in game 2.
Yep.
They scored
5
runs and lost.
Yep.
And then they scored 2 runs yesterday. Padres aren't tearing the cover off the ball.
God, crazy. It was all 1-run games.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
I mean, these teams I think are fairly on par with each other. The Padres are a team that can pitch it.
Yeah.
The Giants, and they've got, on paper, a better lineup, but the Giants put together enough to split the series, and they scored more in the games that they won than the Padres did. But I was thinking about that in terms of when you view litmus tests on a team. If the 49ers go to the playoffs this year, a lot of the discussion, I think, will be, okay, but how will they hang with quality opponents?
Exactly.
Because
that's my biggest thing.
While the schedule is going to indicate that they're playing the weakest across football, one of the weakest in NFL history, we don't know the quality of these teams yet. There's going to be somebody that surprises you that plays better this year than you anticipate. But there will always, I think, this season for the Niners, kind of like we're talking with the Giants with the litmus test, there will be questions about, they're a good team, or if they're a winning team or they win 10 or 11 games, whatever it is, everybody will look at the schedule and go, well, look who they played. Can they win against a quality opponent? And they may not really be tested against that kind of opponent until they would make the postseason.
That's a fair argument, but I would say that given the Niners' track record in the postseason, I think a lot of people will give them the benefit of the doubt of what they've done in the past. As far as the Giants, they haven't been.
They're unproven.
Exactly. They went to the playoffs 3 years ago or 4 years ago now, but they haven't proven themselves in quite some time of being a playoff, proven team. So what I was saying at the beginning of the season, I didn't know how good this team was. I thought they'd be improved from a year ago. But comparing the other teams, the National League, right away, opening day, I didn't know if they were better than the Reds. I didn't know if they were better than the Cubs. I didn't know if they were better than the Cardinals. I didn't know if they were better for the majority of the teams.
I never bought the Reds. You were looking at them as a potential team.
I thought that maybe they were on the same par as the Cincinnati Reds, just because the Reds were young and up and coming. They haven't really got there yet. They got Terry Francona, but I didn't know yet. And honestly, I still don't know. But I will say, they're right there in the middle. I told you I can't say they're 100% better than most of the teams in the National League West. But I also can't say the Padres are definitely better than them. And also, now with the news, we just got it, Corbin Burns is having Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, for the D-backs.
I would say I would say that the Giants are better than the Diamondbacks right now. But we'll get a good litmus test as far as, they split with the Padres. On the season, they're 2-4. We'll see how they hang with the Dodgers. But I can't say that they're definitely better than most of the teams in the National League, but I also can't say they're worse than them. They hung around with the Phillies to splitting that series, and they won that series in Chicago. They're capable of winning series on the road. It's just a matter of the postseason. If they get in, can they hang with those teams? There's still a lot of baseball, as Elliot Ramos just told us. So there's a lot to prove, but I'm definitely not writing them off, and I'm also not saying that just because the offense was showing up the last 2 nights that things have changed. We could go back to that moment with Elliot Ramos pounding his chest, saying that's the turning point of the season, but I got to see it if it's actually going to happen.
You know what's ironic? Don't
you think?
Yeah, thank you. In the frustration that followed the Giants and their offense over the 16-game stretch before they won on Wednesday, did you know the Giants are 4th in the National League in run differential? It says a lot about the pitching for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, best run differential in the National League. Cubs are plus 106.
Okay.
The Dodgers are plus 76.
Believe that.
The Mets are plus 71. The Giants are plus 42.
Where are the Padres shortly after that?
Plus 16.
Like, where do they rank after that?
If the Giants are 4th, there's an 18, there's a 20. They're like 7th or 8th.
Interesting.
In the National League in terms of run differential. So just something to pay attention to. And a lot of that, again, has to do with the pitching. So we came in with the highlight of Bryce Eldridge, man.
Yep.
This is going to be a funny story to follow throughout the summer, right? Because if he gives them an opportunity to call him up where he beats the door down, and I just keep saying that, if he is playing well enough to warrant a spot and there's a position for him based on the production at first base or at designated hitter, he could be here this year. And Buster Posey was on with Melvin Marcus yesterday, I think it was, and he said, look, I'm not going to – he said, never say never. I'm not – he didn't – basically, in my mind, the way Buster spoke about it is I kind of thought it was, hey, the door's open. And if he's ready to walk through it, he'll be here. And if he proves he's ready to walk through it and can do so day-to-day consistently, he'll be here. And Buster's a guy who came up in, May of 2010, beat the door down in the first part of that season, came up and earned the catcher spot, and then became Rookie of the Year, and the rest is history. I'm not suggesting that's what's going to happen. But the Giants aren't just leaving him down there for the sake of leaving him down there. He had a grand slam yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? A big one, too. It was a massive grand slam. Was that his first game in AAA or second game in AAA?
I'm not sure about that, but yeah, I mean, definitely he's making an impact already.
I'm to the point now where, again, I'm not expecting him to come. And the hope is that you play well enough where you don't need him, and then you have the option in case he plays well enough that he could be an addition to the team. Because that's, in my mind, best case scenario. That the team is playing well enough to where he plays well enough, the team plays well enough, he forces their hand and they go, look, we're not bringing him up because we need him to be here. We're bringing him up because he's earned the spot and he can help us, so why not?
Are you saying you're not confident that he's going to be up here at all this season or just anytime soon?
I'm saying that's best case scenario, and I'm to the point now where after hearing Buster's comments the other day and the aggressive nature in which people aren't viewing these moves as aggressive. And we talked about this the other day in terms of the 6 transactions they made, the 3 new players they brought in. Mm-hmm. It was a necessary shakeup.
Necessary?
But if he's playing well enough over a month's time, I mean, what's to say if he's hitting with an 800+ OPS like he had, and he can help the team? I don't know why you wouldn't bring him up. I've tried to temper my expectations because whenever there's a stud like this, you just don't want to act like the team's relying on that player to get here.
Right.
And that's my hope. Is they're 3 games out of the division right now. Right? They have an opportunity to do something this weekend against the Braves, try to buoy where they are now, push themselves a little bit closer. Maybe the D-backs do fall out of it, and you have an opportunity to make a run. If he can help the team, he'll be here. I'm not relying on it, and I don't want my mind to get to a place where I'm like, oh, man, this guy's hitting. They better bring him up because they need him. I want him to be an addition to a team that's already playing quality ball, and that's best-case scenario for everybody. I'm to the point, though, where he's hitting at every level that he's played at.
Yeah.
I'm at the point where when Buster says never say never, don't write it off, I'm open to the idea of it, and I sort of feel like maybe we will see him this year if this power streak continues.
I definitely think he's going to play this season, but to your point, yes, I don't think that fans should expect it or hope for it or rely on it for him to be the savior. But he's a confident dude. I saw his quotes last night, and I'll read them off my notebook.
Who's this, Eldridge?
Yeah, Eldridge.
Nobody else can read that crap.
Well, I know, and I'm reading live on the air like I'm Tony Kornheiser, like during PTI. You ever see what he does? He's like, these are my notes.
What is that, Sanskrit?
Yeah, exactly. But he's saying he's confident. He's saying, I'm the best guy. I'm better than I'm the better man in most of the matchups, and I'm confident no matter who's on the mound. So you can even read on my own handwriting.
It's a little Ricky Bobby in there, right? I'm the best there is.
No, but I mean, but you want that confidence, and he's a young guy, but I would say also, I mean, not to say like every situation's the same, but I do think that fans have a right to be skeptical when, and not saying this is the case for everybody, Elliot Ramos is the exception to this.
He'd been up a couple of times before he stuck last year.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, you know, I think some fans are going to be like, all right, but tell me about Marco Luciano and Luis Matos. But not everybody's the same. This guy's going to be different, hopefully. But yeah, I would just tell everybody he's probably going to be here. I would anticipate maybe August he'll come around here, but maybe sooner. Who knows? But don't rely on him to save the day. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's best case scenario if he's an addition to something, a machine that's already operating, and they have a spot for him, and he forces their hand. I mean, again, that's what I was thinking about with Tim Lincecum. It's not that they needed him up here in 07. They weren't competing for a division or anything then, but they bring him up in May because they were like, dude, he's like 5-0 and 6 starts, and he's just toying with hitters. What's the point? The difference with Eldridge is his age, right? Lincecum went through college, was drafted after winning a Golden Spikes at Washington. And for Eldridge to say what he said is, I'm confident, I'm the better man in most matchups, it doesn't seem like any moment will be too big for him, based sort of solely on the idea that he's never really faced anybody younger than he is.
Right.
Like, he's been the youngest guy at every level he's been at, and he has thrived at the plate in each and every one of those levels. I really don't anticipate him being a first baseman for the Giants this year.
DH?
I think the best case scenario is if the bat plays, that's where they'll see him is in the DH spot.
Well, let me pose it to you guys. What if he hits 7 home runs over the next 2 weeks? I mean, if he hits 7 home runs in the next 2 weeks and all of a sudden that's the definition of banging the door down, I can see a situation where they call him up and they make him the DH.
Is there a too soon, though?
Yeah, that's my thing where it's like...
I mean, if you're a team that's struggling with offense, how could too soon be too soon, you know?
When is too soon to
There's your question. How can too soon be too soon?
It is an interesting point in that, like, if he were to crush it for the next 2 weeks, and Tim's going to hit 7 bombs in 2 weeks, and he's roping doubles, and the Giants still don't score at the level that they need to continue winning. I mean, again, they scored just 3 runs yesterday and nothing after the 3rd inning, but the pitching ended up holding it down. Robbie Ray was sharp through 7 innings yesterday. It does beg the question, like, is that a situation where you're putting too much on him to, quote, be the savior for the offense
saying, like,
when he's only had 2 hot weeks at AAA?
Yeah, but if he hits, again, take the home runs out of it. Let's say he hits 350. Again, the same situation is happening where your team is struggling to score runs, and you can, because we're now in an era where the DH is in both leagues, and you can say, okay, go DH for a couple of weeks and let's see what happens. Really, the only thing to me is you got to figure out a 40-man roster spot, and you have to have the idea that you are now starting the clock. Now, again, if Buster Posey is a man of his word and he's saying, let's go, I mean, I don't think it's that unreasonable to say if he crushes it the next couple of weeks in AAA, you could have that guy on this team.
I would be surprised if he were up before the end of June. That would surprise me, sort of regardless of what he does, unless it's undeniable, like Tim's saying, hitting 350, hitting for power. I mean, at that point you go, what are we doing? But it really is based on how the team is doing. Like, you can be struggling offensively and still winning games. Right, it's about what's happening around you in the division, what's happening around you in terms of record. Like Elliot Ramos said to us, like, yeah, we were struggling there for sure when it comes to scoring runs, but there's 100 or so games left, and if you look at it big picture-wise, they're 35-28. They're 3 games out of the division. Before those last 2 games, they were 33-28. They were still 5 games over, right? So if you're in the mix still, is it like, how much do you think you have to have that piece up here right then and there? Or do you say, hey, why not let him get seasoned a little bit longer?
I think it's all based on what you're saying, Copes, like how they perform. And I think we got to see what happens this weekend. And I want to put a lot of stock in, okay, they score a lot of runs against the Rockies, big whoop. I want to see what happens. If they're shut down offensively against the good teams, the Dodgers, the Guardians, the Red Sox, then I think you need to make a change and maybe call them up. But I would give it a little time and not rush it. Maybe you want to be like J.K. Simmons and Whiplash. You want to be rushing or dragging when it comes to Bryce Eldridge?
We're going Whiplash, we're going Departed, and we're going...
I'm referencing a lot of things. And Tim, was how long
Saddle.
is too soon, the Smiths?
Yeah, how soon is now?
Exactly. Going all over the place with my references there.
How soon is now? Eldridge, a grand slam.
Theme song to Cure.
A grand
or
slam
a charm.
Yesterday for the Sacramento River Cats. It was a tank, too. I mean, it was like a hanging breaking ball, belt high, and he just absolutely crushed it. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. We did catch up with Elliot Ramos here live on the patio. We'll replay that for you a little bit later in the show, probably around 5:50 or so before we get you ready for Giants pregame at 6:15. Marcus Thompson going to join us at 3:50 talking some hoops. Same with Mark Spears at 4:50, and then Justice De Los Santos talking some Giants ball from the Merc coming out here on the patio with us at 5:30. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, do you see this, Giants fans, as a turning point of the season, or are you still skeptical given the offensive woes of the last couple of weeks? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America. Your call next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants have won 2 in a row now behind solid performances from newcomers Daniel the Jet Johnson and Big Dom Smith. Can they make it 3 in a row tonight against the Braves? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you from the patio of 58 Social. Giants getting ready to take on the Atlanta Braves tonight. Coming up at 7:15, a 6:15 pregame. Hayden Birdsong God, get a little Hayden Birdsong in my life.
Larry Kruger's Hayden Birdsong.
No Krug tonight as the Giants will be playing at 7:15. Do you think this is a turning point in the season for the Giants?
I don't know. I have to see it actually turn. Like, it can't just be that series.
Well, what's a turning point? I mean, what do you?
A turning point would be from here on out, we're comfortable with their offense. We have confidence in their offense.
Oh, that's not happening. No. You don't be foolish, Derek. Look, I think everybody's happy to get.
What would it take for you to be confident in the offense?
You'd have to be. I mean, here's the thing: the Giants, I think, are a good team.
Yeah.
I don't think they're a great team because they lack offense. What would it take for me to be like, oh, I'm confident in the offense? You'd have to see Willie Adames gain some of the form or regain some of the form that he had over the last couple of years. I mean, he had 30 home runs last year. He drove in over 100. He had an OPS that was like 60 points higher. An on-base percentage it was higher. A slugging percentage it was higher. His OPS was much higher last season. We'd have to see Matt Chapman gain some of the form that made him one of the top WAR players in the National League last season, which we've seen on the defensive side of the ball, but we have not seen it at the plate. We'd have to see Jung-Hoo Lee regain some of the form that he had early in the season. Like, I guess I would.
So basically, the three guys with contracts need to actually show up.
Well, and what I would say is, what I would ask, and I'll answer your question with a question of my own.
All right.
Was there a point in this season where you were confident in the offense? Because I had a point in the season where I was fairly. Tim, you weren't? How can you say that for the first month and a half with all the hitting? They were leading baseball for a month.
Yeah, but were you confident about it?
I'm not saying that I was not confident. I just didn't. I didn't think of that being the strength of the team, and so they had a lot of comeback wins. They were clutch. I would say that, but in terms of like confidence, to the point that you made a couple of days ago, you were saying no. It's not been a case where this whole team is like hit at the same time.
No,
they've had 2 or 3 guys at the same time. Right now, they got one. And so it's like that's part of the reason why the offense is struggling. The one guy hitting is the guy that joined us. If you can get 3 guys hitting, then I feel like you can obviously compete and win almost every game. But in terms of like that being the strength of the team and confidence, I just don't think that's really been the case this year.
It will not be the strength of the team.
It won't be.
It won't be. It was never at the start of the season, even when they were playing well. But that is a good point that Tim makes, and we did talk about this the other day, that at no point in the season was it 5 or 6 guys clicking at once. It was Jung-Hoo Lee was hot, Elliot Ramos was hot, Wilmer Flores carried the team himself for about a month, but it was never at the point where you felt like they're stringing together 5, 6, 7 straight guys in a row who are putting together some tough at bats. So what would it take for me to have confidence? I don't even need to be thinking about it as the strength of the team. I just kind of want to get to a point where I feel like they're never out of it, which was the point I had, or the feeling I had about them early in the season. But to Tim's point, even when they were never out of it, it was stringing together hits with different guys each and every day, which is a positive, but you want to see your big money players consistently produce on the offensive side of the ball, and we just haven't seen that consistently enough. Now, again, still about 100 games left. They can turn things around, but I don't think we're ever going to get to a point this year where we're all, unless they acquire somebody else, where, I mean, even in 2021, we were confident in the offense, but it was Donovan Solano, it was a silver slugger, it was Lamont Wade, who was getting come from behind and game-tying hits in the 9th inning. Like, even then, they had to go and acquire Chris Bryant because they felt like they had a hole at third base. They weren't getting production from that position. So I don't know that we're going to get to a point where I feel like it's in the top 5 in the National League in offense. You just got to be able to do things in clutch situations that are going to drive in runs. The runners in scoring position of the team OPS has to come up, but comfortable and confident. Like, trying to remember, is there ever a point in my life where I felt comfortable on both sides of the ball, pitching and hitting?
You're not allowed to have that.
It's just, unless you're the Yankees or the Dodgers. And Dodger fans don't feel that way right now.
Absolutely.
Not about the pitching staff. They're not confident in the pitching staff. The Yankees aren't terribly confident in what's going on with their rotation, that they're winning a lot of games. The Mets aren't getting the production out of their lineup that they anticipated getting when adding Juan Soto. Like, I don't know that anybody in baseball is thrilled with the way both sides of the ball are going to the point where they're eternally confident in general.
I think that if you asked a Giants fan, to a man or woman, and you said, you know, what's your confidence level or everything, I feel like the confidence would come when you look at the bottom of the line and you go, okay, well, that's 3 outs. The Lamont Wade, the Pat Baileys, where you've got this 3 guys.
30-year lineup.
Yeah, and they're all under 200, and you're going, okay, well, this lineup is not very deep right now, so if it doesn't happen with those 2 or 3 guys, and again, part of that comes to what we've been beating into the ground for the last week, which is, yeah, Matt Chapman's a streaky hitter. You need more from him. Yeah, Willie Adames has not clicked yet. You absolutely need some production from him. But if you could tell me that the lineup is not, you know, just 5 guys, it's actually a whole 8 or 9 dudes, Again, you can carry a Pat Bailey then. He's great defensively. You don't need him to be the offensive guy. When you have 3 or 4 of those guys, then you run into the problems that you're in right now. It just seems like it's like 1 or 2 guys hitting. And they really haven't gotten to the point where it feels like they've had 4 to 5 dudes clicking at the same time.
Yeah, I'm with Tim. You were confident in certain guys at a certain point. Like, at the beginning of the season, you were confident in Elliot Ramos and Wilmer Flores because they were coming up clutch right out the gate in that first game against the Cincinnati Reds. And then as time went on, it's clear that this team, we're most confident in the pitching. But, yeah, I don't think we'll get to the point where, Giants fans are 100% confident in the offense. It's just a matter of we're not going through the same 16-game stretch where they're not scoring 4 runs or more. It just needs to be a point where you know that the pitching rotation is getting some run support. So as long as they have that, then you have confidence in the team going forward.
Tim mentioned 5 guys hitting. Tim, where do you come down on a 5 guys?
5 guys, burgers, and fries?
Yeah.
Good burgers.
That's all right. It's fine.
You know what's funny is I'm not a big 5 guys guy.
Why not just put them all together, the 5 guys, and the habit? It's kind of just like...
I like a habit burger. I say frequently people have 5 guys like highly rated as a chain burger, and I've had it. I'm not blown away by it.
I haven't had it in years, but I will say the burger's good. It's just the French fries not so much.
I'm not a fry guy from there.
So this is where being, I know what it sounds like. This is where being a San Franciscan comes across as being snotty, where you're like, okay, well, I don't need a chain thing because I feel like I can go in any direction, 500 feet and find a burger spot. So
I'm talking specific.
You're talking chains. I'm not huge on 5 guys. I like habit more.
Like, I know people come to California and like, I've heard of In-N-Out, can't wait to try it, and they just crap all over In-N-Out. And I won't be having any of that. And I get people are like, the fries are terrible, they're cardboard. I'm like, then don't eat them. Don't get them.
You need to go animal style every time, my opinion.
Not me. How about this? You ready for this? Burger or fries?
Fries.
I've never had animal style fries.
Why not?
I don't even know you.
Because I like a regular fry. I like a salty chip there with my burger.
Okay, can we all agree as far as local?
I'm not opposed to it. I'm just like, it's not something it's not in my order.
Okay, but I think we all agree Old Chip may have the best fries when it comes to Bay Area burgers.
I agree.
They're fantastic fries. I'm not going to rate them against the Bay Area because I think that would be foolish without taking into account so many other places across the Bay.
I'm trying to think of other places that have best Bay Area fries.
I think it's okay to just say
Todd knows fries.
I think it's okay to just say Old Chip has fantastic fries.
Okay, that's fair.
That's good. I don't want to. Rating them would be irresponsible. I feel like on our part because there's too many other fries. Like, what about you? Are you? I mean, as a true Texan,
stop this.
You are. Are you a Whataburger man?
Yeah. You have to have the patty melt. If you're going in there just to have a Whataburger, you're doing it wrong. The patty melt was a thing. I'm telling you.
That's what they do, though.
No.
Their number one named item is not a great item?
It's not. I mean, as far as just straight-up burgers, not amazing. And then I learned about the patty burger, the patty melt, which was not a thing all the time. It was a seasonal thing they would do from time to time. And then it became part of their menu all the time now. So I recommend going patty melt every single time. If you go something else,
so it comes on bread.
You're doing it wrong. Yes,
it comes on toasted bread.
Texas toast, and it's basically a burger on Texas toast. You can also do a crispy chicken sandwich, with basically with chicken tenders in your sandwich.
But I'm talking the Whataburger burger.
The burger
not
itself,
rate in your
no,
mind.
It's
not a quality burger.
Where do you guys come down on a White Castle or a Crystal?
You know what?
I
actually never done White Castle. I've had frozen white.
Of course you have.
Well, I mean, it's only I don't go to the East Coast that often, but seriously, White Castle's more of an East Coast thing, right?
The simple palate of a Derek Papa.
It's the only place you
can
go.
When's the last time you had White Castle?
Years ago.
Exactly.
Years ago. Last time, I was on the East Coast for sure, and did it as hey, let's try this
let's
out.
do this, yeah.
And I did not enjoy it.
The only place you can go and have 20 burgers at a time and not feel bad about yourself.
Exactly. The only time I've had White Castle is getting it from a Safeway in the frozen food aisle.
What are you doing that for?
Because I just want to try it.
That's like getting a Marie Callender's pot pie in the freezer section. You can do it.
Or like saying hey, I've had P.F. Chang's, from the grocery store.
Oh, come on. No, yeah, dude. You buy their bags
exactly.
their chicken.
I do it.
Do you?
It's much cheaper than ordering for P.F. Chang's.
Cope's just raft you. Oh, come on, man. Come on.
Come on. Hey, come on, bro.
Come on, bro. I mean, honestly, if I'm going to do Chinese food, I want to do something more local and better than P.F. Chang's, honestly.
Well, yeah. I'm just it's funny that you're a novelty guy in the grocery store, it sounds
like. Yeah, I am.
Are you? You hit that freezer section, and you're like, dude, what's a name brand I can pick up?
No, not a name brand, but I'll do
a restaurant.
I'll do a good old Bertolli bag full of a good old whatchamacallit. What's the damn pasta called?
Ravioli?
No, ravioli, but I forget it. But
what, penne? I thought you were Italian.
I know.
Talking Italians?
You're talking Italians?
Crushing the freezer section where the DiGiorno's are.
Dude,
out there.
Or like a pasta primavera from like a bag, like a Portoli bag.
Why would you buy a bag of frozen pasta?
It's not bad.
Well, I will defend you here because
it comes in cubes. It's kind of weird.
I'm a Trader Joe's guy, and I get a bunch
of
of their frozen pasta because I can make it in 6 minutes, and then I don't have to think about it.
I'm not buying frozen pasta. I mean, I'm not making much pasta anyway these days. After the burn.
You're a burn victim.
How's that score?
Well, somebody asked me about it actually yesterday. Oh, no, Monday. I was playing softball. My softball team on Tuesday, actually. Somebody goes, dude, how's the burn? Is it all healed up? And I was like, yeah, it's healed up. I said, there's no hair growing there now.
Oh, yeah.
I've scorched earth there.
Scorched it?
I'm not a hairy man in general, but that's a...
Yeah, that might be done forever.
It's a smooth part of my body now, I'll tell you that.
Is there any way you could do what Kramer did by suing the coffee company? Like, like there's no situation where you could be like, yeah, sorry, the hot water in my place is just too hot. And plus, you don't want to sue Ron.
I think no, of course not. I think what I would want to do is sue the mat company that slipped that caused me to spill on myself.
You may have a case there.
Yeah,
probably not.
That's what Jackie Child's like. He'd be all over that dude.
Yeah, exactly.
That'd be the number one. It's so funny. I'm not a novelty guy.
What's a rhyme he could do? Your mat is my. I don't know.
Who knows? You slip on that mat, that water goes splat right over your body. 808 KNBR.
Your face is my case.
415-808-5627 is the number to call. Let's go to Jim in Sausalito. What's up, Jim? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, guys. So I'm pretty confident in the pitching. Obviously, you got Robbie Ray and Logan Webb. That's the best 1-2 punch probably in the league right now. It's incredible. But the hitting, everyone's coming down to earth. This is really what Matt Chapman's career is. I mean, there's a guy who's going to bat 235, 240. He's going to give you 20 home runs, elite defense, but he's not going to wow you. He's not going to put up 35 home runs, 125 ribbies. The problem is we don't have anyone else. Everyone else is batting 200, 210. MLB Network had a great little segment on Willie Adames.
I saw that.
He's got to learn how to pull the ball. He's got to pull the ball. He's going to hit 200 in that ballpark. How many times throughout the year have you seen him hit 400 dead center and it's out every time? So he's got to learn to pull. But what I'm thinking is we got to make a trade. I don't know if you guys know this guy Jaron Duran of the Red Sox. They're talking about trading him. If I'm the Giants, I'm getting on the phone and trading anyone else that's not named Bryce Eldridge to see if I can get him. Because he'll, in that ballpark at Oracle, he'll hit 20 triples in the year.
Jim, would you be willing to give up an arm in order to get him?
Get up an arm? Well, I mean, who else are you going to give?
Maybe Kyle Harrison or Birdsong or somebody like that, yeah.
You're going to have to, but that's just, just getting into negotiations. They're going to want at least your second and maybe another top 5 prospect because you're going to get that from anyone else out the league. They're definitely going to ask for Eldridge. Eldridge will probably be shut down, of course, but you're going to have to give way more than Kyle Harrison, who's, I mean, his velocity's coming up now, but still, his career ERA is what, 4.58 or 4.7. I mean, he's not an elite prospect anymore. It's going to take a lot more than that.
Appreciate the call, Jim. Thanks so much. If the Red Sox moved on from Duran, I mean, he was a dude who was viewed as a highly touted prospect. He's 28 years old.
I can hear it now. Duran. He may have already said that, by the way.
Greg just going with a Duran.
I'm hungry like the wolf.
Hungry like the wolf. Call him the wolf because Duran is here.
Shocked and chagrined.
I would be surprised. I'd be surprised if the Red Sox traded him. I mean, maybe they are shopping, and things could fall out for them, and they could be moving. Some players are talked that they would maybe be moving Walker Buehler, and the Dodgers might be interested in terms of wanting to get somebody back.
Wow.
I mean, he was a World Series hero for them last year. He was fantastic for them in the postseason. It'd be a familiar face, and who knows what happens with the rest of their pitching staff.
Are the Red Sox that out of it right now?
They're right about 500, but the AL East is I'll get it for you right now.
Yeah, I'm looking right now.
The Red Sox are at 30 and 34, so they're under 500 now. They battled back about a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, but to your point,
they're in 4th place. They're 9.5 out. I mean, this is the issue with trade deadline stuff now. What we're talking about is while the Red Sox are 4 games under, they're not just like looking to blow things up entirely. They've got a lot of young players they may be bringing up. And when it comes to the wild card right now, they are 4.5 out of the wild card, but they're 3-7 in their last 10. You get to July and they're within 5 games of a wild card spot. Do they really think they're completely out of it? I mean, really, it's how you get there, how many teams are in front of you. It's not just simply record. It's teams believe they're in it. Like, they would obviously be looking to recoup prospects. I don't know that they would be asking for Eldridge. I mean, why not? He's their top one if they ask for Durant. But this is all just speculative stuff. I don't anticipate a player of that magnitude is going to get moved at the deadline. I just really don't.
No, and to your point, I mean, with that third wild card team, how many teams are going to do deals right now where they don't feel like they're out of it? Like, it's not like, correct me if I'm wrong, when the Cubs made all those trade deadline moves, they were only like 2 games below 500. Just like, screw it.
What do you mean?
When they traded Chris Bryant, when they traded a bunch of guys, when was that, 2021?
2021.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the Cubs weren't completely out of it, but it was just a different situation where they couldn't pay him.
The difference was they were ready to retool and reset, and all the guys that they moved were expiring contracts.
Yes.
They traded Anthony Rizzo.
Yes.
They traded Chris Bryant. I think they traded Rizzo. They traded Baez to the Mets. So they had 3 guys who were the keys to their World Series title back in 2016. But when they made those moves, it was like these are 3 guys who were not going to be able to keep financially. And by the way, kind of a smart move in terms of trading Bryant. He basically has not done anything since.
No,
right?
that's
Has
a
he been
bad
on the
contract
field
now.
for the Rockies? I mean, one of the biggest contract the Rockies ever handed out. And the dude's not
Was it
even
7 years?
Not even playing ball for him. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
crazy. I think the biggest contract, with the exception of like when they extended Arenado, but he was already in house. Anthony Rizzo ended up playing pretty well. And I think he's. I don't even know that he officially retired. I think he's just out there hanging around. There's your free agent first
Hanging
baseman.
around.
Giants fans have been talking about. And then Baez has been atrocious. This year he's had a renaissance year. He's having a much better season now for the Tigers. But they gave him a massive contract after he left the Mets, and it was basically one of the worst contracts in Tigers history until this season. He's having a bit of a renaissance, but it's a different situation.
Yes.
The Red Sox aren't blowing up a former World Series champion. Durant's still a young player, and I believe he's controllable. I don't think he's a free agent. Again, anybody who gets moved at the deadline, if they are of any significance, is going to be somebody whose contract is up, unless there's a team that wants to mortgage the future and give away a bunch of prospects for a team that's floundering with a good young player.
And it may just be where Buster Posey's big move is just to call up Bryce Eldridge at this point.
Could be.
Yep.
And it could be. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. Dirty Work with you on a Friday afternoon. My tablet here just died. Where are we going next, Derek?
We're going with a little basketball, talking about Game 1 last night in the NBA Finals.
Hell yeah. Pacers steal Game 1. Down, they had 3 instances this postseason where they were trailing by 7 or more in the final minute, in which they won the game. It happened again last night. A bunch of 3-pointers made. Tyrese Halliburton hits the big game winner with 0.3 seconds on the clock. They steal Game 1 from the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Pacers, I'm telling you, man, they got some team of destiny feel about them.
They do.
We'll talk more about that. The Pacers and the Oklahoma City Thunder in Game 1. Marcus Thompson going to join us at 3:50. We are live from the patio at 58 Social. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The wait is finally over, Derek. Aaron Rodgers has signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers to a 1-year deal. ESPN NFL reporter Brooke Pryor joined Papa and Silver today to break down the fit. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR social.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Gildas Alexander spins, pulls up, jumper. Off the mark, won't go. Rebound, Neesmith. The Pacers with a chance to win it. Final seconds, no fouls to give. Halliburton looking. Halliburton driving, pulls up, jump shot. It's good! It's good! With 0.3 of a second remaining. Timeout, OKC. Tyrese Halliburton does it again.
It's a Ska Friday. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work rolls on. We're on the patio, 58 Social.
Keep them horns coming, Dan.
And the Braves tonight at 7:15, 6:15 pregame. NBA Finals got going last night. Were you surprised that the Pacers came back and won that game down 15? I'm honestly not. I'm honestly not.
No, I mean, will I be surprised if the Pacers win this series? Maybe not now, but initially going into it, no. I had the Thunder winning in 6. And I thought just how dominant they were for the majority of the season. I thought they would take care of business. But last night, yeah, they were, I mean, God, the way that things were at halftime, I think the Thunder were up by 12. The Pacers had 25 turnovers, and people were like, what are they, the Warriors? And
who said that?
Just some people on social media. Yeah,
people were out there saying it?
The streets were saying it, Copes. And then, yeah, like it's like we're talking about at the beginning of the show. Tyrese Halliburton and the Pacers, they just don't die. They have this mentality of they're never out of games. They've had worse situations during this postseason run where they were down by, 11 or 12 or whatever it was, maybe 9, to the Bucks with a minute left. They were able to come back and win that game. Their clutch shooting to steal the victory in Game 2 against the Cavaliers. The way they were able to steal that victory in Game 1 against the Knicks. I mean, yeah, like I'm not surprised, but like I just don't know how they're doing it because I think you'd have to say the Thunder are a way more talented team. It's just the Pacers are unfazed and I guess a little more clutch.
Dude, they were clutch. Here is one question about OKC. they haven't really been tested in terms of quality talent against them in the postseason.
Nuggets,
would you say?
Nuggets, I would say.
Yeah, I guess the Nuggets gave them the 1-4 early on. I guess that's a fair one. And defending, not defending, but a champion in the last couple of seasons. Maybe the best player in the world in Nikola Jokic. But it was just so much earlier, it felt like, in the postseason that we weren't. It just seemed like it was so long ago, and it felt like it was just sort of a foregone conclusion that they would ultimately come away with the win. It's funny that the Pacers are, they really are, like the reason I was saying team of destiny, and I said this to you about that against the Knicks, when they went up 2-0, and I said it's sort of funny in that it felt like maybe the Knicks and the Pacers were both jockeying for that team of destiny kind of positioning. And usually when this happens, it's because of a flurry of things like the way the Pacers have won so many of these games. Being down, and then they just won't die. The never say quit, never say die attitude. The big-time shots at the end of games. They get a stop against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the final possession. I mean, he's the MVP. Ball in his hands. Opportunity to win the game, really, before Halliburton comes down with like 8 seconds, dribbles it up court, .3, knocks down that jumper to win the game. It's funny, you said they won't die. What do you give me for the Pacers and Robin Swallows from The Spy Who Shagged Me?
Very, very similar.
Yeah, why won't you
die? You can't escape powers.
Maiden name Spitz.
Well, which one is it, baby?
Why won't you die? Which is I think what OKC is feeling about the Pacers today.
No, definitely. But I mean, like, am I surprised they won last night? No. Am I still surprised the Pacers are in this position in the first place? Yes. Because usually in basketball, and maybe it's been different the last few years, but I always think the top seeds usually make it to the NBA Finals. If you're a 4 seed or a 5 seed, that's rare. But maybe that's changed in recent years, like the Miami Heat going to the NBA Finals as a 5 seed in 2020, and then doing it as an 8th seed just a couple years ago.
I mean, in the West, though, outside of OKC, who finished like 16 games ahead of Houston, who was the number 2 in the Western Conference. Outside of that, if OKC had been eliminated, you'd probably be looking at something similar in the Western Conference side of things. Everybody was so bunched up.
Right.
Remember we talked like the seeding didn't really matter in terms of what it wasn't indicative of the quality of the team necessarily. Right? Like I don't think
the difference between 3 and 7 wasn't like, they didn't fall off a cliff.
I mean, Warriors were favored to win that series against Houston. It took them 7, but they were favored to win it, right? And they were the 7 seed going up against Houston, but we're only separated by like 3 or 4 games in the standings.
Right.
So in the Eastern Conference, I would say as much parity. The injury to Jason Tatum obviously skewed things tremendously in the Eastern Conference side of things.
And it turned out the Cavs weren't as good as we thought they were.
Their record was very impressive.
Same thing as they kind of ran away with the Eastern Conference, but everybody behind them was sort of bunched up. But I think that the quality of teams across the East is far different than that of the West.
No,
right? I mean, it's a top-heavy conference.
No, I mean, I would agree. And, I think that momentum is going the Pacers side. Like I said at the beginning of the show, I don't think you can win a series in Game 1. I think you can establish a tone. And, I think the reason the Pacers won that series against the Knicks is because of their ability to come back in that game and have that clutch shot bank in. They went to overtime, and they won 2 games in New York. New York was able to get that 1 victory in Game 3 on the road, and it went 6. But I think everything's going the Pacers' way. They have nothing to lose. I mean, obviously you don't want to lose the NBA Finals, and there's expectations for the Thunder. At the same time, both these teams are really young. So if you lose, it's like, oh well, we'll never get our window again. You never know. In the East, with Jason Tatum being out for a full season, I think anything's on the table right now.
Would you like an update from Pacers guy who's
Absolutely.
listening right now?
Absolutely.
Pacers guy going to call in.
He is going to call in, but he says somebody tell Papa the Pacers had the 2nd best record in the NBA since January 1st.
All right. What's his name again? Sorry.
Pacers guy.
Yeah, no, but
Ganjier Scott.
All right, Ganjier Scott. Sorry, I'm not well versed in Pacers knowledge.
Dude, everybody who's anybody knows that the NBA starts on Christmas Day.
There it is.
You know what I mean? And so that's basically what we're talking here.
Well,
Since the NBA season started. Except for me, don't forget it started on February the 4th.
That's right.
When they made the trade.
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
Well, how about Ganjier Scott saying, somebody tell Pop, I said, you're going to tell him today when you call in.
Yes.
He's supposed to call this segment, wasn't he?
No,
we told him after 5:30.
Yeah, later on the show. It would be nice if we called into this segment, but Ganjier's too busy.
He's listening. He's not too busy to text. Not too busy to text.
He's just establishing his credibility, okay?
We're building him up. Copes, as we've been taught, when you have a guest on, you got to build him up like a superstar.
How about this, Pacers guy? See, now I'm picking a fight with Pacers guy.
Okay, here we go.
I'm still taking OKC.
Yeah, I don't know right now.
I'm still rolling OKC.
5-1 favorite. It sounds like a bold claim.
Yeah, I'm still rolling with him.
Yeah,
everybody's all high and mighty about the Pacers now. Not me. Not me.
Adam makes a line in the sand for a 5-1 favorite.
That's right.
But they're
the fun stops here. Yeah.
Honestly, they're fueled by this whole Tyrese Halliburton overrated thing, and I saw someone bring this up today. I think on ESPN. we kind of like forget about Rick Carlisle when it comes to being some of the best coaches in the NBA.
It's a good call.
I mean, he's been around for quite some time. He was the guy that kind of built up the Ben Wallace Detroit Pistons, and then Larry Brown took over and took them to a championship. He won a championship with the Dallas Mavericks when they were a heavy favorite against the Miami Heat, went back to Indiana to be their coach. Now, if he wins 2, yeah, I think you have to put him in the conversation as far as great NBA coaches.
A title with 2 different organizations.
Yeah, and especially teams that weren't expected to be there.
A title in the East, a title in the West, 2 different organizations. A good call. I'm trying to think about it. I mean, obviously, Phil Jackson did it.
Yeah.
Steve Kerr, no. Greg Popovich, no.
Nope.
Eric Spoelstra, no. Doc Rivers, no.
Yeah, it's like a very
it's a
Bill
short
Parcells
list.
thing, like to take a team to a championship with different organizations. I can't think of much when it comes to the NBA, but obviously the one that comes to mind is Phil Jackson.
It's Phil Jackson.
Larry Brown, but Larry Brown won the one with the Pistons. He took the 76ers to the finals.
Pat Riley.
Pat Riley
did it with the Lakers, and he did it with the Miami
Knicks.
Heat. They didn't win the title with the Knicks.
I know
I'm saying winning titles with 2 different organizations.
But
Pat Riley is the head coach of the Heat and the Lakers.
But just the ability to go to a different team and then have that ability to take them to the NBA Finals. By the way, did you see that Jason Kidd's name is being thrown in the ring when it comes to the Knicks head coaching job?
No, that's not the route I anticipated they would be going.
Well, if I was Jason Kidd,
Kidd's a good coach, by the way.
He is, and I may be alone on this. I still think that he was not entirely innocent in the whole Luka thing, but. You're going to leave now and go coach the Knicks?
Innocent in what way? I mean,
I think that he didn't want Luka there as well.
But he's gone anyway.
I know.
It's a hell of a deal to be like, get rid of that player, and they're like, we'll follow him out. Close the door behind you when you leave.
No, I know, but it should be interesting, though, if Jason Kidd's like playing this whole role now where it's like, all right, well, now the guy that I wanted, I came to Dallas to coach Luka Doncic. They traded him away, so why don't I go to New York now? I don't know. I don't like the idea of him just leaving Dallas. I think that they potentially have a good team on the table, but Cooper Flagg probably going first overall. I would still anticipate Michael
They didn't
Malone
want him back,
job.
right? I mean, they decided to not bring him back, right?
What's that?
Jason Kidd?
No, he's still on the team.
He's still there.
Yeah.
There was talk, I think, at the end of the season about him. There was rumors, I think, about him potentially exiting.
I think you got Centelled with that one.
Did we? So I'm forgetting that I'm misremembering. Centell incepted me
so
Roger
hard.
Clemens,
yeah.
Centell incepted me so hard that I'm like, now it's just fact to me.
Dude, by the way, did you see there's a tennis Centell now?
No.
There's a tennis player named Bublik, and there was this whole quote that they put on Tennis Centell, where it's like this fake quote.
Tennis Centell.
It's this whole fake quote where Bublik's like, Booby needs to get himself a vacation soon, so I don't know if I'm going to be playing that hard.
It's like speaking in third person.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And Sean McEnroe on the broadcast goes, well, I saw Bublik say this quote where he doesn't need this that bad. And someone's like, sounds like somebody got Centelled.
Johnny Mac, somebody said that too?
You cannot be serious right now. I got Centelled?
Did he say that?
No, I wish he did, though.
Oh, dude, if McEnroe loses his mind at the social media account that gave him fake information.
Exactly.
That'd be fantastic. Yeah, in terms of the Oklahoma City Thunder, though.
Yeah.
I think they're still handling this thing. I think this thing's over in 6 either way still at this point.
All I want is, with all the talk, and maybe it's just people having preconceived notions of how ESPN was going to run with the series, I hope, despite the fact that this series may not garner a lot of attention with ratings, who cares? I love that this series has already gotten off to a really good game, and I hope it goes 6 or 7 where it's fun and we just enjoy it. And honestly, I have no horse in the race. I don't really care who wins. I just want to see good basketball.
When they were kind of just hanging around, to quote Tommy a little bit here,
yeah.
But when they were just kind of hanging around, and it just was like between 6 and 8 and 4 and 8, and it kind of just bounced around. Knowing what the Pacers had done this entire postseason,
you got to kill these guys.
Yeah, they don't go away. And a very similar start to what happened in New York. It's just. I don't know. It's fun. I definitely enjoyed it.
Why won't you die?
I will say, if the Pacers win, and I don't mind saying this to Ganjay Scott.
Pacers guy.
If they win this NBA Finals, I think it has to be one of the lesser talented teams that have won a championship in quite some time.
Yeah. I mean, they're good. They're a well-coached. They're a good defensive team. They have a superstar.
They are, but
Siakam pretty good and kind of just flies under the radar.
He's won a title already.
He's probably going to hate that I said that, but I would kind of go with that a little bit.
He's going to hate that? Pacers guy?
Pacers guy's going to hate that.
You think so?
I think so.
I don't think Pacers guy's listening right now.
Oh, no. Turn this off once you didn't come with any
knowledge. He had to go pick up his daughter.
He's doing his other job.
Once you didn't come with any knowledge on post-Jan 1 Pacers.
Yeah, sorry.
What their record was, he was out on you. We'll catch up with Pacers guy. He's going to call us a little bit later, give us his take on the Pacers, on the Sirs. That's what they're called.
The yes sirs.
Go sirs.
Yeah.
By the way, real quick,
sirs.
do you like? Am I wrong in saying though that last night wasn't that good of a game until the final 3 minutes?
Yeah, well, that's usually the case sometimes with NBA playoff games. But
it's funny because you're like, 15-point comeback. What a great comeback. Yeah, it is, but
it got exciting.
It got exciting at the end. The game itself was. Pacers were playing sloppy ball. It wasn't all that good.
Yeah,
it felt like OKC was going to win it, and then
but you never thought they were out of it. Like
no.
I was watching that fourth quarter, and I was like, wow. This is a game, and I got into it. But
I did too.
For the majority of the game, I could say it probably wasn't.
It wasn't a back and forth affair. There wasn't a bunch of lead changes.
Exactly.
It wasn't. The Pacers played badly. OKC didn't put them away, and then the Pacers made them pay at the end.
But the same thing with every series with the Pacers, like the same thing with the Knicks. They could go in and say, guys, we didn't play that well, and now we'll see what happens when we have a game where we actually focus our attention on just being better than we were the last game. Yeah, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if they go up 2-0.
Maybe that's more to the point is they won and they did not play a great game.
Yeah,
and Halliburton didn't even go off.
That's the best feeling in all of sports, honestly.
You know what I mean? Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Pacers guy will call us in. Will call us a little bit later. In about 15 minutes, we'll catch up with Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country. He'll join us for his Friday conversation. Mark Spears at 4:50. Justice De Los Santos talking some Giants ball is going to join us on the patio here at 5:30. I'm looking down. Am I seeing?
Yeah, you're right. Hey, As long as it's news, I know it's your favorite topic, but it's a little bit of news.
My favorite topic. Two things Derek will never go a week without doing on the show. Talking Kuminga or playing me a Kay Adams podcast hit. Here's a little bit on Jonathan Kuminga. Could Kuminga actually stay? So Derek wrote as my tease. We'll find out next.
That'll keep him.
As well as your Bay Area. Well, the Bay Area Sports Calendar will certainly keep him.
Okay.
Because that's coming your way next as well.
That too.
We got to tell the people what to watch and pay attention for this weekend. We've got your Bay Area Sports Calendar and Derek's question of the day. Could Kuminga actually stay? We'll talk about it next. 31, greatest show in America.
I love that inflection.
On the Sports Leader.
Enter night. Take my hand. Off to Never Never Land.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. We are live from the patio at 58 Social. Giants baseball 7:15 tonight, a 6:15 pregame, which means I'll be sitting here until about 6:45 tonight.
6:40, 3:30 to be exact.
That's exactly right.
We all will. We all will.
Oh, you will too?
I'll be chilling.
You'll be unplugging stuff.
Yeah.
Tim, plug something in, huh?
Thank you, Gary.
That's a big Garyism. Why don't you plug something in? All right, Derek. The floor is yours, man.
Will Kuminga stay? No, I came across this, and look, I don't want this to be a thing every day, believe me. But, you know.
By the looks of the rundown, you sure as hell do.
It's one damn segment, Coach.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Monty Poole was on Dubs Talk podcast, gave the latest on Jonathan Kuminga, and he believes that most likely scenario is Jonathan Kuminga will remain with the Golden State Warriors. Do we have that audio?
Was that a setup for a sound drop?
It was. Danny, do we have that audio? Here we go.
Well, the tea leaves and as well as scuttlebutt around the NBA is that the Warriors very likely will find a way to hang on to JK. Doesn't mean that he's going to be a long-term answer. You know, that they just move him later. Because what seems pretty clear in talking to people is that even the people who are, I guess you can say, JK backers with the Warriors don't see him as a guy that's going to lead them to championships. So it's not like he can take Steph's torch into the future. Nobody's saying that, if we hang on to JK, that's the guy that's going to get us more rings. No one is saying that. And so that's why there's that wiggle room there that says, they like him, but they're not committed to him being there forever like they were to Steph. So I think they're giving themselves as much, I guess, latitude as they can as to what to do with him. Sign and trade possibility is there, but those are tough to do. If it works out, that's a distinct possibility. If they find the right, all you got to do is find one. Just find one. If they find one, it's a distinct possibility. But the Warriors don't seem to be any concerned about how this plays out. And so that tells me that they're flexible. But the one thing I've heard consistently is that, even his backers are not saying that, we got to keep him because he's our next franchise player. I'm not hearing that.
Yeah, the one thing about podcasts is it's tough with the cough button.
So we give my guy Monty a glass of water,
man.
I know. So he sounds parched a little bit there.
I might have to ask Danny to get a couple of those coughs. That first one really got me.
If the first one really got me, and then the fact that there was like 4 more after that kind of made me laugh too. But if you weed through that,
the irony, I'm coughing right now.
Yeah, if you push through the coughs and you hear what he had to say there about Kuminga. He's basically saying, the Warriors are kind of open to whatever can happen with him. They're down to bring him back, but they certainly don't. He said even the Warriors backers don't view him as a player that they could commit to in the sense that they hitch their wagon to Steph Curry, which, I think is mostly based on the fact that he's nowhere near as good as Steph Curry.
No, of course not.
But keep that around, Danny.
That's pretty good.
So stupid.
This is how we're going to get through the Kuminga segments, okay?
Yep.
Anyway,
just laughter and coughing.
Yeah, so, does the sign and trade thing seem? I mean, it's plausible, it's feasible, but as he said, they're hard to do.
Yeah.
Because basically, somebody's got to offer him a contract that you don't want to pay him. You're willing to move him, but you've got to get something back in return. And it's interesting that a team would do that unless they're willing or looking to unload some specific player anyway, right? If it's the Brooklyn Nets, that's the one that's been talked about a lot because maybe they want to go get a younger player and they want to hitch their ride to somebody like Jonathan Kuminga and see if they can develop him more if he's an everyday player. And then maybe they'd be willing to offer not just a big contract, but a player of significance that's a little bit older and saying, hey, we're kind of rebuilding or retooling anyway. So, it seems like there's probably too many things that have to happen for that to occur. I don't know that I totally think he's gone just because of how many steps and dominoes have to fall for him to get moved. I also don't know who would offer him a big-time contract.
Exactly.
But that's really more to the point is so many things have to happen in order for you to get rid of Jonathan Kuminga. You own his rights, right? I mean, he's a restricted free agent. So if somebody comes in and offers him, and I can't imagine somebody's going to make him a max offer or a mega deal. If that happens, then you really force the Warriors' hand. But if that's the case, you're like, well, then I don't really care what we're getting back because you're saving some money there, you're unloading him, and then you've got to go fill that void. But I don't think that they anticipate he's playing a major role in this offense anyway. And that's the question we were asking the other day is, how much money can you commit to a guy who's going to play 12 or 13 minutes a game for you?
Exactly. I think it maybe behooves Jonathan Kuminga to stay and work on his free agency for the future to get a big-time contract because I understand, like, people say, like, oh, he's going to get the bag after a couple of playoff performances where he scored 30 points. I don't think the league really values that as much as people are saying on TV. I do believe he flashed at times, but I think most general managers are smart enough to look at a box score and be like, all right, but what was his impact as far as winning? 0. He scored, but he didn't get rebounds. He didn't assist. And I know that Brooklyn's the team that's tied to him the most, but it sounds like from the Anthony Slater article that they're not going to offer him a big-time contract. They're willing to take on what he's making now in a sign and trade. So, well, they also have to give him a contract, I guess, in that situation. And also I asked Marcus Thompson on Wednesday, the Warriors have all the leverage here. They don't need to do anything when it comes to him. So it all depends on what the franchise wants to do, and I think we know which way Joe Lacob wants to go. Like when Monty says Kuminga backers, I think of him at,
That's got to be who he's talking about, right?
Exactly, but I also think that Joe Lacob has to say, honestly, I don't really know what I'm getting in this player. And also you hear Steve Kerr at the end of the season press conference say, well, he's not a 38-minute player, but I think now we're at the point where he needs to play with Draymond, Steph, and Jimmy. I just don't know what really that means. Like, does that mean a starting rotation? Does that mean him coming off the bench? I think this is all contingent on Jonathan Kuminga accepting his role. And it's not just, all right, well, I'm here to get the bag this season and not going to go to Shams or my agent's going to go to Shams to, cry that I'm not starting. It needs to be, I want to win. I want to help this team win. And possibly I want to be the future of this franchise while also simultaneously being okay with whatever role they give me. It can't be where I'm going to mope in the corner or possibly not want to play mock-up duty in Houston and say that I have a migraine. That's speculation 100% on my part. But, can you blame me? Can you blame me?
Well, Derek, would you fancy yourself a Kuminga backer?
No, I would not.
Are you anti-Kuminga? I'm
not anti-Kuminga. I'm right in the middle. And I think that with Warrior fans, it's like politics. You can't be one or the other. You have to be either pro-Kuminga or you're pro-Steve Kerr. And
frankly, we love Kuminga.
Exactly.
He's one of our favorites.
Exactly.
We love Kuminga. We love to say
Don't stab me in the back. Don't stab me in the back, Kuminga.
I lost one of my good buddies, Elon. I don't want to lose Kuminga, too. We love Kuminga.
But I would say, this is why,
the big, beautiful Kuminga.
That's why I would say, when I'm talking about who has the most pressure when it comes to general manager in the Bay Area, Mike Dunleavy has to worry about this situation where the owner wants a guy, and I don't think Steve Kerr's like, I don't want Kuminga. I'm sure he's like, I want him under my rules, under the way we play. And it's the same thing for Steph. It's the same thing for Draymond. Kuminga has to buy into what they do as well. It's all based on him performing well when Steph Curry's on the court. That's the key. I don't give a damn if he scores 30 points without Steph Curry on the court. It's about him helping out Steph and winning this championship the next 2 years here. It's not about him right now being the face of the franchise or getting the bag. So honestly,
tell that to his agent.
Yeah, I know. But honestly, I'm all for Kuminga staying if he's going to buy in on what the culture is about and what his role is going to be. If it's going to be where he's demonstrative and running to Shams saying, I've lost faith in Steve Kerr, then get him out of here. But also, he doesn't have the luxury that Jordan Poole had, where he was showcasing to the league during regular season games and playoff games and finals and having success with playing with Steph Curry. Kuminga doesn't have that luxury, so I'm not surprised if his market's not great. The bottom line is, if he wants to get paid, then by all means, get paid. But if you want to have success, this is the best organization to play for. So buy in, do the dirty work, but also, just don't think of yourself as hot S. You're Jonathan Kuminga. This is the Golden State Warriors we're talking about here. Be a role player, be a team player. You are extremely talented. Just buy in, and I'm sure you'll have success here. And I think that's the best course of action for the Warriors, honestly, because they need to get younger. But if he's not going to do that, then trade him away.
You hear this guy get all worked up about Kuminga? Did you hear that?
Yeah, that's
he hasn't played a game in a month, and he's all worked up.
It's that and Kay Adams, one or the other.
I get worked up for Kay Adams.
Those are the two.
And Monty coughing.
That's hilarious. Dude, there's really only one reason I come to work on Thursdays or Fridays. One reason and one reason only.
The dirty work dial?
We didn't bring the dial with us?
Well, it's tough when we're at the patio.
The dial hasn't quite made it to the new studio yet. It's in transit.
Yeah, give it time, Copes.
We might play the song just to do it.
Well, the point here is that I'd forgotten about the dial, so it's certainly not the reason I showed up to work.
Sorry I did that.
On Thursday and
I'll
Friday.
sing it, though.
You know, the reason...
I was going to sing Simple
That's the
Thing.
reason I show up. It's to give everybody the KNBR Sports Calendar. It's time for the KNBR Bay Area Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Tim, you know it. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Look, what would the people do over the weekend in terms of their sports viewing if we did not give them the Bay Area Sports Calendar on Thursday and Friday?
They'd be shut-ins.
I can't believe we hadn't been doing this ever prior to, a month ago.
Exactly.
Like, I don't know what people were doing with their weekends.
Literally sitting there staring at the floor.
So how about this? How about we lay it down easy for you? We'll start with an easy one. Because we're here on the patio at 58 Social. Starting tonight, a 3-game series at Oracle Park between the Giants and the Bravos. How about Sunday, a little Hello Kitty jersey giveaway?
I want one.
People are fired up about that one. I'll be out here tomorrow, hanging out tonight. A couple of ball games here. Okay, so what if you're somebody who's like, dude, I'm not into ball? What if you're not into ball, but you're into the sport of drinking? What was the line we had yesterday? What if you like sports and you're single or something like that?
Adam, I like sports, but I'm single.
But I'm single. What if you're not into ball, but into the sport of drinking? Well, check out this weekend's pop-up bar in Golden Gate Park, the Whale's Tail.
Dude, have you ever been?
Never.
It's fun as hell. They have like a bunch of community stuff going on, and you just sit there and drink in the park. It's pretty amazing.
The Whale's Tail, it's a summer pop-up bar. It's officially back. Located in Golden Gate Park, you can enjoy live music, sip on drinks, and hang out on JFK Promenade from noon to 6 every day this weekend. Plus, you can look forward to the occasional food truck or live music.
Nice.
The JFK Promenade.
I'm down.
You can pull a Krug and pass out in a bush.
Maybe if you're like, dude, I like to drink, but I'm single. No, it says, not for you either. How about something that Derek and Tim would never do, especially if they lost a bet? You ready for this?
To tell me.
It's a free screening of Wicked at the Yerba Buena Gardens. Yerba Buena Gardens Festival regularly hosts exciting free events throughout the summer, and this weekend you can catch a free screening of the hit musical Wicked in the Gardens. The screening is scheduled for Saturday, June 7th, with pre-movie entertainment starting at 6 p.m., along with local vendors. The movie is expected to start around 8:30 when the sun sets and end sometime around 6 a.m. That is your KNBR Bay Area Sports Calendar for Friday. Again, sponsored by Surfside. All right, we'll take a quick break. Marcus Thompson, by the way, for The Athletic, he was on hand last night for Game 1, Pacers and the Oklahoma City Thunder. He said, what did he say to us when we spoke to him the other day?
Book it.
Yeah, he said, book it, Pacers are going to win it. He also said the Pacers have to win it in 6 because if they win it in 7, they might have to win the game and win the fight with the Oklahoma City Thunder after the game. Marcus Thompson, the best sports writer in the country, joins us next. It's a Friday on Dirty Work, and it's only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. You can declare your retirement independence today with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group, because having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. Look, you've worked so hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes that so many people make in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. You can reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, 866-496-2300, or you can learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Tom Glavin joined Murph and Marcus this morning to preview the upcoming series between the Giants and Braves and the rivalry that they've had throughout the years. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. We are live at the patio at 58 Social, right outside of Oracle Park. Giants baseball coming up at 7:15 tonight, 6:15 pregame against the Braves. We do it every week. We did it already once this week. We'll do it again with our guy Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Marcus is sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. When Marcus was on with us on Wednesday, he said, you know what? I'm taking the Pacers to win the series. Book it. He was on hand last night in Oklahoma City. Marcus, what's going on, man? How are you?
My buckets are, I'm telling you, they are bookable. I know what I'm saying.
Dude, that was...
It took you a while to get there, Marcus, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, he was talking pretty heavy OKC, and then, I mean, that's a game last night that did it feel like the Pacers stole that one? Because we were saying if you're the Pacers, you get up today up 1-0 in the finals, and you know you didn't even play a great game. Really, for 3.5 quarters, they wouldn't play all that great. They were sloppy, turned it over, and then a barrage of threes at the end, and Halliburton puts them away.
Yeah, that was I called it a heist, the Oklahoma heist in the Athletic. There was no way they should win that game. Just absolutely no way. At halftime, Oklahoma City had 19 more shots because of their 19 turnovers. Like, it's insane. That the fact that they won that game is incredibly troubling for Oklahoma City because, like you said, it wasn't even really a great like Pacers game. We've seen this team come out. They could put up 120 in a heartbeat. They're the best 3-point shooting team in the league. It just wasn't. Tyrese wasn't good. He looked shook. He said he had the jitters. He's passing up shots, and then as soon as the moment came, like he hits the shot, and that's the part that's going to be tricky for Oklahoma City. Number one, if you're up 15, you're going to start getting nervous because that's literally when Indiana wakes up, right? Like we've seen this every series now, so they're going to be like, all right, you're the most nervous team up 15 when you're playing Indiana. Like, here they come. They're going to do it. And then at the end of the game, when Halliburton's got the ball, you're absolutely terrified. Now, how does Oklahoma City handle that? Psychologically, they didn't handle it well last game. So I'm interested to see. This also could be like, if I didn't book it, I would have said that, this is like Lakers, Philly back in the day.
Yeah, right.
Miami, OKC, where you still game one and you wake up the beast and it's like, all right, let me sweep you real quick.
Yeah, but Marcus,
I booked it, so I'm sticking with it.
Yeah.
You did, but as we saw in the last series between the Pacers and Knicks, I mean, sometimes maybe game one can set the tone for the rest of the series. And even though Halliburton wasn't good for the majority of the game last night, he was clutch. I go back to this whole overrated thing, and you work for The Athletic, and The Athletic had this players poll. How much stock should we put into that where the players actually voted him to be the most overrated player in basketball? Why do you think players did vote for him being the most overrated player in basketball?
Well, first off, you should absolutely put stock in it because The Athletic put it out. And as a matter of fact, it's still available for viewing right now. So if you go to athletic.com and click it, you can read all of it.
Sign up now. Yeah, right.
So first off, this is exactly why. Can I just go on a tangent here?
Yeah, go for it.
This is exactly why players can't vote for awards because it's all agenda-driven. This is why, as much as they like to talk about, the discourse is the discourse this, the discourse that, it's them. They don't tell the truth. They tell, based on whatever their agenda is or how they're feeling. You know why they picked Tyrese Halliburton is overrated? There's no way this guy's the most overrated. Overrated is essentially an analysis of who they think is getting too much hype. And the truth is, he wasn't getting that much hype. He's in Indiana. He's not playing at 30 national games, but they think he's kind of corny. He talks a lot of trash, and his game isn't exactly sexy. So they're out there getting cooked by a dude who is just not it don't make him feel good about it, and he talks trash. We're like, man, he overrated. That's how players think. They don't, and when they're in player mode, they don't have the ability to step back, many of them, and just objectively look at something. It's all about how their little ecosystem works, and that's what they did. It was only 13 votes, to be fair, and I think they get a little tired of voting for Rudy Gobert because he's no longer rated. So he's basically taking the Rudy Gobert award of it really means who do we not like the most, or who do we think is the most irritating, or who gets too much love for our liking. That's really what it is, and that's why they voted for him.
Talking to Marcus Thompson, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line, where he's in Oklahoma City. The Thunder lost game one last night in the final seconds. The incredible note to me is not just that they've come back in every one of these series, the Pacers at some point, down 15 or more. They've had 3 victories where they were trailing by 7 points in the final minute, and they came back and won the game, which is alarming. I mean, we were talking, it's like that team of destiny type of stuff, but you said it yesterday. You said if the Pacers are to win the series, they got to do it in 6. I'm just not even all that confident that they're going to win all 3 of those games that they get at home. And you mentioned awakening the beast here. I mean, do you think that how do you view Oklahoma City in terms of whether or not they've been tested to this point? Is Denver the biggest test they've had?
Yeah, I thought that's why Minnesota would get them.
Yeah,
because when they played Denver, they just looked shaky. They look, you know what they reminded me of against Denver? They reminded me of Boston, a team that's like you look at the pieces, and it's like, yeah, man, they're good, but something about them, they just get kind of rickety. And we watched the Warriors beat them. So Oklahoma City looked like that against Denver. Then they looked like world beaters against Minnesota, right? So now we're in the spot again, where essentially they were like, Say, take all the shots you want, which I thought was a wild strategy. But Rick Carlisle, like, is a mad scientist. So he takes 30 shots, and everybody else looks suspect. I do think this might be a thing where it's like, yeah, 1 or 2 games, like, they're going to click. It's going to look incredible. So they're going to get 2, right? Jalen, Chet's going to go crazy. But there's going to be a game, and game 1 was 1. There might be another game where they're looking for somebody else, and the threes aren't falling, and guys are off, and Chet's missing bunnies, and Jalen's doing too much. They just have that ability to really kind of buffer a bit. I think it could be a problem, especially you start playing against Indiana. They start making all these threes and get a little pressure. It was interesting. Now, they do have some counters. They went small, which was very weird. Pulled Chet, pulled Hartenstein, and just went small the rest of the way. They got another thing. They can say, we can do this. We can go big. We can bring Aaron Wiggins up. They just got so much that they could, like, mix it up and change it up. Where, most teams don't have that. But, man, they mess around and let this be a 2-2 series. I want to see something real quick.
Yeah. Talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uma guest line. All right, I got to do my sometimes weekly or daily Kuminga question to you. Monty Poole on the latest Dubs Talk podcast said that he's getting the feeling that it's leading in the direction where Kuminga is going to stay. There's not really a lot of people out there willing to do the sign and trade or just even contract offers to begin with. Are you getting that sense, too, where the most likely scenario is going to be Kuminga ultimately stays with the Warriors?
I mean, it was always the most likely scenario, just because there's nobody out there with the money to overwhelm Kuminga. If somebody want to go get that dude $35 million, then it's over. But just nobody has the cap space. So then it just becomes a trade thing. Now the problem with the trade thing, like, this is already baked in. It's a weird CBA rule called base year compensation, where you trade a guy who's signing a rookie extension. Essentially, you only get half his value back. So if you send him out, he's 30, you can only take 15 back. So now that becomes a difficult trade to concoct. You got to have somebody who's willing to take on twice the money, and then you want to get a good player back. So now that becomes weird. So if they sign him to 20 and trade him, they can only get 10 back. So that makes it even weird. So all of the odds are stacked against him going, and the Warriors signing him and trying again in February at the trade deadline. That is the most, like, if you was putting ping pong balls in, that's the one that's most likely. But at the same time, if you Kuminga, like, do you want to do that, right? Yeah. Can you go convince somebody to do it? Like, and that's where his agent's going to come in. That's where Kuminga's going to come in. And the real question is Joe Lacob. Yeah. Because if the price is not crazy, does Joe want to trade him? It's like, all right, if you give him 40, dang it, all right, Kuminga, it's been real. But if it's 20, you might just have to, like, hey, man, if the most he could get is 20, 25, then if you're the Warriors, you're like, hey, have a seat. go ahead and sit right next to like, you here, buddy, because we're not giving up an asset that's that affordable. So, and you could trade it later, and now it's at least like a very tradable chip if he's good. So, a lot of the signs have always pointed to the most sensible, realistic move is him staying. But man, if he's playing 12 minutes, if Steve Kerr won't play him, that's going to be a tough swallow.
Exactly. So, I mean, last time you were on with us on Wednesday, you were talking about how Kuminga has been on his best behavior for the majority of this season, not being demonstrative, not talking to Shams and saying, I've lost faith in Steve Kerr. And given his relationship with Joe Lacob, do you think it would ever get to the point where Kuminga would release a statement this offseason where he wants to get out of here, or do you think he's just going to do what's best for him right now and possibly that being go back to the Warriors?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to do that because he kind of needs the Warriors, right? And if he wants to go, he needs the Warriors, and the Warriors kind of need him too. If they want to get a piece back, if they want to lose him for they want to give him up and get something, like, they need Kuminga. So they're kind of mutually tied together. But mostly, I just really don't think Kuminga is that type. He just had so many situations where, like in the moment, like right after the game, my recorder is hot in his face. You got something to say? Where you can pop off, man. Sometimes you gotta pop out. Kuminga, you gotta say what you know.
Sometimes you gotta. Kuminga gotta pop out and show out.
He never takes it. He never takes it. I just don't think he's that type of guy. It's gonna be the reports and all that stuff. That stuff is coming from people in the camp and all that. I'm not saying it's not real. It's clearly true, but him just getting on wax and dropping a diss record, like, I don't know if it's really who he is.
Yeah. Marcus Thompson with us, a couple more minutes here on the UMA guest line. Just circling back to the NBA Finals, we were talking about Rick Carlisle earlier, and like maybe a guy that we sleep on when we talk about the great coaches across the NBA. I mean, his legacy is well documented. He's got an NBA title. He'd be on a pretty short list of coaches to have won titles with two different organizations. What's your take on Carlisle? Just we talk often about Steve Kerr and Popovich now as the president. We talk Eric Spoelstra, like some of the great coaches across the league. Do we sleep on Carlisle a little bit?
Yeah, we do. I mean, it's partly because of where he is, right?
Yeah, sure.
And but like the industry knows Carlisle is like that, like is a mad scientist, but like he's not on the glory team, right? Yeah. I mean, he was making those East Finals with Indiana the first time. He obviously went to the title with Dallas. Like, you got the Detroit years. Like he's good. And the thing about Carlisle, like, he's like, he's been through so much in the course of his career. Like, he's been fired. He's had heartbreaking losses. He's faced like, he's literally seen everything. Even like a guy like Popovich or Steve Kerr. Like, they haven't, well, Popovich used to coach at other places, but, Eric Spoelstra, Steve Kerr, like, they've been in the same place. They don't know what it's like to get fired, right? They don't know what it's like for the management to choose the players over them. And, like, Rick Carlisle has been through all of that stuff. So now he's got all these, like, kind of, like, fallback plans. I was talking to, like, a Hall of Famer who was talking about, hey, Carlisle's, Dagnall's got his hands full because he's looking across the bench and he's facing off a dude who's seen it all and done it all. And this is Dagnall's first time. And he's like the little prodigy coach that everybody think is great. But, man, he might get work this series. Like, Carlisle he have forgot more stuff than Dagnall knows. He's that guy who's telling you, man, I done been there. You don't want to go down that road. Like, he's got the hard luck. He's got the hard luck story while he's sitting at the Greyhound bus station. And that's where you get the most wisdom from that guy.
Yeah, right.
All right, Marcus, which spot do you prefer traveling to, Oklahoma City or Indiana?
Considering I haven't been to Indiana since, like, Mookie Blaylock.
Oh, damn, dude.
I'll probably go with, it's been a while. Ooh, that's a tough call. Can I just say Tracy?
Yeah, dude. At least you can drive out there. All right. Right? Use the same thing. You can drive instead of having to
give me a Tika or something. Like, give me rather go to Pittsburgh.
Fair enough.
These places are tough. You just have some expectations. But I'm giving Oklahoma City a lot of credit, man. They got scooters all over the place. That's what I like. Give me some scooters. I need to get around. I'm bending corners out this thing, boy. I'm telling you.
Bending corners.
I'm bending corners out here on my line.
Damn, dude. Were you covering Mookie Blaylock out in Indiana? Were you covering the team then?
Was he? No, he wasn't on the team, was he? That might have been before. I just remember a famous story where he had the bus stop at Steak and Shake or something. You're like, I can't leave until I get my Steak and Shake.
Oh man, those were some tough Warriors teams, dude. Those were tough teams, man.
Was I there? Last time I was there, like Roy Hibbert beat up Steph.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That was a while back.
Yeah, I think that was the last time I was there. 2013. And then the very next game, he dropped 54 in the Garden.
That's right. Yeah.
Damn. That was a ways back.
Because David Lee got suspended. Yeah, that's the last time I was
like
there.
15.
And the last time I was in Oklahoma City, take a guess. When was the last time I was in Oklahoma City?
Game 6?
close, but no, there was one more major time.
The bang, bang, bang game?
No, that was before.
That was before the.
Oh yeah, you're right.
That was before Game 6.
No,
the
I don't know.
KD Cupcake game.
Ooh, that's right. When they returned for the first time.
Of course, yeah.
Man.
Yeah, he returned. Yeah, that, and I got some flashbacks from that. I was like, ooh, I remember. I remember the feeling that it felt like it was about to go down. Like they was going to lock the doors and the Warriors was cooked.
Damn, dude, every time you're there, something pops off, man. You got Halliburton winning last night, you got the Cupcake game, the double bang, you got Game 6, Clay, all that stuff. Marcus Thompson covering the finals out in OKC. Marcus, enjoy Game 2 and have a safe trip back, man.
Thanks, Marcus.
Hey, I'm about to go watch Texas Tech against Texas for the Women's College World Series Championship.
Hell yeah. Nice. You going to see that today?
Yes. Yeah, I'm about to head out there right now. And you know what's funny is before I came on, a certain other, black sports writer who's a frequenter on KNBR. I was like, switch times with me.
Yeah,
I was like, sure. I was like, I'll switch. I'm gonna be at the game though, so it'll be a little noisy, but they're fine with me doing the live report.
Yeah, we love that. Yeah.
He's talking about, I'm gonna be there too.
Oh,
I'm like, you about to have me switch seats to go to the game?
That you're going to?
Yeah.
Mark Spears out here, dude.
Sorry, Marcus. I had to out you because Mark was like, "Can I switch times?" So I was like, "Well, talk to Marcus Thompson, man. I don't know what to tell you."
You out here supporting black on black crime. You thought we was gonna fight over it. No, we worked it out.
Nah, dude.
That's my brother.
He didn't know we were going to talk about it. Yeah.
Brother.
He didn't know we could put words together and discuss, Derek. All right.
Wow.
That's my brother. I was like, I got you. I will do my interview from the park.
Derek said, "Oh man, I thought they'd throw down and we get some juice out of it." All right, Marcus. Enjoy the game tonight. We'll talk
to set up a bum fight or something.
Yeah, dude. Trying to Kimbo slice us or something, man. I don't think so. Enjoy the College World Series, Marcus. Talk to you later, bro.
All right, have a good one.
Good stuff there, Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country. I like that. I like him saying that he was willing to switch with him, and then Mark Spears goes, "No, I'm going to be at the game too."
Exactly.
That's why.
Mark was like, "Could I do this earlier?" I was like, "Well, it all depends if Marcus Thompson comes on at 3:50," and he was like, "All right." And then I guess they talked it out.
Dude, ready for this? My landlord Ron just hit me up. He said, "Dude, look at the headline on that text. Pies. It says, I'm up along the Russian River and I'm returning Sunday night, Adam. I have 2 pies for you, 1 peach and blueberry, the other 3 berries. Can I drop them off on Sunday? Hell yeah.
Get yourself a Ron.
You can drop them off on Sunday, Ron.
Can we adopt Ron as a show? I mean, are you just going to bogart him to yourself?
I'd say
he is his landlord.
I'd say get your own Ron.
Yeah, but you tell him that we talk about Ron all the time in such glowing terms.
All right, how about this? Can we invite Ron at Daly City and hook us up with some pies?
No, dude, Ron's got stuff to do. Ron's up at the Russian River. Ron's baking pies. Fine. How about I just bring you guys some pie?
Yes. Anything that involves us getting pie, yes.
Mexican pizza and pies.
One or the other. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Friday afternoon from the patio of 58 Social right outside of Oracle Park. Giants pregame at 7:15. 6:15 pregame. Mark Spears will join us live from the Women's College World Series apparently at 4:50. We just found out he's going to be there, and Marcus Thompson is there as well. All right, this is a day Derek's been waiting for a long time.
Oh, yeah.
It's early June.
It's early June.
And Derek has been clamoring because he's been frustrated. He's been pent up.
It's been months.
It's kind of backed up. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's been a whole thing where no NFL moves can be done unless this domino was going to drop.
I will finally allow Derek to talk to Aaron Rodgers signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And we'll do it next. It's Dirty Work. It's the greatest show in America. Rodgers is a Steeler. Who cares besides Derek? We'll do it next on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, people always have concerns when it comes to tax season, especially when it comes to tax bills. What happens if people got their bills a couple of months ago at tax time and they can't pay their taxes?
They should call us. When I heard the sleepless nights, I thought you were going to me. And what I'm saying to your listeners is, instead of hiding from your problems, bring your problems to me. This is what we do for a living. This is what I've been doing the past 30 plus years of my professional life. We know what to do, how to do it, and we're very familiar with all your solutions. We've been in the trenches all these years, and we'll explain everything to you. We'll explain the solutions, and then if you want us to, we can do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government at all. Just today, I was talking to the client who told me that tonight she's actually going to be able to relax and read a book and concentrate on it because she doesn't have to worry about this anymore. That's what I'm saying to your listeners. Call us. We have a free consultation. Let us tell you what we want to do for you, and then you can enjoy the sleep of the innocent.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call. 1-888-TAX-DEAL is the number to call, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants have won 2 in a row now behind solid performances from newcomers Daniel the Jet Johnson and Big Dom Smith. Can they make it 3 in a row tonight against the Braves? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thankfully, me. I don't watch porn. I've never been into any weird kinky stuff.
What happened?
Jeez, Danny.
What was that about, Danny?
Danny playing the worst possible Aaron Rodgers cut while kids are walking in.
Dude, there's like no joke. There's like a woman rolling through with a stroller. It's like a 4-year-old walking in, and Danny plays that stuff literally right as the public house is open. We're on the patio, 58 Social, getting ready for the Giants and the Braves tonight. I legit was like, oh, wow, we have audio on Rodgers already. He's already done some press. Okay. No, not quite.
No.
Not into kinky stuff, Aaron Rodgers.
His usual, appearances on some podcasts.
Anyway, you've been talking about this, I don't know, basically since it became a possibility that Aaron Rodgers was going to continue to play
I'm only
football.
bringing it up today because Dan Dunn's family are such big Steelers fans that I wanted to make him happy.
Is Danny Dunn... Keep that Monty Pool cough around, dude. Danny, you got some Steelers lovers in your family, huh?
Yeah, my entire mom's side of the family is all Steeler fans. They did not like the move.
They did not like the move.
They're not happy with it. Isn't it true that one time Derek went over to hang with your family, and they were all trying to take Derek down for being a Raider guy? Is that true? Wasn't Derek like almost?
Yeah, my uncle was tearing him apart for Greg Papa's touchdown Raiders call.
Yeah, he was like, God.
He's like, do the call, do the call.
Yeah.
He's yelling at Derek to do the call?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of those awkward situations where Danny was like, you know whose dad he's, you know who his dad is? It's Greg Papa. And he's like, no way. Do the call. Do it. Do it. In front of all these people. I'm like, all right, Jesus. But no, Danny,
a bicycle clown.
Yeah, exactly.
Basically.
No, Danny has an amazing fan room or like a.
It's my aunt's room upstairs.
Yeah.
She dedicated to everything Pittsburgh, Penguins, Steelers, Pirates, everything.
Wow.
And she's got incredible memorabilia, like action figures of the Steelers, like Troy Polamalu, like just a bunch of memorabilia. So they're huge Steelers fans. But yeah, like my reaction to this whole thing is, we've waited on this, and it was annoying, basically because I do pay attention to everything NFL, and every day was when's Rodgers going to sign, when Rodgers going to sign. And it seems to me like the Bay Area doesn't care about this topic because people are just over Rodgers.
Because it doesn't affect us at all?
Well, exactly. But at the same time, like...
Because Niners don't play the Steelers. So.
Even though Rodgers is a Bay Area guy, like, it just shift where, like, obviously all those years with the 49ers kicking his ass.
Is he a Bay Area guy? Do we claim him?
Would you claim Brady more than Rodgers?
Yeah, he went to high school here. He was at the catch. He was like grew up a Niner fan and a Giants fan. Like absolutely.
Yeah, but Rodgers grew up a Niner fan.
Yeah, but Rodgers is from Butte. Is he like from Northern California?
Yeah, but then he transferred to Cal.
Yeah, well, he went to Butte, right? Junior college. I don't know. I don't know that the Bay Area.
He doesn't claim Cal because Teffer got screwed over and he hated that.
I don't think that the Bay Area claims Rodgers as a Bay Area guy.
No, they don't.
Not like we claim our guy Dan Johnson out of the 707.
There you go.
You know what I mean?
Oakland guy.
Who?
Dan Johnson.
But he was from Vallejo.
He was from Vallejo, born in East Oakland.
Oh, how about that?
Heard this morning on Murph and Marcus.
You should hear the full podcast up on thesportsleader.com and the The Sports Leader app, by the way.
Yeah, but my, I don't know, like honestly, like my opinion on the whole thing is he's in the Brett Favre stage of his life where he just wants to show up. I mean, if this was Brett Favre, he'd show up a day before training camp and maybe embezzle some money at the same time.
He'd steal money from...
Have you watched that?
The Fall of Favre?
Southern Miss or whatever?
I need to check that one out because that's the new Netflix one, and I want to see how... I'm sure they do a great job. Well, actually, I shouldn't say do a great job because I don't think Netflix does an amazing job with their sports documentaries.
Not really, no.
But I will say I hope they, you can say Brett Favre was a great quarterback. You can also say he's kind of a scumbag at the same time.
I think both are true.
Yes.
Yeah.
He was his latest thing is he was complaining, saying that he was being targeted because his conservative beliefs. And it's like, no, you're being targeted because you scammed Southern Miss out of millions of dollars in sick junk pictures.
Money from kids.
It has literally nothing to do with your conservative views. I know conservative people that think it's ridiculous that Brett Favre stole money from people on welfare.
All you have to do is not steal money and not send pictures of your junk to massage therapists.
Yeah, that too.
Or just employees. It wasn't even massage, just employees.
It's like, yeah. you guys see this? Check this out right here.
No. And also, apparently, it wasn't his. He just Googled image,
It wasn't him?
No, that was a rumor. He was just looking up, It's hard when kids are on the patio.
Yeah, what the hell is Brett Favre doing?
I don't care. It looks dark.
No, but my whole thing is, does this make the Steelers better? Not really. I think they'll be a 9-8 team, maybe 10-7, maybe worse than that. But my thing is, when I saw the news, I was like, okay, I've been waiting to talk about this. Who's had the worst ends to, like, a great career? Like, when you think of, like, Jerry Rice with the 49ers, it ended with him being a Seahawk. And you're like, ugh.
Yeah, but he was a Seahawk in like, preseason and in camp, right? Like, he didn't play a game for them.
No, he was an Oakland Raider.
Yeah.
And Al traded him before the season started, or maybe like week 2, week 3, to the Seahawks. Mike Holmgren knew him from the 49ers days. And... it was the first time where Jerry Rice, I think, didn't catch a pass in a playoff game. It was in Denver where he signed with Mike Shanahan.
It's Denver that I'm thinking about.
Where they told him, you're going to be the 4th-string wide receiver, and he was like, I'll just retire. That's how Jerry Rice's career ended. And then you think of, I know you don't care for him, but Joe Namath.
Yeah, 11 games played, by the way, for Seattle.
Yeah, Joe Namath's career ended as a L.A. Ram or, like, thinking about, like, I don't know, like you
I thought we were talking about great careers. Why are we talking Namath?
Come on now.
Again, I don't get the fascination with Joe Namath. I just don't get it.
Have you watched? I mean, you're a football guy. You watch Football Live.
Yeah,
right?
I've watched it. And I came away being like, oh, cool, they did a football life and a dude who threw more picks than touchdowns?
That's what it was back in the day, man.
Then why did no way. Now, everybody led the league in picks 4 times?
Look at our guy, Dan Fouts. Most of the time, it was him throwing more
Dan
interceptions
Fouts
than
was
touchdowns.
a gunslinger, though, and he threw more touchdowns in
Joe
his career.
Namath was a gunslinger.
Dude, Joe Namath was terrible, man. Joe Namath is like one of the most he's one of the most overrated players in the
history. It's 2 guys that have never seen him actually play in real time having an opinion on
Yeah, dude,
this.
I know. Never saw him play, didn't know his impact. I feel like he's one of these guys who's in the Hall of Fame because of his like impact on the sport. Right? Like in terms of like it's not
the
because
upset. Being MVP of Super Bowl 3.
Like again, 5-time Pro Bowl. Do I gotta run through the numbers again for you on Joe Namath? I mean, the guy led the league in interceptions.
Just tell me all the numbers off the field, like Will Chamberlain. That's the most impressive thing.
Yeah.
Hollywood Joe, yeah.
173 career touchdown passes for Joe Namath. Big gunslinger here. And his interceptions. Led the league in touchdown passes once with 19. That year he threw 21
Bro,
picks.
back in the day, I mean, like he was state of the art. Like he was the first guy.
State of the art.
Bro, he was the first guy to throw for 4,000 yards in a season.
Yeah, I know. And then he never did it again. And he only threw for like 2,200 yards.
Well, do you know like the famous thing, like when he's getting like interviewed for NFL Films? They told him like, all right, we have to get your knee fixed up right before he went to the pros. And they told him, all right, if you're lucky, you'll have 4 years of professional football. He was like, hot damn, 4 years of pro ball? That's all I need.
Joe Namath, 173 career touchdowns, 220 career interceptions, and he had a losing record as a starting quarterback.
All right, so you're saying he's overrated?
I'm saying I don't understand the fascination and the love with Joe Namath being this all-time great.
Because
you were
guys,
like guys who had bad ends to their illustrious careers, and I'm like, illustrious?
Yeah, okay, all right, okay, fair enough. Okay, but
I
like
led the league in picks 4 times.
Okay, but like okay, but Coach,
27-20. Dude, the year he threw for 4,000, he threw 28 interceptions. He threw 27 the year before. That was only one of 2 times in his career that he threw 28 picks in a year.
I know.
That's preposterous.
All right, you're never gonna budge on this one.
I'm never gonna budge on this one.
Okay, but like when
not a fan.
Okay, but like baseball players that come to mind. Like who do you think had a great career?
The playoffs twice.
Okay.
Ain't that guarantee though?
All right, we're moving on. But like who?
Susie Colbert.
Jesus, that's how I'll always remember him. But like, okay, when it comes to baseball players having storied careers and then they end their season with or
their
career with somebody that's like really obscure, like I don't know, like you know better than me. But like I think of like basketball, like Hakeem Olajuwon, like ending his career with the Raptors, or Patrick Ewing ending his career with the Magic.
That's a sad one.
Exactly, like
Tony Parker with the Hornets is the one that Mark Spears.
Like basically, like even though Rodgers going to the Steelers, like it's a storied franchise, but it just seems to me like he's just not the same player anymore. He may have success, but like it just seems to me like just another Hall of Fame player that is holding on for a little bit too long.
Talk about like when we say hope is not a strategy. You hope that 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers can do it for
all they got.
one season. Yeah. It doesn't really issue a lot of like, well, we're building for the future. No, not really. You're just doing this year.
And the weird thing about Rodgers now too for me is, a couple of years ago when he went to the Jets, it seemed more like it was hey, I'm ready to stick it to Green Bay. I'm ready to turn this thing around. They had the hard knocks. That I'll be the mentor to Zach Wilson. It was like he was the savior for all those guys. They were stoked to land him, and even though they thought, it'll just be a couple of years, he's going to be the guy. And he seemed like he was at least all in on the Jets.
Right.
It certainly does not feel like he's all in on this because we haven't seen anything to suggest otherwise. Also, I don't know, like, he's got to have that fire burning still. It's not just about coming to get a paycheck, right? He's got to still believe he can play.
Supposedly he's getting a 1-year deal for $10 million with incentives, but
I just don't know what. And his numbers last year would indicate that he does still have something in the tank. Like he wasn't as bad last year numbers wise. Had a better year last year than Joe Namath had his entire career. Just for a little footnote there, but I just don't know what the premise, what his I want to say goals are. I just don't know what he's. Unless he thinks this team can win or he just wants to go somewhere where he can start. It just doesn't feel to me like this is all about football for Aaron Rodgers.
No, like it's a little bit like he's got something to prove. He didn't want to go out the way he did.
Yeah, maybe.
But I don't know. Like I think it's going to be the same old with the Steelers. I don't think they're going to push them over the edge to be a Super Bowl team or anything.
Who has a better season this year statistically and maybe wins-wise? Is it Aaron Rodgers or is it Russell Wilson?
I'll say Rodgers. I think Russell Wilson's kind of over the hill,
he's cooked,
and I think that he'll likely be benched for Jackson
Dart will play at some point.
I do.
What do you got, Tim?
I don't. Is it possible
I don't
to
even
say
have an opinion,
no
man.
for both of them? I don't know. Just not.
No for both.
At first, I was like, it's going to be Russell Wilson because he's not 41. It's like, okay, well, he still has his legs to scramble a little bit. Then I was like, oh, but he's playing with the. It's like, oh.
Yeah. Can you think of any Giants players that had great careers with the Giants and went to another team? You're like, that's how their career ended?
Bumgarner's the first one that comes to mind. That's an odd one.
Or even like the flip, like Oral Hershiser.
Lincecum with the Angels was
being
sad.
being a Dodger for years and then ending his career with the Giants.
Yeah, that was weird. I mean, even Randy Johnson showing up. And
Yeah.
hell, Justin Verlander's here right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how long.
It's a little
he'll be
weird,
here.
but
It's a little odd, but he's a guy who's anticipating he's going to.
That's honestly probably the closest thing to Rodgers. I mean, his age. Maybe Justin Verlander's having more. Having playing better than Rodgers at this point in his career.
Verlander's older than Rodgers.
I know. What is he, like 42?
I think
43?
Verlander,
42.
He's the oldest athlete in any of the 4 major sports.
Yes, he is.
Which is pretty incredible. That he's still out there. Well, he's not right now, but he's
Right.
working his way back. Adam
Right.
Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Friday afternoon. Joe Namath, 220 career picks to just 173.
I'm telling you, man.
Dude, his completion percentage was 50.
I could care less about the team's
I could care less about my own stats and me struggling.
I could care less about ball
I
security.
just want to kiss you.
Yeah, I just want to throw picks to
less
you.
about interceptions.
We'll take a quick break. Mark Spears is going to join us, ESPN and Anscape.com, the Hall of Famer. He's actually at the Women's College World Series tonight, where Marcus Thompson also is in Oklahoma City.
Maybe we'll have Marcus Thompson join him while he's doing the interview.
Yeah, well, probably not. Marcus already did his hit. All right, there it is. Aaron Rodgers is going to sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let's get back into some Giants baseball here. How can Willie Adames improve at the plate? Now, Willie Adames having one of the most disappointing seasons in baseball for somebody who signed as a free agent this past offseason. Harold Reynolds on MLB Network was talking about how a lot of it may have to do with the Giants ballpark. We'll get to some of what Harold Reynolds had to say about Willie Adames sort of comparing here in American Family Field where he played in Milwaukee last year. We'll talk more about that next. Then Mark Spears at 4:50. It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
On a Friday afternoon, Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you from the Patio 58 Social. Giants baseball pregame coming up at 6:15, a 7:15 first pitch as the Braves come to town tonight. Former Giant and Atlanta Brave. You know who was here earlier, just walking around?
Just random.
Mark Melanson, just hanging. Brought his kid up. I guess a kid got out of school. He was with another buddy of his, and they were doing some stuff at the ballpark here, but stopped by, talked to him for a minute. Nice guy, Mark Melanson.
Just random.
You know, he had a short stint as a Giant, and I think a lot of people don't remember it fondly, but he was just hanging out with his kid here, coming to see a ball game. So good deal talking to him. Willie Adames is the topic of conversation right now as he's continued to struggle at the plate. Now, I sent you this video clip yesterday, and we actually had a caller, I think, yesterday. Earlier today, it was our guy Jim, who called in. He said he saw this segment from MLB Network where Harold Reynolds was breaking down what's gone on with Willie Adames and the number fall-off from last year to this year, and he's attributing it to the ballpark. Who wouldn't? I mean, everybody does. It seems like when hitters come here and they struggle. Now, the power numbers are down. He hit over 30 homers last year. He drove in 100. And really, I wasn't anticipating the same number of home runs. That really wasn't my concern when they signed him. I thought he was a gap guy. I thought you'd get 30-some-odd doubles. Maybe he'd be above 20 homers or close to that. But really, it's about hitting with runners and scoring position. Harold Reynolds has chalked this up to not just the ballpark being large here and him having a tough time hitting it out of the park, and American Family Field in Milwaukee is a much easier place to hit by offensive standards. His thing is more that Willie Adames is not pulling the ball enough, which, I mean, to that end, or to that point, the wind at Oracle Park blows out towards left field, right? I mean, that's really kind of the power alley there where the wind can take balls out. That's why when Barry was hitting balls into the cove, and as a left-handed hitter, it's just incredible what he's able to do. We've never seen anybody, not just in the game, but really across baseball, have that level of consistent power as a left-handed hitter in this ballpark. He's a right-handed hitter. So here's what Harold Reynolds had to say. He believes a lot of this has to do with the ballpark and thinks Willie Adames needs to be pulling the ball to right field more if he wants to see those power numbers jump. Here's what Harold Reynolds had to say.
You look at Willie Adames last year with the Brewers to what he's done this year in the first year of his $180+ million contract. I mean, it's not recognized. Those stats aren't recognizable.
What did we say yesterday? Not so fast? Where did he come from? Tampa. Then he went to Milwaukee. Those are ballparks for the ball not looking like this. I just want you to see the ballpark. And when you drop in the difference in Milwaukee and San Francisco, and I'm not even factoring in wind and everything else, that's just dimensions. So let's go back to Milwaukee and look at some of the balls that he was hitting, and he's standing there pimping. This ain't going nowhere in San Francisco. That ball's out in Milwaukee, but it's not going anywhere in San Francisco. I mean, these are balls we're sitting there going, man, stand there and watch it. What a bomb. Look at that. I'm just going to show you real quick what I'm talking about. Here's an opposite field power. It looks like it's way out there, right? But when you start looking at the dimensions in San Francisco, those balls are outs. Maybe they're off the wall. They're not going out the park. You're not watching it. You better get on your horse. So Willie's had to learn the hard way. I remember when Albert Pujols went to Anaheim, and all of a sudden it was like, hold on, what happened to Pujols' power? I mean, look at this is Milwaukee compared to San Francisco. I'm not making this up. These are exact dimensions. That is, I'm jogging, and this is I'm sprinting. Here's another one. Oh, he's standing there. No, Willie, you better run. You better run. It's San Francisco. And sure enough, the ball's off the wall. I should have brought back my Pujols tape I did when he first went there from St. Louis. Very similar thing. Willie's going to have to learn to pull the ball a little bit more if he wants home runs.
So I'm with him there in the dimensions of the ballpark and it being an easier place to hit both in Tampa and in Milwaukee. My concern, though, with him is not even really the power, as I was just saying. Like, yeah, you'd like him to have the gap power. But, I was resigned to the fact that those numbers coming to San Francisco would fall off. My hope was more just that some of those home runs would become doubles.
Right.
Or that he would, again, to the point is he's just got to hit better with runners in scoring position. He's been an RBI guy in his career, and this year he's got, 25 RBIs, 27, something like that. He's just not driving in runs at the clip, yet he's had the opportunities to do so. He's not driving them in at the same rate he was last year. So, yes, if he wants the power numbers to come back, he's probably got to pull the ball more, right? He plays half the games here. He's not going to hit 30 to 35 homers a year like he did when he was in Milwaukee, but that's genuinely not my concern. My concern now is about hitting doubles, having the gap power, and I thought his power would play here because he's not a big towering home run hitter guy. But if you watch a bunch of his outs, and they were talking about it in that video package there, he drives a lot of balls to center field. He drives a lot of balls the other way. Harold Reynolds' point is those balls are dying here because it's, for whatever it is, 400 plus to right center, 400 to center field. It's a 390 to center field. A lot of those balls have gone to die on Willie Adames this year. So, again, my concern is not so much the power, and I do think some of this will come around. I can't imagine it won't. I don't think he's just forgotten how to hit after he's been not even a serviceable, an all-star, a plus big leaguer for the majority of his career in terms of offense. But it's about driving in runs when there's ducks on the pond, and that's something we haven't seen him do. He's hitting 198 right now, 26 ribs. He's got just 5 home runs, 47 for 237, but he's on the interstate as we open play today.
I'm not going to act like I have a good reference point of Willie Adames before he came to the Giants, but I will say when he was acquired, I kept hearing people say he's going to be great at Oracle Park just because of what his numbers were prior to him coming to the Giants this season. Prior to this season, he had 16 games at Oracle Park with 18 hits, 2 home runs, 9 RBIs, and he was hitting .321. So, I get that just in a small sample size, and I understand what Harold Reynolds is saying as well. But also, it's not like he's hitting away either. He's hitting 184 right now.
214 at Oracle. He's hitting 184 on the road.
And he's got 29 strikeouts at home, 42 on the road. He's got, everything is, it's kind of similar.
It's pretty comparable.
Yeah, exactly. But it's not like he's that great on the road either. It's just, bottom line is, he's just not having a good season. It's been a pretty big disappointment. I know that the MO on him is he kind of turns it around in July, but... if that happens, he happens. And by the way, Bob Melvin did speak to reporters before the game today, saying that Willie Adames will be off on Sunday, so he'll just get a little rest over the weekend, and they'll be back at it on Tuesday when they go to Colorado.
So probably Casey Schmidt in there.
Yes, yes.
He said on Sundays he'll get a day off?
On Sunday, yes.
How about that?
Yeah. But, overall, you just want to see the guy. I understand that this is not an easy ballpark to hit home runs at, but the reason they signed this guy was obviously they had a huge void to fill at shortstop, but you also want to get the guy that I believe set the record on 3-run home runs in a single season that tied with Ken Griffey Jr., so that's the guy you expect to be.
In 60 plate appearances this year, he's come to bat with a runner in scoring position, 50 official at-bats. He's drawn 6 walks in that span, 11 for 50. He's hitting 220 with an OBP of 300, a slugging of 280. He's got a 580 OPS this year with runners in scoring position. 19 of his 26 ribs have come with runners in scoring position, but again, he's just not hitting where he needs to hit when there's ducks on the pond. So, again, pulling the ball, I don't know if it's quite that simple. I'd love for a series in Colorado to get him going, see the ball leave the yard, get a little bit of confidence, but average is not the biggest concern for me. It is a concern when he's not driving in runs because that's what they're paying him to do.
This may be a dumb question because you're going to be patient regardless because you signed him to a 7-year contract, but at what point are you like, dude, I'm losing my patience with what I'm seeing from you right now?
Last week? I don't know. Again, I've got confidence that he's going to regain some of the form because you don't usually see guys just stop being what they were in the prime of their career out of nowhere for the next 7. I'm not anticipating that's going to happen. He's not a pitcher. He's not breaking down in the same way.
But do you agree with Buster?
I'm pretty frustrated. Yeah.
No, I get it, and he's probably more frustrated. And you're not paying him not paying him a 7-year contract for him to be, the guy that's the good vibes of the locker room. You need more than that, which obviously the Giants want.
That's all a bonus, but you got to perform.
Exactly.
Jeff Kent wasn't a great vibes guy, but my man was driving at 100
exactly.
every year. You know what I mean?
And that's what you pay for. Do you agree, though, with Buster that it is kind of common in baseball when a superstar does switch teams, it does there's a little bit of a lull sometimes. It takes a little bit of time for them to get adjusted. We're seeing it right now with Juan Soto, but Buster's just basically telling the fans, be patient. This guy will come around.
Yeah, I don't know why that is, Tim. What are your thoughts on that? Like a superstar going to a new team and struggling. It does seem and feel common.
It absolutely does, especially when it's long contract. When you get the 3-year deal, it feels like it almost happens instantaneously, and maybe that's because the player goes, okay, we'll have less of a window to try to maybe get the next contract or whatnot. When it's the super long deal, that's where it feels like half a season or whatever. But the funny thing that you said to me was when you said, well, Adames' MO is he turns it around in July. What happens if we're going to say, well, he turns it around in August?
Exactly.
September's his time. It's maybe. Do you guys want an update, by the way, from Alex Pavlovich regarding regarding Justin Verlander?
Sure. Give us the update, Tim.
Justin Verlander felt good after throwing 2 innings in a simulated game today, but they need to wait and see how his body responds tomorrow to know the next steps. Harrison, who had an elbow contusion, also feels fine today, and he's on track for his next start. So positive pitching news.
So he caught that ball off his elbow the other night, that ground ball. The
Yeah.
one that came right back at him and hit him. And he might have been done fairly soon after that anyway. They were
Right.
already getting jelly loose in the pen, and the Giants were down at that point. I think it was still 5-0, maybe 5-1 when he was pulled from the game. So there's a positive update on Verlander. 2 innings pitched in a simulated game. They'll see how his body responds, which is kind of the same thing I do after we live Moss here. I'm always going to see how my body responds.
Yeah, how's your body responding right now?
It's doing okay right now.
Nice.
Yeah, we did live Moss today.
We did. We had a nice Mexican pizza, and so far so good.
Both you and Tim in the Mexican pizza. Tim went Mexican pizza and a crunch wrap.
I did, and I didn't get to it for an hour and a half because we had some technical difficulties, but everything worked out, and the Mexican pizza was great.
So you're telling me in the same week that Tim let his egg salad sandwich come back to room temp, he also just allowed his Taco Bell to get cold?
He likes to live dangerously.
I'm feeling great.
I, too, like to live dangerously. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer, ESPN and Andscape.com. He's going to join us when we come on back. Talk a little bit about what's going on in the NBA Finals. He's out in Oklahoma City.
Yep.
And just like Marcus Thompson is. So we'll talk to Mark Spears. We'll get his thoughts on Game 1, also his thoughts on the Kuminga situation.
Yep.
Maybe even this headline that the New York Knicks are, I guess, in discussions to potentially ask for permission to interview Jason Kidd, who interviewed back in 2020.
It's a Bob Melvin situation here.
Yeah, before they gave the job to Tom Thibodeau. I'm with you though. Why would Jason Kidd want to leave Dallas, unless he really is not happy about the Luka move?
I mean, he's a big fan of Anthony Davis. He coached him with the Lakers. I think
Cooper Flag, man.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. I think at the end of the day, I would be very surprised if Michael Malone's not the head coach of the Knicks.
Yeah, I think it seems like that would be the obvious choice. Anyway, we'll talk more about that with Mark Spears. And then Justice De Los Santos is going to join us at 5:30 here on the patio, talking some more Giants baseball before Giants pregame at 6:15. Dirty Work, it's the greatest show in America, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The wait is finally over, Derek. Aaron Rodgers has signed with the Pittsburgh Steelers to a 1-year deal. ESPN NFL reporter Brooke Pryor joined Pop and Silver today to break down the fit. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, and you know what I'm here to talk about. I'm here on the patio on a Friday, so you know what that means, right? It means we had Taco Bell for lunch. That's what happened. We put in the order on the app. We earned exclusive rewards and access, and then we lived Moss right here on the patio. And you can, too. Download the Taco Bell app and unlock exclusive rewards and access. You'll earn points on every order in the app or on a kiosk or in the drive-thru. And when you join the Taco Bell rewards, you can choose a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, or a soft taco for free. What's better than getting rewarded for eating your Taco Bell favorites? Like Tim and Derek both crushed a Mexican pizza today.
Crushed.
I had myself a cheesy, beefy burrito. Dude, they put like hot Fritos in that thing. It's incredible. Also, because of all my rewards and points, Tim, I got hooked up with a free crunchy taco today, too.
It looked delicious.
You guys can do that as well. Is there a better place to earn and redeem points than the one we went to, the Taco Bell Cantina downtown, just off 3rd and Townsend? It's a block from the stadium. We can almost see it from where we're sitting right here. It's the perfect spot to grab a pregame bite like we did and a drink before walking over to the ball game. And if you're looking for something to do after the game, stop by for a beer and snacks and keep the good times rolling. Stop by the Taco Bell Cantina downtown for a cold drink, good food. Your taste buds will thank you. And as Tim likes to tell you, don't forget to live Moss.
Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you from the patio of 58 Social. Getting a little breezy out here. Giants and the Braves coming your way. A 7:15 first pitch tonight, a 6:15 pregame. We'll have it all for you right here on the sports leader. We do it every week with the Hall of Famer, ESPN and Anscape.com's Mark Spears. Mark is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Get the rest easy, promise, only at Mancini Sleep World. Visit sleepworld.com. Now, we spoke to Marcus Thompson earlier, and he told us he was going to be, as he's out in Oklahoma City tonight, at the Texas Tech Women's College World Series game, where Mark Spears is also attending. Mark, what's going on, bro? How are you?
What up, Mark?
Oh man, I'm just hanging here in the bathroom, you know, trying to act like I'm not a weirdo.
Yeah, right. It's gonna be funny when somebody walks in the bathroom.
Really,
go ahead.
Yeah. You're like, well, why are you standing outside the stall? I'm just gonna tell him I'm not there yet. I'm just waiting patiently.
Yeah, he's not there yet. I'm not there yet. I got Pacers takes I got to get off.
Yeah.
Before I get to the stall. So you were at the game last night, game one, man. Just your number one takeaway from that one, because I was saying to Derek, I don't think the Pacers really had any business winning that game. Marcus Thompson was saying to us, the 19 turnovers at halftime. The Thunder had 19 more shots than the Pacers did, and really, the Pacers won in a way they've won several times this postseason. They hung around close enough at the end, and then Halliburton put it away.
Yeah, with about 8 minutes left or so, I was going to text out or tweet out, it ain't over yet, right? Because I just know how these guys are, the way they play. They never say die. I had a story today, and I think a lot of people realize, they've been doing comebacks in the regular season, too. This isn't new. And I don't know if that was shared to the Thunder players, but that's certainly something that should have been, to keep your foot on the gas. But there were 6 occasions this season where they, came back from deficits that I believe were about 17 to 25. And so 6 of the 30 top comebacks in Pacers history, which I'm not sure if it includes the ABA, but you're at least going back to 1976. 6 of those took place this season. So you certainly have to be aware, and you didn't know by watching the Knicks game one, you should be aware, that this is a team that just doesn't fold.
No, I mean, they definitely have the ability to come back at games, and you have to give credit to Tyrese Halliburton and also their head coach, Rick Carlisle. And, Mark, do you think that Rick Carlisle gets enough credit as one of the best coaches of basketball? It seems like he's often forgotten about when it comes to championship-winning coaches. You got Spoelstra and Steve Kerr, but I mean, Carlisle's been. I mean, he was the guy that kind of set the tone with the Ben Wallace Detroit Pistons, and then won a championship with the Dallas Mavericks. Now could win another championship with the Pacers. Do you think that we talk enough about Rick Carlisle?
No, but there certainly, I think, was a little intimidation factor. It was interesting before the game. Coach Vanderbilt was told he was the 6th most tenured NBA head coach, which was an odd stat too. I don't know how much that means, but to bring up to him before the game, and he's like, yeah, but Rick Carlisle's on the other side. you know what I mean? So to me, that was just a reminder of, how long Rick has been in the game. Former Boston Celtic who's, been around Red and Casey Jones and, coached some great teams. Coached a championship with Dallas in 2011. So, that was one thing I was thinking about going into the series, was whether his, experience can make a difference. He's been there and done that. And, even after the game, I'd asked him about, typically when you win a game like that, there's some sort of excitement, some sort of glaze in your eyes, some sort of yeehaw with it, right? And it was just nothing. It was just nothing. Sorry for the toilet flush there. But, there was just nothing. I'm trying to give you guys a quiet room. Man.
No, you're good, bro. We like the live hit. We're good with it.
Yeah, but no, he also has a local guy that a lot of people should know, Lloyd Pierce, former Santa Clara player, former Atlanta Hawks coach, is his, right-hand guy. He's the lead assistant. I had a story on Lloyd a couple days ago. He's somebody that should have gotten another opportunity since he's was departed from the Atlanta Hawks and was let go there after 3 seasons. He hasn't, but if they win a title, and regardless of whether they do or not, the local kid from San Jose Yerba Buena, a school I hated, coming from Andrew Hill, he should get some opportunities next summer.
Mark Spears joins us on the UMA guest line from a bathroom in Oklahoma City. Mark,
and real talk, right? It's
Yeah, it's
not
real.
even like a joke.
No, it's not even. We're not even joking around. Because Mark's a pro, man. He's at a game. He's got to get this in.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: Do you view?
I know, because you're a producer, man. I was like, yo, man, can you move me up? It's like, no, absolutely not. Everybody is way more important than you. So you're lucky to have the slot that you have.
Well, this came up on
You
the
know
show
what I'm saying?
earlier. This came up earlier when we had DeMarcus
Yeah,
Thompson
man,
on. He said he wanted
like
to.
he didn't move Marcus Thompson. So I see where I stand. Marcus is more important.
Mark, do you view Oklahoma City as I mean, the Thunder. Excuse me. The Nuggets kind of gave it to them a little bit, but do you view them as battle tested? Like, is this a bounce back automatic for them? You think?
I do think they're battle tested. Is it an automatic? No. I don't even think the Pacers played well. They still figured it out and won. I mean, obviously they had all those turnovers. After the game, I think Halliburton and Siakam had some words together about, hey man, we're going to be much better than this. So then you think about it, like Shea gave him 38, and it still didn't matter. I mean, my worry for them, they were 24 years in age most season. Now they're 25. But this is the brightest of lights, the biggest of stage. Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren have to be sensational for them to win this series. It can't be Shea by himself. And, one thing that I think about with them is, like, when you think about, like, the Shaq and Kobe years, early, like, 2000 years, right? One thing I always remembered was there was always a Brian Shaw. There was always a, Ron Harper, Rick Fox, like somebody, a veteran guard, that was like closing in on 35 or later, that had, been there, a veteran presence, been there, done that could help, they would put them in to calm things down and get them to the finish line, and I don't think they have that.
Mark, we may have asked you this in the past when it comes to the Athletic article that was the anonymous poll when it comes to the players voting on who are the most overrated players in basketball. We asked Marcus Thompson about this earlier in the day, and he says he thinks it's just agenda-driven, where some guys just don't like Tyrese Halliburton. What's your gauge on just why the league and the players really viewed him as the most overrated player in basketball for whatever reason?
Well, first thing, I think McConnell just came in here from the Pacers, and I saw him throw away his towel, and he missed the bucket. So I hope that wasn't him.
You got to shoot it better than that, bro.
Come on.
Yeah, man. Well, that's not his job. What was the question again?
Just how you view, like, why do the players vote Halliburton to be overrated?
Thing, right. I'm gonna be a hater. Okay. They talked to 90 players. There's 450 players in the league. I guess it's an okay sample size, but like 19 out of 90 guys said that. There's still 360 people you did not talk to. I think for a more accurate sample size, you need to have at least about 60% of the league. Because, like, when I saw the number, I'm like, I might not have published that, but you also have to look at the time of it. Tyrese was the last guy on the bench during the Olympics. He had a bad first half of the season. He had injuries. So maybe, at the time when they were getting these things, maybe that was a good time to hate on him or whatever. But, he ain't underrated now. I know that.
No.
And he is extremely fueled. He's more like, I don't know if angry is the right word, but I'm going to use that. I think he's angry right now. He feels like they've been disrespected since the Eastern Conference Finals. Now, keep in mind, they got swept, right? He didn't play. He played the least in the Olympics. Like, he wished he had Jason Tatum's minutes, right?
Yeah, right.
Then he started slow. You know, they had a losing record going into January 1st. So they've had the best record in the East since January 1st, which, you know, led them to get in this position. But they were trash coming into the year and really disappointing and really eye-popping. And if they had been in a bigger market, we would have, you know, talked about it and noticed it more. But he used all this stuff as fuel. Siakam uses it as fuel. They've been actually, they're not a team that doesn't go on social media. They have been on social media, paying attention to all the trash talk and everything said and this and that, and they're using that all to fuel them. Now, that being said, it is one game, but it's a hell of a win, man. And I did think that if there was going to be one of these two games that they were going to get, I kind of felt like it would be the first one, because I wouldn't be surprised if the Thunder players who are age 25 and average age, that if there was a team that was going to be affected by the bright light and being involved with this at home, it would be them.
Mark Spears with us on the UMA guest line. Hey, one of the headlines today in the NBA is that the Knicks may be asking for permission from the Mavericks to talk to Jason Kidd about their head coaching vacancy. He interviewed with the Knicks in 2020 before the job was given to Tom Thibodeau. Is that, I mean, I don't know which job is better. I mean, I know he's got ties to Dallas and history in Dallas, and Cooper Flagg likely to be the number one pick there. I mean, coached Anthony Davis before. What do you make of this, and how legit do you think it is?
Well, isn't Jason, like, his contract coming up?
I think so. I think he's got a year left.
It's a great, you know, contractual ploy, right? I think he definitely needs to use his fuel to make sure he gets paid by Dallas. I mean, I think that's the play. Why not, right? You know, there's a new owner there, but I mean, I'm curious too. You know, but Jason's also been known not to like letting grass grow under his feet either. So he might be attracted to the change, but I'll tell you what, if he decides to leave that job to go to New York and take all that craziness and pressure, I mean, that Dallas job's going to be super coveted. And I can only imagine who would want to apply for that. I mean, everybody that's available, that's outstanding, would raise their hands up and say, please, can I interview for that? I'm still confused by the whole Sun thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a fantasy basketball team they're running over there. It's laughable.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna tell you what, I mean, I love my boys, but if I get a business, I ain't just gonna hire my boys. I'm hiring people that are gonna make me have a successful business. I mean, if they were the people they're hiring, man, it's just a clown show over there. You know, I do think if Jason, either way, Jason's going to get paid. So I think that might be a little ploy to make sure he gets his money. Either way.
Mark, get out of the bathroom, man. Go enjoy the Women's College World Series. Wash your hands, though, bro. Come on, man.
I know, but I ain't used nothing.
You were in there. You were in there breathing the air.
Still got to wash him. Still got to wash him.
Yeah, I'm going to wash my face, too. Been in here so long.
Don't touch that handle either, man.
All right.
In the bathroom. All right, bro. Enjoy the game.
Thanks, Mark.
Peace.
The great Mark Spears, ESPN and Anscape.com. Dude, legit coming to us from a bathroom in Oklahoma City at the Women's College World Series.
You have to appreciate the hustle.
Dude.
Also, I don't think that he's aware that I host and produce the show at the same time.
Dude, he said your producer wouldn't
That's
let me
me.
move times. I was like, that is Derek.
I'm sorry.
Derek is the producer.
I gave Marcus Thompson the option 2. Do you want to do 5:50 your time or 6:50? He's like, I'm definitely doing 5:50. I'm like, all right. I don't know what to tell Mark. I'm sorry.
Well, Derek told Marcus Thompson, hey, Mark Spears wants to switch times with you, but you told him he had to talk to him about it. And Marcus said he was willing to do it until he realized the only reason Mark wanted to switch was they were both going to be
exactly.
Softly, and Marcus is like, so then I got to do it from the bathroom?
I mean, I'm sorry.
Blame Walter.
Yeah.
Blame Walter?
It's a tough position when you're a producer, when one guy wants to move up and one guy wants to have something else, has something come up and he wants to enjoy a game. And it's like, yeah, but that guy already has that time slot. And maybe, I know that Marcus Thompson and Mark Spears know each other, so hopefully they can work it out. But in the end, Marcus Thompson got his way.
We don't all know each other. This just
They do.
This just happens to be one of the cases where a couple of brothers
do.
You know what I mean?
They do. This isn't a me.
They run in the same circles.
Yeah, come on.
Why don't you guys stop lumping us all together?
Stop it. You're making this out to be like me mixing up Angela Bassett and Viola Davis.
That was bad, dude. When you said Viola Davis was Angela,
I'm sorry.
The same person.
I'm sorry. Angela Bassett, I know her very well. She was in.
You clearly don't.
No, she's in Mission Impossible: Final Reckoning. She's the president.
Forgot you went to the movies to see that.
I thought Deion Sanders' son was named Louis. It's okay, man.
That's a little different.
As I've said before, I really got to get some black friends. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Don't make facial tissue a racial issue. All right, let's take a quick break here. We are live from the patio, 58 Social. Giants and the Bravos squaring off in Game 1 of a 3-game series. Starts tonight, 7:15, 6:15 pregame. We'll get all that for you. Justice De Los Santos of the San Jose Mercury News going to join us in about 20 minutes or so here on the patio. We'll pick his brain about where the Giants could go, if there's any shakeups in the lineup in terms of where we could see some versatility, where guys could be playing. We talked to Elliot Ramos actually earlier today on the patio. Came and sat with us, and I asked him if he'd been talked to by Bob Melvin about whether or not he would play any other positions outside of left field, any center in place of Jung Hoo Lee, any right field in order to get Encarnacion maybe out in the left. He said he didn't say anything to him, but he's willing to do whatever the team needs. We'll replay that Elliot Ramos interview for you coming up at about 5:50. Justice De Los Santos at 5:30. But when we come on back, a little sound soiree featuring Jason McIntyre on Fox Sports 1. He's not a fan of this NBA Finals without stars. Adam Sandler had a message for Ravens running back Derrick Henry.
He did.
How about
Pretty
that?
good, actually.
And a variety of actors. Jason Segel tells Seth Rogen how Harrison Ford joined his show, shrinking in yesterday's. That was about it being in yesterday's folder. There's a funny story that Jason Segel tells about Harrison Ford. We'll get to all that in the Sound Soiree. It's coming up next. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. It's only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tom Glavin joined Murph and Marcus this morning to preview the upcoming series between the Giants and Braves and the rivalry that they've had throughout the years. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds of the weekend you might have missed.
Or what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you from the patio, 58 Social. Are we getting ready for like a... Is it like some sort of Irish Heritage Night? Is that what this is?
I believe so. What you guys can't see right behind you.
This looks like Tim's folks.
Yeah. Thank you. There's about 30 dancers right here practicing to go out for it. Looks like Irish Heritage Night. Yeah.
Nice.
I wonder if are they doing is it going on in the plaza over here? We always get a little show.
I'm not sure, actually.
At least on a college night again,
I
we're going to
kinda
band
hope-
play.
I kind of hope not. Just saying, put on a great show, but we're trying to do our show.
Funny as hell playing those bagpipes, though. All right, let's get into the Sound Soiree.
7 tubas walking by.
By the way, I'm glad you put on a sweatshirt because for the majority of the show, people have commenting how we dressed alike today.
You're big on saying a lot of people are a majority of. I saw one comment.
Okay.
The chat was all about it earlier.
Okay, the
they were
chat
asking
was.
if I was wearing a white shirt, and I said, "You guys know me?" I'm like, I don't think I own one.
All I know is I saw a guy on Twitter. I think his name is George in Frisco. Make a comment on it. I was like, yeah, we're we plan things out like that. We're cute like that.
Yeah, he said it's already the greatest sports show in America. Now it's the cutest show in America.
Damn
too.
right it is.
We wear a lot of basic colors. Now, I was thinking about.
Little
Irish.
Nice, thank you, Danny. I was thinking about this actually the other day. In my spare time, thinking about Tim's wardrobe.
Okay.
You thought about my wardrobe?
Yeah, because Tim is kind of like a TV character in that he wears the same kinds of clothes like every day.
Yeah.
Like he's either got a lid, a hoodie. Like, have you ever seen Tim in a T-shirt?
I just did when he was setting up, and then quickly to a hoodie again.
Hey, I was. We were sweating a little bit because nothing worked, and so I took the hoodie off and was rocking the T-shirt, and then the breeze picked up. But in my defense, so did Adam. So.
Well, let me ask you, sir. You spent time with him in Hawaii. What was he wearing?
I had Hawaiian shirts.
You did have Hawaiian shirts on, yeah. When I was rocking my tanks.
Yeah, you were rocking the tanks, and John Curley was rocking the freshly pressed shirt that he wore into the ocean.
John Curley was wearing slacks in Hawaii at like 3 o'clock in the morning.
Swimming in slacks?
No, but he was wearing them in Hawaii. It was like 80 degrees and humid. Dude was wearing slacks. Yeah, I did see Tim's arms. I did get some of Tim's arms in Hawaii. He was wearing like collars. He was wearing like a collared Hawaiian
Yeah,
shirt.
I've never seen Tim's arms.
Well, you saw him today, buddy. Probably not that impressive.
Pull those sleeves up, Tim. All right, let's get into some of the Sound Soiree. Jason McIntyre on Fox Sports 1.
Yeah, this is the guy that does the basically co-hosts the show with Colin Cowherd, filling in for Cowherd.
He is, I wouldn't know because nobody watches FS1.
Yeah.
He is not a fan of NBA Finals, this NBA Finals iteration, because he says there's not enough stars. Here's Jason McIntyre.
Yeah. OKC, Indiana, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm not that excited for these NBA Finals. I joke that Colin is the elitist here on the show, but maybe it's me. Because, if I were the NBA, I would have changed its motto to give me super teams or give me death. Because that's what I like. I like superstars in the NBA Finals, and we don't really have that. We don't have dynasties. We got debuts, and that just isn't as sexy as what we've had here in the last, quarter century. Folks, let's be real. When the NBA had super teams, this century, it was at the height of its popularity. I mean, come on. You put LeBron, Kevin Love, and Kyrie in the finals? That's a lot of pop. That's juice. I mean, Kyrie Irving, he had a movie, okay? Kevin Love was ascending in Minnesota. LeBron changed teams and became the villain in Miami. But you look at those super teams in Cleveland, Miami. Hell, the greatest team ever assembled in NBA history. Yes, that's true. Steph Curry and Kevin Durant. Do you know how much excitement that was leading up to the finals? When you had all those stars gathered together, hell, you could even go back to the Boston Celtics with our guy here, Paul Pierce, when he got Kevin Garnett gifted to him.
He hates this so much.
He doesn't like sports. That's the bottom line. This guy doesn't like sports. He likes TV.
Do you want to go back to Tuesday? It's the laziest take of all time. I don't care about teams that I can't be bothered to pay attention to because it doesn't have a superstar on it. It's lazy. It's pathetic. I hate it.
No, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander won the MVP.
I only like super teams.
No, I mean, he has a point that as far as like star power, yes, it's not in this NBA Finals, but who cares?
Just don't watch
it. This is sports.
And it's revisionist history, too, because when the Warriors went to the playoffs with Kevin Durant, everybody said, oh, this is boring.
This is bad for basketball.
It sucks. It's stupid. That's a stupid
No,
take.
he is the worst kind of sports fan that's like, well, if it's not like, the creme de la creme, if it's not the big stars that I'm not watching, I don't give a damn. I don't even watch your show. Who are you?
Basically said, I don't know the players So I don't like it.
Yes.
All right. Well, then don't watch it.
This guy's a hype beast. He only cares about things that are, well known to everybody else.
No LeBron, I can't be bothered.
Yeah, no.
He did get a good quip off there, though. It should be the NBA. Give me super teams or give me death.
Give me my remote, Jesus.
And they wonder why nobody's watching FS1.
God,
dude.
that take sucks. I
Yeah,
hate it.
that was lame as hell.
Let's play it again.
All right.
No, I'm kidding.
One more time.
Let's move on here in the Dirty Work Sound soiree. So Adam Sandler gave a message.
Yeah, let me set this up.
Lay this down for me.
So Dan Patrick had Derrick Henry on his show, and you know that Dan Patrick always does cameos in Adam Sandler movies, and he told.
Does he?
Yeah, like Dan Patrick will show up, even like not as like a sports-related role. He'll show up to do a cameo.
Like what kind of movies we talking here? We're talking like all the Netflix movies that he does. Sandler
Is That's My Boy? Is that a Netflix movie? The one he did with Andy Samberg?
No, it's not a Netflix one.
Yeah, no. Dan Patrick pops up. He's usually playing like himself, but sometimes he just plays these goofy roles. So he asked Derrick Henry, "What's the feasibility of you getting 2,000 yards this season?" And he was like, "Yeah, I mean, I think I definitely could do it." He's like, "All right, tell you what, if you rush for 2,000 yards, we'll put you in the next Adam Sandler movie." And he's like, "Oh, I love Adam Sandler. I'm down." So then he called up Adam Sandler, Dan Patrick, and said, "Hey, I want you to send a little message to Derrick Henry," and this is what Sandman sent to Derrick Henry.
Yo, Derrick, I just woke up. You know that. That's why I look disgusting, on top of the fact that I am disgusting. But I love you. Congrats on everything, baby. 2,000 yards plus this year gets you not only in the movie, but we have a nice dinner together and talk about Dan Patrick's facial hair and how hard it is for him to grow it. I love you. Keep it up. This guy says hello.
Oh, that's what's up.
Apparently he's itchy this morning. He's scratching himself on the wall. I'm in a hotel right now. I'm sure you've been in a few. Okay. Love you, buddy. Take care. Again, sorry for the disgusting face.
Kind of weird. I mean, like Adam Sandler's never met Derrick Henry, but says, "I love you."
So I'm looking at dude. Patrick has been in so many Adam Sandler movies.
I'm telling you, dude. He always shows up.
I don't think I really.
He's like part of the crew. He's just one of those guys that shows up in the movie. You're like, oh, there he is.
It's Sandler's like college buddies: David Spade, Rob Schneider, Chris Rock, and then there's Dan Patrick.
So he's
Yo, Derrick.
So
Gotta keep that for the show.
Yeah, right, hey, Derrick. Yo, Derrick. So he's in The Waterboy. Is Dan Patrick? He's in The Longest Yard. He's in. I Now Pronounce You Chuck and Larry. He's in Grown Ups. He's in Jack and Jill.
So is Al Pacino and Johnny Depp.
That's unbelievable. He's in Grown Ups too. He's in That's My Boy. He's in Blended. He's in Pixels. He's in The Ridiculous Six. He's in The Do-Over. He's in The Week Of, which is another one with Adam Sandler and Chris Rock.
I don't even know most of these.
He's in Hustle, where he just plays himself. in
Yeah,
Hustle.
yeah.
Dude, the dude's done like 10 Adam Sandler movies.
No, man.
I had no idea.
The man is an actor, basically.
He's playing himself in all these things.
Yeah.
Let's move on here in the Dirty Work Sound soiree. Divine Sports Gospel.
Yes.
So I've been going back and forth with these guys on Twitter the last couple of days.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, because I guess when the Padres were in town, they rolled up this Divine Sports Gospel. I guess it's a Padres or a San Diego sports Twitter account.
Yes, it is.
They were doing videos around the ballpark here at Oracle Park.
Yep.
And basically, they're wondering why the Giants and the Padres don't have a rivalry, is what they're saying. This is something that's kind of flared up with the Pods as they clamor for relevance across the sports landscape.
Sounds like it, yeah.
They've done this the last few years where they're like the Dodgers, the Padres are the biggest rivals. The Dodgers are like, they're like, you're just the other team that flares up that we have to deal with. And I know they've met in the playoffs. The Padres have gotten them a few times. But here you go. Here's Divine Sports Gospel is at the ballpark, at Oracle Park.
Yep.
And their Padre fans are asking, why is there no beef between Giants and Padres fans? Here you go.
We're trying, though, to figure out, is there really a beef between the Giants and the Pods? Because both teams hate the Dodgers. Is there a beef between the Giants and the Pods? Or do we need to start a beef, or what's going on? Let's check it out.
I started chanting, "Let's go Padres" on the boat, and nobody said anything. I'm trying to start something.
That's the issue. The issue is it's way too chill, bro.
Exactly. I just moved to San Diego this year. No other fan base has been like so accepting of that. But I tell everybody I moved from the Bay Area. There's no beef, man.
We switched, bro.
We have a common ground to hate the Dodgers. So really, who it is, I think that we're the two ends of the spectrum that should get together.
All right, Kick 15, as you can tell, dripped out Giants fan. Why isn't there a beef between the Padres and Giants, bro? Seems too sweet.
It's because I tell people we are like a cousin city.
Yeah.
We both don't like the Raiders.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we both don't like certain teams. That's why we both don't like the Dodgers, things like that. So we won't never have a real beef rivalry. As far as San Diego, we never had an issue with you guys because I guess you guys are more humble.
Yeah.
So I guess other than that, all the Southern California teams we don't get along with.
Yeah.
Except for San Diego.
Yeah, I mean, you would know better than me, but I think it's just Giants fans just don't care.
That's kind of they can say we're cousin cities. I'm like, you can say whatever the hell you want. You're a no championship ass having organization is what you are. I don't give a damn about you.
Yeah, you're pimping home runs, and it goes out on the warning track. That's what we.
You've only been to 2 World Series ever, and not since 1998. That's why nobody cares.
I'll also say, I'm sure
we both hate the Dodgers. Yeah, but ours goes back to the early 1900s in New York, where they both moved here.
Legit rivalry.
You guys didn't even become a franchise for 70 years after the Giants and Dodgers started playing ball against each other.
I would say, as a Giants fan, going down to Petco Park and sitting there with you're surrounded by Padre fans, it's not acrimonious at all. We're just kind of hanging out. And somebody says, "Screw the Dodgers." We're like, cool. You're fine. Whatever.
You're a harmless ass, no championship ass having team. That's why nobody cares, man. You guys, this is why if you have to ask, nobody gives a damn about you.
Yep.
You're the NL Mariners is what you are. You know what I mean? You can't. There's nothing you can do. Win some titles, gain some relevance. They've flared up in the last few years. I don't know where they got this injection of money in the last 5 years where they've spent tons. It really started when they signed Eric Hosmer, then they get Manny Machado, of course Tatis becomes a big-time player for them. They signed Xander Bogaerts. They've spent all this money. Nobody cares. You're the Padres, and you'll always be the Padres. That's kind of
the Juan Soto thing didn't really work.
That's
out.
kind of where I'm at. Is you're the Pods.
Yeah, I figured you had that reaction.
I just didn't even bother me that this happened. I was
know.
Oh man, that's sad. Now I was like, that's sad. They're coming up here and they're like, why don't you guys hate us?
Why don't you care about us? Is what they're really asking.
The opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is indifference, right?
Yep. Exactly. And if that whole thing was about the Diamondbacks, I would feel exactly the same way. I'd be like,
who?
Exactly.
They have one.
Yeah.
They won a World
At least
Series.
they got one, yeah.
They've been around since the mid '90s. You know what I mean?
They got a pool in the yard. It's fun.
Oh man, we took their manager and won World Series. They're sad. Is what
It's Tony Gwynn and not much else.
You wear brown. You know what I mean? You wear brown. Nobody cares.
You wear brown.
We'll take a quick break. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It's Irish Heritage Night, as evidenced by all the Irish dancers that are going on here in the plaza over 24 Willie Mays Plaza.
They're dancing.
I'm looking, and we're going to take a break. All right, Justice De Los Santos going to join us here on the patio talking some Giants baseball. We'll do it next right here on the Sports Leader.
Yo, Derek.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Friday evening. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, and our next guest joins us here on the patio. It's Justice De Los Santos. He covers the Giants for the Bay Area News Group and the Mercury News. What's up, Justice? How you doing, bro?
What up, Justice?
Appreciate y'all for having me. I wasn't ducking y'all the last couple of days. It was
No,
just, you
all
hit
good,
me
all
like
good.
the busiest set of pregame in recent weeks, and I was like, I gotta make some time. So when you said Friday, I'm like, things probably should be quiet Friday, and they have been a little more quiet.
Yeah, you had like 6 people to keep tabs of on the other day, man. Dude, 6 transactions in one day. 3 players out, 3 players in. 2 of them from like one guy in Dan Johnson from within the organization, but not a lot of story on him, I think, for those of us who've been following the team. And then Dominic Smith comes over. I mean, you had a lot to get to over the last few days.
So I'll let you in on a little beat writing 101. So after night games, beat reporters are not waking up early. Like typically, like it might be different from the parents. I'm not a father. I don't know if you could tell just by how young I look, but typically I wake up around 10 in the morning.
Yeah.
And that day I just happen to be awake at 9, and I'm just like I'm flipping through my phone, and I get the tweet from our little SFG media chat for all the transactions, and I see image. I'm like, oh, okay, look, what's happening? Oh. So it was definitely, it's been pretty busy these last couple days, and as you mentioned, a lot of new faces, Daniel Johnson in particular, from Vallejo, 707, say it backwards.
707, yeah.
So I got a story on him coming out soon, probably next couple days, but yeah, as you mentioned, a lot of faces, and throughout the shakeup the past 2 days, it appears to be working so far.
That's what we've been calling it. We've been calling it a shakeup, right? And we were sort of debating, like, is this an aggressive move? Is it just a necessary move? And I think that's kind of what it comes down to is 61 games in was a big sample size for a handful of these guys. Something had to change, and Buster said as much. He said, it's time to go, like, right now. So how did you read these moves? What did they mean to you? What does it tell you about how Buster views this team?
I think when you see all the slew of moves that are made in one fell swoop, it's a little bit of a shock to the system. But as you alluded to, this team had exhibited a lot of patience, especially with a guy like Lamont Wade Jr., given the track record that he had in 2023 and 2024, especially given what he was able to do in 2021. And the thing to remember is that Posey was a teammate of this guy. And when we talked to him about that move in particular, he said it's tough. He said he wanted to be the one to tell him face-to-face. And, he's someone that Lamont considers, in his words, a buddy. So, you have that combination of, the personal aspect, the fact that they were teammates, and Posey wanting to exhibit maybe a little more patience than the previous administration. But at the same time, those moves were made on the cusp of June. It was a pretty substantial sample size, and at that point in time, given where the offense had been that 16-game stretch when they only scored 32 runs, and especially given what the pitching staff was able to do during that span, as Buster Posey said, it was time to go.
So what'd you make of the last 2 games? I mean, obviously they were facing, 3 losses in a row when they were down 5-0 to the Padres, and we were able to turn that around. And it started with Elliot Ramos, tying the game up and pounding his chest at second base. Do you think this is something they can look to maybe have like a turning point with the offense, or is it just way too early to tell that right now?
I think it's a little early to tell, but that being said, given how poorly that they had been performing offensively over that 16-game stretch, maybe it's one of those cases where it's maybe no straw too small. And Bob Melvin said it after the game on Wednesday, and just being in the ballpark, you kind of felt it. It was the loudest that place has been maybe since opening day, and even with opening day being a packed house when Ramos hit that double, I don't think it even eclipsed that decibel level, just because the fan base was obviously cognizant of how poorly the offense performing. Ramos, when he hit that double, was very cognizant of how poorly the offense had been performing overall. So when you have a big hit like that at a juncture in the season like that, and again, it is super early, but potentially this could be a stepping stone into them being able to pick it up. You never know what might ignite a team, and this could potentially be the thing that does ignite this team.
Talking to Justice De Los Santos, joins us here on the patio at 58 Social. Giants pregame coming up at 6:15 for Game 1 against the Atlanta Braves. How would you evaluate what's going on with the back end of the bullpen in the closer spot? Because we get calls and texts all the time, people going, put Randy Rodriguez there, and people just want to go with the hot hand there. And bullpen by committee, never a good thing, but they do have like 3 or 4 legit guys who could close games at this point. I think Rodriguez offers them the most value in the role he's in now, where he's effectively the closer at any point in the game that you need closer stuff. How do you evaluate what's going on with Camilo and how they're using the ninth inning?
Yeah, the back end of the bullpen has been one of the best in baseball. And during spring training, you could kind of see like, oh yeah, if everything clicks, like this could be a really good unit. But I don't think anybody expected it to be this good. Now, granted, Ryan Walker has had his share of struggles, has been lifted from the closer role into more of a high leverage role, not necessarily the closer role in particular. But I do think that they're going to stick with Camilo for the time being. I think given that prior to, I think it was Tuesday night's game, he hadn't allowed an earned run in over 2 months. I think he's warranted that. And the one thing that I always like to tell people, or like to remind people rather, is that the ninth inning is an entirely different beast entirely. You can pitch 8 great innings. You can be great in any of the first 8 innings. But that ninth inning, when they're throwing everything they have at you to potentially usurp a lead, that's a different beast entirely. This isn't to say that Randy Rodriguez can't handle that role, but the save that he recorded on Wednesday was the first of his career, and Camilo Doval's save yesterday was the 100th of his career. So Camilo Doval definitely has the experience and has warranted a lot of leash going forward, given what he was able to do after those early season struggles from April 7th onwards.
So it's only been 2 games. What are your early impressions on Daniel Johnson and Dom Smith as they become Giants?
They definitely provided a spark. Daniel Johnson in that first game, the 2 hits, scored 2 runs, the steal, makes that play in right center field to effectively save that game, and Dom Smith coming up with the big hit yesterday. And you kind of going back to the other point is you never really know what can ever serve as an inflection point over the course of the season. And time will tell with both of them, see kind of what their specific roles end up being. Daniel Johnson kind of more of that 4th outfielder. Mike Yastrzemski getting a little bit of a break after playing effectively every single game up to the regular season up to that point. I think the first base rotation with Smith and Encarnacion and Schmidt is going to be a little bit of a by committee as opposed to having a definitive first baseman, maybe depending on matchups here and there. But Smith in particular has a track record, maybe not if you just straight up look at the WAR, you might be like, like what is there to offer here? But he is a left-handed hitting bat, can hit for a little bit of power, can offer a little bit as far as the play discipline. And again, given what the offense was going through during that aforementioned 16-game stretch, might not be the worst thing in the world to get a different bat in there.
Do you anticipate, we talked to Elliot Ramos, he came and sat with us a little while ago here on the patio, and I asked him, because we were discussing this the other day with Jar Encarnacion. I mean, he's a corner outfielder. I think he'd be better served playing left field. It's just such a difficult right field to play here. They did play him in left yesterday, but they DH'd Elliot Ramos. Do you anticipate us seeing any movement for Ramos, maybe to the right field side of things?
I think they'll stick with him in left field for right now. And Yastrzemski will, he plays that right field as well as anyone defensively. So it's not exactly the easiest thing in the world to find something or find a consistent position for Encarnacion. Yeah. He kind of falls into that, not necessarily traditional 4th outfielder, but that kind of corner outfielder / first base / designated hitter. But as long as he can provide serviceable defense at whatever position that he's at, I think they'll be more than happy to get his bat in the lineup whenever they can.
What do you make of everything around Bryce Eldridge right now? He had a grand slam last night, and some fans are clamoring for him. Some fans understand it's going to be a process. Buster Posey was on with the morning show the other day saying, when he gets called up, he'll get called up. But do you think it's going to be basically a gauge as far as how they perform offensively this weekend and against the Rockies, the Dodgers, some of these good teams that are coming up here? Not the Rockies, obviously, but just do you think that it will basically depend on how the offense is when we see Bryce Eldridge?
To borrow some of the terminology from Buster, I think things are going to be a little fluid, and it is worth noting that going back to the winter meetings when the subject of Eldridge did come up, it seemed that they were more set on him spending the entirety of this season at the minor league level. The one thing that Posey said was this guy's only 20. If he went to college, he'd be a sophomore, which means he wouldn't even be draft eligible. But given how well he has played in the Eastern League, which is kind of the opposite of the PCL, it's really difficult to hit in the Eastern League, and he was, I think, 40% better than a league average hitter there. And given some of the offensive struggles, if he continues to hit well in the PCL, which again is a more hitter-friendly league, so definitely do take those numbers with a little more of a grain of salt, have some context in there. I do think that there will be some more consideration for it, but again, the one thing that remains with Eldridge is you don't want to rush this guy, because if you consider him your franchise bat, if you consider him someone that's going to be playing first base at Oracle Park for the next 7 to 10 years or whatever it might be going forward, you want him to be ready when he gets up to this level. Is that going to be a 5 to 10 game cup of coffee at the end of September? Is that going to be in August/July? Remains to be seen, but I think that's the one thing to note is that they're not going to rush this at all. They're going to make sure that when he is called up, he is ready to compete immediately.
Did you view the promotion to AAA as an aggressive one?
Maybe a little more aggressive than I would have thought. I kind of look back to what they did last year when he was at San Jose and Eugene, and they gave him about 50 games at each of those levels before promoting him. But again, he did have a little bit of an opportunity to play there, played at AAA, played in the Arizona Fall League as well. So if you kind of throw all those games together, it wasn't just this is his first time playing at the AA level. But I remember from the kicker that I wrote on my Bryce Eldridge feature, which came out on Sunday, I'm going to give him some
Plug
credit.
it, dude.
I'm going to give some credit to me because that feature kind of came out best time possible.
Nice. Look at you.
The way that I ended the story is that Bryce Eldridge, he's from the Virginia area, where the Richmond Flying Squirrels plays, about 100 miles from his hometown. And my kicker on that story was he got to spend Mother's Day with his mom. Is he going to spend Father's Day with his dad? And when I wrote that, I was like, is that going to be a little too aggressive? Are they going to be that aggressive with him? And lo and behold, unless his parents go out to Sacramento or wherever they are, it might be a FaceTime call.
Yeah, right.
Definitely. As far as Willie Adames, what do you think about his struggles right now? I think that, maybe it's fair to say that he's probably been the second biggest disappointment when it comes to a free agent this offseason next to Juan Soto. I don't know if you heard Harold Reynolds breaking it down on MLB Network, where he was kind of saying it's the ballpark. He's not used to hitting here at Oracle Park, and maybe he needs to pull the ball a little bit more. What do you make of Willie Adames' struggles this 2025 season?
I think that definitely might factor into it. And there's been a couple balls that you hit C and you're thinking off the bat, like, man, if we're playing in Milwaukee on a hot summer day, that's probably a double that might be banging off the wall, and instead it's getting caught or tracked down in right center field. So I think that's part of it. I know that Posey made the point, I think it was last week, that you see some of these guys after they sign a big free agent contract, it takes them a while to get used to the pressure. It takes them a while to get used to their new team. We've seen this with Manny Machado, Bryce Harper. We saw this with Corey Seager, Trey Turner, Francisco Lindor. Now, the other end of that is where guys like Xander Bogaerts, Carlos Correa, who almost signed with the Giants, Dansby Swanson, these guys that sign these big contracts have maybe a below average production compared to where they were, and they're never really able to get back to the level of productivity. So I know it's not the sexy answer, so to say, but it is a lot of time will tell, kind of wait and see, and give him the opportunity. And he signed a 7-year contract. He's going to be here for a while, and the last thing I think this team is going to do, he is going to get the off day on Sunday in conjunction with the team's off day on Monday, but I think the last thing this team is going to do is bench him, and I don't think there's going to be anything that drastic coming anytime soon.
Voice you hear, Justice De Los Santos covers the Giants for the Bay Area News Group and San Jose Mercury News. Awesome having you out here, bro. We're going to do it again.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all. One more thing real quick.
What you got?
Shout out to my nieces, 2 of my nieces. Gisella's going to high school. Eva's going to middle school. Shout out to them. They make me feel old. They make me feel old, but they also make me feel cool because they're like, discovering new music, and they're like, you know about Tyler the Creator, you know about Kendrick. I'm like, girl, I was listening to Kendrick in the Overly Dedicated days. Where were you? Weren't even born. What are you talking about? They made me feel like an old head, but they made me feel cool too.
Shout out to your nieces.
Shout out to them.
It sucks getting old, Justice. It sucks getting old.
Good deal, man. Justice, we'll see you in the ballpark.
Tell me about
man.
it, Jesus.
Yeah, well, Tim's the oldest. Well, he's old as dirt. Older than the dirt he sleeps in, Tim Webb. All right,
getting ready.
We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Elliot Ramos joined us here on the patio earlier. We'll play that interview for you. Elliot, one of the hottest hitters in the Giants lineup, helped break the levy on Wednesday when he hit that double, and the Giants finally won a ball game where they put up 6 runs. We'll talk more about that. We'll let you hear Elliot Ramos, and then Giants pregame coming up in about a half hour at 6:15. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants have won 2 in a row now behind solid performances from newcomers Daniel the Jet Johnson and Big Dom Smith. Can they make it 3 in a row tonight against the Braves? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Ramos pulls one down the left field line. That's going to get down. One hop on the warning track up against the wall. One run in. Johnson right behind Adames. He'll score. Into third, Fitzgerald, and into second with a game-tying double, Elliot Ramos.
Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you from the patio 58 Social, right outside of Oracle Park. Elliot Ramos, big double a couple of nights ago, helped the Giants break through and do something they hadn't done since May the 16th, and that was score 5 runs in a game. They scored 6 runs in that game. Ultimately came back to beat the Padres. Elliot Ramos getting ready to join us here on the patio at 58 Social. Giants and the Atlanta Braves tonight, a 7:15 first pitch. We'll have pregame for you.
What's going on,
right
Elliot?
here. What's up, Elliot? How you doing, man? On the Sports Leader, Elliot Ramos joins us here on the patio. You joined us one time last year. We got to keep doing this again, man. You may be an all-star again. Yeah, how you doing, man? Hold the mic up here for us.
I'm doing good.
You doing well, man? So we just played the highlight of you a couple of nights ago. I was here on, what was that? I guess
Wednesday night.
Wednesday night, the big double you had. You obviously had a lot of emotion there, and I think everybody saw your face and Patrick Bailey's face the night before when the game had ended in 10 innings, and it just sort of looked stunning. And the way things were going offensively, how big of a release was that for you guys?
It was very emotional, like I said before. We have been trying to get things done, just trying to make it happen, just trying to hitting big situations and it's not going our way. So it was a big relief that one was it worked out perfectly.
Yeah.
The guys walked, we got a couple of hits and we got the big hit at the end.
Talk about the emotions that day. I know you had the big hit and you showed it on the on second base, just pounding your chest and saying "Let's effing go." But earlier in the day, we saw it in Andrew Bagley's article today. You had a text exchange with Lamont Wade Jr. What was just the emotions of saying goodbye to a teammate and then having new guys come in and getting a comeback later on that night?
It's not always easy, obviously. These guys that you have been seeing for years, these guys that you have share moments, hang out with and all that. So. Lamont is a super special friend for sure. He's a great guy, great baseball player, I think too. But it is baseball. It is baseball. It is what it is. That's the business. So, it's kind of like you get used to the adjustments, but at the same time, it's kind of tough still.
Talking to Elliot Ramos here with us on the patio. You mentioned adjustments there, which is something that, a young player last year, you make the all-star team and all that, and teams start to make the adjustment to you. Pitchers start to see you. They know where to attack you. This year, you picked up kind of where you were at the peak of your powers in the middle of last season. Have you noticed the adjustments to you, and how have you developed through some of those adjustments to maintain your success this year?
Oh, yeah, for sure. They are definitely pitching to me.
Yeah.
They're definitely pitching. They're definitely trying to shut me down, but it's just about more mental, just trying to swing strikes, just trying to give myself a chance to hit, not throw away at bats, and I think that's the main thing. A lot of the times I feel like us as a team and individuals, we throw a lot of at bats away, and we don't get our minds together. We don't get our thoughts together, and it's tough. It's baseball, So a lot of the times your mind is not there, and you just have to make it happen because it is what it is. It's an everyday thing. It's 162 games, so it's hard to be focused every single time, but you just have to do it. You just have to lock in somehow.
You're already halfway to your home run total from a season ago of getting 22, and this franchise hasn't had a 30 home run hitter since 2004 with Barry Bonds. Is that a goal of yours this season?
It would be nice for sure.
Yeah.
Not everybody can say that they can hit 30 homers in a season, but
right.
I'll take whatever. I love hitting 300. I like hitting 300. If I could hit 350, I would. That's my main thing. My main thing is to take good at bats, and I feel like if I take great at bats, I hit 300. I get my hits. I put a game plan that works. I feel like everything will happen by itself.
Now, did you feel like, or does the team feel, because I know that there was a sense of pressure. You talked about that, the emotions around scoring 6 runs the other night after there had been such a long stretch of not scoring that many. Do 2 wins like yesterday and Wednesday night, can they change the way you guys feel about yourselves?
I feel like it's a long season, obviously. And at the end of the day, like I said before, the pitching has been carrying us. The pitching has been great. It's one of the best pitching staff in the league. So, and anytime that we have the lead, we are not worried about it. Obviously the other teams are making their adjustments and all that, but